Forward by Greg Olson. Remember when crimes used to truly shock Americans? Before mass shootings became hideously commonplace, before we lost our innocence about what and who might be lurking next door. Sadly, these days we brush off the unthinkable with lazy acceptance, or maybe a retweet. Think about that for a moment. Can you name any of the recent spree or serial killers who've made the news? So many. I can't keep up with it all. And true crime is my business. There can be no denying that John Wayne Gacy's crimes are a grotesque touchstone in the annals of American crime. Those of us who were around during the time the bodies of young men and boys were recovered from Gacy's crawlspace in unincorporated Chicago will never forget the story of the man who fooled so many for so long. He was a civic leader, a businessman, a clown for kids. Even 4 decades after the murders were discovered, the Gacy crimes still resonate viscerally, like the ones committed by Bundy, Ramirez, and Speck. Bundy stalked young women. Ramirez slipped quietly into the bedrooms of his victims and viciously attacked. Speck killed unsuspecting student nurses in Chicago. Gacy, also from Chicagoland, tortured and murdered the boys next door. Though occurring at different times, those murders left indelible marks on our nation's psyche. We learned to fear the stranger, the stalker, the maniac on the streets. In truth, Gacy was a different animal. Each of the young men callously deposited in the stench of his infamous crawlspace were victims of a man who wore a psychopath's mask, proudly, defiantly even. He was no threat, just an average guy with a paint and decorating business. Gacy, a rotund and talkative businessman, was by all accounts more annoying than feared by those around him. He bragged about his successful business, his important connections with the elite. He even posed with the First Lady. He ran the Polish Day Parade. He was the star of his own false narrative of his life. I can think of many crimes that shocked me in my lifetime. Some were mysteries never to be solved. Chicago Tylenol, John Bonet. Some were fodder for TV movies, and, yes, books. Branch Davidian, Amy Fisher. Yet only a handful of crimes changed our thinking about who the boogeyman really was. Gacy's case is the one that's front and center in that regard. The sheer number of victims was beyond imaginable when it first hit the news. The suburban scene of the crime and the location of the bodies, the crawl space, made it even more difficult to comprehend. That old line, "Things like that don't happen here," comes to mind. Back then, things like that actually didn't. Or if they did, we sure as hell didn't know about them. I was a senior at a suburban Seattle high school when Gacy killed boys my age. When I looked at the photographs of the victims, I saw the clothes and haircuts so many of us wore back then. Hair longish that we parted in the middle, and short-lived striped surfer shirts with Levi's 501s or Navy sailor denims. I saw the faces of the kids in my school. On TV, I watched the mothers and fathers crying into a microphone, wanting answers for how it was that this man could have killed so many for so long. They were contemporaries of my own parents. For the first time, I understood that murder isn't the taking of a life, but the taking of many lives. The moms and dads and sisters and brothers and anyone who falls somewhere in the range between family and casual friend, they are destroyed too. They had done nothing to Gacy, but his evil act reached into their lives and throttled them. Without mercy, without provocation, without any concrete reason other than he wanted to. Murder can seem random, and maybe the act is. The impact to those left behind, however, is direct and absolute. And that's where prosecutors like Terry Sullivan come in. They know the domino effect of murder. Sure, detectives and criminal investigators, in the Gacy case, a veritable army, are the front lines of the case, but it's up to the prosecution to take it to the finish line. To manage a case like Gacy's takes equal parts compassion, brilliance, and fierce determination. In this 40th year edition of Killer Clown, you'll see that crucial mix play out as Mr. Sullivan and his co-author chronicle the story in riveting and exact detail. I saw Mr. Sullivan on a new streaming documentary the other day. He's older now, aren't we all? And yet when he speaks, he still reminds us of something that carries the same weight it did when he first spoke about the case to the public. The victims and their families had been waiting for justice for a very long time, a ripple of uncertainty that at times became a tsunami. It was Mr. Sullivan's duty to ensure each got the respect, honor, and healing due from a system that doesn't always think of those left behind. But Mr. Sullivan always did. I thank him for that, the true lesson of this terrible tragedy. He and others who have toiled on behalf of the state to bring murderers to justice are our unsung heroes. Never forget that, because they never forget who they are fighting for. Investigation. Monday, December 11th, 1978. Kim Byers couldn't decide what to do with the photo receipt. Had it been a customer's order, she simply would have given that person the stub from the envelope. But these were her own photographs, which she could easily identify when they came back from the lab. They were prints she planned to give to her sister for Christmas, now just 2 weeks away. It was 7:30 p.m. when Kim, one of several teenagers working at Nissan Pharmacy in Des Plaines, Illinois, had used a brief lull in customer traffic to process her order. Nissan's was in a nondescript one-story building in a small shopping center. Its glass front was papered with signs advertising sale items. Among its neighbors were a 7-Eleven, a gold medal restaurant, and a liquor store. Across busy Touhy Avenue lay the northern perimeter of Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Inside Nissan's, you smelled the usual drugstore aroma of candies and scented notions, while your ears absorbed the recurring thunder of jets. Kim logged the order number in the record book and tore off the receipt. After a moment's thought, she stuck it in a pocket of the parka she was wearing. While she was working at the cash register, she had borrowed the coat to protect her from the drafts at the front door. Rob Peast, whose parka Kim had on, was now midway through his after-school shift at Nissan's. Rob was a 15-year-old sophomore at Maine West High School, and he'd worked at the pharmacy since the previous summer. Although Kim was 2 years older, Rob and she had dated occasionally. Mature for his age, Rob usually went out with older girls, and Kim was attracted to the handsome boy with the trim athletic build, shaggy brown hair, and wide smile. Tonight, however, the smile was not in evidence as he stalked shelves in silence. Phil Torf, one of the owners of the pharmacy, had just turned down his request for a raise. "I'm going to quit and find another job," Rob told Kim. "Don't quit now," Kim advised him. "You'll probably get a Christmas bonus." "Yeah," Rob answered, "but I need the money now." Rob would turn 16 in March, and he wanted to buy a Jeep. He had saved $900, but he knew he couldn't afford the payments on the $2.85 an hour he was earning at Nissan's. Rob had just broken up with the first special girlfriend in his life, but he hoped for reconciliation, and having his own wheels would help. He wanted a Jeep, too, because of his interest in camping and the wilderness. 3 merit badges shy of Eagle rank, he was tiring of the Boy Scouts, but not of the outdoors. He had become a skilled nature photographer, and with a tough vehicle, he could explore country that roads never crossed. A dedicated athlete, Rob was training for the sophomore gymnastics team, but on that Monday afternoon he'd left practice early. He wanted to stop at Kmart to buy fish to feed his snakes. Snakes were only some of the pets the Peasts kept. Several years earlier, much to the delight of Rob and his brother and sister, the family had inherited a relative's menagerie of several dozen animals. As usual, after school, Rob's mother, Elizabeth, was waiting in her car for him, and as usual, they were both on a tight schedule. She had just come from her job as a telephone operator in a chemical company to drive him home for a quick meal. After that, she or Rob's father, Harold, would drive him to Nissen's shortly before 6 o'clock and pick him up only after he finished work at 9. Tonight's routine was different only because of the stop at Kmart, which was unsuccessful. The fish, Rob decided, were too expensive. Tonight was special, though, because it was Elizabeth Peast's 46th birthday. At home, she saw Rob looking at her birthday cake. "We'll have the party when you get home from work," she told him. Rob bent over to hug the family's 2 German shepherds, Caesar and Kelly, who had bounded into the kitchen to greet him. "Here's your dinner," Rob's sister said, as she scooped a hot ham and cheese sandwich off the grill. "Thanks, Carrie," Rob said, taking his meal on the run. He and his mother went out into the winter night and got in the car for the 8-block drive to Nissen Pharmacy. Rob remarked that once he bought his Jeep, his mother wouldn't have to bother driving him to work. She smiled and said she didn't mind the trip at all. Now the family would wait for Rob's return to celebrate Elizabeth's birthday. The Peasts were always together on occasions like this. They were an uncommonly close family, and Rob was the center of it. When Phil Torf's brother Larry had remodeled the drugstore 2 years before, he had employed PE Systems, a firm specializing in pharmacy design and construction. The work had been done by a gregarious supervisor named John Gacy. Although Larry Torf thought Gacy's craftsmanship was merely passable, he was impressed with the man's knowledge of pharmaceutical marketing and his energy in getting the job done. Gacy, working with Phil and several youths, did all the remodeling after hours, allowing the store to remain open for business. During that time, Gacy and Phil Torf became passing friends. Now Gacy was in business for himself, and Phil had asked him to come in and give advice on rearranging shelving. At 5:30 p.m. on Monday, as agreed, Gacy pulled up in front of Nissen's in a new 1979 four-door black Oldsmobile 98. The car was rigged for CB radio and carried 2 spotlights, a red one on the passenger side. A heavy-set man with a round face, Gacy, 36, was considerably overweight, at 195 pounds and 5 feet 9 inches. His brown hair was graying at the temples, and his knobby chin was well cushioned by sagging jowls. He wore a mustache. He was dressed in wash pants, an open-collar shirt, and a waist-length black leather jacket. Gacy greeted Phil Torf warmly, and the two bantered about old times for more than an hour. He had his own firm now, he told Phil. It was called PDM, for painting, decorating, and maintenance. He told Phil he also did snow plowing and sold Christmas trees. "Looks like you've got pretty much of a new crew here," Gacy said, surveying the store. His eyes came to rest on Rob Peast, who was sitting in an aisle about 10 feet away, stocking shelves. "They're high school kids," Phil explained. "They go on to college or other jobs. There's always a turnover." "I hire high school kids, too," Gacy said, turning to Linda Murtis, an employee he recognized from the remodeling days 2 years before. "You remember Dick, don't you?" Linda nodded. "I was paying him only $3 or $4 an hour when he started, but now he's making $400 a week. Now I start everybody at a $5 an hour minimum." "Wow," Linda said. "Hey, Rob, do you want a job?" she asked, laughing. Rob continued stocking the shelves and didn't answer. Gacy wandered through the store, inspecting the aisles, measuring shelves, and checking structural supports. He told Torf that he estimated that the job would run about $1,600. The two talked a while longer. Then Gacy left at 7:15, saying he would be in touch. A few minutes later, Torf noticed a brown appointment book, fastened with a thick strap, sitting on the pharmacy desk. It was Gacy's. Phil wondered about calling him, but decided not to. Gacy would probably return for it anyway. "Hey, I need my coat," said Rob. "I've got to take out the garbage." It was now 8 o'clock. Kim Byers slipped off Rob's parka and watched him put it on for his trip out the back of the store. As Rob walked into the alley with an armload of cartons and trash, a freshman girl from his high school spotted him. She threw a snowball at him, then retreated with her girlfriend, giggling in delight. When he came back inside, Rob tossed his coat on some cigarette cartons near the front register, which he was supposed to watch while he finished stocking shelves until the end of his shift at 9. A black pickup truck with a snowplow attached glided to a halt in front of the store. Gacy came inside and walked back to the pharmacy. "Forget something?" Torf asked. Gacy smiled and nodded. For the next 45 minutes he wandered through the store, chatting and once again inspecting the shelving. At 5 minutes to 9, Elizabeth Peast arrived to pick up her son. "Mom," Rob said, "I'm not done stocking. I'll be a few minutes." "Take your time," she said. She spoke briefly with Kim Byers, then wandered over to the card section. At 8:58, Rob bounded up to Kim and asked her to watch the register. Then he called to his mother. "Some contractor wants to talk to me about a job," he said, grabbing his parka and rushing out the door. Moments later, seeing Kim at the register, Torf asked her where Rob was. "He's outside talking to that guy who was in here," Kim said. "Don't worry," she added offhandedly. "He's a big boy." Several minutes later, Elizabeth Peast asked Kim if she'd seen Rob come back in. Kim had not. Mrs. Peast had a strong feeling that she wanted to be with her son right now, but she didn't know why. She felt a sense of fear she couldn't explain. Nonetheless, she chatted briefly with Kim. Then, showing mounting uneasiness, she said she was leaving and asked Kim to have Rob call her at home when he returned. She said she would come back and pick him up. It was 9:20. A few moments later, Torf walked by the register. "Who is that construction guy?" Kim asked him. "You mean John Gacy?" Torf replied. "He's all right. He's a good guy." Her family was perplexed when Elizabeth Peast walked into the kitchen at 9:25 without Rob. "He went off with some kind of contractor to see about a job," she explained. She went to the phone and called Nissens. Kim Byers answered. Still no Rob. "Do you have any idea," asked Mrs. Peast, "who Rob was going to talk to?" Kim told her that the man's name was John Gacy. By now the family should have been cutting Elizabeth's birthday cake. This was not like Rob. He was thoroughly a creature of habit, and neither he nor his brother or sister, nor, for that matter, anyone in the family, ever went anywhere without letting the others know. Something was very wrong. 15 minutes went by. The Peast's concern mounted. Carrie, 6 years older than Rob, and her brother Ken, a 22-year-old pre-medical student, speculated on Rob's whereabouts. Elizabeth called Nissens again, but Kim still hadn't seen Rob. She asked Elizabeth to wait a moment and put her on hold. The father and children watched anxiously. "Phil wonders if you've already bought a Christmas tree," Kim finally said to Elizabeth. "Why?" Elizabeth asked. She thought Torf was being flippant. "Because John Gacy owns a Christmas tree lot, and Phil thinks that maybe Rob went there to buy a tree." Meanwhile, the others were checking the telephone listings for a John Gacy, but they weren't sure how to spell the name and which of the numerous suburban directories to consult. They found nothing close. They called several of Rob's friends, none of whom had seen him. Elizabeth called Nissens one more time. Now she was becoming frantic, and she wished that Torf would show some concern. Torf assured her that he would have someone check outside the store to see if Rob might have slipped on the ice and was lying unconscious. He said that although the store was now closed, he would be there for a while, and gave Elizabeth the night number. "I'll call John and see if he knows anything about Rob," he said. "What's his number?" Elizabeth Peast demanded. "It's 457-1614, said Torf. "Do you have his address?" she asked. Torf hesitated, then said he didn't. "Why would he want to be talking with a 15-year-old boy at this time of night?" asked Elizabeth. "Hey, wait a minute," Torf replied. "This guy's no bum." Elizabeth hung up. Harold Peast dialed Gacy's number and got the contractor's answering machine. "We're going to the police," he said. Even though they didn't want to admit it to one another, by now they all feared the worst. They knew that if Rob were physically able to get home, he would be home. They knew him too well to think otherwise. On the way to the Des Plaines police station, Harold and Elizabeth Piest stopped at the house of Rob's best friend, Todd Schlutt. Todd had stayed away from home one night, and Rob had admonished him for his behavior. Todd was surprised to hear of Rob's disappearance, and was sure he wouldn't run away. Rob had been upset because Todd was moving from Des Plaines. They had both been to a farewell party the night before. Todd hadn't seen Rob since then. Next, the Piests went to Nissens, where they found Torf and a friend, Joe Heikeluk, another pharmacist, standing at the door. Torf said he had called Gacy's number without success. He gave the Piests his own home number in Chicago. Harold and Elizabeth continued on to the police station. The new Des Plaines shopping mall on the southwest side of the train tracks had emptied, and the sidewalks were mostly deserted. 2 more yellow and green Northwestern commuter trains from downtown would yet come to a jerking halt, discharge passengers, then move on, like toys under a tree, through the array of streetlights and Christmas decorations, to darker countryside and more distant suburbs. Soon the town would be silent. The police station in Des Plaines is a modern 2-story brick, fortress-like box, mostly windowless on the ground floor, and is connected by an open walkway to the adjacent Civic Center. The complex was constructed in the early 1970s, long after Des Plaines had grown from the quiet little truck garden and nursery suburb of its German origins into a congested hub of Chicago's suburban sprawl. The station lay at the northern end of the 4-block downtown strip built along both sides of the railroad tracks. The Piests walked up to the desk, manned by watch officer George Konieczny. Elizabeth explained what had happened. Konieczny said that he could only take the information for a missing person report. The police would call if they learned of Rob's whereabouts, and a youth officer would be assigned to the case in the morning. There was nothing for the Piests to do but go home and wait. Suburban police stations are places of limited late-evening activity. Most of their people work during the day, and at night many specialized functions of the department cease entirely. Elizabeth sighed, then recited her son's vital statistics and recounted the events of the evening, while Konieczny wrote. Robert Jerome Piest, male, white, 15, wearing tan Levi pants and T-shirt, brown wedge-type suede shoes, and a light blue down jacket. Rob became Des Plaines police case number 78-35203, one of the department's more than 6 dozen missing persons of 1978. The Piests left the station. At 11:50, Konieczny completed his report. He called Phil Torf, who was still at Nissens. Torf had no new information. Konieczny then took the report to his watch commander. The parents are really concerned, Konieczny said to him, and the kid has never run away before. Still, you do crazy things at age 15. The watch commander signed his approval on the report, and Konieczny notified the radio room upstairs that he was sending along a missing. At 1:54 a.m. on Tuesday, 5 hours after the disappearance of Robert Piest, a dispatcher sent out a message from her Leeds law enforcement agency's data system terminal to all police jurisdictions in Illinois. The missing person report, with a note appended by Officer Konieczny, attesting to the Piest parents' genuine concern, was placed with other overnight reports on the desk of the commander of the Criminal Investigation Division, Lieutenant Joseph Kozenzak. Although the Youth Bureau, which would initially handle the case, had officers on duty until 1 a.m., they would not see the report until Kozenzak screened it after his arrival at 7:30 a.m. Missing persons cases were regarded as routine, and this was departmental policy. The Piest family did as they were told and went home. But they didn't rest. They wanted action, and if the police department wouldn't give them much, they would make their own. They organized a search that took them over virtually every street and parking lot in Des Plaines. They theorized that Rob had been picked up by Gacy and then tried to jump out of the vehicle. They thought he might be hurt and trying to make his way home. They knew he would try as best he could. Carrie took one shepherd in her Datsun, Ken the other in his van, each taking an article of clothing for the dogs to sniff. Harold went out in his car, and Elizabeth stayed home by the phone and waited. They patrolled the quiet streets and trudged over snowbanks that had been molded by plows after the 7-inch snowfall 4 days earlier. Periodically, they rendezvoused with one another to coordinate their plans. They expanded their search to neighboring Mount Prospect, Park Ridge, and Rosemont. Several times they went back separately to Nissens, Harold before midnight, Carrie about 12:30, and Ken shortly after 1 a.m. When they saw Phil Torf or his car, they wondered what he was doing. Torf told Ken that Hakeluk knew where Gacy's house and tree lot were, and that he would check them. The three Peasts searched all night to no avail. At daybreak they returned home, exhausted, to Elizabeth, who was still maintaining her vigil at the telephone. Distraught and sleepless, they went through the motions of preparing for the day. Ken had classes to go to. The other three had jobs. But before the parents and Carrie went to their offices, they would again visit the police station. In the kitchen, untouched, sat the cake Harold had bought for Elizabeth's birthday. Tuesday, December 12, 1978. By 8:30 a.m., the day shift was on duty at the Des Plaines police station. Bedraggled from their search, Harold, Elizabeth, and Carrie Peast went to the front desk and asked to see the youth officer assigned to the case. Ronald Adams, 12 years on the force, 6 in the Youth Bureau, met them in a conference room. Adams got a copy of Konieczny's report and scanned it. Mrs. Peast gave Adams her son's copy of Dial Tone, the student telephone directory from Maine West High School, in which Rob had underlined the names of his friends. Then she recounted the events of the night before. Youth officers don't always believe parents who say, "My child would never run away." Every year, tens of thousands of youths leave home, usually because they've quarreled with their parents, or they're unhappy in love, or they've had problems at school. Most of them return. But as he watched and listened to the Peasts, Adams was sure, from his years of experience, that Rob was not another runaway. Here was a loving son disappearing from a close and caring family on the night of his mother's birthday. Adams was convinced there was foul play. He asked the Peasts to wait in the conference room and went to his office to call Nissens. He spoke with Larry Torf, who said he had left the store early on Monday evening and that Adams should call his brother Phil, who was still at home. Phil Torf told Adams that Gacy had been in the pharmacy twice on Monday night to discuss the remodeling. Gacy, he said, had mentioned hiring high school boys for construction work, and he thought Rob might have overheard that conversation. He added, however, that he had not seen the two of them together. After Mrs. Peast called, Torf said he left a message on Gacy's answering device, but the contractor never called back. Torf said he thought that Gacy had a Christmas tree lot on Cumberland Avenue on the outskirts of Chicago, a few blocks from his house. Next, Adams called Gacy. Yes, the contractor said. He had been in the pharmacy. He mentioned that he had asked Phil Torf if there were any fixtures in the back of the store. No, he had not spoken with Rob Peast, nor had any contact with him. Gacy was polite, but firm. Finally, Adams called Kim Byers. She confirmed that Rob had gone out about 9 p.m., saying, "That contractor guy wants to talk to me." She had not seen Rob talking with Gacy. Adams went back to the conference room, although he had little to tell the family. He said he would continue checking, but cautioned them not to intrude into the investigation. Despite their fears and anguish, he said, they must leave that to the police. The Peasts thanked him and quietly left. "This really stinks," Adams said, talking about the case to Kozenzak over lunch. The lieutenant had read the missing person report and had passed it on through channels, but he hadn't been aware that the Peast family had come back to the station. Now, however, he saw from what Adams was telling him that the situation might be serious, and he told the youth officer to pursue the investigation without delay. He said he would have another detective, James Pickell, come in early to help. Back at the station, Adams called the telephone company and was told there was no listing for John Gacy. The number that Mrs. Piest had given the police was listed as PDM Contractors Corporation, 8213 Summerdale Avenue in Norwood Park Township, on the northwest outskirts of Chicago. Pickell was assigned to investigate the address on Summerdale and check the Christmas tree lot for any signs that Rob Piest had been held captive there. Adams would talk to Rob's school friends. Pickell saw a tree lot near St. Joseph's Ukrainian Catholic Church on Cumberland Avenue. The man he talked to there said that no John Gacy worked at the lot and suggested that Pickell check another one on Cumberland, just north of the expressway. There were 2 cars at the lot, and Pickell asked the station by the radio for a registration check. Neither was Gacy's. At the other lot, the couple who ran it told Pickell they'd never heard of Gacy and referred him back to the church. Pickell drove south about 4 blocks on Cumberland and turned east on Summerdale. Number 8213 was a small yellow brick ranch-style house in a block of single-family dwellings. A 4-door black 1979 Oldsmobile, license plate PDM 42, was parked in the semicircular driveway at the front of the house. Pickell went to the door and knocked. No one answered. He went to a rear door. No answer. He then asked the next-door neighbor if she knew where Gacy was. She didn't, but she said that if his car was there, he was probably out in his truck. Nor did she know where his tree lot was. Pickell went back to the station. Harold Piest had not followed Adams's advice to keep out of the investigation, and together with Carey, he was making almost as rapid progress as the Des Plaines police. After getting excused from work, he and his daughter went to Nissens and asked directions to Gacy's tree lot. As they approached the Ukrainian church, Piest wondered aloud whether he should go into the lot. Instead, he and Carey decided to go to their own church, a little over a mile away, for help. He explained the situation to his pastor, who called the priest at St. Joseph's and arranged for Piest to meet him. At the Ukrainian church, the priest told Harold and Carey that he didn't know if a Gacy was involved in the lot, but he knew the man who ran it. He agreed to call him to see if he knew Gacy, and also to try to get the contractor's address, without explaining why he was asking. The priest quickly got the information. 8213 Summerdale Avenue. Harold pumped the priest's hand in gratitude. He and Carey drove the 6 or so blocks to Gacy's house and parked in front. They stared at the house, not sure what to do next. Maybe it was best to do as the police said, they finally decided. Don't interfere with the investigation. They turned around and drove home. Meanwhile, Adams had interviewed Kim Byers at school in the presence of the Dean of Girls. Kim recounted how Rob had asked her to take over the cash register, and she reviewed the events that had followed his disappearance. She had little to add to her previous account, except to say that she thought Rob had no reason to leave home. At the station, Adams received a call from a local Illinois search and rescue unit. The Piest family had asked them to use their dog teams to hunt through nearby forest preserves for any sign of Rob. Adams told the SAR member he would have to check with his superiors. At 3 o'clock, Youth Bureau Detective Mike Olson reported for duty early. He and Adams began calling the schoolmates whose names Rob had underlined in his dial tone. None had seen Rob, but the fact that they all regarded him highly confirmed that he was not the runaway kind. Kozenzak left for home at 3:45, the end of his shift, telling his men to inform him of any developments. Pickell gave the license number of the black Oldsmobile to the radio room for a registration check with the state of Illinois. In addition, he ran the number through the Detective Bureau's own microfiche system, a compilation of all Illinois vehicle license numbers that lists owners' names, addresses, dates of birth, driver's license numbers, and vehicle identification numbers. He also called the Credit Bureau, several neighboring police departments, and Chicago Police Headquarters downtown. They told him that Gacy, date of birth 17 March 1942, had a parole record in Chicago, and suggested he call the records section with Gacy's internal reference number, 273632. When making a record check, Chicago police require the subject's address, date of birth, and Social Security number. Although Piquel didn't have the last item, he finally convinced the records officer of the urgency of his call and got him to check the IR number. Piquel waited 10 minutes before the officer came back on the line. The rap sheet showed a John W. Gary, paroled to Chicago on June 19, 1970. Gary, the officer said, was apparently a typographical error. All the other entries on the sheet were for John Wayne Gacy. "What was the parole for?" Piquel asked. "Sodomy," the officer said. "Waterloo, Iowa, May 20, 1968. 10 years. Iowa Men's Reformatory, Anamosa." The last entry on Gacy's arrest record was a charge of battery. July 15, 1978, 16th District, Chicago Police Department. No disposition. The previous one was June 22, 1972, a charge of aggravated battery and reckless conduct in Northbrook, a suburb north of Des Plaines. This was listed as having been dismissed later that summer. The record showed no details of the sodomy conviction or the other arrests, but it was clear that Gacy had a background of both sexual deviance and violent behavior. Day was now becoming night. In the windowless detective bureau, a ground-floor room to the rear of the waiting area and the watch commander's office, time changed imperceptibly. Only the fluorescent lights illuminated the bold sunflower walls, burgundy carpeting, and the half-dozen gray metal desks. In the 10 days ahead, the distinction between daylight and darkness would become even more blurred for the detectives who labored longer and longer into the night. Piquel called the Northbrook police, but their record section was closed for the day. However, a Northbrook detective said he would assemble their reports of Gacy's arrest from 1972, which included a fingerprint card and a mugshot. Before going to pick up the reports, Piquel called Kozenzak at home to tell him about Gacy's sodomy conviction and the other arrests. Kozenzak knew then he had to hear John Gacy's story. The lieutenant had been a police officer in Des Plaines for 16 years, most of them on patrol. He was a good, tough cop, but he had never run a major investigation. He had been promoted to commander of the Detective Bureau only 6 months before, and he was still feeling his way. He called the Felony Review Unit of the Cook County State's Attorney's Office for legal advice. In the post-Miranda climate of defendants' rights, police can't be too careful. Kozenzak explained the situation to an assistant state's attorney and added, "We don't know what we have, but we're going to talk to this guy and want to know how far we can push him." "Don't push too hard," the assistant state's attorney told him. "If he says go screw yourself, back off and confer with the 3rd District assistants in the morning." The 3rd District, a suburban administrative unit of the state's attorney's office, is operated from the Des Plaines Civic Center, next to the police station. Kozenzak got back to the station around 7 p.m., about the time Piquel returned from Northbrook with Gacy's arrest records. Adams had left for the day, and now Detective Dave Summershield was being briefed. The 3 men reviewed the Northbrook reports together. The complainant, Jackie D., 24, had told police he was offered a ride on June 7, 1972, at 3:40 a.m. by a stocky man in his mid-30s wearing a Barnaby's restaurant jacket. D. was walking near the Lawson YMCA on Chicago's near north side at the time. When D. saw that the man, who called himself John, was not taking him to his destination, he protested. The man took out a badge, identified himself as a county police officer, and told D. he was under arrest. He attempted, unsuccessfully, to handcuff the young man. Then he asked D. what it was worth to get out of this. D. said he had no money. "Would you suck my dick?" the man asked. Fearing for his safety, D. consented. The two got out of the car at a Barnaby's in Northbrook, and John produced keys with which he unlocked the door to the building. Inside, D. resisted, and the man clubbed him on the back of the neck, then kicked him as he lay on the floor. D. ran outside, and the man pursued him in his car and struck him down. D. finally reached a service station where an attendant called the police. The next day, police interviewed the night manager of the restaurant, John Gacy. He said he'd heard he had been implicated in the attack and welcomed the chance to exonerate himself. "I was home at 3 a.m., he told police. "My wife will verify that." 2 weeks went by, delaying the identification of Gacy. First, Dee said he was unable to appear because of his physical condition. Then Gacy was transferred within and finally separated from the company. Police arrested Gacy on June 22. In the end, charges were dismissed after Gacy complained to the police that Dee was making threatening phone calls attempting to extort money from him in return for dropping the charges. After a set-up drop, in which police caught Dee with $91 in marked currency passed by Gacy, they reviewed the arrest records of both men: sodomy for Gacy, and robbery, solicitation for prostitution, and disorderly conduct for Dee, and they left the two where they found them. Despite the dismissal of the complaint, Dee's story, if true, presented a chilling picture of John Gacy, or as the alias on his fingerprint card indicated, Colonel. By 9 p.m., the Des Plaines police had got responses from both their National Crime Information Center and Leeds computers. Neither had any information on John Gacy. Now it was up to Kozenczak's men. The detectives drove the 6 miles to the house on Summerdale in 2 unmarked cars, Kozenczak and Piquel in one, Olson and Summershield in another. A brisk, warming wind from the south had brought temperatures up into the mid-30s, leaving puddles of slush and water on the side streets. The warm air passing over cold ground had produced a haze that was illuminated by the lights of O'Hare and the multicolored glow of commercial signs along the expressway. To the west of Cumberland Avenue lay the many high-rise buildings under construction in a burgeoning new airport city. To the east lay the modest bungalows, ranch houses, and duplexes of John Gacy's neighborhood in Norwood Park Township. Kozenczak and Piquel walked past the black Oldsmobile in the driveway and knocked at the door. They got no response and knocked again. Still no answer. Peering through the diamond-shaped window in the door, they saw someone standing inside in the darkness. The officers were unsure what to do next. A van came splashing down the street, slowed, and pulled into Gacy's driveway. The vehicle had a PDM sign on the door. A young man got out. Kozenczak identified himself and asked the man who he was. "Dick Walsh," he said. "His name has changed here. You looking for John? He won't answer the front door because he watches TV in the family room." Summershield stepped out of the shadows from the rear of the house and confirmed Walsh's guess. Looking through a picture window, the detective had seen Gacy sitting in an easy chair, apparently watching TV and sipping a can of Diet Pepsi. Kozenczak and Piquel went to the rear of the house, while Olson and Summershield stayed with Walsh in the driveway. "Is John in trouble?" Walsh asked. "We just want to ask a few questions," Olson told him. "You guys got a warrant?" The detective ignored his question and asked him about his relationship with Gacy. Walsh said he worked for PDM, that the van was Gacy's. He talked about the remodeling jobs they worked on and said he was the supervisor in John's absence. Walsh seemed very curious about their presence, yet was not very specific in his replies to their questions. He volunteered that he and Gacy were going to a friend's Christmas tree lot that night. Olson noted that Walsh seemed to make a point of mentioning his wife in their conversation. "I heard you in front, but I had to go to the John," Gacy told Kozenczak and Piquel at the back door. "We'd like some help about a missing juvenile," Kozenczak said, showing his badge. "Come in," Gacy said, ushering the detectives into a large recreation room at the rear of the house. Gacy turned down the television and seated himself in a black recliner. Across from him was a large, well-stocked bar, next to it a refrigerator and the entrance to a powder room. "What can I do for you?" Kozenczak went over the facts of Rob's disappearance and told Gacy that someone had seen him talking with the boy. "No," said Gacy. He had seen 2 boys working in the pharmacy, but he hadn't spoken to either one. Well, he might have asked one if there were any fixtures behind the store, but that was all. Gacy said that he left Nissens between 8:45 and 9 o'clock. At home, he learned from his answering machine that his uncle was dying, so he went to Northwest Hospital in Chicago, where the man was a patient. When he got there, he learned his uncle had died, so he went to his aunt's house. "Did you talk with any Nissan employees about summer jobs?" Kozenzak asked. Gacy said no. "Well, since you were one of the last people to see Rob Peast, I'm going to have to ask you to come to the station and fill out a witness form." "No problem," said Gacy. He would cooperate fully. He couldn't come now, though, because he had to make funeral arrangements for his uncle and was waiting for his mother to call. "Why don't you call her now?" Kozenzak asked. "We'll wait." Gacy grumbled, then dialed her number. Several times he seemed to be stretching out the conversation. After about 10 minutes, he hung up. His mood had changed. "I can't go to the station now," he said brusquely. "I've got important things to do." "How long?" Kozenzak asked. "An hour?" "I don't know," Gacy said impatiently. "I'll try to be there in an hour. What's wrong with you guys, anyway? Don't you have any respect for the dead?" Kozenzak gave Gacy his card. "I'll wait for you at the station," he said. Seeing a piece of notepaper next to the phone, Kozenzak picked it up. It had Phil Torf's name on it. Kozenzak pocketed it. "Thief," Gacy muttered. When Kozenzak and Piquel came out of the house, Walsh went in. The detectives got in their cars, and Kozenzak pulled alongside Olson. "I want you to sit on the house for 10 minutes and see if he goes anywhere," the lieutenant said. "We're going to check Nissens." As Olson and Summershield moved to a stakeout position on the side street to the east, they debated whether they were supposed to give chase if Gacy drove off. A few minutes later, Walsh came out of the house and got into the van and pulled it further into the driveway, out of the detective's view. The van then reappeared, stopped, and once again moved to the rear of the house. As it slowly backed up, Olson looked underneath the high chassis and saw a pair of feet. The van stopped again. Suddenly, the Oldsmobile, which had been blocked from the detective's view, came roaring out of the semicircular driveway and headed west down Summerdale. The van backed out and quickly fell in behind it. Startled, Olson tried to follow, but Gacy's head start was too great, and the driving conditions too hazardous. Gacy turned left on a side street that curves west and comes out on Cumberland. When the detectives got to that intersection, they looked north and south. No sign of Gacy or the van. At the first sign of activity, Summershield had radioed Kozenzak that somebody was moving, and then transmitted several frantic bits of intelligence during the 3-block chase. Now, with chagrin, he had to tell the lieutenant, "We've lost him." "Then come back to the station," Kozenzak radioed, none too pleased. About a mile away on the Kennedy Expressway, Sergeant Wally Lang, commander of the tactical unit, was returning from a drug investigation in Chicago. He had monitored the radio traffic with great curiosity and no little amusement. "All those guys," he said to his partner, "and they blow a stakeout in 20 seconds. In the station, while waiting for Gacy, the officers discussed what little they had learned. At 11 p.m., the time he was expected, Gacy called and asked Kozenzak if he still wanted him to come in. "Yes," the lieutenant replied. "It would be very helpful to the investigation." "I'll be there in an hour," Gacy said. Kozenzak called the Peast family and told them that Gacy would be coming in shortly. At 11:30, Olson left. Midnight came, and still no Gacy. At 1 a.m., Kozenzak told Piquel and Summershield to go home. Kozenzak walked to the front desk and said to the watch officer, "I've been expecting a John Gacy to come in. I've waited a couple of hours, and I can't wait any longer. If Gacy comes in, tell him to come back first thing in the morning." Kozenzak left for the night. At 2:29 on Wednesday morning, an Illinois state trooper was making an entry in his daily log for disabled vehicles. A highway truck patrolling the Tri-State Tollway, which girdles the metropolitan area on the west, had called in a report of a vehicle stuck in a ditch off the northbound lanes at milepost 29 south, near the suburb of Oak Brook, 13 miles from Des Plaines. The driver had requested a tow. The vehicle was a 1979 Oldsmobile, license PDM 42. At 3:20 a.m., The Des Plaines watch officer looked up from his desk and saw a man wearing a dark coat enter the station. His eyes were glassy and bloodshot, and he seemed apprehensive. "My name is John Gacy. I'm looking for Lieutenant Kozenzak," he said. "The reason I'm late is because I was involved in a car accident." The watch officer gave him Kozenzak's message. "What does he want to see me about?" Gacy asked. "Sir, I have no information at all, just what I told you. You'll have to come back in the morning." Gacy nodded and walked to the door. The watch officer saw that Gacy's shoes and trousers were covered with fresh mud. Wednesday, December 13, 1978. My office phone rang at about 11 a.m. "This is Terry Sullivan," I said. The caller was Lieutenant Joseph Kozenzak, who had asked to speak with the Assistant State's Attorney in charge. He said he needed some advice on a missing person case. I told him to come over. At the time, I was supervisor of the Cook County State's Attorney's 3rd District Office, which comprises a territory of 200 square miles and 1 million people in Chicago's northwest suburbs. With 12 assistant state's attorneys on my staff, I was in charge of felonies and misdemeanors, as well as smoothing out problems involving local police departments and village officials. Our offices in Des Plaines were Spartan, just one small room, maybe 15 by 20 feet, with a motley assortment of institutional furniture. I didn't even have my own desk. I just worked wherever I found the space, with my chief investigator not 5 feet away. We were hard-pressed to find a chair for Kozenzak. The lieutenant gave me a quick rundown of the facts, including Gacy's conviction for sodomy in Iowa. Because he thought Gacy might be holding Piest captive in his house, he wanted to get a search warrant. I looked over the arrest record. As usual, it was spare of details, but the sodomy listing was an ominous note. "You draw up a search warrant," I told Kozenzak, "and I'll approve it. But you're going to have to call Waterloo and get more details on the sodomy conviction." Kozenzak hesitated. "I've never drawn up a search warrant," he admitted. "Greg," I said, "get over here." My chief investigator, Greg Beto, was a sheriff's policeman detached for duty with the state's attorney's office. He had been assigned to me for about a year. I knew he was capable of writing a usable first draft for a search warrant, so I set him working with Kozenzak. The lieutenant instructed his office to get more information on Gacy's sodomy conviction. Then he and Beto sat down and hammered out a rough draft of the complaint we needed to get a judge's approval for a search warrant. At this stage, I was thinking we had a possible kidnapping. But if the Piest boy had got into Gacy's vehicle voluntarily, I couldn't very well show that he had been abducted. We needed more information from Iowa. I left the 2 policemen with Greg at the typewriter and did some further checking of my own. Rob Piest's parents, I learned, had been in the police station again that morning, and they had shown growing impatience over what they saw as police ineptitude. They were convinced that Rob was being held by Gacy, and Harold Piest wanted to storm the house and rescue his son. When they were told that Gacy had not shown up for his interview in the station, they were incensed that the police were treating him so gingerly. Kozenzak had attempted to placate them by telling Piest he was a licensed lie detector expert and that he would give Gacy a polygraph test. Piest was angry and scoffed at Kozenzak's plans. He and his family, he said, were no longer content to sit and wait. The meeting ended when the police, hoping to forestall any rash actions, told the Piests that Gacy would be interrogated in the station that morning and that they would attempt to search his house for any sign of Rob. I found that Jim Pickell and Ron Adams were not having total success ferreting information out of Waterloo, Iowa. Because of recent federal disclosure laws defining rights to privacy, authorities are cautious about divulging information, and the checking procedures are burdensome. There is no way over regular telephones for a law enforcement agency to establish its identity and its right to the information. The statutes are very vague on the exchange of police data, and mostly you have to rely on the courtesy of the other agency. Waterloo authorities were reluctant to say much about John Gacy, although there was no doubt they all knew about him. Finally, after a couple of hours of digging, the officers emerged with a few more details of the sodomy arrest. Gacy had worked at a Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant and got involved with some of his employees. He had bound and handcuffed his victims and had sex with one. They were teenage boys. At 11:40 a.m., Piquel ushered John Gacy into a conference room at the police station. Gacy, dressed in sweatshirt, dark wash pants, and leather jacket, had called Kozenczak at 11 and asked if he still wanted to see him. The lieutenant said he did. Gacy said he was having car trouble, but would be at the station in 20 minutes. Kozenczak detailed Piquel to conduct the interview and keep Gacy there until the lieutenant returned from my office. Gacy told how he had come to Nissen's at Phil Torf's request and spent an hour talking about the occasion when Gacy previously remodeled the store. He said he was at the pharmacy Monday night from about 5:30 to 7:15 when he went home and learned from his message recorder that Torf had called, reminding him that he had left his appointment book at the store. Torf had made it clear he had not called Gacy about the forgotten book. Gacy said he returned to Nissen's at 8 o'clock and left about 8:50. On the first trip, he said he was driving his Oldsmobile. On the second, his pickup truck. Aside from a conversation with Linda Mertes, Gacy said he had spoken to only one other employee, and that was in regard to shelving units in back of the store. He said he told Torf he would be hiring additional help in the summer, but at no time did he discuss jobs with any Nissen employee. After leaving the pharmacy, Gacy said he went home, checked his machine, and learned that his uncle was dying. He drove to Northwest Hospital in Chicago and was told by nurses that the man had died and that his aunt had gone home. He went to her house in Chicago, found her next door at a relative's house, and stayed and had a beer with them while discussing funeral arrangements. He got home, he said, between 12:30 and 1 a.m. Piquel asked Gacy about his business. Gacy said he had been involved in contracting for 10 years, in several states, specializing in drugstore and shopping center work. He said that he had done more than $1 million in business the year before. Previously, he had worked as a cook. He was also a lighting commissioner in Norwich and involved in Democratic politics in Chicago. From his wallet, he produced a card billing him as a precinct captain in Norwood Park Township. He added that he was responsible for putting on the Polish Constitution Day parade in Chicago, and that he would be going soon to Washington to supervise the national event. He said he had been divorced twice and was now enjoying single life. Piquel asked Gacy to make a written statement. The contractor said he would. The officer left for about a half hour, then came back and reviewed Gacy's 2 pages. He noticed there was no mention of the conversation about hiring summer help. Just the closing statement, "I at no time offered any employee a job." Just joking with Phil, since he stated that he wasn't making any money. Gacy said he would add the reference to summer hiring. He finished at 1:20, and Piquel asked him to wait in the detective bureau for Kozenczak's return. Gacy agreed. By now his paging device had beeped several times, and he asked if he could make a call. Piquel said he could use the phones all he wanted. By early afternoon, I was satisfied with the progress Beto had made on the complaint for a search warrant, and with the added information from Waterloo, I was ready to go with it. I had decided to specify unlawful restraint, which requires fewer elements of proof than kidnapping. I had the complaint and warrants retyped and prepared for the judge's signature. Gacy was becoming increasingly restless and anxious to get back to his work. For a while, he'd been content to chat with Piquel and use the telephone. Now he was complaining about all the business he was losing, and said he would wait for Kozenczak no later than 2:30. Piquel came across to my office with a series of reports. He wanted to leave, the detective said. "Sit with him," I said. "He says he's going to call his lawyer." "Fine, let him call." His lawyer called. "Fine, talk to him." His lawyer called again. "Tell his lawyer," I said, "if he wants to talk about it, to call me." "Yes, sir," Piquel said. My phone rang moments later. The conversation went something like this. "Mr. Sullivan, Leroy Stevens here. I have a client, John Gacy." "Yep." "I understand you have him over there." "I don't have him." "Well, he's in custody of the police department, I think." "Is that right?" "Do you know that?" "Well, I've been told that." "Well, what are you going to do?" Well, I don't know. Pause. Anything else, Mr. Stevens? Are you going to let him go? I don't have him. Well, he's over at the police station. I want to tell you something. Yes, sir. Either charge him or release him. Okay, anything else? Well, what are you going to do? I don't know. Anything more? Well, no. Okay, goodbye. Gacy, of course, was not under arrest. He was simply being treated as a witness in for questioning. He had come to the station on his own and was never told he couldn't leave. Had he said, "I'm walking out," I would have had to decide whether to detain him as a suspect. I could then hold him for up to 48 hours without charging him. As it was, Gacy was freely roaming the detective bureau, although he couldn't have got out without a key. Those who sat with him simply used an old police ploy of making a witness feel important. Gacy took the bait and seemed to enjoy telling the officers about himself and his business influence. He was a heavy with the Democratic Party, he told Detective Raphael Tovar. Kozenczak and I took the finished search warrant downstairs to the office of Marvin Peters, an associate judge of the Cook County Circuit Court. The judge read the complaint, drafted in Kozenczak's name, then swore the lieutenant to it. It was 3:10 when Peters signed the warrant. I asked Kozenczak to bring the officers going on the search over to my office for instruction. A few minutes later, the lieutenant returned with Piquel, Tovar, and Detective Jim Counts. I explained what I had put into the warrant, an enumeration of Peaste's clothing, hair, and blood samples, and so forth, and told the officers they could look anywhere in Gacy's house those items might be found. In other words, if you're looking for a pink elephant or a television set, you can't legally look for them in someone's desk drawer because they obviously couldn't be there. Anything a policeman finds in the drawer, therefore, is inadmissible as evidence. But if you're in a place you have a right to be in, and you find something not specified in the warrant but of possible evidentiary value, the law does not require you turn your back. That's why the descriptions in the warrant were as specific as possible, rather than just saying Robert Peast or, God forbid, his body. I also told the officers that if they had any doubt about seizing something, they should take it. At worst, the reviewing judge would order it returned and rule it inadmissible as evidence. Meanwhile, bring the item in and let the lawyers determine its importance. If you later decide you want something you left behind, you will need a new search warrant to get it, and chances are that by then, it's gone. It was twilight when we walked through the breezeway back to the police station. Kozenczak had sent Adams and Olson to secure Gacy's premises, and a call had gone out to the county sheriff requesting the assistance of an evidence technician. The county maintains a well-equipped, expert staff of ETs who willingly assist suburban police departments. An ET would meet the Des Plaines officers at the house on Summerdale. From Kozenczak's office, I could see Gacy, in his black leather jacket, watching all the action. I told Piquel to get his keys. The detective returned a moment later. Gacy wouldn't give them to him, so I went over. "I'm a state's attorney," I told him, "and I'd like the keys to your house." "What for?" he asked. "I have a search warrant," I said, showing him the document. You never show a person the complaint from which the warrant is drawn, because it has information in it you don't want him to know you've got. "Well," Gacy said, "I'm not going to give them to you." "Mr. Gacy," I said, "we're trying to be nice to you. You have a choice. Either you give the police officers the keys and they'll go into your house peaceably, or they'll have to break down the door. What do you want to do?" Gacy said nothing, so I turned and walked away. "Big asshole," he muttered. "Go take the keys," I told Kozenczak back in his office. It wasn't necessary. Gacy had already given them to Piquel. "Don't get the place all messed up," he grumbled as the officers filed out. Gacy's one-story house had been built on a 60-foot lot on the south side of Summerdale Avenue back in the 1950s. On the east side, the main driveway ran straight, then turned west alongside a narrow shed attached to a new brick double garage. Tall hedges lined both sides of the property. In the backyard, to the rear of a recreation room that was obviously a more recent addition, sat a large brick grill. At the front of the house, near the semicircular driveway, stood an old municipal street lamp. The front door opened directly into what apparently had once been the living room, now divided by a temporary wall to the left of the doorway that blocked off a smaller room Gacy used as an office. The foreshortened living room had little furniture, but was filled with plants. On the walls hung numerous pictures of clowns. The room was like a gallery. Straight ahead in the hallway, the walls were decorated with a striking abstract pattern of bright yellow and brown. To the left lay the kitchen, and to the right the bathroom and 2 bedrooms. Gacy's in the front of the house. Off the kitchen was a laundry storeroom, and out in the new addition were a dining room and the recreation room Kozenzak and Piquel had been in the night before. In a closet off the front room, under a bag of golf clubs, officers found a trap door leading to a crawl space. The house had no basement. In the hallway ceiling, they saw another trap door with a pull-down ladder leading to the unfinished attic. In all the rooms, Gacy's housekeeping was meticulous. Adams and Olson had waited outside the darkened house about a half hour before they were joined by the other 4 Des Plaines officers and evidence technician Carl Humbert of the sheriff's police. Together they went inside, paired up, and began the search. Kautz was assigned to write the inventory of recovered evidence, noting its location before it was removed, and Humbert took color photographs of all rooms in the house. Kautz and Tovar started working toward the bedrooms. On Gacy's dresser, underneath a Motorola portable television, Tovar spotted a jewelry box containing dozens of trinkets and items of jewelry, including a Maine West High School ring. The ring, class of 1975, was inscribed with the initials JAS. At the bottom of the jewelry box was an Illinois driver's license issued to a Patrick J. Riley. In the dresser, he found 7 erotic Swedish films, a cigarette box containing plant material he suspected was marijuana, and rolling papers. In an armoire near Gacy's queen-size bed, Tovar found a large and varied supply of pills, mostly pharmaceutical stock, as opposed to the low-grade stuff he encountered on the street. Also in the armoire were a switchblade knife, 2 sex books, a bag containing starter pistol blanks, more of what Tovar thought was marijuana, and a temporary Illinois driver's license issued to Matthew F. Cooper. Both Cooper's name and Patrick Riley's have been changed. In Gacy's closet were 3 suits, one a sort of cranberry. Another, a black one, had a long accumulation of dust on the shoulders. Inside brown envelopes were 8 more sex books. The other bedroom, seemingly unused, had some personal possessions of a Marion Gacy, his mother, the officers assumed, as well as a mail-order rendering of the Gacy family genealogy. In a dresser, they found a pair of handcuffs and keys and more pills. Behind the door was a 2x4 about 3 feet long, with 2 holes drilled in each end. In the office, the detectives saw color photographs on the wall of a clown in various stages of makeup. When they looked closely at the pudgy face, they saw it was John Gacy. Above the photos was a big picture of Bobby Vinton. In a file drawer, they found business cards for John Gacy, Democratic Precinct Captain. A 6mm Italian starter pistol was in the top drawer of Gacy's desk. On the pull-down stairway to the attic, Olson noticed fresh splotches of spray paint, like a red primer, on some of the treads. He tried to see if the paint was covering darker stains, but he couldn't tell. In the attic, under some insulation, officers found police badges and an 18-inch rubber dildo. Elsewhere in the house, searchers found a hypodermic syringe, a small brown bottle, a plastic card holder that had a reverse image of a library card on one sleeve, various items of clothing obviously too small for Gacy, and more books, Tight Teenagers, Heads and Tails, Pederasty, Sex Between Men and Boys, The Rights of Gay People, The Great White Swallow, 21 Abnormal Sex Cases. Gacy also had several dozen other books, mostly texts and self-help titles. Some of these had been checked out from the library of the Iowa Men's Reformatory at Anamosa. Near the bathroom door in the hallway, Humbert cut out a section of carpeting that had been stained with what he suspected was blood. The State Crime Laboratory could determine its type and subgroups. Blood is not an absolute identifier, but analysts can be reasonably sure that a sample did or did not come from a particular person. Dried blood holds up for a long time. Moist blood that's been isolated from the air decays rapidly and is useless for identification. The sample from Gacy's carpet was in good condition for examination. In the kitchen, Kozenzak noticed a reddish-orange ticket sticking out of a bag of trash on the floor. A customer photo receipt. It had the name, address, and phone number of Nissen Pharmacy and the serial number 36119. Kozenzak listed it on the inventory sheet and slipped it into an evidence bag. Midway through the search, Olson saw officers talking to a young man who had come into the house. The youth gave his name as Chris Gray. It has been changed here, and said that he worked for Gacy. He was returning Gacy's truck and asked if he could call a cab. He had to pick up his girlfriend at work. Olson thought that Gray was making a point of mentioning the woman in his life, just as Walsh had done. "It smells really bad down there," Olson said, nodding toward the open trapdoor in the closet, "just like sewage." Gray looked into the crawl space. "Yeah, John's been having trouble with seepage and stuff," he said. Tovar and Humbert entered the room and said they were going into the crawl space. Humbert, somewhat shorter than Tovar, jumped down first. A single light bulb gave the only illumination. To the side of the entryway was a sump pump. Humbert went farther into the crawl space, and now Tovar jumped down. The men had less than 3 feet of headroom from the ground to the floor joists. In the dim light, the officers saw cobwebs and heating ducts overhead. Humbert shined a flashlight all around. The ground was covered with a damp mat of grayish-yellow powder, probably lime. From their search of the house and attic, garage and shed, and the grounds outside, the officers had found some interesting things. But they had failed in the main mission. Now, in the crawl space, they thought they might at last find some clue as to the fate of Rob Piest, such as a mound of fresh earth or other signs of digging. They found nothing. The ground was intact. The Des Plaines Police Department's tactical group, known as Delta Unit, was made up of 4 officers, including their commander, Sergeant Wally Lang. These men were assigned to special investigations, usually drug-related, and their job was to look seedy and blend into the surroundings. They drove jacked-up junkers with stereo speakers and tape decks and other favored teenage trappings. They wore jeans, T-shirts, scruffy tennis shoes, parkas. They grew long hair and beards. Now Delta Unit joined the Piest investigation. When Delta officers Ron Robinson and Bob Schultz reported for their shift at 5 p.m., Lang told them they would all search for Rob Piest in the large forest preserve between Des Plaines and the northwest outskirts of Chicago. Gacy, driving from Nissen's to his house, might have killed the boy and dumped his body in an isolated area. A block east of Des Plaines River Road, on Touhy Avenue, the officers spotted fresh tire tracks in the snow, heading north down a bridle path. Schultz followed the tracks as far as he could, but was soon stopped by muddy potholes. While he and Lang waited in the car, Robinson proceeded ahead on foot with a flashlight. 10 minutes later, he called them on his portable radio. "I found a campfire," he said. "It's still smoldering. There's a jacket lying close by." "What color is the coat?" Lang radioed back. "Red," Robinson replied. "Wrong color," Lang said. "Come on back." The officers continued to circle the forest preserve, looking for either fresh tire tracks or footprints leading in, but heavy traffic and darkness hindered their work. They decided to come back on Thursday during the day. I was disappointed when Greg told me the results of the search of Gacy's house. "Boy, he sure is a kinky son of a bitch," Greg said over the phone when he described the items. But we were no closer to finding Rob Piest than before. "I told Kozenzak we could charge him with contributing to the delinquency of a minor," Beto said, "but that's a real long shot." I agreed. "Gacy's still here, and I told Kozenzak we might as well have another go with him before we cut him loose. It can't hurt anything." "Call me at home," I said. During the execution of the search warrant, Officer Mike Albrecht was babysitting Gacy in the detective room. They chatted some, then Albrecht watched the contractor riffle through his appointment book and make phone calls. Leroy Stevens had arrived, and at intervals Albrecht would go to the front waiting area to listen to the lawyer's threats of trouble if he didn't get to see his client right away. But Gacy had not requested to see his attorney, and he was not being interrogated, so the stalling tactics were bona fide. After the officers returned from the search and Gacy was informed that his car and pickup truck had been confiscated, he protested to anyone who would listen, "Okay, you've played your game. How am I going to get home? Why am I being treated this way?" He was moved to an interview room in the back of the station, near the lockup. Beto and Kozenzak joined him. Greg did most of the questioning. Gacy continued his complaints. He had a heart condition, the room was too cold, and so forth. Just to be on the safe side, Beto handed the contractor a Miranda waiver and asked him to read it and sign it. By doing so, Gacy would be acknowledging that he had been informed that he had the right to remain silent, that anything he said could be used as evidence against him in court, and that he had the right to have an attorney present. "I'm not signing anything," Gacy said, "until I talk to my lawyer." Kozenzak summoned Stevens. Beto explained the situation and told the lawyer of Gacy's request. Stevens read the statement and advised his client not to sign it. "Fine," Beto said. "If you don't mind, Counselor, I'm just going to note on the margin that Mr. Gacy refused to sign this Miranda per your advice. Refusal to sign a waiver, of course, is not admissible in a courtroom. If Gacy refused to sign it, he was free to walk out the door. In that case, however, we would have assumed that he was hiding something." "John, do you know anything about this?" Stevens asked. "Did you have anything to do with this missing boy?" "Of course not," said Gacy in a tone of exasperation. "Then go ahead and sign it," Stevens told him. That done, Beto asked Gacy to recount his activities of Monday night. Gacy said that he had spoken only briefly about shelving to one of the two boys who were stalking in Nissens. He acknowledged, however, that Rob might have overheard him talking with Torf about summer hiring. "Why didn't you come in to see Lieutenant Kozenzak on Tuesday night when he asked you to?" Beto said. Gacy said he had business to attend to. And when he did start to come in, he got stuck. "Where?" Beto asked. "At Summerdale in Cumberland," Gacy said. "He had to pull to one side of the street to let another car pass, then got stuck. That was at about 1 o'clock. He'd rocked the car out, gone home, then come into the police station." Beto changed the subject. "You're divorced, aren't you?" Gacy nodded. "On what grounds?" "That's it," Stevens said. There would be no more questions. It was 9:30 p.m. After almost 10 hours, the policeman released John Gacy in the company of his lawyer. In the security garage at the rear of the station, evidence technicians Humbert and William Dato were processing Gacy's car, which they had towed off the street near the station. They found miscellaneous papers, parking tickets, grape candy, and a 40-channel realistic CB radio. The ETs vacuumed the interior to pick up hair or clothing fibers they might be able to link to Rob Peast. People's hair is always falling out. Although hairs can't be matched, lab experts find similarities between them by looking at the core, the color, the thickness, the texture, and the pattern of the spikes coming off them. With the proper 3 hairs and 12 fibers, an expert can establish that a certain person has definitely been in a car. The men also dusted the doors, glass, seat belts, mirrors, any smooth surfaces on which a fingerprint of the missing boy might appear. But in northern winters, people generally wear gloves, and cars are dirty with salts, road film, and dust, making it virtually impossible to get a usable print. Tonight's results were negative. Beto and Kozenzak came in and inspected the car. The right rear wheel and quarter panel were impacted with wet mud and bits of sod. In the truck, the spare tire and jack base were similarly covered, as were the brake pedal and accelerator inside. Gacy hadn't mentioned using his spare. "He's lying," Beto said. The two men walked back to Kozenzak's office, where the lieutenant glanced at the reports written that day. Adams had gone to Maine West and got Rob's picture and personal possessions, and Olson had picked up Rob's hairbrush and cap for hair samples from the family. Adams had also talked with the head nurse who had been on duty Monday night on Gacy's uncle's floor at Northwest Hospital. She didn't recall Gacy's visit. Pickell had arranged for the Chicago Daily Bulletin, a brochure circulated to police departments in the area, to publish a wanted listing for Rob Piest. He had also checked the Cook County morgue. There were no bodies fitting Rob's description. Beto said they had to find Rob before they could go any further with John Gacy, who obviously wouldn't say anything more without a lawyer. Beto said that if the lieutenant didn't mind, he'd like to work with Des Plaines on the case. Kozenzak said he would welcome Beto's involvement. "What's next?" he asked. "Walsh and Gray," Beto replied. One thing was sure. If Gacy was telling the truth about getting stuck at Cumberland and Summerdale, there would be no missing the crater he left behind. Thursday, December 14, 1978. It seemed unlikely, although still possible, that Rob Piest was a runaway. But if Gacy had abducted Rob, what had he done with him? By mid-morning, we knew that Gacy had lied to us about getting stuck. On his way to work, Beto had checked the intersection of Cumberland and Summerdale and found a paved crossing with curbs and gutters and no sign of muddy ruts. Still, we could not afford to come down hard on John Gacy. He could slap us with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit for harassment. Our best bet at the moment was to focus the investigation on the evidence that the police had collected Wednesday night at 8213 Summerdale. These items were displayed in the small interview room off the Detective Bureau, in which Kozenzak had set up his polygraph. The ring with the initials JAS was interesting because it was from Maine West High School. Did it have something to do with Rob Piest? I told Kozenzak to have his men find its owner. I uncapped and sniffed the neck of the brown bottle. The inside smelled like something that could knock a person out. The bottle was empty, but it was possible that the State Crime Laboratory could determine its previous contents. I was confounded by the items that were obviously not Gacy's, the driver's licenses issued to Cooper and Riley. Who were these people, and how did they fit into Gacy's life? At this point, the Robert Piest case was becoming the John Gacy case. I told Kozenzak I wanted Gacy put under 24-hour surveillance. At about 11 o'clock, Kozenzak told me that Rob Piest's parents were once again in the station, and he asked what we should tell them. I wanted to bolster their confidence by showing them that the state's attorney's office was now involved, and said I would see them. Kozenzak took Beto and me up to the second-floor conference room, introduced us to the parents, then left. Elizabeth Piest seemed totally drained. She and her husband both looked as if they hadn't slept all week. Although I wanted to reassure them, I didn't want them to think that we were miracle workers. On Wednesday, I had thought that Rob was being held captive. Today, however, I was pessimistic. "Don't get your hopes up too high," I told the Piests, as gently as I could. "The chances of your son being found alive are very slim." I didn't know then that they had already abandoned hope. They told us more about Rob, his good grades, his interest in math and science, his wanting to be an astronaut. He had money he'd earned, $900 in the bank, $80 in his dresser, and all of it was still there. They talked of his love for camping, the canoe trips he'd gone on with his father, once to Canada, once to an area southwest of Chicago, where the Des Plaines and the Kankakee rivers flow together and become the Illinois. Yes, he and his girlfriend, Carrie Gibbons, had parted. She had been special to him, and he had told his mother that much one day when they were chatting in his bedroom. Rob feared that Carrie was becoming more interested in a senior boy. "If you feel that way about her," Elizabeth had told her son, "you shouldn't give up. You'll never lose if you keep fighting." But even though Rob and Carrie had broken up weeks ago, they were still friends, still talking reconciliation. Rob certainly wouldn't run away because of girl trouble. He never ran away. When we talked about what happened Monday night, The Piests focused their attention on Phil Torf. Elizabeth felt that he had been evasive and was trying to protect Gacy. Why was he so unhelpful about Gacy's address? What were Torf and his friend doing around Nissens until 1 a.m., 3 hours after closing? I assured them that we knew Gacy's background and were dealing with him as aggressively as we could, but I did not describe him as the main suspect or disclose what we knew of his previous criminal activities. I didn't want them to take the law in their own hands. Finally, I told them that it was essential they not talk to reporters. We had learned nothing new from the Piests, but talking with them absolutely convinced Beto and me that Rob was not a runaway. After the Piests left, we put together the chronology of Monday night's events at Nissen Pharmacy, piece by piece, as we began interviewing witnesses and taking statements. Pickell talked to Linda Mertis and Carrie Gibbons. Adams and Pickell together interviewed Phil Torf and Todd Podgorny, the other Maine West High School boy who was working in the store that night. I saw Kim Byers. Officers interviewed half a dozen other youths, all of whom agreed that Rob was an unlikely runaway, but none of them had seen him since he had hurried out of Nissens 3 days ago. Early in the afternoon, Kozenzak told me the Delta unit of the Des Plaines police force would be there to handle the surveillance of Gacy. The 3 officers of the unit, Ron Robinson, Bob Schultz, and Dave Hackmeister, would work 12-hour shifts, and their sergeant, Wally Lang, would fill in where needed. Should Gacy be our man and decide to return to the scene of the crime, we would now have witnesses. Lang assigned Robinson and Schultz to the first shift, from noon to midnight. Schultz would watch Gacy's house, and Robinson was to stake out the house of Gacy's newly widowed aunt. The funeral of Gacy's uncle was to take place today. Robinson called the funeral director, one of his childhood friends, who told them there were no gatherings scheduled after the burial. The widow, and probably Gacy, would be returning to her house on Chicago's northwest side in the early afternoon. Robinson parked his car about 100 yards down the street. At about 3:30, he saw a car stop at the house. Several people got out and went inside. A short time later, a man and woman came out, got in the car, and drove off, the man at the wheel. Robinson followed them. On the Kennedy Expressway, heading downtown, Robinson pulled abreast of them and looked across at the driver. He was thin and had no mustache. Recalling the mugshot from Northbrook, Robinson was sure the man was not Gacy. He dropped back, noted the license number, and returned to the aunt's house. On Summerdale, all was quiet. Schultz and Lang were not sure what Gacy would be driving now that his car had been impounded. Lang decided to explore the Christmas tree lot at St. Joseph's, which by now he knew had been leased to a Ronald Rohde, an acquaintance of Gacy's. Lang went into the church and got permission to go up inside one of the towers. He was unable to get a good view of Rohde's operation, however, so he wandered about the tree lot instead. Seeing no sign of Gacy, he returned to Summerdale. By early evening, as Robinson sat in his car, he was experiencing the discomforts and boredom of surveillance. The temperature was dropping, and Robinson periodically idled his engine to get heat. The Delta officers called his car the Batmobile. It was a 1973 Plymouth with a jacked-up front end. Schultz had rigged phony stereo speakers inside. While changing his sitting position, Robinson accidentally poked his size 13 shoe into some loose wiring under the dashboard. He heard an arcing snap and smelled smoke. Quickly, he shut off the ignition. Peering under the dashboard, he saw some still smoldering insulation. He radioed the station. "Don't worry," he reassured them. "I haven't burned to the ground yet." They decided to take no chances, however, and detailed Olson to ferry another car to him, just in case. Late in the afternoon, Kozenzak sent Raphael Tovar and Sergeant Jim Ryan to bring Gacy's employee Richard Walsh into the station for questioning. Walsh lived with his wife and infant son on the second floor of a 2-flat dwelling on Chicago's north side. His wife told the officers that her husband wasn't home, but that she expected him shortly. She invited them in to wait. Mrs. Walsh, a small, thin, attractive woman, asked if their questions were about John Gacy. The officers said they were. Gacy was kind of weird, she offered. He was always trying to get Dick to leave her, she said. He often called her, saying that when Dick worked late, he was running around with other women. "Have you ever been to Gacy's house?" Tovar asked. She had, and said that Dick had been living at Gacy's when she began dating him. Gacy had some odd things in his house, she added. "Like what?" Tovar asked. "A board with chains attached to it," she said. "Can you describe it?" Tovar asked. "It was like a 2x4, about that long," she said, pointing to a carpenter's level propped against the wall. Mrs. Walsh offered that her husband had been arrested in Cicero for beating Gacy, and he was still on court supervision for the offense. When Tovar asked if Gacy had ever made a play for her husband, she said she didn't know, but she'd heard that someone had once sent a friend over to Gacy's for some Valium, and the contractor had propositioned him. But on occasion she had seen Gacy in the company of a woman. Walsh still hadn't arrived, and his wife suggested that the officers might find him at Coach's Corner, a nearby tavern where he often stopped after work. The officers didn't know what Walsh looked like. "What kind of car does he drive?" Tovar asked. "A white Plymouth Satellite," she told him. Tovar and Ryan left and cruised the vicinity of the tavern. They didn't see Walsh's car, so they stopped for coffee. An hour later they returned to Walsh's house. He was still not home. Mrs. Walsh again invited them in. She talked about herself and her child for a while. Then Tovar gave her his card and asked her to have Walsh call him at the station. As the officers were getting into their car, they saw a white Plymouth pull up to the curb. "Are you Dick Walsh?" Tovar asked the driver. He was. "We'd like you to come to the police station," Tovar told him. "We want to talk to you." "About the Gacy thing?" Walsh asked. Tovar nodded. "Okay. Do you mind if I go up and talk to my wife first?" The three men went inside, and the officers sat at the table while Walsh ate the dinner his wife had prepared. On the way to the station, Walsh, a short, heavy-set young man with long blonde hair and a youthful face, said that Gacy was very upset about something. He had gone to a bank and withdrawn $4,000 in case he needed it for bond. He had asked Walsh not to badmouth him in any way. Walsh told the officers he had worked for Gacy for quite some time. When he started, Gacy had asked about his sexual preference, saying that he himself was quite liberal. Walsh allowed as how he preferred women, and if there were any strings attached to the job, he wasn't interested. Gacy had dropped the subject. Tovar and Ryan arrived at the station at about 8 o'clock and turned Walsh over to Kozenzak, who got nothing more out of him. I now had no doubt that there was a connection between Rob Piest and John Gacy. If Gacy had hurriedly dumped or even buried Rob's body, an air search of the area, fanning out from the route between Nissen's and Gacy's house, seemed to be the quickest way of finding the site. There had been no fresh snowfall in a week, so any signs of digging or tire tracks should still be visible. The Chicago Fire Department generally was very cooperative in making their helicopter available for criminal investigations such as this, but unfortunately it was being used for an emergency job and wasn't available. Greg Beto suggested calling a colleague of his in the sheriff's police, Cliff Johnson, who flew, among other aircraft, search and rescue helicopters with the Air National Guard. "Don't worry," Greg said. "He won't leak anything." Johnson agreed to search, but he couldn't work our target area during daylight because it lay in the terminal control area for 2 runways to O'Hare, just a couple of miles away. At night, when there was less airport traffic, the restrictions were somewhat relaxed. And, as Johnson pointed out, it would be easier to spot something in the snow at night, using the powerful spotlight on the underside of the aircraft. Early in the evening, Johnson came to Kozenzak's office for a briefing. Because of government regulations, civilians were not allowed to go aloft with him, so Johnson would be given a police radio, and 2 officers in a car would be assigned to follow him as ground coordinators. We defined the search area as a corridor on either side of Des Plaines River Road, starting with the high-rise apartment and commercial construction on Chicago's far northwest side, and going through the forest preserves to the north. I monitored the search from a radio in Kozenzak's office, where I had set up an easel and was beginning to diagram the key elements of the investigation. The controlled airspace on an approachway is like an inverted, tiered wedding cake. The closer Johnson got to the axis of the runway, the lower he was required to fly. For this reason, he couldn't cover the entire search area. Several times he reported being warned away by airport ground controllers. It was apparent that he was making O'Hare officials nervous. Whenever Johnson spotted something unusual, the officers went in on foot to investigate. They found a jacket, but it was too old and rotten to be pieced. Other findings were nothing more than logs or shadows. At 10:10, after an hour's search, they called it quits. Although Piquel and Adams had interviewed Phil Torf earlier, I sent Beto and Kautz out that evening to question him in greater detail. Torf confirmed that he had denied Rob's request for a raise, saying that no one would be getting one until after the first of the year. He told the officers that it was about 7:15 when he noticed that Gacy had left his appointment book at the pharmacy. Gacy, he said, supposedly had another appointment at 7 p.m., but he didn't know where. Again, he denied calling Gacy about the appointment book. Torf mentioned that Joe Hakeluck had come to the store about 11:30 p.m. to pick up Joe's brother's car, which they had used earlier in the day for a delivery. He added that, at his request, Hakeluck had gone to the tree lot shortly after 1 a.m. and left a message with Torf's roommate that the lights were out and everything was quiet. "Why didn't you tell Mrs. Peast where Gacy lived the first time she asked you?" Greg asked. "Because John Gacy is a nice guy," Torf responded. "Is John Gacy gay?" "I don't know." One thing that stood out was Torf's observation that Gacy and Walsh were unusually close, and Walsh became that much more interesting. Walsh himself had given us leads. Why had Gacy told him he anticipated having to make bond? What did Walsh know about Gacy that he could badmouth him? No answers yet, but some very interesting questions. At about 11 p.m., Lang picked up Hackmeister at the station, and in a manner that had earned him the nickname Power Slide, drove him to the house on Summerdale to relieve Schultz. Nearing the house, they heard Schultz report on the radio that a van had pulled into Gacy's driveway. Just as the two officers arrived, they saw the van leaving. It had a PDM sign. After it turned onto a side street, Lang stopped short of the intersection and told Hackmeister to run to the corner and see where it was going. Hackmeister looked, then rushed back to the car. The van, he reported, was out of sight. They circled the block and saw no sign of it. While he waited at the house, Schultz inspected the back of Gacy's property. He saw nothing unusual. Coming back to the street, he slipped and fell in the snow. When Lang and Hackmeister returned, he told them that he didn't know who was driving the van, but whoever it was appeared to be male, about 20, with blonde hair. So at least they hadn't lost Gacy. But neither had they found him. Robinson was doing no better at the home of Gacy's aunt. When her lights went out about 10 o'clock, he left and checked the houses of Gray and Walsh. No sign of Gacy. Lang told him to return to the station. Schultz told Hackmeister that several times he had seen an old Chevy circle the block with its lights out. Before departing with Schultz, Lang told Hackmeister to radio the station if Gacy showed up, and they'd try to send another car. Gacy's outside light burned brightly, but it did not shine on its owner's return. Hackmeister saw the car he thought Schultz was referring to, slowly cruising on Summerdale, its lights out. He saw it stop in front of the duplexes west of Gacy's. Two men got out and looked into some cars parked on the street. He radioed this intelligence to the station, and a few minutes later a Chicago tactical car arrived. The officers frisked the men, then took them into custody. Hackmeister figured they'd made a drug bust. Gacy's light burned on into the early morning. With nothing to do, nothing to report, Hackmeister spent the night listening to the sound of the wind, an occasional static pop on the radio, and as he fought the battle of boredom, the electronic bleeps from his Mattel football game. I was sure we were sitting on something big. But could we crack it with an essentially good, though small and inexperienced suburban police department like Des Plaines? During the day, Tovar had taken pictures of various routes between Nissen's and Gacy's house. There was an awful lot of ground, parking lots, alleys, forest preserve trails, where a body could be dumped and at least temporarily hidden. Olson and Summershield had spent 3 hours canvassing the neighborhood around Nissen's for anybody who might have seen a heavy-set man in his 30s talking to a teenage boy on Monday night. Results nil. Evidence technicians Carl Humbert and Daniel Genty had processed Gacy's pickup truck and had found nothing significant other than a broken hammer handle under the passenger's seat and a short piece of rope. And the 4-man surveillance team hadn't even found Gacy. As I drove home in the early hours of the morning, I was feeling nothing but fatigue and frustration. Friday, December 15, 1978. We were stalled. The surveillance team still hadn't connected with Gacy, and in these crucial hours, he was unobserved, free to do whatever he needed to do to cover up his tracks. What's more, we were told that his lawyers were preparing a harassment suit on their client's behalf, naming the city of Des Plaines, the police department, and various officers as defendants. This could be a serious threat to our investigation. 2 questions about Gacy still nagged at us. Why were Gacy and his car covered with mud? Why was he more than 4 hours late in reporting to the police station early Wednesday morning? We now suspected that if he had killed Rob Piest, he had disposed of the body before coming to the station. That would account for the mud. But where was it from? Couts called the soil chemistry testing laboratory at the University of Illinois. They could test samples from Gacy's car, they told him, but only for such things as farmers want to know: soil structure, acidity, and nutrient content. There was no way they could tell where the mud came from. I wanted to continue searching uninhabited areas, such as the forest preserves and construction sites. Kozenzak had arranged to have the search and rescue unit go out in the field with their dog teams. After they had sniffed an article of Rob's clothing, the dogs would react if they encountered a similar scent. The teams were scheduled to spend the weekend combing our target area. Despite our lack of progress, the Piests, at least, were not prepared to see the investigation falter. Harold, Elizabeth, Ken, and Carrie came into the station again on Friday morning. Although they conceded that the investigation was police business, they wanted to put out flyers showing Rob's picture, listing his description and the location he was last seen, and requesting that any information about him be given to the Des Plaines police. Friends, neighbors, schoolmates, and the Boy Scouts would photocopy and distribute them all over town. Kozenzak gave his approval. Piquel asked the Piests if Rob had a Des Plaines library card. They said they thought he did, and that he carried it with him. After the Piests left, Piquel and Adams went to the library and confirmed that Rob did have a card. From looking at a sample, however, it was clear that it could not make the sort of impression left in the wallet card holder recovered from Gacy's house. I became rather impatient with Kozenzak that morning and lost my temper. I asked if they had found out who owned the Maine West class ring, and he said his men were stymied. The manufacturer was out of business. I was dumbfounded. How many people, I shouted, have the initials JAS? I told him to check the school and find the owner right away. If I seemed harsh, it was because I was totally wrapped up in the case. My assistants were now keeping the machinery of my district functioning as I focused on the Piest investigation. At first, I diplomatically suggested to Kozenzak what I thought needed doing. Now I was telling him. He had come to me for help, and I had given it to him. Now I could see he wanted continued guidance and was abdicating leadership of the investigation. The statutes are inconclusive on the relationship between the state's attorney's office and the police, but the prosecutor's office clearly has an investigatory responsibility. And I did not want to see a small and unsophisticated suburban police department mishandle what could be a very important case. That's why I moved in with my easel and coffee machine to boot. We still had not picked up any Chicago Police Department records on Gacy, so Tovar and Ryan went downtown to get a current rap sheet. The Chicago Department serves as a clearinghouse of information for law enforcement agencies in the metropolitan area. Their records would be more current and more complete than those we had from Northbrook. 2 items on the Chicago report were blacked out, indicating that they were FBI matters. Gacy's last arrest, on July 15, 1978, was for battery. The victim was Jeffrey D. Rignall of Winter Park, Florida. Rignall, a 27-year-old student, was walking on Chicago's near North Side at 1:30 a.m. on March 22. A man driving a black car with spotlights pulled up and asked him if he wanted to split a joint of marijuana. Rignall got in the car. A short time later, the driver reached over and held a rag over his mouth. Rignall lost consciousness. He awoke behind a statue in Lincoln Park on Chicago's lakefront about 4:30 a.m. with burns on his face and rectal bleeding. He walked to the friend's apartment where he was staying and fell asleep. In a supplementary report, Rignall told police he had later rented a car and set up a surveillance near the Kennedy Expressway on Chicago's northwest side, where he recalled the man had taken him. After 3 days, he spotted the black car and gave the license number to police. The car was Gacy's. Although there had been several court dates since July, the case was still pending. I knew we had to talk to Rignall, and I told Tovar to find him. Meanwhile, Pickell and Olson continued interviewing friends of Rob's and witnesses at Nisson's, but turned up nothing new. Kozenzak called Gacy's former wife. She said she couldn't come in for questioning today, but would come in tomorrow. Did she know of any other associates of Gacy the police might interview? She mentioned a John Bukovich, a former employee she had been particularly fond of, but said he might be hard to find. Gacy told her the youth had run away. An evidence technician went to the Peast's house and successfully lifted fingerprints of Rob from his 35mm Canon camera and other personal possessions. He also brought back a microscope slide containing what the parents thought was a smear of Rob's blood their son had used in an experiment. Hackmeister had been watching Gacy's house in vain. By dawn on Friday, as other houses on the block were coming to life, it was evident that Gacy had spent the night elsewhere. Hackmeister's presence had now been noted by at least one of Gacy's neighbors, who kept peeking out at him from behind her living room drapes. At 8:45, a black and yellow Oldsmobile Cutlass pulled up to Gacy's house. Hackmeister radioed the station that there was activity. A man got out, looked around the front of the house, picked up the newspaper, then unlocked the door and went inside. The man was slim, probably in his 50s, and Hackmeister knew it wasn't Gacy. He asked the station for a license check. The car was registered to a Gordon Nebel of Norwich. About an hour later, a black van with a PDM sign drove past Hackmeister. The youth driving did a double-take when he spotted the officer. Then the van pulled into Gacy's driveway. 20 minutes later, a white Ford pickup and a silver Plymouth Volare came down Summerdale. The truck made a U-turn at the end of the block and drove off. The Volare pulled into Gacy's driveway. Hackmeister saw a stocky man wearing a leather jacket and wash pants get out and go into the house. The man, he knew, was Gacy, and he had no doubt that the driver of the van was telling Gacy he was being watched. Lang, Schultz, and Robinson arrived in 2 cars at about 11 o'clock. As Hackmeister sat in his car briefing Schultz, the PDM van pulled up to them. The same youth was driving. "You guys cops?" he asked. Hackmeister nodded. "You scared the shit out of me last night. Why were you following me?" "We're not following you," Hackmeister said. "It's no big thing. We're just watching a house." The officers thought rightly the youth must be Chris Gray. Hackmeister turned the car over to Schultz and left with Lang to go back to the station. A couple of blocks away, they heard Schultz on the radio. "Gacy's leaving." Lang wheeled the car around and rushed back to Summerdale. Robinson had taken off after Gacy. Schultz had been facing the wrong way. A couple of minutes later, Robinson radioed, "I lost him." The score was now Gacy 3, the Coppers nothing. Gacy's driving habits and the weather weren't helping. It was alternately warming and freezing, and the streets were treacherous. The real question was whether the Delta unit could keep their old beaters going against the Volare Gacy had apparently rented. In any case, the surveillance team was back where it started, much in the position of the jungle cook reading the recipe for tiger soup. First, catch the tiger. After his interview with Dick Walsh on Thursday night, Kozenzak had concluded that he was dealing with a wise guy, and most of us would come to share that opinion. Given Walsh's attitude, we were surprised when he called the station just before 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Piquel talked to him while Kozenzak listened in. Walsh said he had been thinking about the missing person aspect of the case, and because Kozenzak had asked him to call back with any information he thought might be useful, he was now offering this. One of Gacy's former employees, Gregory Godsick, had disappeared a couple of years ago, not even a week after he was hired. Walsh said Godsick was about 16 or 17, lived near Gacy, and went to Taft High School in Chicago. To his knowledge, the youth had never been found. Gacy had told Walsh that the boy had got beaten in a fight over a girl and was too embarrassed to show his face. Walsh said there was another employee, Charles Itullo, who was found drowned in a river in a town about 70 miles south or southwest of Chicago. Walsh didn't remember the name of the town, but he thought Itullo's wife lived there. Furthermore, he wasn't sure of the spelling of either name. The officers thanked Walsh and told him to call back if he remembered anything else. Piquel immediately called Chicago police and asked them to check their active missing file for a Gregory Godsick. The youth was in there. Gregory Godsick, 5'9", 140 pounds, blonde hair, gray eyes, 17 years old, last seen December 12, 1976. His address was in Chicago, about a mile from Gacy's. Tovar, who had spent most of the day on the phone trying to track Jeffrey Rignall in Chicago and Florida, now started to pursue the Itullo lead. On a map, he drew a circle with a 75-mile radius from Chicago and sent leads messages to police jurisdictions near the southern portion of the arc. He requested information on victims, known or unidentified, whose bodies had been found in rivers. He also began telephoning, making the same request, and got the same answer everywhere. "Our record section is shut down for the night." Early closing hours weren't the only hindrance to the investigation. In the hall were camped a reporter and crew from Channel 7, Chicago's ABC station. I had warned the Peast family not to talk to the press, and they hadn't. But the reporter, Sylvia Cisneros, had interviewed some of the people at Nissens and had some other information I was sure the police had leaked. She now wanted an official statement from me. I had to be careful. A television news report naming Gacy as our prime suspect would send his lawyers straight to federal district court for a temporary injunction. That would be the end of the investigation. I took her a cup of coffee and tried to get her confidence. "Look," I told her, "just hold on. I'll let you know when you've got a story. You know, there really isn't a story yet, but when there is, I'll talk to you first." She didn't buy that. I saw by the way her eyes flashed through her television makeup that she didn't believe me. I decided to try to get her to let me see what she had on tape. She didn't like it, but she finally agreed. On one condition. "I'll let you see the tape," she said, "if you talk to my assignment editor and tell him I've got a good story." "First, I've got to see it," I said. I looked at the tape through the viewfinder. The reporter had done her homework. She had a story that would have disclosed far more than we wanted. No way could I encourage her boss to run it. "No," I said, "I won't tell him you have the story. Because you don't." Furious, she wheeled around and stalked out, camera crew in tow. I hoped I'd bought some time. I went back to the interrogation room where I'd set up my command post. I was looking at our flowchart when Beto came in. "We've got another missing," he said. "The kid who owned the Maine West class ring. Adams just talked to the mother. My eyes went as wide as a couple of Eisenhower silver dollars. In less than an hour, we had learned of 4 youths, all linked with Gacy, who were missing or dead. John Bukovich, Gregory Godzik, and Charles Itulo were all Gacy's former employees, and the Maine West Boys' Ring had been found at Gacy's house. "What's his name?" I asked Greg. "John Schvitz," he said. "Adams and Kautz are going over to talk to his mother." Mrs. Richard Schvitz told the officers about the disappearance of her son John, who was last seen on January 20, 1977. At the time, he'd been living on the north side of Chicago and working as a repairman at an engineering firm in the Loop. He still had pay, including overtime, coming to him. When she and her husband went into his apartment, they found the bed unmade, his winter coat laid out, and incompleted tax forms on the kitchen table. Nothing was out of order, but several household items were missing: his 12-inch black-and-white TV, a digital clock radio, a hairdryer, and an iron. There were no signs of a break-in. Mrs. Schvitz said that they had been told by the Chicago police that John's car had been used by another youth in a robbery of a gas station in August 1977. The youth had told police he had bought the car from John in February. John apparently had told the buyer he needed money to leave town. Mrs. Schvitz said that she and her husband were deeply distressed by what they thought was lack of either interest or competence on the part of the police, and the fact that after a dozen follow-up calls, they still had not found her son. She said that she and her husband had paid a month's rent on John's apartment, but moved his personal things to their own home when he failed to return by the end of February 1977. She said she had a lot of his personal papers. Adams called the station, asking what papers they should bring in. My reply was simple: bring them all. Beto, meanwhile, had asked Kozenzak to send someone downtown to get missing persons reports on Schvitz, Godzik, and Bukovich. When Ryan arrived at Chicago headquarters, he was told he couldn't get the records tonight. They were locked up in a basement. Beto threw a tantrum and demanded that I call the top brass. This was our first argument. I didn't want to overreact, and I told him to settle down. As it turned out, Ryan didn't need any help. He had worked as a cadet at headquarters for 3 years. Moreover, he came from an old Chicago police family, and that counts for something. He collared the supervisor of records, who agreed to go down personally and dig out the records as a favor. After the embarrassment of losing Gacy again, the surveillance officers set out in different directions to find him. About 1 p.m., Lang alerted the other two that he had found Gacy's car at the office of his other attorney, Sam Amoranti, in Park Ridge, a suburb southeast of Des Plaines. Schultz and Robinson joined Lang, and there they sat for the rest of the afternoon playing electronic football. At 5:30, Gacy hurried out of the office, got into his car, and drove off. He was heading south on one of the main streets in the suburb when, apparently seeing that he was being followed, he made an abrupt U-turn and sped north. Robinson, by now, had had enough of Gacy's reckless driving. He turned his car sharply to the left, blocking the oncoming lanes of rush-hour traffic. This allowed Lang and Schultz to turn around, and Robinson fell in behind them. All three followed Gacy to an apartment on Lawrence Avenue in Norridge, which, from the license check that morning, they knew was the residence of Gordon Nebel. Gacy went into the building, and about 5 minutes later Amoranti arrived. The officers recognized him from his appearance as a public defender. About 10 minutes later, Amoranti came out and walked up to Schultz's car. "John knows he's being followed," Amoranti said, "and we're aware of the situation. I just ask one thing, that if you do make an arrest of any type, please notify me." He handed Schultz his card. "I'll be happy to cooperate," Schultz said, "but a lot depends on your client's driving habits." Gacy next drove to a house nearby in Norridge and went inside. 10 minutes later, a light-colored Chevrolet Suburban pulled up, and the driver went into the house. The driver, Gacy, and a third man came out shortly, got into the Suburban, and drove to an address on Chicago's north side. They were there about 45 minutes when Gacy's Norwich friend walked over to Robinson's car and told him they were going back to the house in Norwich. The driver of the Suburban raced through the side streets of Chicago at more than 50 miles an hour. The streets were still packed with ice, and the narrow ones usually had just one set of deep ruts to drive in. At Lawrence Avenue, the Suburban made an abrupt right turn in front of a bus at the curb and got on the Kennedy Expressway. The driver accelerated his vehicle up to 80 miles an hour and began weaving in and out of traffic. He turned onto exit ramps, then, at the last moment, swerved back onto the highway. Lang had been ordered not to harass Gacy or arrest him for traffic violations unless his reckless driving got extreme. Even though Gacy was not at the wheel, Lang decided this was extreme. "Arrest him," he barked into his radio. The officers put their portable red lights up on their dashboards and maneuvered into position, one in front of the Suburban, one to the left, and one trailing. They began forcing the driver to the shoulder. The police, in their battered vehicles, obviously had less to lose than the driver of the Suburban. He stopped, and the three men jumped out, both of Gacy's associates with their fists clenched. The driver, the younger man, stood about 6'2" and weighed some 215 pounds. The man from Norwich was shorter, but built like a bulldog. "You're under arrest for reckless driving," Lang told the driver. Both the driver and the other man were furious. They shouted threats at the officers and accused them of harassing their buddy. Gacy tried to play peacemaker. When Lang threatened to have the Suburban towed into the station, however, the older man sided with the police and berated the driver. The policeman identified the younger man as Donald Morrill, handcuffed him, and put him into Schultz's car. The other man, whom police identified as Ronald Rohde, owner of the tree lot, drove the Suburban, with Gacy as a passenger, to the Des Plaines police station. Lang and Robinson followed. At the station, Gacy was at first reluctant to come in, then changed his mind. "Why are you doing this to me?" he demanded. "The boss gives us a job to do," Robinson said, "and since he doesn't give us an explanation, I don't have one to give you." Schultz booked Morrill, while Gacy and Rohde stood in the waiting area, loudly complaining about the harassment. Morrill could not make bail, so Gacy and Rohde angrily went back to both their houses with police escort to get the necessary cash. At 11:40, 2.5 hours after his arrest, Morrill was released. The officers followed the men back to Norwich. Ryan had returned from Chicago with the missing person reports on Svich and Godzik. Headquarters had nothing on Bukovich, but it was possible we had an incorrect spelling. The reports on Svich's disappearance were mostly routine. The only exception was a notation from November 1977 that Svich's brother, just home from the army, told his parents that friends had seen John at the beach sometime the previous summer. When missing youths are seen by witnesses who should recognize them, investigators tend to regard the youths as no longer missing, and the case is given a lower priority. Perhaps this was why the Sviches detected a note of police disinterest. "Look at this," Tovar said. "Svich was driving a 1971 Plymouth Satellite." "That sounds familiar," Ryan said. "What kind of car did Walsh's wife say he had?" Tovar asked. "A white Plymouth Satellite," said Ryan. "What year would you figure?" Tovar asked. "It was kind of old," Ryan replied. Tovar called the radio room and gave them the 1976 plate number listed on Svich's disappearance report. The answer came back. No information. The plate was too old. Tovar went over to the Sondex machine, the microfiche retrieval system listing Illinois drivers, dates of birth, addresses, license numbers, and vehicle identification numbers. In police jargon, VIN numbers. The list, which is updated every year, is used by local police departments for a variety of law enforcement purposes, especially to ensure that local motorists buy the village tax sticker they are supposed to. Tovar checked for Dick Walsh's name and found that he had a 1971 white Plymouth Satellite, plate number ZE5523, VIN number RH23G1G739297. "Didn't you say you got an auto registration card from Svich's mom?" Beto asked Adams. He had. We looked at Svitch's VIN number. It was RH23G1G239297. We looked at Walsh's, RH23G1G739297. They were just one digit off. What was a 2 on Svitch's registration was a 7 on Walsh's. We continued to run registration checks. When we fed in the license number from Svitch's 1977 application and Walsh's current plate numbers, the Leeds computer showed the same discrepancy in numbers. When we fed in Svitch's VIN number, the computer reported no record, no license or ownership assigned in 1978. Tovar showed me a booklet from the National Auto Theft Bureau explaining how VIN numbers are assigned. If both those VIN numbers were legitimate, Chrysler would have had to have made 500,000 white Plymouth satellites at the same plant. This had to be the same car. I told Kozenzak to have the radio room run a title check with the Secretary of State's office. This takes longer than a registration check, but from it we would be able to trace, step by step, the ownership of this mysterious satellite. I no longer cared that it was past midnight. As we continued going through Svitch's papers, Tovar was berating himself for having seen John's name on something at Gacy's house and not having brought it in. From Svitch's address book, we got the impression that the youth had homosexual ties. Many of the addresses were in a mid-north gay neighborhood in Chicago, and he had a telephone number for a gay hotline. Also among the papers was a typed letter from a Chicago police detective. Mr. and Mrs. Svitch, I was unable to locate your son, but I did learn that he sold his auto in Feb of '77 and told the buyer that he needed the money to leave town. Investigator Harry Bellamini, Area 5GA 2138 North California Avenue. I took some time to go through the other reports Ryan had brought back. Gregory J. Godzik, 17, was last seen at 1:30 a.m. on December 12, 1976, by his girlfriend at her home. The girl had told police she thought Greg might have been going on to a party in suburban Niles. Godzik's car had been found, without the keys, in a Niles parking lot. Again, there were reports the youth had been seen since his disappearance. Not until March 7th did the Chicago police get around to talking with Godzik's last employer, PDM. Gacy had told them that Greg had a couple days' pay coming, and that he had sent the check to Greg's mother. 15 months went by before the next report was made. In June 1978, the Godziks told police they had paid $5,000 to a private investigator to find their son. Just before 2 a.m., the title check on Walsh's car came back from Springfield. The satellite was registered to Walsh and showed his current address in Chicago. The previous owners were listed as Dick Walsh and John Gray. The next line showed Gray's address as 8213 Summerdale, Norwich. The second previous owner was John Svitch of Des Plaines. After spending Thursday night and Friday morning alone at Gacy's house, Hackmeister decided he wanted company, and tonight he decided to carry 2 guns instead of the usual one. It wasn't the eerie sounds of dead leaves rattling in Gacy's bushes, as much as the uncertainty of what he was up against. He was out of his own territory, where, at the threat of trouble, he could get on the radio and have 4 or 5 squad cars at his side in a couple of minutes. At Gacy's house, he was alone, and not always reliably linked by radio with the station. Nor did he have anyone to spell him for a coffee and Twinkies run. The gnawing emptiness of his stomach the night before had taught him never to go on 12-hour surveillance beyond the reach of food. Moreover, the Delta officers were all learning that Gacy's schedule paid little heed to their own bodily comforts. More than once, they had to surreptitiously open their car doors and gently pour an old coffee cup of warm urine into the street. Hackmeister was pleased when he was told that Mike Albrecht would be assigned as his surveillance partner. Albrecht already knew Gacy from babysitting with him 2 days before. Before going to Gacy's house, Lang took Hackmeister to suburban Palatine to borrow that police department's night scope, an infrared unit that illuminated objects in the dark. He thought it might be useful for spying on Gacy. Lang somberly warned Hackmeister not to let anyone else use it. After their return to the station, Albrecht frowned when he saw Hackmeister move to the back seat of Lang's car, leaving the front for him. The officers were never sure if the sergeant noticed their silent jostling. No one, it seemed, wanted to ride shotgun when Wally Lang was driving. As they approached Gacy's house, Robinson radioed that John was in Rhodey's car out in front. Lang slowly cruised past the car. Gacy and Rhodey watched the three of them intently. Lang turned and drove around the block. "Let's screw with them a little bit," Hackmeister said when they came out on Summerdale. He ducked down in the back seat as Lang drove by Rhodey's car again. The two officers in front watched Gacy, craning his neck, looking for Hackmeister. "Looks like Gacy can count heads," Albrecht said, laughing. Moments later, Rhodey jumped out of the car and walked to the back of Gacy's house. The officers chuckled. Gacy had obviously been convinced Hackmeister was going through his house, and had detailed Rhodey to check. Rhodey came back, and the two men drove off. They stopped briefly at Rhodey's tree lot, then drove to his house and went inside. It was now 1 a.m. Hackmeister and Albrecht relieved Schultz and Robinson, with whom Lang went back to the station. For a while, Albrecht watched Rhodey and Gacy talking, until they closed the drapes. Soon the lights went out. It looked as though Gacy was spending another night away from home. The officers played electronic football for a while. Then Hackmeister decided to move to the street in back of Rhodey's house, in case Gacy decided to leave. Unfortunately, he didn't know he was too late. In the fog that shrouded the city early this Saturday morning, neither officer had seen the figure of a stocky man stealthily creeping through the snow and over backyard fences in the direction of Summerdale Avenue. Saturday, December 16, 1978. Although we had worked long past midnight, Beto and I were back in Des Plaines at 7 a.m. Saturday. We had learned too much Friday night to sleep on. Both John Schwitz and Gregory Godzik had been gone about 2 years. The Bukovich youth was another question, as was the mysterious drowning of Charles Itulo. If they were all dead, where were the bodies? If they still had not been found, would we have any chance of ever finding Rob Peast? Beto and I sat in my office trying to pry our eyes and minds open with black coffee, asking each other these questions. And Richard Walsh, why had he called? And why was he driving what in all likelihood was John Schwitz's car? Perhaps he and Gacy were both involved in Schwitz's disappearance. Had one of them forged the title application or altered the VIN number on the car itself? The questions were endless, and the most encompassing was, do we now have multiple murders and multiple suspects? In any case, we had to get Walsh back in for questioning, and we couldn't tell him what we knew about his car in the event he might be criminally involved. Furthermore, Chris Gray possibly knew some of what Walsh had told us, maybe even more. And what did Gacy's former wife, who had given us the Bukovich name, have to say? Our confusions were now compounded, but at least we knew who might have some of the answers. For the officers watching Rhodey's house, Friday night passed without event. After several hours, Hackmeister came back to the street where Albrecht was parked, and the two amused themselves with the night scope, peering at garages and shrubbery, which appeared strangely illuminated in a greenish glow. Mindful of Lang's warning, Hackmeister told his partner to go easy with the scope. Albrecht had come to work 12 hours earlier and would be on duty at least 9 more, so he decided to go eat while all was quiet. Police are accustomed to dining in restaurants for half price, courtesy of cooperating establishment. The uniform is the sole ticket for this form of petty graft. Albrecht was in plain clothes, but he hoped he could indicate his affiliation by laying his portable radio on the counter of the all-night restaurant. His signal was ignored. Breakfast cost him $5. At about 9:30 a.m., Rhodey came out of the house, jumped in his truck, and hurriedly drove off. The driver's side was obscured from the policeman's view. "Damn it, Mike," Hackmeister said over the radio. "I think Gacy's in that truck." "No," Albrecht replied. "I saw underneath it. There's no way he could be in there unless Rhodey carried him waist high." Unconvinced, Hackmeister turned his car around and sped off after Rhodey, who immediately eluded him. On the way back, Hackmeister swung past Gacy's house and saw no activity. Irritated, he returned to Rhodey's house, in front of which Gacy's silver Volare was still parked. Albrecht said he was sure Rhodey had left alone. Soon thereafter, a woman, presumably Mrs. Rhodey, came out of the house with a young boy. As they were getting into their car, they looked at the two officers' cars and snickered. For the rest of their shift, until they were relieved at 1 p.m., the policemen speculated on whether Gacy was in the house or not. The discussion continued between Schultz and Robinson. Mrs. Rhodey returned, then went out on a brief errand at 3:30. Rhodey himself returned to the house. But as darkness fell, there was still no sign of Gacy. At 6 o'clock, just after Robinson had left on a coffee run, Gacy and Rhodey came out of the house, got into Gacy's car and drove off, and quickly gained a 6-car lead on Schultz, who was frantically radioing intercept directions to Robinson. Schultz saw Gacy make a right turn, then another on a side street. Looking down the street, Schultz saw no sign of the car. Then a pair of brake lights pierced the darkness. Schultz turned off his headlights. After going about a block, he suddenly saw a car coming at him out of the dark with no lights. As the two cars braked, both drivers turned on their headlights. In a rare miscalculation, Gacy had driven into a cul-de-sac. He roared off and drove to the tree lot a few blocks away. There he dropped off Rhodey, and as Robinson rejoined the surveillance, drove back to Summerdale. A short time later, he came out of his house and said that he was going to visit some relatives in Chicago. The officers followed him at almost 100 miles an hour on the Kennedy Expressway. At his destination, Gacy told them, "You guys sit here. There's my car. I'm not going anywhere." They watched him go into the house, and then Robinson got into Schultz's car for some football. By now, the surveillance policemen felt that the electronic football games were not only the best way of alleviating boredom, they were also the sole means of preserving their sanity. The surveillance had already drawn furtive peeks from behind curtains and windows. Now, at least in the daylight, it was undoubtedly generating outright bewilderment among the witnesses who saw the officers jiggling up and down under coats pulled over their heads. The officers had learned that lots of movement helped speed the play action, and that it was easier to read the digital display in the relative darkness inside their coats. Schultz had devised his own shrewd strategy against the novice Robinson. Schultz played at the slower Pro 1 setting, but switched the game on Pro 2 when it was his partner's turn. Schultz won every time. When they were in separate cars, they celebrated touchdowns by pressing the radio microphone buttons, sending the electronics victory bleeps over the airwaves. Schultz and Robinson were so engrossed in their game that they didn't notice the man who approached their car in the darkness. He rapped on the window. "Are you guys about ready?" John Gacy asked. "I'm leaving." Tovar's first assignment on Saturday was to follow up on the information from John Sitch's mother. He talked to Harry Bellamini, the Chicago investigator, about the gas station robbery in which Sitch's car had been used. In talking with neighbors at the time, Bellamini had been told that Sitch was gay and that he had possibly gone to Colorado. Bellamini told Tovar that he had not seen the car involved in the theft, nor talked to the owner. Tovar checked with motor vehicle authorities in Colorado to see if they had issued a John A. Sitch either a driver's license or auto registration. They had not. Tovar then called the police department in Cicero to learn more about the battery case Mrs. Walsh had said her husband was involved in. A Cicero policeman told Tovar that the only arrest record they showed for Walsh was for 3 traffic offenses, including reckless driving when he tried to elude the officers. Although the Cicero policeman told Tovar that Walsh's license had been suspended, Tovar, in checking the license number with the state, found it to be valid. Cicero was either careless with its record-keeping, or there was false information flowing into our investigation. It was time to hear Walsh's side of the story. When Ryan and Tovar went to pick up Walsh at his apartment, they were met at the door by his wife. Dick, she said, had been out with his friends and got very drunk. She doubted if she could even wake him up. Glancing into the living room, the officers saw beer cans littered all over. They decided it would do no good to talk to him now and told Mrs. Walsh they would be back later. Pickell and Adams, meanwhile, were having better luck interviewing a business associate of Gacy's, Richard Raphael, in a restaurant near a job site in Aurora. Raphael had started his own general contracting firm, Raffco, just a few months earlier, he told the officers. He employed Gacy, whom he had known as a subcontractor for 9 years, as a superintendent. Gacy, he emphasized, was not a partner. He paid Gacy $675 a week, plus labor and materials, out of which Gacy paid his own employees. Raphael told the officers that on Monday, Gacy had missed an important meeting at 7 p.m. with pharmacy clients. He said that Gacy had called him an hour or two before the meeting, saying he would be there. Raphael told Gacy he would order a pizza for him. While waiting for him, he called Gacy's number several times and got the answering machine. At 10:30, he got a busy signal. 5 minutes later, Gacy called back, saying that he had had a flat tire and that he was concerned about his uncle, who was dying. He didn't feel up to conducting business. Raphael said he would talk to him in the morning. On Tuesday, Raphael and Gacy met for breakfast, then went to one of their clients' pharmacies. Gacy told Raphael that he had forgotten his appointment book at Nisson's and admitted that he had not had a flat tire. He just had not wanted to talk on the phone. When they got to Gacy's house, Raphael said, Gordon Nebel, who worked half-days doing Gacy's books, was in the office. They were interrupted, he said, by a phone call from the police. Afterwards, Gacy told Raphael that the officers wanted to speak to him as a character witness. On Wednesday, according to Raphael, Gacy was supposed to be running errands and supervising a pharmacy remodeling on North Avenue. Raphael was surprised when he got a call at 2:30 from Gacy, who was then at the police station. He said Gacy sounded somewhat incoherent and asked Raphael, whose father is an attorney, to get him a lawyer. At about 10:30 that night, Raphael went to Gacy's house, where his associate was complaining that police had taken some gay magazines, pills, marijuana, and a hypodermic needle, which, Gacy said, was used by one of his boarders who had plasma attacks. Gacy was also upset that a piece of his carpet had been cut out. Gacy told Raphael that there had been a blood stain on the carpet, left there by one of the installers, who had cut himself. Raphael told the officers that Gacy had been acting irrational and scared since Wednesday. He didn't recall the names of any of Gacy's employees, other than Walsh, Gray, and an Ed Hefner. There were too many to remember. Walsh and Gray, he said, had lived with Gacy, as had other young men. Raphael added that his relationship with Gacy was 100% business. He said he didn't consider Gacy to be on the same social level as himself, that most of his associates were more professional. He characterized Gacy as a workaholic who talked a big line. Chris Gray was working on the Aurora job, and after their interview with Raphael, Pickell and Adams talked to him in the restaurant. When it became apparent that he was being cooperative and had a lot to say, they asked him to come to the station for a formal interview. The questioning began just about 2 p.m. in the second-floor conference room. Gray was a 21-year-old high school dropout who had served a year in the Army. He had gone to work for Gacy in late 1976 after meeting him while hitchhiking. Gray moved in with the contractor shortly thereafter, paying him $25 a week rent. The officers asked if he had noticed anything unusual about Gacy's behavior. He came right out and said he was open-minded, Gray told them. I said I was too, figuring that he was talking about females. It turned out to be just the opposite. He sees nothing wrong with bisexuality. He says that if God didn't intend for one male to have sex with another, he wouldn't have put the organs on, or something like that. But, Gray said, he knew of no males with whom Gacy had engaged in sexual activity. Gray described Gacy as hard-working and devoted to his job, but occasionally happy-go-lucky. Sometimes he's the most easy-going person in the world, Gray said, but sometimes he's short-tempered. Sometimes he's patient, sometimes he's not. Gray said a lot of Gacy's employees quit because they don't like the aggravation. John is so much of a perfectionist, it gets to where he's nitpicking. Now and then, Gray said, the two socialized, often at the Good Luck Lounge in Chicago, where Gacy's employee Ed Hefner tended bar. Once, on a trip to Missouri, Gray fixed up Gacy, left him and the woman at a motel. And from there on, it's hearsay, he said. Gacy had dated other women, he said, and talked, as guys always do, about his sexual activities with them. Gray knew of the sodomy arrest. Gacy had told him about it, and he had been led to believe it had something to do with dirty films and prostitution. In the early part of the week, Gray told the officers work at the job sites had proceeded routinely until Wednesday, when John failed to show up. That afternoon, when Gray went to the house to drop off the keys for the truck, he encountered the police and learned that Gacy was at the station. At about 11 p.m., while trying to find Walsh, he called Gacy's house, and John answered. Gacy was upset and didn't want to talk on the phone, so he came and picked up Gray, and the two went out for cheeseburgers and coffee. Gacy told him what had happened. He felt insecure about staying alone at his house, Gray told the officers, not knowing whether the police were there or whether they would come back. So I stayed for about an hour and straightened up a few things, listened to him complain about how things were wrecked. Did he indicate to you anything he found to be missing? Piquel asked. Yeah, Gray said. Handcuffs, pills, dirty books, stuff like that. Did he say what the handcuffs were for? Not at the time, but I'd seen them before. He uses them for charity benefits, clowning for hospitals and stuff. Did he say what kind of pills were missing? Pralidins. Gray said he didn't know if they were prescribed or not. He thought that Gacy might have taken them for his weight problem. Did he walk through the house? Adams asked. Yes, Gray replied. Then where did he go? To the crawl space. Did you see him go down there? Yes. What did he do? Okay, he saw the mud on the floor. He complained about that. Then he went into the crawl space, crouched down, and went around in a complete circle with a flashlight. Just checked it out. Then he came back up into the house. After inspecting the attic, Gray said Gacy drove him home about 2 a.m. On the way, they went by the Des Plaines police station to see if Gacy's truck or car was in the parking lot. Gacy intended to pick them up, Gray said, but they weren't there. On Thursday morning, Gacy picked up Gray in the van. Gacy said he couldn't get his vehicles back from the police, so he would have to rent a car. Gray took the van to the Aurora job site and returned to Gacy's house about 11 p.m. to unload some material. On Friday morning, he spoke with Gacy at the house. Gacy told him he had spent the night at his sister's house. He asked if the police had been in touch with Gray. Is there any reason for you to think that perhaps Mr. Gacy could be involved in this missing person case? Adams asked. Well, Gray said, John is a funny person. He's a bit of a bragger, and he lives in a fantasy world. Now, how much is fact and how much is fiction is up to the individual to decide, but he claims that he does work for the syndicate. He said he has set up people before. Did John make any statement to you about whether he was involved in this case? Adams asked. He said, I swear to you, I had nothing to do with this guy. Gray paused for a moment. I don't know. I imagine an innocent man would get a little pissed off at the whole matter rather than being shaken by it. I realize it is a serious charge, but why would he be upset, nervous, and drawn out, and go spend the night at his sister's house and be afraid of his own shadow? That's my personal opinion. Now, as far as violence goes with John, Gray continued, we've wrestled around a few times. He's strong. But if this guy that is missing had a struggle with John, I think it could have been a fairly good fight if he was a halfway decent guy. John's physical appearance, well, he's not as strong as he looks. Adams asked Gray if he had ever found anything suspicious around Gacy's home or property. He had a couple of wallets in the garage with identification in them, Gray said. One driver's license was still valid. I think it had a year left on it. I asked John if I could use it as an ID to go out drinking in bars because I was underage then. He said, no, you don't want those. Why? Piquel asked. He said, because they were some people that were deceased. Would you repeat that? Piquel said. Deceased, Gray said. No longer living. Did you ask him how he knew that? No, Gray said, because of that mysterious way he lives. One time when I was living there, my wallet was missing, with all my identification, pictures, and so on. Now, whether he wanted to create a psychological effect or something, I don't know. Has Mr. Gacy ever shown you any articles of jewelry? Yeah, he gave me a couple of watches. I was late about 3 or 4 times that week, and after the ass chewing, he said, "Come here." He was digging through this box in his room. He had a lot of rings and stuff like that. "Here," he said. "Now there's no excuse for you to be late." And he handed me a watch. I said, "Thanks a lot. Where'd you get this from?" And he goes, "From a dead person." Gray told the officers that the watch started losing time, and he buried it one day in concrete. Gacy gave him another one. This time Gray didn't ask about its origin. Gray signed a release authorizing the police search of the PDM van he had brought in and turned over the keys to the officers. Evidence technician Daniel Genty was assigned to process the vehicle and caused a flurry of excitement when he brought into the station a tissue he found in the van. It had a spot of fresh blood on it. Gray said the blood was his. While he was driving the van to the station, he said he had popped a zit. While Pickell and Adams were driving Gray home, he mentioned that Walsh had bought a Plymouth Satellite from Gacy for $300 and was paying it off in installments. It wasn't a very good car, Gray said. Dick really got taken. The best way to determine if Walsh's and Sitch's vehicles were the same car, I figured, was to find Walsh's car and read the VIN number on the driver's side of the dashboard. While Gacy was in the station, I had asked him if Walsh was working that day. He said he thought he was remodeling a drugstore near North Avenue and Pulaski Road in Chicago. I jotted down Walsh's plate and VIN numbers and set out for the job site. The Plymouth was parked halfway down the block from the store. From across the street, I couldn't see any activity in the store, so I crossed and looked through the window. Walsh was in the back, about 30 feet from where I stood, talking with Gacy. Unwittingly, I had become Gacy's surveillance. I didn't know that Schultz and Robinson were still staking out Rhodey's house, believing both men to be inside. Seeing the PDM crew occupied in the drugstore, I went to Walsh's car to get the VIN number. I leaned over the hood and looked down through the windshield. The number certainly had not been tampered with. I jotted it down and went back to my car, where I compared it with the other VIN number. It was the same as Sitch's. Now that there was no doubt the car was the same, we could concentrate on finding out how Gacy got the vehicle in the first place. The whole chain of transactions, from Sitch to Gacy, Walsh to Walsh, could have been totally legitimate. After all, it had been reported that Sitch had sold his car. If not for the different VIN numbers for Sitch and Walsh that our computer check had turned up, we might have dropped the matter there. But I had just established that the VIN number on Walsh's registration was not the same as that on the car itself, by 1 digit. Why? Had Gacy altered the number on the registration to cover his tracks? Was Walsh involved? From a payphone, I called Beto at the station and told him what I'd learned. In turn, he reported that the interview with Gray was still going on, that Patrick Riley, whose driver's license had been found at Gacy's house, would be brought in for questioning, and that Gacy's former wife was coming in with her new husband. A few hours later, Beto and Kozenzak interviewed Gacy's former wife, now remarried. Kathy Hull Gravich, whose name is changed here, was told that the police were investigating a missing boy and wanted some background information. Mrs. Gravich told them that she and Gacy had been married from July 1972 until February 11, 1975. She said they had no children, although she had 2 daughters by a previous marriage. Beto and Kozenzak asked where she and Gacy had vacationed, thinking that that might provide a clue as to the whereabouts of Rob Peast. Mrs. Gravich mentioned that they had once gone on a trip to Las Vegas, and that, in fact, John had worked there as a teenager. John had had a fight with his father, she said, and drove out there in his car. He had taken a job in a mortuary. Beto and Kozenzak asked her about that. She didn't know any of the details, but said that John had returned home several months later. Despite his earlier differences with his father, he was very depressed after the elder Gacy died on December 25, some years later, and ever after, he became very saddened and sometimes cried on Christmas Day. Mrs. Gravich talked about her marriage and divorce from Gacy. About 6 months after they were married, Mrs. Gravich said she began to notice that Gacy was bringing young men to the garage late at night. sometimes spending hours with them. Looking in the garage once, after John had driven off with a boy, she found a mattress and a red light on the floor. Whenever she asked Gacy about his activities in the garage, he got angry and refused to answer. Gacy had told her that he was bisexual, but early in their marriage she was convinced that he was turning more and more homosexual. Less than 2 years after they were married, Gacy announced to her on Mother's Day that this occasion would be their last sex together. It was. Mrs. Gravich said she frequently found her bikini underpants in the garage. Often she found signs of Gacy's masturbation. Mrs. Gravich said that she had contemplated divorce, but initially did nothing, because she was worried about supporting her 2 daughters. Once, during an argument, Gacy called her a bitch, and she called him a jagoff. He exploded in rage and threw a candlestick at her. He threatened to strike her, but his sister restrained him. At other times he had thrown furniture in the house, sometimes over very little things. In the last 4 months of their marriage, Gacy lived by himself, locked behind a sliding door in the back of the house. There was no contact between them. Finally, she sought a divorce on grounds of mental cruelty. He countersued. She was bitter about Walsh's moving in after the divorce. "The minute I was gone," she said, "he was there." Gacy continued to see his former wife after the divorce. By this time he was quite open about his sexual preference. One night in a tavern, a distraught Gacy had said, "I feel myself slipping the other way, and I can't do anything about it." He pointed out to her the sort of young blonde men with a certain shape of rear end that sexually aroused him. Later they went to bed, and despite all her efforts, she was unable to arouse him. "I'm sorry," he told her, crying. "I thought I had a chance, but I don't." "You should go for help," she said. "No, it's too late for that," he said. She was sorry she couldn't help John. She still had feelings for him because he had been a very good father to her daughters. Mrs. Gravich said that Gacy wanted to move up in the Democratic organization from precinct captain, but feared that his arrest in Iowa for prostitution would hold him back. She knew how important his local political involvement was to him. She felt that he had often used it to buy his way out of trouble. She knew of his Northbrook arrest in 1972, but she thought it was a case of mistaken identity. She also was aware of an incident involving a young man, Jack Pistler, who had gone on a trip to Florida with Gacy. Back in Chicago, Pistler had come over to the house and beaten Gacy, saying that he had been raped by him in Florida. She had heard that Gacy's employee, Charles Itullo, had been found dead in a river. She remembered that his relatives had asked for his last paycheck. She didn't know any details of Bukovich's disappearance, just that John had said the police told him the youth had run away. That was about 3 years ago. Kathy Hull Gravich had contributed more to our knowledge of Gacy than we had expected. After more than 4 hours of interview, Beto apologized to Gravich for keeping his wife so long, and the couple left the station. Schultz and Robinson were almost glad to see Gacy come out of his cousin's house at 11 p.m. 3 hours of electronic football were enough. Without announcement this time, Gacy jumped into his car and drove off. After a brisk chase through the streets of Chicago's northwest side, Gacy stopped, parked, and entered the Good Luck Lounge. Robinson parked across the street, and Schultz in a nearby vacant lot. The neighborhood was lower middle class, bordering on light industrial. Several minutes after Gacy went in, a number of patrons came out, some pointing at the officers and making catcalls at them, while others stared sullenly. Just before midnight, Gacy came out abruptly and got into his car. He made a quick U-turn, then sped toward downtown Chicago. For a while, Gacy led the officers on an aimless journey. Then he headed north on Pulaski Road at a fast clip. At one point, Pulaski ducks diagonally under a railroad viaduct in a 10-mile-an-hour S-curve. Going into the reverse S, Schultz lost control of his car and slid into the oncoming southbound lanes. Accelerating, he straightened out, but in the wrong lane. Now at the top of the S, he was approaching a blind curve. Just as he was banking into a power slide to the right, he saw the lights of an oncoming car. The other vehicle lurched wildly and went bumping off to Schultz's left, onto the sidewalk and up the embankment. As the car swerved past him, Schultz saw that it bore a familiar slogan: "We serve and protect, Chicago Police." Looking in his mirror, he saw the car come to rest. It did not pursue him. Shortly after midnight, the relief team picked up the chase on the Kennedy Expressway, and the 3 police cars followed Gacy to Des Plaines, where he stopped at the Moose Club. There, Albrecht and Hackmeister took over the surveillance cars, and Lang shuttled the other 2 back to the station. Because Albrecht had connections in the club, the officers decided to follow Gacy inside. Dressed in Levi's, they were challenged by the doorman. "You guys in the Moose?" Albrecht explained their mission and immediately enlisted the man's cooperation. He was an older man, a member of the police reserves. He showed the officers to a table near the door in the banquet and reception area. Gacy was working the crowd with great ebullience, shaking hands, kissing the women, joking all the way. "It looks like he's the hit of the party," Hackmeister said. "The big shot has arrived." A Moose official came up to the officers' table and asked if they were concerned about the penny ante card games going on at some tables. Albrecht said they were not. A waitress came to their table. "What would you like to order?" she asked. "Mr. Gacy would like to buy you a drink." They looked over and saw Gacy nod in acknowledgement. They gave their order, then looked over at Gacy again. He now had a companion, a man who kept a fixed, angry stare on the officers. After Gacy and the man moved over to the bar, the officers motioned to the doorman. "Don't look now," Hackmeister said. "But we know that short, fat guy over there. We don't know the other one. If you get a chance, see if you can BS them and get us a name." The waitress brought their drinks, and the officers thanked her. "Mr. Gacy said he has to take care of his bodyguards," she said, smiling. The officers followed Gacy into the lounge and stood near the bar. Their friend at the door came up and told them that the man who was scowling at them was Ed Hefner. As they were thanking him, Gacy walked by. "I'm leaving now," he said. The 3 men walked out to the parking lot. Gacy asked, "Do you know where we can get something to eat around here?" Albrecht suggested a restaurant just a few blocks away. Gacy said, "Fine, I'll meet you there." Before driving off, he asked what their names were. So at 1:30 on Sunday morning, in the Pot and Pan restaurant, Hackmeister and Albrecht had their first conversation with John Gacy. They sat at adjacent tables, but the 3 men were immediately on a first-name basis. After ordering breakfast, Gacy moved right in. "Hey, are you guys with the feds?" he asked. The 2 shook their heads. "This is a lot of bullshit," Gacy continued. "Why are you following me? You know, I'll admit it, I'm in a lot of drugstores and I get into a little drugs. Is that why you're following me?" "No," Hackmeister said. "We're with the Des Plaines police on a missing person investigation. They didn't tell us anything. They put us on the surveillance, told us to watch you. And that's all we're doing." Both officers felt that Gacy was trying to flatter them, and, by implication himself, by making a federal case out of a small-time suburban surveillance. "Well, there's no problem here at all," Gacy said indignantly. "My attorney and I have an appointment to take a lie detector test on Tuesday. I'm going to clear myself out of this thing. I don't know why you guys are following me," he continued, shrugging his heavy shoulders. "I'm a clown, a registered clown, by trade. I work with kids. I go to hospitals to entertain them. You guys are barking up the wrong tree." Gacy did most of the talking. His monologue turned to his bad health, and how difficult strenuous physical activity was for him with his bad heart, as if to say he couldn't harm anyone if he tried. "Jesus," the contractor said, "I even have leukemia. I only have 4 more years to live." Albrecht and Hackmeister listened sympathetically, then began to delve. They asked Gacy where he traveled, where he spent his vacations. Gacy said he had some land near Spooner, Wisconsin, also some in Minnesota, Nevada, Florida, and Arizona. Gacy was affable throughout the conversation, and when they finished their meal, he paid the check for all 3. Outside, the officers suggested they continue chatting over a drink or 2. Without a word, Gacy jumped in his car and drove off fast. Now it was Hackmeister and Albrecht's turn to be introduced to the Good Luck Lounge. The 2 officers parked in opposite directions on the street. Hackmeister started following Gacy to the entrance. Suddenly, Gacy turned and hopped into a brown van that was idling in front of the tavern. "Oh, shit," Hackmeister said, turning and running back to his car about 100 feet away. "He's gonna get us now. He's in that van," he called back to Albrecht, who had just got out of his car. But the van didn't move. After a brief time, Gacy emerged and went into the bar. Both officers followed him through a gauntlet of hostile stares, well aware that they were outside their jurisdiction in a young and rough bar crowd without their radios. The officers separated, and Gacy went to the back and struck up a conversation with several people. At 3 a.m., a bar girl came up to Albrecht and said it was closing time and he'd have to leave. Albrecht, who noticed Gacy had just been served a drink, pulled out his badge and said, "We're here, and we're not leaving." 10 minutes later, Gacy left the bar, his destination unannounced. It was another rapid getaway. This time, Hackmeister, whose car was facing the wrong way, got left behind. Albrecht followed Gacy to PJ's, another Northwest Side bar, while radioing directions to his partner. "Be careful in here," Gacy said after they got inside. "This is a real rough place." Gacy went to a table occupied by 2 women. Albrecht stood by the bar, Hackmeister by the dance floor. Gacy sent each of them a drink. After a while, Hackmeister saw a bouncer on the bandstand pointing him out to someone. Albrecht caught the signal and asked the bartender who the manager was. He then went over to the man and told him why they were there. The manager said there would be no problem and bought them a round of drinks. Gacy, meanwhile, had just sent them another round. The officers bought one for his table. At 4 a.m., just as the management was sending the officers more drinks, Gacy decided to leave. By now, Gacy was getting very jovial from the scotch he had consumed. The officers were, too. Albrecht was heading for the men's room when Gacy beckoned him. "This is Jill Sokolotsky," Gacy said. "Give her a birthday kiss, Mike." As Albrecht was kissing the woman, Gacy left. Outside, Hackmeister tried to occupy Gacy until Albrecht came out. Gacy was now making numerous comments on the physical endowments of women they had encountered. His assessments were usually exaggerated. At 4:30 a.m., they went on to the nearby Unforgettable Lounge, a neighborhood bar of older clientele. There, Gacy introduced the officers to several acquaintances as bodyguards. At 5 a.m., Gacy said he knew of a great bar in Franklin Park, a western suburb. He drove off, and soon the officers were clocking him at 85 miles an hour. Coming into Franklin Park, Gacy slowed down as he crossed the railroad tracks, then made a quick right. At the end of the block, he braked and slid into a diagonal parking position on the wrong side of the street. Albrecht braked and swerved off to the right. After Hackmeister turned at the tracks, however, he lost control of his car, which spun around 2 full circles, skidding on the slick pavement, before coming to rest in front of a store window and less than a foot from Gacy's car. The bar was closed. Gacy jumped back into his car and drove off at a notably slower speed. On a cross street, just 100 feet from their near collision, a Franklin Park squad car sat in full view. Its occupant did not stir as Gacy and his followers drove off. He had apparently slept through the entire incident. With the dawn of Sunday morning, little more than an hour away, Gacy pulled into a Golden Bear restaurant near his house. "This is a lot of crap," Hackmeister told Gacy, as all 3 got out of their cars. "Somebody's going to get hurt. If it isn't one of us, it's going to be some poor guy walking. You'd better watch your driving." Gacy made no comment. Inside the restaurant, he began gossiping about the 2 Torf brothers. The officers sensed he was trying to turn the conversation away from himself. After a brief bit of light bantering, Gacy's mood turned serious. He told the officers that although he was hard on his employees, he paid them well. He expected a lot out of them, he said. He was hung up on that, a real browbeater. Gacy said it took him 2 years to train Dick Walsh, but now he was paying him $400 a week. The youth was just like a son to him. "I like to hire young kids," Gacy said, "so I can train them the way I want them to work. If I hire an older guy, he's already set in his ways." He added that he had given one kid a lot of training and a good salary, and the boy just up and took off. Gacy paused and looked at the officers, as if waiting for a reaction. He went on to say that Walsh had lived with him. He'd charged him $25 a week, as had other youths. Gacy said he had to stop this practice, however, because neighbors were starting to think he was homosexual. He told the officers he was proud of how he had built his business, which at first involved remodeling nothing but bathrooms and kitchens. Now his work was entirely commercial buildings. He discussed strategies of drugstore marketing, what items you want people to see first, what cigarette brands you put at eye level, how to route customers through the rest of the store to get to the pharmacy. Gacy said he owned 7 companies and had a yearly income of $70,000. If anything happened to me, he said, I wouldn't lose anything. All my property is owned by my corporations. John Gacy is worth hardly anything, but John Gacy's companies are worth a lot. It was now nearly 6 o'clock in the morning. If Gacy was tired, he didn't show it. If he was intoxicated after drinking most of the night away, his mental alertness seemed unimpaired. He appeared to be a man of boundless energy, both physical and mental, as he sat chatting over breakfast with Hackmeister and Albrecht. Now his tone became more cocky. "Are you guys sure," he asked, "you're not with the feds, working on a drug bust?" "We're not with the feds," Hackmeister said. "We're here because a kid is missing. Somebody must suspect that you know something about him." "Hey, look," Gacy replied. "I talked to the kid only once. If he walked into this place now, I wouldn't even recognize him." He, too, was concerned about the youth's safety, he said, but there was nothing more he could do, and his lawyers were seeking an injunction against the surveillance. "I know it's your job to follow me," Gacy said, "but I've got to do what I have to do. And I hired a bodyguard." He stared each officer in the eye in turn. "His name is Nick. All I can say is you guys better be careful, because he carries a .357 Magnum, and he wouldn't hesitate to waste one of you." "How come we haven't seen him?" Albrecht asked. "You haven't seen him," he answered, "because he knows how to tail people." Gacy went on to say that he had clout in Norwood Park Township, where he was among the heavies. His cousin, he added, was noted Chicago gangland figure Tony Accardo. Hackmeister jumped into the game. "Hey, John," he said, "if you think Mike and I and Schultz and Robbie are the only guys tailing you, you're full of crap." Gacy thought about that for a moment, then, pushing his plate aside, turned the conversation to world affairs, the economy, and matters of morality. "What burns me up more than anything," he said, "is people taking advantage of me. If I buy something for somebody, I expect him later to buy something for me. I don't like these kids who work for me to expect me to lay out all the money." That morning, the officers bought John Gacy's breakfast. Sunday, December 17, 1978. "I want that goddamned Walsh in here today." It was Greg Beto roaring at me over the phone early Sunday morning. "Tell Kozenzak to get him in here. We've got to get to the bottom of this thing and find out how tight he is with Gacy." Greg, of course, was right. We had to pursue the leads while they were hot. It was now just a week before Christmas Eve, and there would be no days off for anyone connected with the case until it was solved. With the harassment suit threatened and the press on our trail, we were running out of time. How much we had left was anybody's guess, but I knew that, if only for psychological reasons, we had to wrap up the investigation by Christmas. As soon as I got to the office, I went over the latest police reports. Tovar and Summershield had interviewed the youth here called Patrick Riley. Had he ever had a valid driver's license that was lost or stolen? No. But when the officers showed him a photocopy of the license recovered at Gacy's house, Riley admitted that he had lost his wallet, containing his license, in June 1976. He had found the wallet, minus the license, 2 months later when it popped out of chair cushions while he was moving from his college dormitory. He could offer no reason the license was missing. He denied knowing anything about John Gacy. Riley was ill at ease, and both officers thought he was lying. Asked if he would take a polygraph test, he said he would, then hedged. Summershield asked if he knew anyone in the gay community. Tovar asked Riley if he was gay. "Of course not," the young man responded angrily. The officers took him home. Pickell and Adams had been able to find two nurses who confirmed that a man fitting Gacy's description had been at Northwest Hospital inquiring about the dead uncle at about 11 p.m. Monday night. This supported Gacy's story and in no way contradicted our theory that he had disposed of Rob's body on the following night. Lieutenant Kozenzak had made an interesting discovery that had been missed by the evidence technicians. While examining the trunk of Gacy's car, he found a clump of fibers that possibly were human hair. He turned it over to E.T. Genty for laboratory analysis. Tovar was continuing the search for John Vukovich. Looking in the Chicago telephone directory, he found only one name close to the spelling he had from Kathy Gravich and called the number. The man who answered said there was no one named John in his family. Tovar called Chicago headquarters. Again, their search of the missing persons file was negative. About an hour later, however, Chicago called back. They did have a record of a John Butkovich, missing since July 21, 1975, and referred Tovar to the officer who had handled the case. Tovar followed up and learned that Butkovich had been involved in some sort of disturbance at a friend's place the night before his disappearance. He was supposed to move into an apartment the next day, but never got there. His car, with wallet and jacket inside, was found a block from where he lived. There had been rumors that Butkovich had gone to Puerto Rico to run drugs, and after he was reported missing, his family had received a collect call from a girl in Puerto Rico who told them that John was there and well. The call had come from a payphone and had proved impossible to trace. Butkovich's employer, PDM Construction Company, 8213 Summerdale Avenue, Norwood Park, said that the youth had been terminated. Despite his all-night marathon with Hackmeister and Albrecht, Gacy was up and greeting a visitor at 9:10 Sunday morning. As he did, Gacy's little dog slipped out the front door, and the visitor went chasing down the street to retrieve him. The two men left in their own cars at 9:30. Gacy drove to the drugstore job site at North and Pulaski in Chicago, where he remained until early afternoon. Schultz and Robinson were the surveillance team now. At about 2 o'clock, Robinson saw Gacy leave the drugstore and go into a nearby restaurant and lounge. The officers followed him inside and found him drinking beer and peppermint schnapps at the bar with Ed Hefner. They joined them and ordered coffee. As Gacy had done with the other surveillance team, he struck up a conversation with Schultz and Robinson. He started buying them beers and quickly developed a rapport with Schultz, the more mechanically inclined of the two officers. Like Gacy, Schultz had a snow-plowing business, and the contractor began describing his rig and complaining about the police department's seizure of his vehicles. "You're not going to get your plow back," Schultz joked, "because I need it for spare parts." He laughed. "I'm going to use that sucker myself." "Yeah, you probably will," Gacy said. For the next hour and a half, Gacy kept up an animated and friendly conversation, all the while buying the officers more beers. He mentioned he had been the chef for the Chicago Blackhawks. He named several of the hockey players, claiming them as personal friends. At 3:30, the manager came over. He told Gacy he had a phone call and that he could take it in the office. After Gacy left the bar, Schultz strolled down the hallway to the office and looked in. Gacy was not there. Schultz ran back and got Robinson. They quickly searched the restaurant, then went outside. Gacy was back in the drugstore. They resumed the surveillance from one of their cars, parked in front of the store. More waiting, more football. At 5:30, Gacy came out and said he had to go home and change clothes. He was due at a bowling alley in West Suburban Schiller Park at 6 p.m. "No way we're going to make it there by 6, Schultz told him. "Want to bet?" Gacy asked. He stopped at his house long enough to put on a flowery disco shirt and pick up his bowling ball, then drove off. He won the bet. In light of what Chris Gray, Kathy Gravich, and Phil Torf had told us, we felt that Dick Walsh knew a lot about Gacy he hadn't yet revealed. Just before 2 p.m., Beto and Pickell began questioning him in the second-floor conference room at the station. Walsh told the officers that in 1976, after 2 years of high school, He had gone to work for a friend of Gacy's, who was a plumber. Gacy offered him better pay, and Walsh signed on with him. Now Gacy was paying him $10 an hour as a carpenter. Walsh had lived with the contractor for several months the winter before, then married and moved into a building owned by his new father-in-law. He said he once lived in Cicero, where his mother still ran a tavern. Walsh characterized Gacy as a workhorse who liked to brag about things, especially money. He said his boss was a very lonely person, that he had admitted spending some time in jail for gambling and prostitution. Gacy had said to him that his father had died while he was in prison, but he had not been told until a month later. He was still very angry about that. Beto asked Walsh to recount his activities with Gacy earlier in the week. Late Monday afternoon, Walsh said he talked with Gacy on the phone, but he had no knowledge of his boss's appointment at Nissens. On Tuesday, returning in the van about 9:30 p.m., he met the police at Gacy's house. After the officers left, Gacy had a telephone conversation with a Norwich lighting commissioner about having some checks signed. Gacy had promised to lend Walsh some of his tree ornaments, and when Walsh offered to go up to the attic to get them, Gacy emphatically told him to stay downstairs. He would hand them down to him. Walsh loaded the ornaments in the van. The two men had planned to get Christmas trees that night. Gacy told Walsh to go over to Rhodey's lot, that he would meet Walsh there after running an errand. Walsh drove away right after Gacy did. He bought a tree from Rhodey and waited at the lot until about 11 p.m. Gacy hadn't shown up. Walsh returned to Summerdale and found Gacy standing in the driveway. Gacy hopped in the van and suggested they go to a field just north of his house, where they had gone the year before to cut down a tree. Walsh said that on that occasion they had found 7 trees, all cut and tied, all probably stolen. They had retrieved them and sold the trees themselves. When they got to the field, Gacy said to Walsh, "It looks too messy to go out there. Let's go to Rhodey's." There they saw that the lot was closed. Walsh dropped off Gacy at his house at about 11:30. "Was Gacy hiding behind the van when you pulled out?" Beto asked. "No," Walsh replied. "He just walked over to his car and left. He had nothing to hide." "Did you mention to Rhodey that the police were at Gacy's house?" Beto asked. Walsh hadn't. "Did you ask John Gacy about why the cops were there?" "Well," Walsh said vaguely, "some bullshit over a missing kid. John didn't know anything about him." Beto left the interview room and ran downstairs. "Are the dog teams still out?" he asked Kozenzak. "Yes," the lieutenant said. "They're searching the forest preserves. Can you see if they can take a sweep through a field near Gacy's?" Kozenzak nodded, and Beto returned to the interview. Walsh was expressing concern to Piquel that he might lose his car in the wake of all the police interest in John Gacy. Piquel asked where he had got the car. Walsh said he had bought it from a friend of Gacy's named Sitch, who was moving to California and no longer wanted it. One morning, Gacy drove Walsh down to Chicago's near North Side, where they found the vehicle parked on the street. Gacy handed Walsh the keys, saying, "Take it for a spin. See if you like it." Walsh said he'd buy it, whereupon Gacy told him he had paid the owner $300 for it. Gacy proposed that Walsh pay him $300 at $50 a week. Walsh, however, had to pay $200 of the debt before Gacy let him take the car. Walsh said Gacy got the first title in both their names, then gave it to Walsh when the payments were complete. He told Walsh to buy new plates or he'd get into trouble. "Do you know where Sitch is now?" Beto asked. Walsh shrugged. "California?" He didn't know. Didn't seem to care. Walsh said he thought Sitch was kind of a jag-off anyway. I had walked into the interview room for a moment, and I saw that Beto was seething, convinced Walsh was still holding back. "Do you know that John Gacy is a homosexual?" he said angrily to Walsh. "Do you?" "No," Walsh said impatiently. "He's not homosexual." "Are you sure?" Beto said, leaning over the table menacingly. "Are you sure?" He pointed at me. "Do you know who this guy is?" he exploded. "He's the state's attorney here, and if you don't start straightening up, this is the guy who will prosecute you." Walsh was unmoved. I sat in for a while, and got the impression that Walsh was telling us, "John Gacy's a jag-off too, but hey, I get paid by him." Walsh felt that he controlled Gacy, that if he wasn't around to supervise, Gacy wouldn't have anybody. He had a good thing going with Gacy, a good job for a guy his age and talent. Maybe that's why he was protecting him. Kozenzak brought word that the dog teams would meet the investigators at a roadway inn a few blocks from Summerdale. The police would take Walsh with them to the field where he and Gacy had been on Tuesday night. We all knew this might be it. Knowingly or not, Walsh might be taking us to Rob Peast's grave. "You guys hungry?" Gacy asked. It was 9:30 p.m. Gacy had just come out of Chris Gray's house, which Schultz and Robinson had been watching for the last hour. After more beer at the bowling alley earlier in the evening, the officers had worked up an appetite. Gacy had bowled with his league, all the while introducing Schultz and Robinson as either his bodyguards or his construction worker friends. The two officers had watched Gacy grab some of the women on his team, seat them on his lap, and feel them up. In asides to the policemen, he had made repeated references to nice ass and tits, pointing out who was an easy lay. "You're damned right we're hungry," Schultz said now, "but we're tired of hot dogs and all this garbage food. Let's go someplace decent." "I got just the spot," Gacy said. "They have the best steaks in town. Whatever you want, it's on me." Both officers were delighted to accept Gacy's offer. The dinner crowd was thinning out as the three men were seated at a table at the Prime House on Chicago's northwest side. Looking at the menu, Schultz's eyes fixed on the 14-ounce prime fillet. Robinson, too, was considering something substantial. Gacy commented on the menu from the point of view of a man with extensive experience in food service. After all, he had been the exclusive chef of the Chicago Blackhawks. He was also, he said, a registered clown. He entertained at hospitals and orphanages, and also did private parties and openings of restaurants and ice cream parlors. The kids loved him. It was hard for as nice a guy as Gacy to believe that the police were after him. "You guys think I did something bad or something?" he asked. "Did the FBI put you onto me for drugs?" "No," the officers assured him. "We're Des Plaines police, and we're following you in reference to a missing boy." "I don't know," said Gacy. "You must be working on something bigger than just a missing kid. You know, I didn't even know that kid. I think I know who you're talking about. I remember seeing him, but I didn't talk to him. If he's the one I'm thinking about, I talked to him on another occasion, but he was too young to hire." Gacy went on to say that he had retained his own private investigator to find the youth and resolve the whole matter. The surveillance had put a big crimp in his operation. The trunk of his car contained all the blueprints for the proposed remodeling of his house. The police had screwed up that job, and all his others, to the point where he could barely function. Couldn't they at least speak to Kozenzak and get his blueprints back for him? "Incidentally," he asked, "what size weapons do you guys carry?" Robinson said he had an automatic. Schultz, who wore his gun in an ankle holster under his bell-bottom jeans, simply acknowledged that he had one, but didn't describe it further. "Well, my hitman carries a .357, Gacy said. "I don't know if you've ever seen him, but all I have to do is snap my fingers and he'll waste you. You guys are being followed all the time." The officers never challenged Gacy's statements to his face, preferring to draw him out. But privately they brushed off his threat. Robinson said later, "The way Gacy was driving, there weren't nobody following us. We were damned sure of that." Gacy switched tack. His creativity as a chef, he explained, enabled him to throw big theme parties at his house with 400 or 500 guests. He held them around the 4th of July and provided everything but the booze. In 1976, he hosted a bicentennial party. Subsequently, he had chosen Southern and Italian themes. He invited neighbors, friends, and business associates, as well as politically well-positioned people. Gacy said that he knew every judge in Cook County except one. If he ever got into trouble, he intimated, he'd be in good hands. In addition to being a Democratic precinct captain and lighting commissioner, Gacy said, he had been an aide to Mayor Richard Daley, assigned to supervising parades. This had enabled him to become friends with important people, including President Carter's wife, Rosalind. Before her appearance in Chicago at the Polish Constitution Day parade, Gacy said he had hired the sharpshooters who were posted in high-rise buildings for her security. For his trouble, she had sent him an autographed picture of the two of them together. Parades, Gacy said to the two officers as they finished their meals, were especially fun for clowns. Nobody ever questions what clowns do. Hell, clowns can go up to broads on the sidelines and squeeze their tits, and all the women do is just giggle. You know, Gacy said, looking at one officer and then the other, clowns can get away with murder. Piquel and Beto kept pumping Dick Walsh as they drove to their rendezvous with the dog teams. "Have you ever been arrested?" Beto asked. Walsh said that he had been arrested for a traffic offense. He had tried to run away from the police and had been put on probation. He had also been involved in a gasoline theft the previous winter. One night, he explained, he was short of money, so he fished Sitch's license plates out of his trunk, the ones Gacy had told him to dispose of, and put them on his car. He went into a service station, got gas, and left without paying. The attendant saw his plate numbers and gave them to the police. The police traced the plates to John Sitch's family, who told the officers that their son and his vehicle were missing. The police then traced the title to Gacy. Gacy chewed Walsh out and took him to the police station to settle the gas theft. The police told Walsh to get rid of the former owner's plates. Walsh did. And so the matter rested. The Chicago Police Department files held both John Gacy's arrest record and John Sitch's missing person reports. But the only known link between Gacy and Sitch was the sale of the car, which the police had no reason to question. True, the sale had been made after Sitch's parents reported him missing, but this could indicate that the youth was alive, and presumably well. The overworked detective on general assignment was interested in clearing a $10 gas theft, and he did. For the last 2 days, 6 teams of dogs and their handlers had been combing the forest preserves for tire tracks, mud, and signs of robbed Piest. They had found just one clue of possible interest in the 4 inches of snow. A set of car tracks, starting on Touhy Avenue, ran north on an old work trail into the woods about 3/4 of a mile. The teams found 2 muddy spots, 50 feet apart, where their car had been stuck. The tracks then stopped near the Des Plaines River. Several footprints led from the road down to the river. The car apparently had turned around and gone out the same way it came in. There were tracks near the entrance that indicated that the car had briefly gone off the trail, nearly hitting a fence. This was the only discovery of any significance after 2 days in the field. Now, 4 teams and their dogs, Alexa, Guna, Willie, and Banjo, met the investigators near the roadway inn and prepared to search the 3-square-block field near Gacy's house. Walsh pointed out where he and Gacy had come late on Tuesday night, and the handlers prepared their dogs by letting them sniff scent articles of robbed Piest's clothing they had brought in plastic bags. The teams split up, and the search began. The dogs worked methodically, now showing interest in a pile of brush, now moving on, at what seemed to the officers a very slow pace. Beto left Walsh in the car with Piquel and joined Lang and Kautz in the field. They saw muddy tire tracks coming into it from a street that dead-ended on the north side of the field. It looked as though a car had got stuck. They began knocking on doors of the houses in the cul-de-sac and finally found a woman who remembered someone getting stuck there several nights ago. She didn't have a description of the vehicle. Was it Tuesday night, December 12, the car was there? Beto asked her. She thought for a moment. It was the night when there was all that racket from a helicopter. Thursday, Beto said, shaking his head. The officers thanked her and left. For 3 hours, the dog teams and policemen crisscrossed the field in the cold darkness. They found nothing of significance. Piquel, however, had learned some additional information while sitting with Walsh in the car. Earlier, Walsh had run down the list of former PDM employees he remembered. He had mentioned about 15 names, including Gregory Godzik and Charles Itulo. Now he recalled that a friend of his named Peter had worked for Gacy, and the contractor had offered $100 to the youth if he would let Gacy blow him. Walsh added that he had found 2 wallets in Gacy's garage, one with a California driver's license, one with a license from Illinois. He said that Gray had seen the wallets, too. Beto rode back to the station with Lang and Kozenzak, who announced he had told Piquel to drive Walsh home. Furious, Beto burst into my office. "Kozenzak, let Walsh go," he bellowed. "I could have got that little bastard to open up if I could have talked to him longer. You've got to get him back in here." I knew how he felt. He was in no position to tell Des Plaines how to run their investigation, but he was right. "We'll get Walsh back tomorrow," I told him. "Let's go check on the dogs." The police had parked 16 vehicles, including Gacy's car and 2 trucks, in the station garage. All the doors and trunks were open. One of the dog team leaders explained that after giving each of the 3 dogs one of Rob Peast's boots as a scent article, the dogs would make their own unleashed search of the garage. The leader described the various ways that each of the dogs would react if Rob's scent was present anywhere. The dogs slowly walked about the garage, sniffing all the vehicles, police as well as Gacy's. None responded to the PDM van, but they showed definite interest in the pickup and snowplow. Finally, one small German shepherd approached Gacy's black Oldsmobile. I got a chill down my spine when she got in the passenger side and lay down on the seat. That, according to her handler, was the death reaction, and clear confirmation that John Gacy's car had been used to transport the body of Robert Peast. Gacy had taken Schultz and Robinson for a good dinner. Now Albrecht and Hackmeister thought they, too, were in for a good time. After settling the bill at the Prime House, Gacy had dropped off some plans at a near North Side job site, then told Schultz and Robinson they were going to the Marriott Hotel on Chicago's Magnificent Mile for cocktails. The relieving ceremony had interfered, however, and Albrecht and Hackmeister assumed they would be the beneficiaries of Gacy's largesse. Gacy didn't have a party in mind, after all. He wanted to inspect an airline ticket office that was going to occupy some of the hotel's commercial space, fronting on Michigan Avenue. He told the officers that he liked to visit job sites at night, when there was less traffic and commotion. First, Gacy said that the construction project was his. Later, he said he was merely bidding on the job. His mission on this Sunday night was unclear to the officers, who watched as he rattled doors and tried peeping between partitions. He found a security guard who was either without the proper key or unwilling to let him into the space. So much for cocktails at the Marriott. Gacy then led the officers up the lake shore to the Little Sicily restaurant on the north side, where he said the cook owed him $4,000. The place was closed. Continuing their tour, Gacy at one point slowed to a crawl. "Look at that," Hackmeister radioed Albrecht. Gacy was craning his neck as he watched a young man walking on the sidewalk to his right. He circled the block, then continued his scrutiny of the man in the dimly lit street. Finally, he resumed his usual pace. "Boy, I thought he was going to break his neck checking that guy out," Hackmeister said. Now Gacy drove across town until he came to the Brickyard Shopping Center, then under construction. He pulled into the entrance, then slowly drove up a ramp to a parking area. The cars inched along among the construction trailers and large cylindrical pillars. The area was deserted, and the only illumination on the boarded-up storefronts came from the distant streetlights near the entrance. "This doesn't look good at all," Albrecht radioed Hackmeister. "Better back off a little." Albrecht made sure his gun was on the seat next to him. Hackmeister laid his on the console. If there was any truth to Gacy's story about Nick and his .357, this was the perfect setup. The officers took up stakeout positions and watched Gacy from a distance. Gacy got out of his car and went up to one of the construction trailers. He was apparently trying to open the door when a man approached him. The two talked for a moment, then Gacy got back into his car. "Must be a security guard," Albrecht radioed. Gacy drove out of the mall and headed north. The Brickyard Shopping Center was just another job he was checking out, Gacy explained to the officers over breakfast at a Golden Bear restaurant on Chicago's northwest side. It was now 1 a.m., and Gacy's mood was somewhat melancholy as he began talking about his previous marriages, neither of which, he said, was right for him. Single life has its advantages, he said, and talked about a trip he and Walsh had taken to New York, on which they had picked up lots of bronze. On the other hand, he added, single life can be very lonely. Hackmeister thought Gacy was about to cry at this point. Albrecht excused himself to go to the washroom, and Gacy began telling Hackmeister about doing a lot of magic tricks for children as a registered clown. Once more, he mentioned the fun that clowns have at parades, and looking Hackmeister straight in the eye, he said, "You know, Dave, clowns can get away with murder." When Albrecht came back, the officers turned the conversation to Gacy's Wisconsin property. They still thought this could be a possible place to look for Rob Piest's body. Gacy now said that it was not he but Rhodey who had property near Spooner. His own land was in Rhinelander, he said, but he would not give a specific location. Albrecht said he had often vacationed in that area and asked Gacy about the nearby town of St. Germain. Gacy had never heard of it. "I'll tell you where the ideal place is," Gacy said finally, "where Raphael lives. He's only a couple minutes from downtown Glenview, but he's got 5 acres of land. Whenever I'm uptight and I just want to get away, I go out there in back of his property. It's really secluded. The only bad part of it, I wish he'd put in some gravel. Every time I go out there, I get stuck in the mud." Monday, December 18, 1978. When I got to Des Plaines on Monday morning, there was great excitement in the Detective Bureau, and an intriguing diagram drawn on my easel in Kozenzak's office. The lieutenant had spoken the night before with an anonymous caller who had informed him that Gacy had killed 5 or 6 people, Robert Piest among them, and that she knew where the bodies were buried. Kozenzak already had sent some of his detectives out looking for the gravesites, and other officers in the station were making telephone queries. On the face of it, this seemed to be the most interesting lead we had yet encountered. I sat down with Beto and Kozenzak, who filled me in on the mysterious call. Late Sunday night, when he was alone in the bureau reviewing reports, Kozenzak told us, a woman had called and given him the information. She had described certain landmarks around the gravesites: an incinerator, yellow and red construction equipment covered with plastic, a body of water, some wooded land, a red brick building, and heavy cyclone fencing. From the description she gave, Kozenzak had drawn a sketch on my easel with a blue marker pen, mapping the landmarks as well as 6 graves at the top of the plot. The grave on the right supposedly was Piest's. Kozenzak went on to say that he thought the woman might be a friend in whom Gacy had confided. She knew that Gacy had a scar on one finger, a fact that the detectives had confirmed by checking the fingerprint card we got from Northbrook. I asked Kozenzak if there was any way to call her back. She said no, she would not give her name, but she had said she might call back. I was disappointed that he hadn't traced the call, although I knew this can be a difficult process because the Des Plaines phone system is an independent company. If the woman had telephoned from outside the suburb, it would have taken several calls and considerable time to effect a trace. Beto asked why she hadn't given a specific location. Kozenzak said that she told him that if she had done that, Gacy would know she had talked to the police. She wanted to help the investigators, but she had to be careful. I wished we could talk to the woman. Still, this seemed a credible lead, and I was excited about pursuing it. The 6 graves she spoke of meshed with our developing theory that John Gacy might be a mass murderer. By mentioning the scar on his finger, she seemed to be trying to let us know she knew what she was talking about. Most important, she had mentioned Rob Piest, and at this point there had been no public disclosure connecting the two. She had to be someone close to Gacy, possibly a relative. I thought it might be Gacy's sister. We knew he had stayed with her on Thursday night. Perhaps he had confided in her, and she wanted him picked up because she feared for his physical safety. She wouldn't want him to know, of course, that she had turned him in. Possibly it was Gacy's former wife, Kathy, although that seemed less likely. In any case, we had to find the landmarks the anonymous caller had described, and they could be anywhere in the metropolitan area. I thought that a helicopter search would be the quickest way of spotting them, so I told Beto to see if Cliff Johnson could go up again. Beto, meanwhile, was calling the Environmental Protection Agency to get a fix on the incinerator the woman had mentioned, and other detectives checked on the locations of lots where construction equipment was parked. Tovar and Summershield were sent out to Glenview to look at the property of Gacy's associate Richard Raphael. He might have heavy machinery on his premises. While listening to Kozenzak's earlier briefing on the anonymous tip, Summershield had been greeted with stony silence when he said, "Gosh, Joe, that sounds like something a psychic would say." Now he had forgotten his indiscretion and was only too glad to be out in the field, away from his main responsibility, the flowchart. Raphael was not home when the officers arrived, and his wife was just leaving on an errand. She said that although she was not very familiar with her husband's business, she didn't think he owned any construction equipment. She said that she did not like John Gacy very well. He was a kind of no-class person. She excused herself, but told the officers to feel free to look around. After checking for landmarks on the property and part of the adjoining woods, the officers stopped at the barn, where they found Dick Walsh working. Tovar asked him if he knew any more about Charles Itulo, the young man who had drowned. Walsh said that he didn't think Itulo had any permanent address, that he just lived in his van. He added that another former PDM employee, who lived in Franklin Park, could probably tell the police more. He had been a drinking buddy of Itulo's, and his name was Bruce Bork. Back at the station, Tovar reached Bork after several calls. Bork said that Itulo was about 27 years old and drove a van with Texas plates. He did not get along very well with Gacy and had never returned to work. Bork said that he, too, was told by Gacy that Itulo had drowned. As far as he knew, Bork said, the name was spelled Hatulo, and that his family lived in Houston. Tovar started calling Houston authorities, as well as state agencies, for information on Itulos, Hatulos, and variants thereof. He continued his survey of downstate Illinois river towns for any information on unidentified bodies. The responses were discouraging. Either nothing or, "We'll have to check." "Every time I go out there, I get stuck in the mud." After hearing that, Hackmeister and Albrecht were certain that Rob Peast's body would be found somewhere on Raphael's property in Glenview. Before Gacy had said goodnight and gone home at 2:30 a.m., he had announced that he would be going out to Raphael's on Monday or Tuesday, and stood back to observe Albrecht's reaction. Now the two officers talked it over as they sat in one of the surveillance cars dining on Twinkies and yogurt, and decided they should share this information. Albrecht went in search of a payphone. He was unable to reach Lang, so he called Kozenzak at home. The lieutenant was not very interested in Albrecht's report. Anyway, he thought Raphael's place had already been checked. He did, however, want Albrecht to take down some information. Albrecht went to his car and got a yellow pad. Kozenzak told him of the anonymous call and described some of the landmarks. He wanted Albrecht to investigate an old junkyard near Gacy's house. Albrecht went to the scene and found several landmarks similar to those Kozenzak had mentioned. He diagrammed what he saw, then called Kozenzak and described his findings. Kozenzak said it wasn't what he was looking for, but promised to check Albrecht's diagram in the morning. Hackmeister, meanwhile, was trying to reach Albrecht on the radio, without success. He was irritated, thinking he was being left out of something important. Albrecht finally returned an hour or so later. "Where the hell have you been?" Hackmeister asked him. "I think Joe's been talking to a psychic," Albrecht said. He told Hackmeister where he had been, and how Kozenzak had written off their theory. They spent the rest of the early hours in Monday morning talking about what they might find in the mud somewhere on Raphael's property in Glenview. At 8:45 a.m., Gacy left his house and beat a fast track to the offices of his lawyer in Park Ridge, Sam Amarenti. Hackmeister parked at the rear of the building, and Albrecht pulled up in front, just as Leroy Stevens, Gacy's other lawyer, was arriving. Stevens recognized Albrecht from Gacy's visit to the police station the previous Wednesday and came over to his car. "Sullivan's going to take you guys off the surveillance," he said, "and if he doesn't, I'll have it done myself." Albrecht listened politely. "Incidentally," Stevens said, "I just heard that the Peast boy called from Milwaukee, and he's all right." He paused while Albrecht looked at him coldly. "By the way, did he have any juvenile delinquency problems?" "No, he didn't," Albrecht said angrily, as Stevens turned and walked to the building. At 11 o'clock, Gacy drove home. Shortly after noon, the officers were relieved, and on the way back to the station, Hackmeister asked Lang what they were going to do about investigating Raphael's property. Somebody had already been out there, Lang said, and they would let it go at that. As it turned out, the surveillance team would get a look at the property sooner than they thought. Shortly after Schultz and Robinson came on duty, Gacy told them that they were going to Raphael's. He seemed angry, as well as nervous. A van had been broken into the night before, he explained, and he had to get some tools for his crew at a job site. On the way to Glenview, the officers discussed Gacy's agitation. They concluded that Walsh had informed him of Tovar and Summershield's visit to Raphael's that morning, and he was upset about that. Schultz and Robinson were beginning to see a pattern in Gacy's meanderings. To find out what had happened, he always led his surveillance team to the place that Des Plaines investigators had just checked out. After a 100-mile-an-hour chase up the Tri-State Tollway, Gacy took a Glenview exit and drove to Raphael's. Walsh was still working in the barn. Gacy pulled him aside and spoke with him a short distance from the officers, in hushed tones. As he was walking on an incline toward Walsh's car, Gacy slipped and fell on the ice. He lay there for a moment, moaning, then slowly got up. From Walsh's trunk he took an impact gun and some blueprints. It was 1:30 when he told the officers he was going to Leroy Stevens's office, on the northwest side of Chicago. Gacy was now visiting his lawyers with increasing frequency. It was clear the strain of the surveillance was getting to him. On the way into Chicago, Gacy stopped at the offices of the Polish National Alliance. By his own account, he was one of the organization's more important members. Schultz decided to go across the street for some coffee while Gacy was occupied at the Alliance. Just as he was ordering, Robinson's voice came over his portable radio. "Let's go, he's moving." Gacy's next stop was his doctor's office to get a prescription. "My heart's been bothering me," he told the officers. "I've got this cardiac problem." He explained that he was getting some Valium to combat the stress he was under. Then the officers sat in the waiting room of Leroy Stevens's offices for almost 3 hours while Gacy met with his attorney. If there was going to be a harassment suit, it looked as if it would be coming quite soon. At 5 o'clock, Gacy came out. "Let's get going," he told the officers. "We've got someone to meet." In a few minutes, they arrived at Coach's Corner, where Gacy met Ed Hefner at the bar. After a brief conversation among the four of them, Gacy asked to see the electronic football game the officers had been entertaining themselves with. Schultz went to his car to get it. Meanwhile, Walsh came in and joined the party. For several minutes, he stood at the bar next to Gacy and Hefner. Then the three moved over to the cigarette machine to talk privately. They stepped outside for a moment, then returned. Gacy seemed perturbed. "You'd better not let me down, you fuckers," he told Walsh and Hefner. "You owe it to me." Schultz and Robinson strained to hear the rest of the conversation through the blare of the jukebox and the din of the after-work tavern crowd. "And what?" they heard Walsh ask Gacy as the three turned to the bar. "Buried like the other 5? After spending the morning with Lang, looking in vain for landmarks fitting the anonymous tip, Beto returned to the station. 2 Leeds messages reporting floating bodies found in the Des Plaines River had come over the wire in response to the queries sent out immediately after Rob Peast's parents had reported their son's disappearance. The reports had been awaiting follow-up for a couple of days. Beto noticed that the bodies had been discovered before Rob's disappearance. but he decided to investigate them anyway. We were now fairly sure that John Gacy might have had other victims. A sheriff's policeman in Will County told Beto that they had recovered the body of a youth they had identified as a Frank Landingen on November 12. The body was nude and had been sexually molested. A rag was stuffed in his mouth. They had learned that Landingen was a homosexual. From Grundy County Coroner James Reeves, Beto found out that a body of a young man had been recovered from the river the previous summer. The corpse, nude and badly decomposed, had been spotted by a barge captain. Reeves said the man was in his 20s, possibly Oriental. He had very small hands and feet. There were no bullet wounds. The only identification mark was a tattoo on the left arm in 3/4-inch block letters, Tim Lee. I was angry that no follow-up had been made on a piece of evidence we had recovered on the search of Gacy's house. The police had assumed the photo receipt that Kozenzak had picked out of the trash belonged to Gacy, and left it at that. I told Kozenzak to send somebody over to Nissen Pharmacy and find out for sure. From my own experience as a teenager working in a drugstore, I knew that stores keep photo logs to identify customers' orders. If the receipt was for Gacy's order, the log at Nissen's would tell us that. Besides, maybe the photos themselves would have some clues that might be useful. Adams and Piquel went to Nissen's, where they were immediately rebuffed. "They don't want to give it to us," they reported to me. "They said they needed to check out the others." "By God," I snapped, "bring it in and we'll Xerox a copy for them." The crime laboratory of the Department of Law Enforcement had reported that because the brown bottle found in Gacy's house was empty, it was impossible to determine its previous contents. I asked the lab assistant if, judging by the smell, it could have been chloroform. "Yes," she said. I told her it would be very helpful if she could put that in the laboratory report. Summershield had found out that Matthew Cooper, not his real name, the other youth whose driving permit had been recovered in Gacy's house, was living with his parents. Despite the reluctance of the youth's father, Summershield and Tovar brought him into the station for questioning. They told the father they had found various driver's licenses, including Matthew's, in Gacy's possession, and they wanted to try to find a common denominator for the thefts. At first, Cooper denied knowing anything about John Gacy, and he told the officers a highly unlikely story about losing his license. During a break in the questioning, Tovar talked with Beto, who told him, "Lean on him. Tell him we know better, and he'll get in trouble if he doesn't open up." Cooper finally admitted that Gacy had once offered him a ride. They drove around a while, sharing a joint of marijuana, and ended up at Gacy's house. There, Cooper said Gacy offered him money if he would let Gacy blow him. Cooper consented. Afterwards, Cooper took a shower. Then Gacy drove him home. "I know where you live now," Gacy had remarked on the way. Cooper assumed that Gacy had gone through his wallet while he was in the shower. Gacy apparently had taken Cooper's learner's permit, and the youth had not reported it missing because he was about to get his permanent license. Over the weekend, Mrs. Cinch had sorted through more of her son John's possessions, and we had some property recovered from Chris Gray that we thought might be Cinch's also. Tovar and Adams went over to the Cinch residence late in the afternoon, taking with them photographs of a shirt and watch Gacy had given Gray. They asked Mrs. Cinch if she could identify them. She looked at the pictures for a moment, then said no, they were not her sons. Mrs. Cinch gave the officers a brown bag containing some of John's papers. Among them was a warranty and service booklet for the television set and a manufacturer's brochure for the clock radio that was missing from John Cinch's apartment. Tovar thumbed through the pamphlets on the way back to the station. "That's kind of odd," he said. "What's that?" Adams replied. "John Cinch had a black and white Motorola TV." "Yeah, what about it?" "John Gacy had a small Motorola in his bedroom." Schultz and Robinson were still stunned by Walsh's remark about buried like the other five, when Gacy compounded their surprise by inviting them to dinner at his house. He stopped at Hagen's Fish Market, bought several pounds of perch and shrimp, and the three drove back to Summerdale at about 6:30 p.m. From the smell in Gacy's kitchen, the officers could tell immediately that his dog had relieved itself on the floor. Gacy let the animal outside through the back door, then gathered up the soiled newspapers. After putting the fish in his microwave oven, Gacy went over to the bar in the recreation room and asked the officers what they'd like to drink. He brought out albums of his photographs, pointing out shots in which he'd posed with Rosalind Carter and Chicago Mayor Michael Bilandic, and pictures taken at his wedding and theme parties, lingering on those with politicians in them. He gave the officers a quick tour of his house, showing them his clown pictures. Then he got out blueprints detailing the proposed second-story addition to his recreation room. As Gacy talked about important politicians he knew, Schultz and Robinson hungrily wolfed down the major portions of the fish. How the hell can Gacy be so heavy, Schultz wondered, when he never seems to eat? Gacy let the dog back into the kitchen and excused himself to play back his phone messages and make a few calls. The officers noticed that the animal would not venture from the kitchen into the rest of the house. Gacy returned and announced to the officers, "We're going back to Raphael's. I've got to work on the payroll." On the way, Gacy stopped briefly at Walsh's to let him know where to report to work tomorrow, and at another job site. They arrived at Raphael's at about 9 o'clock. The officers played electronic football for about an hour, then decided they needed a coffee break. Robinson lost the coin toss and set out in search of a restaurant. He found one about a mile away. Although Robinson was dressed in blue jeans, the waitress apparently noticed his portable radio on the counter. "We don't charge policemen for coffee," she said. Robinson thanked her and left a 50-cent tip. Back in his car, he heard Schultz on the radio. "Shake your booty. He's going." Robinson accelerated and was at 90 miles an hour when he heard a siren. Looking into his rearview mirror, he saw a flashing red light. A Glenview policeman had picked him up on the radar. Robinson hurriedly braked and pulled over to the shoulder. He jumped out and flashed his badge at the headlights of the squad car that had pulled up behind him. "Des Plaines Police," Robinson yelled. "Official business. Just call my station." He jumped back into his car and roared off. The Glenview officer did not follow him. "Ain't no justice," Robinson snarled into his radio at Schultz. "Gacy drives like an animal, but the coppers stop me." "He's heading home," Schultz replied. Gacy's response to the surveillance teams was changing. Now he was trying to elude them whenever he could, and despite their best efforts, he had plenty of opportunities, not all of them due to coffee breaks. Because the officers gave their radios heavy usage, the batteries never got fully charged. More than once they had to stop to get new ones. If they were beyond the range of the Des Plaines transmitters, the radios were useless for communication with the station, and they would have to find a telephone to call in. If the midnight team didn't get a chance to fill their tanks at the municipal garage, they had to find a gas station and fill up wherever and whenever they could. At least the accounting department was understanding. There wasn't always time to get a receipt, but the officers were reimbursed for whatever they said they had spent. Robinson caught up by the time they got back to Summerdale. Gacy invited the officers in, but they declined. He told them that from now on they should park in his driveway. The neighbors were beginning to complain about their presence. Schultz and Robinson began playing football and talking about Walsh's remark at Coach's Corner. "Wouldn't it be something if Gacy had bodies buried under all those bushes?" Schultz said, nodding toward the dense hedge alongside Gacy's driveway. "That's probably why they're growing so good," Robinson said. Gacy came stomping out of the house and headed for his car. "Hey, where are you going?" Schultz asked. "Just follow me," Gacy replied angrily. He went roaring off down Summerdale, then followed side streets that were still slick with standing water and melting ice. His car fishtailed from side to side as he tried to keep it under control at 60 miles an hour. Schultz and Robinson fell farther and farther behind. Finally, several blocks ahead of them, they saw his headlights sweeping wildly to the side and his car skating sideways for a few hundred feet. He plowed into a snowbank on the parkway. By the time they caught up, Gacy had extricated himself and was on his way. He drove to Resurrection Hospital in Chicago. By the time Gacy came out, almost an hour later, he had calmed down. He told the officers he had visited Sam Amarante's kid, who was a patient. He was very concerned, he said, about the boy's health. Gacy's anger before going to the hospital was, I imagine, brought on when he made a quick call from his house to Walsh's and learned that we had Dick back in the station. Beto was still irritated that he hadn't had another shot at Walsh on Sunday night, so he and Sergeant Joe Hine of the Sheriff's Police had gone out and brought him back in. Walsh was exasperated by all the attention the police had shown him, and he swore that he had told them all he knew. Beto, however, was convinced that there was something that was keeping him from telling all he knew about John Gacy. With Hine, rather than someone from the Des Plaines force, Greg felt much more comfortable. He could raise his voice a little more to an uncooperative witness. The two policemen took Walsh into an interview room, took off their coats and ties, and picked up where Sunday's interview left off. They asked Walsh if Gacy had any female friends. He knew of only one, a woman of about 30, who had a 10-year-old daughter. Walsh had seen them together several months before. He thought she lived somewhere near Gacy. They next asked about Gacy's house. Walsh said it was in Gacy's mother's name and that he still owed her $8,000 on it. The garage, he said, was mostly used for storage of business equipment and materials. Asked if he had ever been in the crawl space, Walsh said he had gone down there with Gacy to spread about 10 bags of lime in the summer of 1977. The sump pump was not working right, and the whole house smelled. Beto asked Walsh if he knew anything about Gacy's handcuffs and the 2x4 with holes drilled in it. Walsh said Gacy used the handcuffs for tricks. He would lock himself up in them, then get out. Walsh thought he worked them into his clown routine. The 2x4, Walsh said, had some chains attached to it, and Gacy kept it under his bed. He thought Gacy used it to spread a person's legs apart during anal sex. He added that he had never seen it used. Beto thought he was getting somewhere with Walsh, so he went over and over the details of his previous statements. Walsh didn't budge any further, and he replied with his usual sarcasm and cockiness. Greg was fairly sure he wasn't lying, but he knew Walsh was holding back. Finally, he stood over the young man and said, "Look, if you're involved in this thing, now's the time to tell us, not later. I want to know anything else that you and John Gacy may be involved in. If you don't tell us and we nail Gacy, it's too late. There will be no making deals then." Walsh was adamant. He knew nothing more. While Walsh was being questioned, I was told that his mother was out in the waiting area, protesting loudly. I went out and saw a stocky woman with flaming red hair attended by a tough-looking male companion. He said nothing, but glared ominously. I introduced myself as an assistant state's attorney. She asked what we were doing. Was her son under arrest? I said we were conducting an investigation and that he was not under arrest. "Then I'm taking him with me," she said, adding that her lawyer would sue. I decided to stall her and said I'd go check on the investigator's progress. Greg was still hammering at Walsh, and through a window in the interview room I saw him give me a surreptitious wink that told me he was making progress. "You know your problem, Dick," he said. "Either you're involved in something Gacy is doing illegally and you don't want to admit it, or you're gay and you don't want to come out because you're married. If that's your problem, it's not going to go past me or out this room, but get it off your chest." Walsh would offer no more. Beto and Hine explained in detail the circumstances of Gacy's sodomy conviction in Iowa. They did not, however, tell him what we had learned about the title to Cinch's car. We first had to know just how heavily Walsh was involved. Meanwhile, word came from the beleaguered watch officer that Mrs. Walsh was demanding to see her son. Since Dick wasn't cracking, Beto had her shown in. He met her outside the interview room and explained to her that the police suspected Gacy was involved in the disappearance of the Peast boy, and that Dick could get into a lot of trouble if he was withholding information. Mrs. Walsh said that she was worried that Gacy might be threatening her son, because he had done it before. She obviously didn't like Gacy at all. Dick, she said, had told Gacy the previous summer that if he didn't get a pay raise, he was going to report Gacy to the Carpenters Union. Gacy told him not to do it, or he and his family might be harmed. Dick told his mother. Accompanied by a male friend, she went over to Gacy's house. The man pulled out a .38 and stuck it in Gacy's mouth. "If anything happens to my son or his family," Mrs. Walsh told Gacy, "you are dead." Beto took Mrs. Walsh into the interview room and left her alone with her son. She spent almost a half hour with him, and when she came out, Beto could see through the doorway that Dick had been crying. "He says he had nothing to do with the boy's disappearance," Mrs. Walsh said, "and I believe him." "Fine," Beto said. "You're his mother. Now we have a few more things to ask him." Mrs. Walsh said she would wait. Beto and Hein reminded Walsh of what they had told him and asked if he wanted to say anything more. He didn't. "We'll be talking to you again," Beto said. "You think about it, Dick." Before the day was over, we had our break. Pickell and Adams had managed to extract a photo log from Nissen Pharmacy. It was a single sheet, a form supplied by a Wisconsin firm called Sundance Photo, Inc., the lab that Nissen's used for processing. The sheet listed, by serial number and customer's name, the envelopes of film that Nissen's had sent in between December 2 and December 14. There were about 30 entries. The serial number of the receipt found in Gacy's trash was 36119. The second to last entry in the log was dated December 11. The serial number was 36119. The customer's name was Kim Byers. Tuesday, December 19, 1978. At 8:40 in the morning, Gordon Nebel arrived for work at Gacy's house, and Hackmeister absent-mindedly logged the name Johnson on his notepad next to him. It wasn't that he didn't recognize Nebel. He simply had a case of morning grogginess after almost 9 uneventful hours on stakeout. A half hour later, Gacy came out the door scowling and walked quickly over to the police cars in what Albrecht by now recognized as his characteristic gait, with almost no movement of his torso, just his legs trundling him along. "You guys are really obnoxious," he said. "What did we do now?" Albrecht asked. "They're being very hostile," Gacy said. "Who?" Albrecht asked. "I don't want you guys parking on the street. I'm giving you permission to use my driveway because the neighbors are getting pissed off." The officers were reluctant to oblige Gacy on this because they worried about their own safety, and besides, they didn't want to be accused of impeding his movements. "Who's Vandevass, anyway?" Gacy continued. "Vandevass," Albrecht said. "He's a sergeant, the first watch commander at the station." The sergeant had been on duty last Wednesday when Gacy came in to give a statement. "Well, you and Vandevass are going to be the first ones named in the suit," Gacy said, stuffing his hands in the pockets of his washpants. He went on to say that he was missing tools from his garage, in a tone that intimated that the officers might know something about it. He complained that he was still waiting for his blueprints. Finally, Gacy turned away and said they were going somewhere, but first he had to empty his trunk. "What's in there?" Albrecht asked. Gacy wheeled around. 2 bottles of booze," he said with a leer, "and 3 bodies." He stalked back to the house. A few minutes later, Gacy came back out and walked over to Hackmeister's car. He said they would be going to Waukegan and gave him directions. Hackmeister saw him looking at the notepad on the seat. "Oh, I see your other surveillance unit is here," Gacy said. "Johnson, huh?" "No, John," Hackmeister said. "That's just a mistake." But Gacy did not believe him. He jumped into his car and roared off. Driving north on the tollway, Gacy weaved in and out of traffic at high speed, easing off a bit when he spotted cars with CB radio antennas. He appeared to be writing down their license numbers. As they approached the Waukegan exit, Gacy accelerated into the far left-hand lane. As soon as the officers fell in behind him, he swerved across the other lanes, just making the exit at Grand Avenue. The officers followed him off the toll road to his job site at a drugstore on the north side of town. In the parking lot, Gacy walked toward Albrecht's car, then stopped about 20 feet away. "I know your car is bugged," he said, "and anything I say is going to be tapped, so get out. I want to talk to you. I saw your other guy on the tollway," he continued as they walked into the drugstore. "That's why I made such a quick exit. I just wanted to lose him." Inside the store, the pharmacist told Gacy he was late. "What do you mean?" Gacy said in a loud voice. "You just saw me in the last 24 hours." The pharmacist looked at Gacy with a puzzled expression. A clerk behind the counter spoke up. "John, there's a call here for you from Gail." Gacy picked up the phone and said, "Hello? Hello?" Then he hung up immediately. There was nobody on the line, he told Albrecht, but Gacy hadn't given the caller time to respond. About a half hour later, Gacy walked out the back door of the drugstore. Seeing Hackmeister, he quickly stooped, as if to pick something up, then went back into the store. A few minutes later, he went out the front door, telling Albrecht he had to get a tool from a nearby rental shop. "Hey, I wasn't trying to get away from you guys," he said to Hackmeister, who had moved to the front. "I was just getting something outside." When he came out of the rental shop, he still refused to go near Albrecht's car. Then he confided to the officers that he wanted some consideration in the event he was arrested. He asked that they let him call his attorney. He said that he was prepared for arrest now that his bond money had arrived from out of state. Gacy went on to say that because his life had been threatened, the officers were now being followed. He looked at Albrecht. "Hey, you're not bugged, are you, Mike?" he asked. He went up to the officer and began frisking him. Greg Beto was pressuring me to draw up another search warrant. What he'd heard from Gray and Walsh about wallets and IDs in Gacy's garage had convinced him that we had to have another look. He was sure we'd find things that would be plenty helpful in the investigation. I wanted to wait. Beto's argument was the standard one. We have to get inside. You're the lawyer. You figure out how to do it. Now that we had Gacy pretty well hemmed in, I countered, "Let's not rush in like fools. Let's do some more work." I talked with Tovar, and was annoyed to hear he had not made any progress checking the names in Gacy's address book. This morning, however, he had something else on his mind. His interest had been piqued by the similarity between Sitch's missing TV and the one in Gacy's bedroom. He had compared notes with Counts, who had inventoried the items in Gacy's house during the search. The two men agreed the sets could be the same. The papers Mrs. Sitch had given us didn't show a picture of her son's set, only the model number. Tovar planned to get an illustrated manufacturer's brochure, then check with the evidence technicians to see if Gacy's set appeared in any of the pictures taken on the search inside his house. He called the sheriff's ET laboratory in Maybrook and asked if they could print a copy of the picture of Gacy's bedroom. They said they'd have it ready by the time he came to pick it up. He then called the offices of Motorola in suburban Schaumburg. The woman he talked with could not help him and said he would have to come out. When he got there, he was told that Motorola no longer had anything to do with TV sets. They had been bought out by Quasar, whose offices were in Franklin Park. Disgusted, Tovar returned to the station and called Quasar's customer service department. The man he spoke to was named George Datillo. He gave him the model number. Datillo said the set was manufactured in 1974 and that he would drop by the station with a descriptive pamphlet. Robinson and Schultz came into the station several hours before they were to go on surveillance. They needed help. After several days and nights of high-speed chases, they were worried about their cars holding up. Robinson had already disabled one. Their driving philosophy was get sideswiped, tail-ended, or anything, but keep the engine intact. Now, however, it was a question of just how much punishment the old vehicles of Delta Unit could take. Their cars were simply not competitive with Gacy's rented Volare. The officers wanted something that, in Robinson's words, would shit and get, cars that could take the punishment that Gacy dealt out. There were several autos in the department that met the specifications, but they were assigned to senior officers who were unwilling to risk their four-wheeled perks in a contest with Gacy. Lang had sought to borrow cars from both the county sheriff and the state, without success. Schultz and Robinson now turned to Kozenzak with their problem. To their delight, he'd told them to get on the phone and find whatever they needed. The two officers were quickly dismayed by the response of car dealers and leasing firms. First, the high-performance cars they wanted were not available on a rental basis, and short-term leasing was out of the question. When the dealers learned that the cars would be used for high-speed surveillance work in and out of shabby sections of Chicago on a murder investigation, they politely said they were not interested. It was too bad, but Schultz and Robinson were stuck with the Batmobile and a few other junkers decorated with beer can props. As they left with Lang to begin their shift, they asked Kozenzak if he could keep on looking for them. Tovar came into the detective bureau with the color photo from Gacy's bedroom and the Quasar brochure. Beto and I and a group of detectives gathered around to look at the pictures. In each one, there was a beige 12-inch Motorola television set. They were identical. The cover of the manufacturer's brochure showing the set and a simulated television picture was especially ironic. On the screen of the television was the face of a clown. Schultz had just set a bag of 4 large cream and sugar coffees on the car seat when his portable radio crackled. "We're already moving," Robinson said. "We're heading for the tollway." It was just after noon, and Gacy was hurriedly departing from the drugstore in Waukegan. Schultz raced up a diagonal street through a residential area, hoping to intercept him. When he reached Grand Avenue, he looked left and right. No sign of Gacy or Robinson. He turned west, then radioed his location. "You're ahead of us," Robinson told him. Schultz braked, then spun into a U-turn. Luckily, traffic was light. As he accelerated, he felt first warmth, then a stinging sensation on his right thigh. The coffee had spilled. As he was groping for the bag, 2 cars whizzed by in the opposite direction. "You just passed us," Robinson said on the radio. Schultz braked and made another U-turn. Now the coffee was sloshing all over the seat and seeping into the brittle cracks in the old vinyl. Cursing loudly, Schultz tried to squirm out of the hot puddle in which his crotch was immersed. It was no use. "He's doing better than $1," said Schultz. "Where the hell are we going in such a big hurry?" "Believe it or not," Robinson radioed back, "Gacy told me we're going to be at his attorney's office by 1 o'clock." Neither had any doubt they would easily make the 35-mile trip in a half hour. Schultz was keeping his eyes fixed on the speeding Volare and the string of green traffic lights ahead of him on US 41. But a movement in the rearview mirror distracted him. He looked and saw that Robinson's car was engulfed in a swirling wreath of bluish-gray smoke. His transmission diaphragm apparently had broken, and the engine was drawing in the fluid and burning it. "What did you do to your car?" Schultz exclaimed. "The hell with it," Robinson radioed. "I'm just going to keep going until it dies." The cars were now closing very closely on a red light. "Dump it here by the stoplight," Schultz said. "Make room, I'm coming in," Robinson replied, pulling out on the snowy shoulder. He grabbed his radio and raced over to Schultz's car. Although the light by now had turned green, Gacy calmly got out of his car and walked back to see what was happening. "What are you guys doing?" he asked. "You son of a bitch," Robinson yelled. "They're going to give me 5 days off without pay for burning that car." Schultz, his trousers now sodden with cream and sugar coffee, rolled down his window and snapped at Gacy like a Doberman. They both cursed Gacy's recklessness and hurled threats of arrest at him, while the contractor stood on the highway like a chastened schoolboy as the backed-up traffic pulled around him. But when it was evident they weren't going to arrest him, he became inattentive. He'd heard it all before. "Hey, I was just doing 55, Gacy said. The officers roared in disagreement. "Look," he said, "if you don't believe me, why don't one of you ride with me?" "That's a great idea," Robinson said, getting out with his radio, slamming the door and stalking over to Gacy's car. "Now try to get away from me, asshole." Robinson settled his 6-foot 5-inch frame diagonally on the front seat of Gacy's car to keep an eye on him. Up to now, the officers hadn't even frisked Gacy. They didn't know whether he was carrying a weapon or not. But Gacy was making no threats. He had lost his earlier belligerence and was now trying to make amends for discommoding his buddies, the coppers. If only his private investigator could find the missing boy, he lamented. They could all cut out this fooling around. A voice on Robinson's radio interrupted him. "Ron," Schultz said, "glance over at his speedometer and see what it says. If it's still reading 55, then we've got to get that car in for work. Mine says 85. Robinson looked and radioed back. "You're right." Gacy held his pace through Chicago's northwest side. He did most of the talking, rambling on while Robinson played the good listener. It was just like some of their previous conversations in bars and restaurants, except now there were just the two of them, and Gacy's hand was on Robinson's knee. After the high-speed chase on the Kennedy Expressway and the arrest of Don Morrill on Friday night, it was clear to the Des Plaines officers that Gacy's friend Ron Rohde was no one to tangle with. Rohde, a short man with a full red beard and a weathered complexion, was a powerfully built cement finisher in his mid-40s. He was obviously a man of his own principles, who didn't like being bothered by anyone and didn't bother anyone in return. It was rumored that he had chased with a hammer a Chicago inspector looking for a payoff, then doused the man with concrete. The officers were convinced he feared nothing. When Rohde came into the station on Tuesday for an interview, he was handled very gingerly. Rohde had been loyal to Gacy up to now, but there were things about their relationship that angered him, and he was obviously fed up with the police surveillance. He disliked Gacy's calling him his best friend, and he became livid when we said that Gacy had told Gray and Walsh that Rohde worked for him. "I'd never work for that motherfucker," Rohde yelled in his rasping voice. "He's lucky I even give him jobs." Rohde was an independent contractor who occasionally did cement jobs for Gacy, and that was it. His rampaging in the detective bureau entertained us all for a while, but enough was enough. "Sir," I said sharply, "this is a police station." Rohde immediately became very meek. He even apologized. He was very polite and cordial after that, and Beto and Lang took him into an interview room. Rohde confirmed everything Walsh had told us about Gacy's activities the previous Tuesday night. Gacy was to have had some checks signed, then meet Walsh at the tree lawn. He never showed up. Gacy, meanwhile, had proclaimed to Rohde his innocence of the boy's disappearance. Beto asked him about his property in Wisconsin. Rohde said it was a 7-hour drive, one way from Chicago. So that wasn't the gravesite. Gacy couldn't have driven there and back on Tuesday night. When had Rohde last seen Gacy before the night of December 12th? Gacy, Rohde said, had been at a party he and his wife had given in early December. John had gotten drunk and somebody had taken him home. Gacy was a bad drinker, Rohde said. After 3 or so, he'd get kind of happy. Had he ever seen Gacy fight? Beto asked him. Fight? Rohde cackled with amusement. Ha! He's a pussy. Rohde said that once, when Gacy owed him money, Rohde called him and asked when he was going to repay the debt. Gacy gave him a lame excuse. Rohde told Gacy to pay up or else. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Gacy told him, then hung up. Rohde stormed over to Gacy's house and pounded on the door. Walsh, whom Rohde thoroughly disliked, let him in. "Give me my goddamn money," Rohde yelled at Gacy. "Get the hell out of here," Gacy yelled back, "or I'm going to call the police." "Well, as long as you're on the phone," Rohde said, "you might as well call an ambulance." And Rohde punched Gacy in the mouth. Then, for good measure, he turned and punched Walsh. Rohde was apparently convinced that Gacy had had nothing to do with Rob Peast's disappearance, and though they didn't take his word for it, both officers accepted his good faith. When Beto asked Rohde if he was gay, he thought the witness was going to come over the table at him. "Look," Beto said, "Gacy may be a friend of yours, but we wouldn't have 2 guys following him and bring you and others in here if we didn't think it was worth our time." At the end of the interview, Rohde conceded that the police must know what they were doing. It was clear that he, too, wouldn't mind knowing just exactly what the hell was going on. On the drive back from Waukegan, Schultz kept radioing the station to report the demise of Robinson's car. Each time he transmitted, he got the same reply. Unit calling the station, you are unreadable. Schultz shouted ever louder into the radio. The only result was increasingly frayed tempers at both ends. His first message had been picked up by Lang as he ferried Albrecht and Hackmeister back to the station. But the Delta unit commander decided that something might be gained by having Robinson ride with Gacy, and so he continued on his way. His two passengers were furious that they were not going back to the action, but decided it was best not to challenge Lang's decision. Gacy led Schultz to Leroy Stevens's office. After Gacy had gone inside, Schultz took the opportunity to call the station from a payphone in a bank across the street. When he came out, he was dismayed to see that Gacy's car was gone, and no sign of Robinson. When Gacy decided to make a quick departure, Robinson had frantically tried to radio Schultz, but his batteries were too weak to send a good signal. Now Schultz looked at the spot where Gacy had parked, and for once was grateful for his driving style. The contractor had left deep tracks of slush when he had pulled out and made a left turn onto busy Milwaukee Avenue. Turning northwest, Schultz drove about a block before he saw Gacy's car parked on the street in front of the Gale Street Inn. He went inside and found Robinson, Gacy, Stevens, and the lawyer's secretary ordering drinks and lunch. "Want something to eat?" Stevens asked him. "No," Schultz said angrily. "I'll just have coffee." Only now, in the heat of the restaurant, did he have any hope of drying out his coffee-soaked jeans. He was hungry and would have ordered food, but he had only a few dollars in his pocket and was worried about the bill. "What's the matter, buddy?" Robinson asked. "Don't you want any lunch?" "I'm just too pissed off at these people to want to eat," Schultz said. He left the table and made another call to the station. He asked Kozenzak if he had lined up some better cars for them. The lieutenant said he hadn't had a chance. Schultz sulked for the remainder of the meal. His temper didn't improve when Stevens picked up the tab. Back to Stevens's office. At 4 o'clock, after Gacy had spent an hour and a half there, lawyer and client emerged and announced that they were going downtown on the subway. Gacy and Schultz parked their cars in the lot at the nearby Jefferson Park terminal. As the train clattered along the median strip of the Kennedy Expressway, Schultz nodded toward the rush-hour traffic on the roadway and commented how much easier it was keeping tabs on Gacy this way. Stevens chided Schultz about his earlier anger over Gacy's driving. Gacy got off the train at the Daily Center complex of city, county, and state offices. Stevens stayed on, saying he had some Christmas shopping to do and would join them later. In the lobby of the center, a man nodded a hello at the two officers and greeted Gacy warmly, wishing him a Merry Christmas. He was Illinois State Attorney General William Scott. Gacy took an elevator up to the offices of the building department, where he said he had to get some papers that Stevens needed to incorporate some of his property. The offices were closed. Robinson rapped on the glass door until someone responded. Flashing his badge, he said, "Urgent police business," and Gacy got his papers. The three men then wandered outside to the Block Square Plaza. Chicago's tall Christmas tree was now fully lighted, and between it and the brooding Picasso sculpture lay a crystalline field of ice sculptures depicting a sailing vessel, Santa Claus and reindeer, and nativity scenes. Gacy explained to the officers how the sculptures were made. Blocks of ice were fused together with water in a freezer, then chisels and shavers were used to shape the design. When he worked as a chef, he said, he had known many of the sculptors, who also did catering business. It was cold, and they decided to get a cup of coffee while they waited for Stevens. They crossed the plaza, which was thronged with office workers, hurrying to buses and trains, or heading for State Street, a block away, for last-minute Christmas shopping. At Randolph and Dearborn, the tinkle of Salvation Army bells pierced the din of traffic, and above the crowded sidewalks the marquees of once stately movie theaters blazed with their current fare: Blackjack, Black Belt Jones, Big Bad Mama, and Toolbox Murders. Gacy and the officers decided to order sandwiches as well. As they moved through the line to the cash register, Gacy turned to Schultz, who was last, and said, "Your turn." Schultz had just enough to pay the bill. As they ate, Gacy told how he had remodeled this restaurant and had paid off building inspectors to overlook code violations. As they walked back across the plaza, Gacy remarked, "Did you hear about the big mistake they made? They poured the concrete in the wrong spot. They had to redo the foundation." Robinson and Schultz looked at each other, puzzled. They didn't know what he was talking about. Stevens was standing, shivering, outside the Daily Center. "Where have you guys been?" he asked as the three men approached. Schultz and Robinson noticed that despite Stevens's professed need to do Christmas shopping, he was carrying no packages. They boarded a crowded subway. As well as the dank odor of the tunnel, the smell of burning brake shoes was in the air. The train waited at the next stop for several minutes. Then the conductor announced that because of mechanical problems, the train would make a non-stop run to Jefferson Park. Many of the passengers got off. The officers took a seat facing Gacy and Stevens across the aisle. When the train got moving, Stevens said loudly that Gacy should consider taking a vacation. His client pulled out a big wad of bills, mostly in $100 denominations, and began counting them. They discussed destinations: Little Rock, where Gacy could visit his mother; Palm Springs; Belgium. The officers quickly joined in the spirit of the conversation. "Are you really planning on leaving, John?" Schultz asked. "If you do, remember I told you to buy 3 tickets. "It's no problem if you don't want to pay, John," Robinson added. "I've got my credit card, and we can go anywhere you can go." Gacy chuckled. Then he and Stevens held up a newspaper and conversed behind it for the rest of the trip. Back at Stevens's office, the lawyer asked the officers if they would help carry out several cases of liquor he was giving as Christmas presents. Not all of them fit in the trunk of the attorney's car, so he told them to put the rest in Gacy's trunk. Stevens drove away, and Gacy and the officers stopped for a beer at Coach's Corner. Then the contractor said he was going home. Now the driving conditions were barely tolerable. The temperature was dropping, and an east wind off the lake was bringing fog and sleety drizzle. The streets had turned to a glaze. Even Gacy reduced his speed, a rare concession. Robinson was riding with Schultz now, and on the way to Summerdale they speculated about Gacy's travel plans. They concluded that Stevens's Christmas shopping had actually been a trip to a travel agency to buy Gacy's tickets. As to destination, Gacy himself had seemed to favor Little Rock. Robinson began complaining about the mess in the car. Schultz just listened and grinned. Robinson had sat there in the restaurant like King Farouk, stuffing himself, courtesy of Leroy Stevens. Now, for all Schultz cared, Robinson could soak his tail feathers in the coffee for a while. "You know it's the same goddamn TV," Beto said, pounding on my desk. "Here we go again. The macho cop wants to kick down the door and go in and read the serial number." I was ready to admit that Sitch's set and Gacy's seemed identical, and that was a remarkable coincidence. But I still did not have what I needed to get another search warrant signed by a judge, proof that a crime had been committed. We still had found no trace of Rob Peast, and our best lead was Kozenzak's anonymous tip. Cliff Johnson had taken his helicopter up to search for the landmarks the woman caller had described, and I was waiting for his report. I thought it likely that Sitch had been in Gacy's house, but we had no proof. Even proving that Gacy had Sitch's TV set wouldn't establish that, although it would sure help in getting a warrant, and I agreed it was important to have that serial number. Our surveillance officers seemed to be the best candidates for the job now that Gacy was inviting them into his house. Schultz and Robinson were told to try to cop the number if they had a chance, but I warned them not to get caught. They now had Gacy's confidence, which was useful in itself. I didn't want them to do anything that would alienate him and sabotage the investigation. We also had to know more about Gregory Godzik, who, like Sitch, had apparently been seen after his reported disappearance. We had to keep trying to find relatives of Butkovich and Hatelo, and we had to talk to Kim Byers again, now that we knew it was her photo receipt in Gacy's trash. We were moving toward a second search warrant, but from a legal standpoint we had a long way to go. Tovar and Kautz spent much of the afternoon pursuing the Hatelo investigation and calling the people listed in Gacy's address book. Some of the names were marked with an H. The officers guessed this might stand for homosexual. Those of Gacy's friends and acquaintances who were reached were reluctant to talk. The officers sensed that most of them were gay. Tovar found out from the Texas Department of Public Safety that a Charles Antonio Hatola, born in the early 1950s, had once been issued a driver's license that listed a Houston address. Checking with the telephone company, Tovar was told that the residence had an unlisted number. He then talked to the Harris County Sheriff's Police in Houston, and they agreed to send an officer to the house to inquire about Hatola. Now, presumably with the correct spelling, Tovar checked the microfiche listings and found that Hatola did have an Illinois license with a Chicago address. It had expired in April 1978, and he had never applied for a renewal. Checking the name with Chicago police, Tovar found that Hatola had been arrested for possession of marijuana there, as well as in Freeport, Illinois. The detective was now sure he had the right spelling. Hatola's identification record showed his employer as PDM. Tovar set out for 11th and State Street to pick up the records and Hatola's photo. About half an hour later, Kautz received a call from the Sheriff's Police in Houston. They had spoken with Hatola's aunt, who said that her nephew had drowned on Mother's Day in 1977 in Freeport. Calling authorities there, Kautz was told that Hatola had fallen off a bridge over the Pecatonica River. His death had been ruled accidental. As the officers stood in the drizzle, waiting for Gacy to unlock his kitchen door, they heard his dog barking in the backyard. They looked around and saw it tied to a stake. "John, who left that dog out in this weather?" Schultz asked indignantly. "I had to tie him out this morning," Gacy replied. "There was nobody here today to let him out." Schultz scolded Gacy for his cruelty, but Gacy paid no attention. Once inside, he walked quickly over to the door to the front of the house and closed it. The officers smelled the same odor they had noticed the previous night when they had watched Gacy clean up the dog mess. But tonight there was no mess in the kitchen. The dog had been out all day, and the odor was just as strong as before. Schultz and Robinson had discussed how they would get the serial number of Gacy's television set. Schultz would reconnoiter, while Robinson distracted Gacy. The contractor made it easier for them by ushering them into the recreation room. Robinson went to the bar and asked Gacy to make him a drink. If this didn't distract Gacy long enough, he planned to ask him to demonstrate a card trick. There was a knock at the door. It was Wally Lang, who had brought another car over for Robinson. Lang came in, and Schultz excused himself to use the toilet. He walked back through the kitchen. So far, so good. Gacy, who seemed to prefer keeping visitors in the newer part of his house, had not insisted that Schultz use the washroom next to the bar. Schultz took a deep breath as he edged into the hallway. He glanced into the darkened plant room with all Gacy's clown paintings, then walked to the bathroom midway down the hall. He switched on the light and exhaust fan, then flushed the toilet to cover up any sounds he made. From his earlier tour of the house, he knew that the bar, where Gacy was standing, was on the other side of the wall. Quickly, he walked into Gacy's bedroom, past the bed, over to the dresser on the far wall. The television set was right where the E.T.'s picture had shown it. He flicked on his cigarette lighter and peered around the rear of the set, but he couldn't find the serial number. With growing anxiety, he moved the set out a little farther and swept his lighter back and forth. He finally found a number, but had difficulty reading it in the flickering light. He read it to himself several times to commit it to memory, then hastily retreated to the bathroom. Schultz flushed the toilet again. As he was running some water in the wash basin, he felt a shaft of warm air coming from the register by the toilet bowl. The furnace had just turned on, and a vile odor was wafting into the bathroom. From his own home repair experience, Schultz knew that there probably was a leak in the ductwork and the blower was drawing in air from the space below. I was checking on the progress of the helicopter and dog team searches when Beto came to me with renewed enthusiasm. "I've got Ed Hefner in there," he said, "and he told us he dug under some concrete for Gacy in the last couple weeks. It's at a house, and he thinks it's somewhere in Norridge." This sounded interesting. A fresh hole in the ground near some existing concrete footings could be just the sort of place Gacy might use to dispose of a body. Beto wanted to take Hefner out to find the house right away. "Let's do it," I said. But first I wanted to know what else had come out of the interview. Beto said they'd learned that Hefner had worked for Gacy for about a year, and he'd met him when Gacy brought his wife to the Good Luck Lounge, where he tended bar. Gacy had told Hefner he planned to open a bar and wanted Hefner to run it. For various reasons, the deal had fallen through, though Hefner was not unhappy about it. Gacy had propositioned him sexually, but nothing ever happened after Hefner threatened to beat the contractor if he ever laid a hand on him. Hefner went on to say that in the last couple of days he had overheard Gacy tell Walsh at a job site, "Don't talk to anybody about what we're talking about." Just then, a commotion erupted in the detective bureau. Someone called, "Gacy's slipped the tail." The monitor in Kozenzak's office was alive with excited chatter as Schultz and Robinson reported that Gacy had eluded them, and they thought he might be heading for O'Hare. They said that he might be going to Little Rock, or even leaving the country for Belgium. I told the detectives to start checking the airlines for likely flights. "What jurisdiction do we have at O'Hare?" Kozenzak asked. I tried to decide quickly what to say. "They're law officers," I bluffed. "Stop the goddamned plane." After Lang had departed, and Schultz returned to the recreation room, the officers at the house heard Gacy tell someone on the telephone, "I'll call you back in 5 minutes." Gacy then grabbed his coat and dashed out the door to his car without a word. Schultz and Robinson followed him south on Cumberland. Just before a busy intersection, Gacy made a quick turn into an alley behind a drugstore. Schultz and Robinson were close behind him. Gacy then slipped between the building and a dumpster that apparently had slid on the ice into the center of the alley. Schultz braked and aimed his sliding car for the same opening. His bumper and quarter panels ground against the dumpster and the brick wall, but he made it through. Robinson, seeing that the big old Ford that Lang had delivered to him would not fit, stopped and went around the other way to the front of the drugstore. The two officers met. Gacy was gone. Quickly they searched the parking lot, then one at a supermarket across the street. There was no sign of him anywhere. They rushed over to Rhodey's tree lot, then back to Gacy's house, then to the Shell station Gacy patronized. He had to be running for a plane, they decided. Robinson parked his car and got into Schultz's for the race out the expressway to the airport. On the way, the station radioed. There was a Delta flight leaving for Little Rock in just a few minutes from gate H8B. The officers ran into the terminal, now surging with holiday travelers. At the security checkpoint, they hurriedly explained their mission. The guards stared at them suspiciously, especially at Schultz in his coffee-stained jeans. One of the guards said he would have to check with his superior before he could let the two officers through. Robinson looked at Schultz. "The hell with this bullshit," he said, and the two of them took off running down the concourse, dodging arriving passengers, with several shouting security guards in their wake. At the gate, Schultz mollified the guards, while Robinson checked with the airline agent. There was no Gacy on the flight, nor had anyone in a black leather jacket boarded the plane. The agent suggested they try the main counter in the terminal. There the clerks checked the reservation computers of Delta and the other airlines at O'Hare. No John Gacy was listed on any flight they could find. Discouraged, Schultz and Robinson got back into their car just as Lang's voice was coming over the radio. "The car's at the tree lot. Come over here right away." Lang's tone spoke volumes, and the message was, "How the hell did you guys manage to screw up?" Lang had not opposed the surveillance team's decision to go to O'Hare. but he was sure Gacy was elsewhere. A short time after Schultz and Robinson had cased the tree lot, Lang and Summershield drove by it, and lo, there was Gacy's car, parked conspicuously under a street lamp. Gacy, obviously pleased with himself, was visiting with Rhodey. "I wasn't trying to lose them," he told Lang. "Honest, I parked and waited for them by the drugstore." When Schultz and Robinson arrived, Lang was fairly caustic. "Do you think you can keep him this time," he said, "or do you want me to stay here?" Schultz mumbled that they could handle it themselves. Lang and Summershield followed Gacy to his house, while the two surveillance officers went to get the other car. Not until evening were we able to question Kim Byers, who had been in a swimming meet at Maine North High School. Yes, the photo receipt was hers, and she remembered filling it in on the evening of December 11 at Nisson's. She explained that she had put on Rob's parka because she was cold, and with a little embarrassment she told us that she had put the receipt in the pocket of the jacket because she hoped that Rob would notice it and ask her about it. This was the missing piece in the puzzle, and a second search warrant was practically assured. We now had absolute confirmation that Rob Piest had been in John Gacy's house. After the day's activities, Schultz and Robinson were glad enough to see their midnight relief. Gacy had just led them to Mr. K's restaurant near his house when Lang arrived with Albrecht and Hackmeister. The new crew just slid into the booth with Gacy, who once again was eager to talk. He now put a price tag on the suit that was naming Albrecht and the others, $750,000. Desplaines had violated his civil rights, and his attorneys were going to indict, as he put it, all its detectives. Gacy mellowed, however, and began talking about his work as a clown. All of it, he said, was volunteer. He used the name Pogo. He had dressed up as Uncle Sam at one of his big summertime parties. Talking about parties, he said that he had been to some bisexual affairs and saw nothing wrong with what went on. He said he thought people should do whatever they wanted, as long as it didn't infringe on other people's rights and no force was used. Gacy said he had encountered many homosexual pharmacists in his work, but he always made sure they didn't bother his employees. Gacy said he always maintained a formal employer-employee relationship with the people who worked for him, and as a result, no one really knew him. He was strict and would not allow his workers to smoke any grass on the job. He said he had told all of them to cooperate in the investigation and even had paid them for the time they were being interviewed. He threw in that Walsh and Gray were real ladies' men. After giving a detailed accounting of all but a couple of minutes of his time on the Monday night that Rob Piest disappeared, Gacy told the officers about his life as a prominent businessman in Waterloo, Iowa, back in the 1960s. He said he owned 3 Kentucky Fried Chicken outlets, as well as another restaurant, a motel, and a clothing design firm. He said he ran a prostitution ring at the motel, both gay and straight, showed pornographic movies, and at private parties had naked girl dancers who would engage in sex. At the time, Gacy said, he was running for alderman on the Democratic ticket, but he was set up by the Republicans and double-crossed by the sheriff, and finally arrested for inducing acts of prostitution. The town came down on him hard. He was convicted of a felony and served time. At that point, his first wife divorced him, taking him for $160,000, 3 cars, and his house. Gacy said he managed to get out with $40,000, but he had to pay all the legal fees. After coming back to Chicago, Gacy said he had been arrested late at night for assault and deviant sexual charges because he had picked up a hitchhiker who wanted to give him a blowjob. Gacy said he stopped the car and threw the guy out on the expressway. The charge, he said, was eventually dropped because the man was a fence and no one believed his version of what happened. With all the strain he was under now, Gacy said, he was contemplating a plane trip. "Make sure it's after midnight, so we can go with you," Albrecht said. "How about Hawaii?" Hackmeister asked. Gacy went home at about 1 o'clock. Hackmeister parked on a side street while Albrecht stayed on Summerdale in front of a neighbor's house. The freezing rain pelted their cars, obscuring vision through the windows. About an hour went by. Then Albrecht saw car lights in his rearview mirror. The car stopped. Then a little later he heard a door slam. He looked in the mirror again, but the car was gone. He got out and peered down the street. It was empty. Albrecht got back into his car. All he heard was the rain. About 20 minutes later, he saw 2 cars come around the corner behind him. They both turned out their headlights and pulled up about 75 feet behind him. A large man got out of each car. Albrecht saw the man nearest him hitching his belt. They then began walking toward Albrecht's car, one in the street, one along the curb. Through his rain-splattered rear window, Albrecht could see little but their silhouettes. He picked up his radio. "I think we've got company, Dave," he said. Albrecht reached for the gun he kept stuck in his belt. Hackmeister heard the alarm in his partner's voice. He started his car and came around the corner, his lights out. He accelerated down Summerdale, then pulled up with the front of his car angled toward Albrecht's to give himself cover when he got out. But now the men were alongside Albrecht's car, and their faces reflected the glow of a distant streetlight. It was Bedo and Hein, who'd been out having a few beers. Albrecht cursed the 2 sheriff's policemen as he put his gun back into his belt. The 2 got into Albrecht's car, and Hackmeister joined them. Bedo told them about the fruitless search that he, Hein, Kozenzak, and Kautz had made with Hefner. They had spent hours traversing glazed streets looking for the house with the freshly dug hole next to concrete footings. He didn't think Hefner was lying, but he couldn't remember where the house was. Discouraged, Hein and Bedo had stopped at a bar, then decided to go out on their own to search. They set up checkpoints where they met every other half hour. It had been another wild goose chase. Bedo told the surveillance officers to press Gacy whenever they could. He said they'd learned that Gacy hated to be called a jagoff, and that he was upset about his father's death. The officers, he said, should make reference to these things when the situation was right, to unsettle Gacy until he reached the breaking point. Bedo warned them, however, that Gacy could crack under pressure, and that they didn't know what his reaction might be. He was not acting like a textbook homicide suspect, and could be very dangerous. "Watch yourselves," Bedo said. At about 3:30, Hein began nodding off, so he roused himself and left on the long drive south to his home. Bedo continued to fill the surveillance officers in on the progress of the internal investigation. Albrecht and Hackmeister were grateful. There was never enough time to share information with the others involved in the case. Soon the conversation tapered off, then ceased entirely. There were only the sounds of the icy rain pattering on the car and the snores of Greg Bedo coming from the back seat. Wednesday, December 20, 1978. This was the 10th day of the Piest investigation, and the signs of wear on all of us were most visible. We were by now uncommonly grateful if we could get 2 or 3 hours' sleep before rising in the winter darkness to start a new day. The few meals we managed to eat would have offended any nutritionist. Mostly we did without them. As Greg Bedo said, you'd look at your watch at 8:30 at night and remember that you hadn't had dinner or lunch. The surveillance officers were lucky to have 8 hours off duty. He himself lost 14 pounds during the investigation. When they arrived home, they were ready for a couple of beers, and, besides, their wives were eager to hear about their adventures. When they finally went to bed, they slept fitfully because they were so keyed up. The stress of high-speed driving in adverse weather, plus the specter of the unknown danger they faced, made relaxation only a fond memory. Everybody had gripes. Delta Unit by now had exhausted its supply of serviceable cars. Robinson and Albrecht complained about the big Ford they were given to drive, but that was about the last train out, and there was little hope of getting any help from the car dealers. Communications by portable radio were becoming a great problem. The officers had asked Lang to borrow some of the sheriff's radios, but he had not followed through. Transmissions from these units are boosted by repeaters located all over Cook County, expanding the range of their reception. The officers were also miffed at Lang for not supplying them with fresh batteries, which they felt they didn't have time to purchase in the heat of surveillance. The radio officers in the station were tired of being screamed at by surveillance officers trying to make themselves readable over the airways. Perhaps the main complaint among the surveillance officers was the lack of information about their colleagues' activities. Rarely did they have a chance to talk to the officers they were relieving, and they felt that Lang told them very little about the internal investigation. One day, Albrecht and Hackmeister wandered into the detective bureau after their surveillance shift to see what they could learn, and they were confronted by Lang. "Go home and get some rest," the sergeant told them, "or I'll pull you off the case." They knew that he was acting in their own interests, but they were angered at being cut off. Finally, they solved their problem by visiting with Kozenzak when Lang was not around. The lieutenant, they found, was very willing to share information with them, and curious to know about their activities. Oddly enough, Kozenzak was not getting the same good marks from some of his own detectives. His men felt similarly starved for information, and some of them felt their time was being wasted on a fruitless search for the anonymous caller's landmarks. After some of the surveillance officers complained to Kozenzak, the lieutenant called Lang in and told them that he was spending too much time in the station, away from his troops in the field. Moreover, the presence of two supervisors in the office led to some confusion. Lang frequently was asked questions that were properly Kozenzak's to answer. In responding, he might unwittingly be short-circuiting the orderly flow of communications and leaving Kozenzak out of the loop. I think Kozenzak and Lang were each trying to find his own niche in the overall operation. Kozenzak carved out that anonymous tip as his territory and concentrated on that. Lang took a while longer to find his handle. After the first few days, he rightly concluded that his presence with the surveillance team was not necessary. 3 cars following Gacy just led to massive traffic jams. At that point, after consulting with a psychiatrist, he decided to work on Gacy psychologically. Now, whenever Gacy approached him at the twice-daily shift changes, Lang deliberately would not respond to Gacy's mood. If the contractor cheerfully initiated a conversation, Lang would be curt and unsympathetic. Then, maybe a shift or two later, he would apologize. "John, I'm sorry I said that. I was really tired." Once, when Gacy said that he was not into violence, Lang peeled back his shirt, revealing a bulletproof vest. "John," the sergeant said, "I don't really believe you're nonviolent." The investigation was severely taxing the resources of the whole department. The Youth Bureau, Delta Unit, and the Detective Bureau had been given over wholesale to the Gacy case, and had all but ceased activity on their other work. With detectives working 16 to 24-hour days, overtime was mounting up and threatened to put a great strain on the department's year-end budget. But perhaps our biggest worry of all came to pass on this morning, when I returned a call to Gacy's attorney Sam Amarenti. "We've filed the suit," he told me. "It's due for hearing on Friday morning." "Get out! We're moving!" Albrecht turned around to the rear seat and shook Beto. Awakening in a surveillance car in the foggy gloom of Wednesday morning, Greg was completely disoriented. "What's going on?" he mumbled. "Gacy's moving," Albrecht said. "You've got to get out." Gacy was indeed on the move. Hackmeister had driven around to the front of the house and pulled into the contractor's driveway. When Gacy came out of the house at 8:15, he said nothing to the officers. He got into his car and drove up as if he intended to ram Hackmeister's. The officer obliged him by backing into the street, but made the mistake of turning his car the same way Albrecht's was facing, east, Gacy's normal direction of departure. Today, Gacy went west. Hackmeister struggled to get his car turned around on the street, now glazed with last night's freezing rain. Gacy zipped down Summerdale, through the single track of icy ruts in the next block. By the time Hackmeister reached them, 2 eastbound cars were coming through, forcing him to wait. Albrecht, meanwhile, was trying to eject Beto from his car and get it turned around. A moment later he was on his way, leaving a bleary-eyed and bewildered investigator standing in the middle of the street. Gacy turned north and began racing up Cumberland. In a few blocks he came up to 2 lanes of cars, stopped at a red light. Gacy pulled out to the left around the traffic into the southbound lanes and weaved through the intersection. When Hackmeister got to the Kennedy Expressway, he stopped on the overpass and looked east and west. No sign of Gacy. He drove to the Shell station a few blocks away. No one there had seen Gacy. Albrecht, meanwhile, got on the expressway going west, since Gacy had said a few days earlier that he might soon be going to Raphael's place in Glenview. The officer put his portable red light on the dashboard and radioed his destination to Hackmeister. Although Albrecht had Raphael's address, he did not know Glenview very well. Once he found the right street, he peered at mailboxes, looking for numbers. Finally, he saw a big house surrounded by trees. Gacy's car was parked in the driveway. Albrecht pulled in. Gacy came out of the house, took a picture of Albrecht in his car, and went back inside. Then Raphael came out and walked over to the policeman's car. He was quite curious about the investigation. Albrecht said he couldn't comment on police activities, but asked if Raphael minded if he parked in the driveway. "I don't mind at all," Raphael said, "but John doesn't like it." Gacy came out of the house again. On the walk to the driveway, he slipped on the ice and landed on his back. Raphael rushed over to him. "Better come here and look at him," Raphael said. "He's hurt." Albrecht walked over. Gacy's eyelids were twitching, as if he was struggling to keep them closed. "Come on, John, get up," Albrecht said. "You're all right." With Raphael's assistance, Gacy grudgingly got up, his hand on his lower back, and walked slowly back to the house. Hackmeister had finally caught up and pulled in just in time to witness the fall. He was momentarily delighted. If Gacy had had a heart attack, that would mean the end of the surveillance. Gacy and Raphael came out of the house, and the two drove to a restaurant. The officers sat at another table. After they all had breakfast, they drove to a hardware store, where the policeman watched the 2 men load about 10 bags of salt into Gacy's trunk. Back at Raphael's, they unloaded the salt and started spreading it on the driveway. "How's the back feel, John?" Albrecht asked. Gacy scowled. Gacy left Raphael's. He was driving recklessly again, despite the dangerous road conditions. The officers had noticed that when Raphael was riding with him, Gacy drove cautiously. Now, he was apparently venting his frustration and anger with a high-speed run into the suburb of Niles. Gacy went into the lot at a Sport Mart store he was remodeling. After remaining in front with Albrecht for a few minutes, Hackmeister decided he should cover the rear of the store. Just as he got to the alley, Albrecht radioed him that Gacy was leaving. Hackmeister accelerated, then slowed to turn at the corner of the building. To his horror, he saw the side of a diagonally parked semi-trailer blocking his way. He hit his brakes, but his tires couldn't grab the slick pavement. Seeing the bed of the trailer coming at his windshield, Hackmeister dove down onto the console. The hood of his car plowed into the undercarriage of the truck bed. Miraculously, the car stopped before the windshield hit the trailer. Hackmeister sat up and put the car in reverse. He couldn't move it. It was wedged under the truck. Hackmeister saw several men on the dock look at him curiously, then go back to work unloading the truck. The officer jumped out, flashed his badge, and got them to push him out. He finally caught up with Gacy and Albrecht at the Shell station. On the way, Gacy had zoomed through school zones filled with children. Now he and Albrecht were having a heated exchange, which Hackmeister joined with relish. "The only reason I drive fast," Gacy said angrily, "is because you guys do. It's your fault." Oblivious to the illogic of his remark, he stomped into the station. By the time he came out, his temper had cooled, and he apologized. "I'm not mad at you guys personally," he said. "I know you're only doing your job, but I'm getting behind schedule." There was no doubt the surveillance was wearing him down. After stopping at home, Gacy ran several errands, including a visit to the regular Democratic Organization offices in Norwich. Shortly after 1 o'clock, he met Chris Gray and his girlfriend at the pants store where she worked. He took them around the corner to a restaurant. The officers sat at a separate table. Hackmeister ordered Gacy's party a round of drinks. After lunch, he went out to call Lang. When the bill was presented, Albrecht found himself stuck with 5 checks, food and all. Gacy and Gray then drove to a second-hand shop on the northwest side of Chicago, where Lang made the relief rendezvous with Robinson and Schultz. As the officers were milling around their cars, Gacy came out of the shop and took more pictures of them. They assumed he was illustrating his lawsuit. "Hey, John, let me see that," Robinson said, after Gacy pulled a print out of the camera. Gacy refused. "Come on, John. All I want to do is autograph it for you." Gacy's face brightened. "Will you sign it for me?" he asked. Robinson nodded. Gacy still didn't seem to trust Robinson, and held the print while the officer signed it. "To my good friend John, love, Ron." Another of the pictures would bring Albrecht a lot of ribbing from his associates. By now it was evident that Gacy had taken a fancy to the officer, with his soft blonde hair and Teutonic good looks. Gacy had photographed Albrecht as he was leaning over, talking to another officer in one of the cars. "Look at the picture that Gacy took," the other policeman would chortle, "of Mike's ass." It had been no secret that Gacy's lawsuit was in the works, and now the timetable was established. We had less than 2 days to wrap up our case. Sam Amoranti had brought me a copy of the complaint, and just as the surveillance officers had reported, they were seeking $750,000 in damages. Amoranti, whom I knew well from his work as a public defender, had tried hard to persuade us to drop the surveillance and avoid the suit. He had called me several times every day, saying, "John's a good guy. I've worked with him in politics. He's been over to my house with my kids. These guys are just harassing him." My response, of course, was to stall him. I tried to make it sound as if a lawsuit would just be a waste of time, that we had just a few more things to tie up. In his suit, Gacy named the city of Des Plaines and several police officers, including Chief Lee Alfano, Kozenzak, Vandevas, and Albrecht, as well as others whose identities Gacy didn't know. Gacy complained that the police had deprived him of his rights by holding him captive in the police station the previous Wednesday, and not allowing him to talk to his attorney for 5 hours. He also complained about the search of his house, the seizure of his vehicles, and the presence of the surveillance units, which were harassing him, detaining his friends, and ruining his business dealings. As a result of all this, the complaint said, Gacy had suffered severe mental anguish, loss of use of his personal property, loss of reputation, expenditures of money, and deprivation of his liberty, his right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures, and his right to privacy. The suit asked for a temporary restraining order, putting an end to the police harassment. Gacy's attorneys could easily get a temporary restraining order without our even being in court. The theory behind the law is that nobody is going to be hurt by a little cooling-off period, at the end of which the court can review the merits of a permanent injunction. In this case, nobody would be hurt but us. If Gacy got a 10-day TRO, that would be the end of this investigation. From the docket slip, I saw that the suit had been filed in federal district court late the previous afternoon. At least now I knew where Leroy Stevens did his Christmas shopping. Tovar's efforts to find Jeffrey Rignall, the young man who had filed a battery complaint against Gacy earlier in the year, finally paid off on this Wednesday afternoon. He told me he had the man's lawyer on the phone and asked if I would talk with him. The attorney told us that Rignall was in Florida and chided us for not finding and talking with him before. I said we'd like to interview his client, and the lawyer was agreeable as long as the state would pay to fly him up. He would not give me Rignall's phone number and said he would relay any messages. I decided to let the matter rest for the moment. For one thing, I would have to get approval to spend money to fly Rignall to Chicago, and nobody at the state's attorney's office downtown knew anything about the Gacy investigation. Besides, our most important goal now was getting another search warrant, and Rignall's story was not germane to those efforts. I was eager, however, to check out immediately one allegation in Rignall's complaint, that Gacy had used a rag soaked with a fluid that was possibly chloroform. Together with the brown bottle we had found during the search of his house, this gave us an interesting indication of his method of operation. Another lead that got pushed aside was Kathy Gravich's remark that as a teenager Gacy had worked in a Las Vegas mortuary. We wondered if he was necrophiliac, and if he might have been fired for that reason. Tovar called the police in Las Vegas, asking them to check with the city's mortuaries to see if any records of Gacy's employment were available. They said they had to have our request in writing before they could act on it. Tovar sent off teletype messages, but we heard nothing further from Las Vegas for the rest of the day. Beto, Tovar, and Ryan began preparing subpoenas for Gacy's telephone and credit records. The telephone company keeps logs of metropolitan calls for about 6 months in case there are questions on billing. These logs, known as mud sheets for message unit detail, show all numbers, Chicago and suburban, dialed from a subscriber's phone. We thought that records of Gacy's calls and credit information might fill in some of the gaps in our investigation. The interviewing continued. Robert L. Zimmerman, an employee at the Shell station, confirmed that he had been entertained at Gacy's house, once at a big summertime party, and several times playing pool. Zimmerman told Tovar and Adams that Gacy wanted to make a bet with him and another employee before a pool game. If Gacy lost, he would give the winner either a blowjob or the amount of money they agreed on. Zimmerman said he'd told Gacy that he didn't get turned on by that and left the gathering. He added that Gacy dealt in drugs. I was hoping to hear from Schultz that he had successfully got the serial number from Gacy's television set and that it matched the one on Sitch's. When his report came through, it told us nothing we didn't already know. In his haste and nervousness, Schultz had memorized the model number. On the way downtown with Gray driving, Gacy stopped at a heating company just northwest of the Loop. The officers observed that Gray's way of driving was strongly influenced by that of his boss. Or perhaps he was taking orders from Gacy. When Gacy returned, he gave the officers a jar of peanuts. They continued on to City Hall. Gacy got out and went into the building. Gray and the 2 officers circled the block. Gray stopped to get a soft drink, and Schultz went with him. Robinson somehow got separated from them and circled the block 4 times before he caught sight of Gacy's car again. Gacy came out about 20 minutes later and got in the passenger side of his car. Before exiting the Loop, Gray made a fast right-hand turn from the left lane of a one-way street, and Robinson and Schultz followed. The 3 of them left the intersection in a turmoil. Gacy next stopped at a drugstore on the near north side. 20 minutes later, Gray came out and said that Gacy was in a partying mood, and that because the 2 officers had been so decent, he wanted to rent a hooker for all of them that evening. He thought Gacy would foot the entire bill. "Great idea," the officers exclaimed enthusiastically. They drove to a tavern to make the rendezvous. On the way, Schultz and Robinson conferred by radio and agreed that this was surely a blackmail setup to give Gacy more picture-taking opportunities. "Don't worry," Robinson said. "Since John's paying the bill, John should go first. 9 days now that he hasn't been with a girl. For a real T&A man, that doesn't make sense." They parked at a tavern, and Gray went inside. A short time later, a frowsy redhead came down a gangway between some buildings. Gray returned, and he and Gacy huddled on the sidewalk. "She shouldn't be allowed on the street without a leash," Robinson told Schultz. Gray came back to talk to the policeman. The lady wanted more money than John wanted to pay. The party was off. Gacy dropped off Gray, then drove home. He did not invite the officers inside, so they got out the football game. Half an hour later, Gacy came storming out. "Your boss has gone too far this time," he said angrily. "He's overstepped his boundaries. He's fucking up my business and everything. From now on, I'm not telling you where I'm going." He hurriedly got into his car and sped off. On the Kennedy, he accelerated to 100 miles an hour. Schultz was preparing to force him off the highway when Gacy turned off at the Lawrence Avenue exit. He was going to Walsh's. A radio message from the station explained Gacy's rage. Dick Walsh was back in for questioning. Tovar and Ryan were sent to pick Walsh up and interview him. They'd made this run before, and it was hoped Walsh would be more open with them. Whatever the outcome of the interview, Kozenzak was preparing to give him a polygraph test. On the way to the station, Walsh insisted that he knew nothing more, and said that by now he was so annoyed that he was going to talk to a lawyer. In the interview room, the detectives came down hard on Walsh. To try to shake something loose, they told him Gacy was saying things about him. They talked about the death penalty and how Walsh could turn state's evidence if he were involved. They asked him about Rob Piest. Walsh stood his ground for almost 2 hours. Toward the end of the interview, the officers eased off. They didn't want to upset him too much before putting him on Kozenzak's lie box. At the lieutenant's suggestion, they took him out for dinner. He had prime rib. When they returned to the station, Kozenzak took over the questioning and made a daring gamble. He laid all our cards on the table, telling Walsh all the things we had learned about Gacy that we had thought best to withhold. You were driving a car that belonged to a guy who was missing, and we believe he is dead. The same guy's class ring was found in Gacy's house, and we think his TV is in Gacy's bedroom. Kozenzak, moreover, told Walsh that he would ask him on the polygraph examination whether he had engaged in sexual relations with Gacy. Walsh broke down crying. After he regained his composure, he said he knew nothing about John Sitch. He thought the car had been stolen. At least that's what Gacy had told him. Walsh consented to submit to the lie detector. Kozenzak focused his test on Rob Piest's disappearance. He asked Walsh if he had caused or taken any part in it, and whether he had helped remove Piest's body from a vehicle or hide it. He asked if Walsh knew where Piest was now. Walsh answered no to all these questions. When he talked to me afterwards, Kozenzak would not commit himself. He felt Walsh was being basically truthful, but the test results were hard to interpret. In his official report, Kozenzak said that because of erratic and inconsistent responses on Walsh's polygraph records, the lieutenant was unable to render a definite opinion as to the truthfulness of his answers. When we heard from the surveillance officers about Gacy's angry trip to Walsh's house, Greg suggested to Lang that we tighten the screws. "Let's piss him off even more and bring Gray back in," he said. Police commonly use a bluffing game when they interrogate a witness. They tell Jones that Smith has just spilled the beans and that the police now know the whole sordid story, and if Jones doesn't come forward and tell them what he knows, he'll be in a heap of trouble. Tonight we didn't have to bluff. Beto and Lang laid it all out for Gray, as Kozenzak had done with Walsh. The Sitch car, the ring, the television, Gacy's previous arrests. "Here's the rap sheet, Gray," Greg said, leaning across the table. "See what it says there? It says sodomy. You know what sodomy is? 10 years in jail. What did Gacy tell you? That he showed stag films to a bunch of teenagers? That's a lot of bullshit." I went in with the officers to make it more official. "Okay, Chris, the party's over. We're not kidding. Even the state's attorney is here." Gray related an experience he had had during the 2 months he stayed with Gacy. He and Gacy were up late drinking, celebrating Gacy's birthday. Gacy wanted to show him the handcuff trick. Gacy put the cuffs on himself, turned around, and click, he had got them off. "Now you try it, Chris." Gray didn't want to. He was drunk. Finally, he consented, and Gacy snapped the cuffs on him. "So what's the trick?" asked Gray, unable to free his hands. "The trick, Chris," Gacy said with a leer, "is you gotta have the key." Gacy then grabbed the handcuffs by the chain and began swinging Gray around the room, growling. Gray finally broke loose and kicked Gacy in the head, knocking him down. He recovered the key and freed himself. By the time Gacy got up off the floor, he had calmed down and said nothing further about the handcuffs. On another occasion, Gray said, he accidentally broke a statue that had been painted by Gacy's father. Gacy went into a rage and threatened to kill Gray. The youth locked himself in his bedroom until Gacy quieted down. Gray said he finally moved out after Gacy almost de-pantsed him one night. Although the two had retired separately, Gacy kept calling in a high-pitched voice from his bedroom, "Chris, Chris, you know what I want." Then he came into Gray's bedroom. "Chris," he said, "you really don't know who I am. Maybe it would be good if you gave me what I want." Gacy jumped in bed with him, Gray said, and damn near tore my pants off. "Pants?" Greg asked. "You mean you slept with your pants on?" "I had to," Gray said. Gacy frequently came into his bedroom in the middle of the night with an erection and tried to slip it to him. One night a fight ensued. Gray knocked Gacy to the floor, straddled him, and was about to strike him, when Gacy just gave up and feigned unconsciousness. Gacy finally got up and walked out of the room. "You're no fun," he said, in a sort of giggle, then went back to bed. By that time, Gray had had enough of living with John Gacy. The officers turned their questions to the search of Gacy's house a week ago. Gray related Gacy's fear of finding policemen hidden in his attic or crawl space. Gacy had asked him to go up and check the attic. Gray refused and said do it yourself. He told of Gacy's anger about the mud on his carpeting near the closet door and his trip into the crawl space. "What the hell's in the crawl space?" Beto asked. "Were you ever down there?" "Yes," Gray said. He'd been down there, once, spreading lime, and another time digging. Digging? We all looked at him intently. "Why were you digging?" "Because Gacy said there was too much moisture down there and he had to have pipes laid," Gray said. Gacy put up stakes to mark where they were to dig, then sent Gray and Walsh down. "Show me where you were digging," Beto said, handing Gray a pad and pencil. Gray drew a diagram, locating the sump pump and the trenches he had dug. At one point, Gacy had stuck his head down the trapdoor and started yelling at Gray. "Don't go over there," he shouted. "You go straight where I told you." Gray had started to take a shortcut and had veered from the line Gacy had indicated. I looked at Gray's drawing. If Gacy had groundwater problems, the 2 or 3 trenches that Gray had dug made no sense, because obviously they wouldn't drain into the sump. I asked Gray how wide he made the trenches for the tiles, 6 or 8 inches. "No," Gray said, "1.5 feet, 2 feet." "How deep were they?" "1.5 feet, 2 feet." Did Gray ever lay any pipe? He hadn't. Did he know what Gacy did with the trenches? He didn't. "What was there when you were digging? When you veered off?" Beto asked. "Just some dirt piled up," Gray said. "It was a mound about 6 inches high," he guessed. "How long?" Beto asked. "About as long as this," Gray said, indicating the 5 or 6 foot desk we were sitting at. He pointed to his diagram and indicated where he'd seen other similar mounds. Greg looked at me, and his expression said it all. "Jesus, are they in the crawl space?" He would later say that the hair on the back of his neck stood up when Gray mentioned the desktop. I thought about Gacy's funeral home experience. Was he cutting up bodies and burying them beneath his house? The pieces were fitting together. Missing persons, kids digging, lime. If Gacy had a water problem, why were the trenches so large? Why didn't they have any relationship to the sump pump? Why was there no pipe? Gacy had something down there, and he was afraid to have it uncovered. I knew Beto would be at my jugular for a search warrant the minute our interview was over. We had only 1 day left before the hearing on the harassment suit, and after that we would have little chance of searching Gacy's house again. I planned to go out for a beer with Beto and Hind to sort it all out. Meanwhile, we had to be cool with Gray, just in case he went back to Gacy and reported the details of our interview, although there appeared to be little chance of that. We were convinced that he would cooperate fully from now on. Chris Gray had scared us just as surely as we had scared him. When he left that night, I don't think there was any doubt in his mind that we regarded John Gacy as a dangerous killer. When Tovar and Ryan took Walsh home about 9 p.m., Gacy was still there, waiting for him. By now, Walsh was so fearful of the contractor that he asked the detectives to accompany him up to his apartment. They did. Gacy was very unhappy about the presence of the officers. He told Walsh that he was going to find a lawyer for him and that any further communications with the police must take place in the attorney's presence. When the tension subsided, Tovar and Ryan left. About a half hour later, at 11:45, Gacy came out. "Where to now?" Schultz and Robinson asked. "We're going for a long ride," Gacy snarled. "How far?" Schultz asked. "I don't have much gas." "Tough shit," Gacy said. He got into his car and roared off. The officers clocked him at 100 miles an hour on the expressway. He turned off at Touhy Avenue and headed west toward Des Plaines. Schultz spotted one of the few filling stations still open at that hour and radioed Robinson. He said he had to get gas and that he'd do his best to catch up. Screeching up to the pump, he got out and put $7 worth of fuel into his tank. Then he threw the gas hose and the money, all the cash he had, on the pavement and jumped back into his car. The attendant came out shouting, but Schultz was gone. They ended up at Sam Amorante's offices in Park Ridge. Leroy Stevens was just arriving and told the officers that Gacy would be there for only about 15 minutes. Lang drove up with Albrecht and Hackmeister shortly after midnight. On the way back to the station, the officers stopped for coffee, and Lang told Schultz and Robinson about the interview we'd had with Gray. He related Gray's story of digging trenches in Gacy's house, and how Gacy had angrily warned the youth not to dig through one of several mounds of dirt in the crawl space. Lang said the police suspected that the mounds were graves. At home, sitting in front of the Christmas tree his children had decorated, Schultz was sipping a beer and thinking about Gray's story. Suddenly he knew, without a doubt, what he had smelled last night in the waft of air from the register in Gacy's bathroom. He had smelled that odor many times before, in the Cook County morgue. Thursday, December 21, 1978. Gacy's visit with his lawyers was turning out to be more than a 15-minute session. Amirante had his offices in the front of the building, and the policeman could see lights burning, but no activity. At about 1 a.m., Albrecht decided to check some restaurants and bars in the area to see if Gacy and the lawyers had gone out for refreshments. Nothing much was open in Park Ridge, a dry community, so he drove into the adjoining Edison Park neighborhood of Chicago. After checking several places, he stopped at one where he met an off-duty Des Plaines officer and one of the radio girls and had a beer with them. Hackmeister was irritated when Albrecht returned without a bottle for him. At 2 o'clock, still no activity. Albrecht decided to go up and knock on one of the windows. Just as he was approaching the building, Amirante came to the door and invited the officers inside. The lawyers were very solicitous. They offered coffee and a bottle of Canadian Club to the policeman and helped move out chairs into the hallway so they would be more comfortable. From there, the officers could see through the glass entrance into Amirante's outer office. After reassuring Albrecht and Hackmeister that Gacy was still on the premises, the lawyers went back into the offices, behind locked doors. Only once did the policeman get a glimpse of Gacy. The lawyers, however, were constantly moving about the suite, working in shirt sleeves, their ties pulled loose. At about 3 a.m., the officers rapped on the glass and motioned to the attorneys. They explained that it had been a while since they had seen Gacy, and after all, it was their job to watch him. The lawyers were visibly nervous. They hedged. "How do we know Gacy is back there?" the officers asked. "Don't worry," one of the lawyers said. "He's sleeping in the back office." Albrecht and Hackmeister looked at each other and broke into an unrehearsed skit. "Oh, man, you shouldn't let him go to sleep," Hackmeister said. Stevens and Amirante looked at him quizzically. "He's a real bear when he wakes up," Albrecht said. "He goes bananas." "We've seen him early in the morning," Hackmeister said. "If he's sleeping in there, you better stay away from him, because there's no telling what he's going to do." Judging from the attorney's initial nervousness and the length of the meeting, the officers surmised that Gacy had told them something they hadn't known before. Now, seeing the lawyers' wide-eyed reaction to their improvisation, they knew they had struck a nerve. Stevens and Amoranti quickly agreed to bring Gacy out. They went inside, and a few minutes later emerged from the back offices, gingerly leading a half-asleep Gacy. The contractor dropped on the couch in the outer office and resumed his slumber. The attorneys came back out to the hallway. Amoranti told the officers they should park their cars so as to pin Gacy's in. Stevens, puffing on a cigarette, said that Gacy had been saying some very strange things. The police, he said, should shoot out his tires if he tried to leave. Hackmeister said they obviously couldn't do that. If Gacy wanted to leave, he was free to do so. Why were the lawyers so concerned? Stevens said they had nothing to say about it. It was just best they didn't let Gacy leave. The officers noticed that the cigarette Stevens was puffing on was unlit. About an hour later, the attorneys announced that they would be leaving, one at a time, to shower, change clothes, and prepare for the coming day. Stevens left first, and Amoranti came and sat in the outer office across from where Gacy was sleeping. He kept paging through a law book, but he was not concentrating on it. He just stared at Gacy for a long time. The officers, meanwhile, sat out in the hallway, keeping their vigil. Now they were the audience, waiting for the actors on the other side of the glass to begin their drama. Occasionally, the policeman got up and paced the silent corridor, then stopped at the window and looked down at Gacy. He lay supine on the couch, his arms at his side, in rumpled white shirt and wash pants. A salt-and-pepper growth of beard stubble covered his jowls. He slept roughly, as if snoring, with his mouth slightly open. He had a meanness of expression, even in sleep. Albrecht decided to break the monotony at about 4:30. He was out of cigarettes and wanted some coffee. "Let's tell Sam," he suggested to his partner, "that I have to leave and you have to go out to your car for security reasons, so we have radio contact." Amoranti was appalled when he heard their plans. "Don't leave," he implored them. He could send out for breakfast, get them cigarettes and coffee, anything they wanted. Just don't leave. "Why not?" they asked. "Just don't leave," he said. The officers went out anyway, if for no other reason than to test his reaction. Looking back through the entrance from the outside, they saw Amoranti take up position where they had been sitting, in the hallway. Albrecht returned about a half hour later. At 5:30, Stevens came back and Amoranti left. As they walked through the outer office, the lawyers looked at Gacy warily and gave the couch a wide berth. Stevens joined the officers in the hallway. None of the surveillance officers liked Stevens. They thought he fancied himself a smooth talker, and they disliked his lordly manner. Gacy had wanted to stay at a hotel that night, Stevens announced, but the lawyers advised him to stay in Sam's offices. They would, of course, be going to federal district court in the morning with the matter of the harassment suit. Stevens went on to say that Gacy was upset because the lawyers had told him that they might not be able to have the surveillance stopped. Once again, however, he made the usual request. "Why don't you guys just save us all the aggravation and call it off?" The conversation became a jousting match, building up and tearing down the image of the client sleeping on the other side of the glass. Mostly, it was a game to see what the other side knew. "We've talked to Gacy's second wife," Stevens said. "She says John's a fantastic guy. John's quite a bullshitter," Albrecht said, and so on. After Stevens went back to the offices, Albrecht lay down on the hallway floor and fell asleep. It was becoming daylight now, and people coming into the building looked askance at the figure with a gun sticking out of his blue jeans that lay sprawled in the corridor. Hackmeister roused him. Amoranti returned at about 8 o'clock. 20 minutes later, the lawyers gently awakened Gacy. The officers went outside and started their cars. Gacy came out in a hurry. Without acknowledging their presence, he got into his car and roared off. Reaching a stop sign at busy Devon Avenue, he made a left turn, and Albrecht just squeezed in behind him before an oncoming surge of rush-hour traffic reached the intersection. Once again, Hackmeister was left behind. Gacy's destination was the Shell station, where by now owner John Lucas was referring to him and his police escort as the circus train. Gacy had initially told Lucas that the policemen were his bodyguards. Lucas knew better after Gacy had told an attendant, "Watch me lose these guys." Although Lucas had originally tabbed Gacy as a good, responsible businessman who promptly paid his monthly bills of $300 or $400, he was now becoming increasingly wary of him. When Hackmeister pulled into the station, he hopped out of his car and immediately lit into Gacy for driving like such a jagoff and endangering the lives of little children in busy school zones. Gacy had lost his swagger and ebullience. He stood with his shoulders stooped and his head hanging down. Meekly, he walked over to Albrecht and pleaded, "Would you ask Dave to stop yelling at me?" Albrecht told him he certainly did drive like a jagoff, and he'd better slow down or they'd bust him. Gacy walked over to the pumps, which were tended by a youth named Lance Jacobson. Gacy pulled a clear plastic bag containing some hand-rolled cigarettes from his pocket and nudged the attendant. The young man said no, he didn't want them. Gacy looked surprised. The two then went into the station. The officers followed. Gacy said he wanted to talk to Lucas alone. Albrecht and Hackmeister walked back to the pumps. They watched as Gacy slipped the plastic bag into Jacobson's pocket. This time the young man offered no resistance. Gacy then initiated what appeared to be several emotional gestures of farewell to Lucas, double handshakes and pats on the shoulders. Albrecht suggested to Hackmeister that he stay behind and let Gacy see him doing so. Gacy came out and drove off, Albrecht following, as Hackmeister sauntered into the station. Lucas handed him the bag, which Jacobson had just given Lucas. It was marijuana. "I didn't want to take it," Jacobson said. "I told Gacy he was crazy. He said, 'Take it. The end is coming. These guys are going to kill me.'" Gacy had told Lucas not to put any more charges on his account, unless it's me. "We've been friends," Gacy had said. "You're like a brother. I can't take much more." Then he had said his goodbye. After crossing the intersection, Albrecht saw Gacy craning his neck to see what was keeping Hackmeister. In the process, the contractor veered off the road onto the muddy shoulder. He braked quickly, then tried to ease back on the road. Momentarily, he got stuck. His wheels spun furiously, throwing up mud, gravel, and ice. Finally, he gained enough traction to get back onto the road, where he made a fast U-turn. Hackmeister saw Gacy returning to the station, and he pocketed the marijuana. He began discussing transmissions with Lucas, who picked up his cue perfectly. Gacy came running in. "What's the delay, Dave?" he asked. "Is there a problem?" Hackmeister said no, he was just getting some advice regarding his car. "Well, I'm ready any time you are," Gacy said impatiently. The circus train moved on, stopping briefly at Summerdale. Gacy came out, looking no less disheveled and wearing the same clothes as he had before. He went to Rhodey's house, stayed about half an hour, then bade another emotional farewell on the doorstep. Rhodey beckoned Gacy to come back, but Gacy kept walking to his car. He was crying. He returned to the Shell station, and from their cars the officers watched another round of handshakes and back pats. Lucas looked over at the policeman with an embarrassed expression. Gacy seemed about ready to keel over. On the expressway, Gacy's head began bobbing, and his driving became erratic, as if he were drunk. Alarmed that he might try to commit suicide by ramming a bridge abutment, Albrecht pulled alongside. Gacy was holding something up to his chin, and Albrecht thought he was shaving. He honked. Gacy looked over from his hunched position and glared. Albrecht caught a glimpse of the object in Gacy's hand. It was a rosary. Gacy got off the expressway at Lawrence and turned onto a side street to the south. Near a lumber yard, he slowed down, and Albrecht had a moment to scan the surroundings. He saw building materials, gravel, heavy equipment, the landmarks Kozenzak had sent him out to find. They all matched the description he'd been given. This had to be the site the anonymous caller had tried to direct them to. Just as he was radioing his discovery to Hackmeister, Gacy accelerated. A few minutes later, he drove up to Chris Gray's house. Dick Walsh was parked in front, taking tools out of the trunk of a car and dumping them on the parkway. "Come on into the house," Gacy told him. "I have something I want to tell you." "No," Walsh said adamantly. "I've got problems with my wife, my mother, my family. The police have been over to my house every day. We can't take any more. I don't want anything more to do with you." He continued piling tools at the curb. "Please," Gacy begged. "This may be the last time you'll ever see me." Walsh ignored him for a moment, then finally relented. He was not in Gray's house long. When he came out, Albrecht asked what was wrong. "He's really upset," Walsh said, turning to his car. "I don't want any more problems." Gacy came out with Gray and walked up to the officers. They had to meet Stevens at DeLeo's, a restaurant on Chicago's northwest side. Did the officers mind if Gray drove? They didn't, but they advised the youth to use caution. It was noon when they arrived at the restaurant, and the parking lot was crowded. Gray stopped in front of a gas station across the street, and the officers parked in front of and behind his car. Lang was just arriving with Schultz and Robinson, and while Gacy went over to talk with his attorney under the restaurant canopy, the officers changed shift, and Hackmeister and Albrecht got into Lang's car for the trip back to the station. While Gacy was talking with Stevens, Gray came over to Schultz's car, looking dazed. "Gacy is very depressed," Gray told the officer. He had been popping pills all morning. He was going around saying goodbyes to everybody. Now it was Stevens's turn. "Why is he so depressed?" Schultz asked. "I guess he was up all night," Gray said, "and he told his lawyers he'd killed over 30 people. Schultz's eyes bulged. "Where's he going from here?" he asked excitedly. Gray said Gacy wanted to go to the cemetery to say goodbye to his father's grave. "I'm really afraid the guy might try to kill himself and kill me with him. When we leave here, don't lose us. Please." Schultz grabbed his radio and called Lang. "Request you return immediately. I have important information." Seeing he was low on gas, he hurriedly backed the car to an empty island at the service station. Gray walked over to Robinson's car and began repeating what he had told Schultz, reiterating the fears he had for his own safety. The conversation was interrupted when Gacy returned from the restaurant. "Let's go," he told Gray. Robinson jumped into his car, which was parked in front of Gacy's, and twisted around to see which way Gray would be going. Gray pulled out and went straight ahead, and Robinson fell in behind him. "Stick with him!" It was Schultz's voice coming over the radio. Robinson looked back through his rearview mirror. His partner was still pumping gas. Early Thursday morning, when the surveillance officers were beginning their all-night vigil at Gacy's lawyers, I told Hine and Beto that we had enough on which to base a complaint for another search warrant. I wasn't prepared, however, to draft it at that late hour. I thought we should sleep on it. Instead, over a few glasses of beer, we talked about where we stood. We were almost sure that Gacy had disposed of Rob's body on Tuesday, December 12, the night he was hours late for his appointment with Kozenzak, the night he finally showed up with mud on his shoes. Yet the next day the search team found no signs of digging in the crawlspace, nor did the crawlspace fit the description of the gravesite Kozenzak's anonymous caller had supplied. From what Gray had told us, we knew there was something in that crawlspace. We had probable cause for search, and it was likely we'd find some bodies. But his story did not tell us anything about Rob Piest. Then again, we had the photo receipt, which definitely established Rob's presence in Gacy's house immediately after his disappearance. We went over and over it. Every time one of us thought he had put it all together, someone else would say, "Yes, but what about," and counter with contradictory evidence. Still, the pressure was on, with Gacy's harassment suit hearing and probable restraining order just a day off. We had to act. I told Hine and Beto that we would resume our case for the search warrant at 8 a.m. In the bright sunlight of morning, the photo receipt from Nissens was still our highest face card. I was hoping that the envelope containing Kim Byers' photos would be returned by the laboratory today, so I could have the state crime lab compare it and the stub to see if the two matched. That would give us the further legal leverage of having expert corroboration of what Kim had told us. The clincher that I was waiting for, however, proved to be waiting for me next door at the Des Plaines police station. One of my assistants, Larry Finder, and Kozenzak said that Schultz had revealed something very interesting that I should hear. Schultz, unable to sleep all night, had come in at daybreak, hoping to find Kozenzak there early. He wanted to tell the lieutenants what he had smelled from Gacy's register 2 nights before. Schultz's story would certainly help us get the warrant, but I had to make sure we were on solid legal footing. Was Schultz in Gacy's house legally? Yes, he had been invited in. Recent marijuana case law had toughened the standards on what an officer could say, as an expert, about what he had smelled. I asked him what he thought the odor smelled like, where he had encountered it before, how many times, and so on. A judge, for instance, might ask, "How do you know the odor wasn't dead pigeons?" Schultz's 40-odd visits to the Cook County morgue sounded convincing enough to me. "Let's write the warrant," I said. Beto started on the rough draft, but he was so exhausted he was making a typographical hash of it, and besides, I knew this one needed legal expertise. I sat down with Finder, a good attorney, and outlined what we needed. We would name Rob Peast as the victim and list the crime as murder. The photo receipt stub would be the main evidence demonstrating probable cause, and Schultz's story about the odor of death would be used in backup. Kozenzak would be the complainant. We would attach the first search warrant to the complaint as evidence that a judge had already given the police department credence in the investigation. The Detective Bureau, meanwhile, learned that Kim Byers' photo envelope had been received by Nissens. Kozenzak sent Adams and Piquel to retrieve it. When I compared the torn edges of the envelope and stub, I had no doubt that they had once been the same piece of paper. Giving us same-day service, a state crime lab forensic scientist, George Dabdoob, confirmed this, and also helpfully opined that the small brown bottle recovered on the first search emitted a chloroform-like odor. In Kozenzak's office, excited voices came over the monitor. Gacy had almost slipped the tail again, and all 3 units of the surveillance force were now pursuing him. When Lang heard Schultz's urgent message, he made a U-turn and raced back south toward the restaurant. Just before he reached the gas station, Gray and Robinson passed him in the opposite direction. As Lang made another turn, Albrecht jumped out and raced toward Schultz's car, which was just pulling away from the gas pumps. He pounded on the trunk. Schultz stopped and Albrecht got in. Schultz hurriedly explained what Gray had told him, then radioed the details to Lang, who, with Hackmeister, was now 3rd place in the chase. While he was trying to operate his radio, Schultz's driving was so erratic that Albrecht grabbed the unit and told him to concentrate on the road. Schultz raced at 60 miles an hour through the busy diagonal intersection of Elston and Milwaukee. Fearing that Gacy might attempt suicide, Lang radioed the station for instructions. Should we take him down? After a moment, Kozenzak replied, "If you have an arrest, take him. Otherwise, use your discretion." Lang said that they had no grounds. "We've got marijuana," Albrecht said to Schultz in a sudden revelation. "Dave should have it." By now, Schultz had closed the gap on the first 3 cars. He swung out alongside Lang's car, and Albrecht yelled across to Hackmeister in the passenger seat. "Dave, where's the marijuana?" Several pedestrians eyed the procession, the new, longer circus train, suspiciously. "In my pocket," Hackmeister said. He explained the gas station incident to Lang, who then radioed Kozenzak. We were monitoring the exchange in the station. Kozenzak turned and looked to me as if to say, "What now?" Oh my God, I thought. All I needed were a couple more hours to complete the search warrant, and I was sure that from that I would have a valid arrest for murder later on. On the other hand, in his present state, it was possible that Gacy might kill someone, or himself. If we took him on marijuana, I'd have Gacy's lawyers to contend with. Would we be able to hold him? The pressure was tremendous. The 5 or 10 seconds I stood there, computing all the considerations in my mind, seemed like an eternity. Finally, I said to Kozenzak, "Yeah, take him down." At 15 minutes past noon, on a bright and sunny December 21st, at the corner of Milwaukee and Oakton, in the suburb of Niles, the 4 surveillance officers and their commander pounced on their quarry. For 8 days and nights, the policemen had tracked him, each convinced that their team had the edge on the other, that the final glory of slipping the handcuffs on Gacy would be theirs. All along, Gacy had played one team against the other, telling the morning shift that they were great guys, but their counterparts were schmucks. In the evening, he repeated the story in reverse. But whatever competition had developed dissolved as the 4 officers and Lang played the final act of the surveillance drama to an astonished audience of motorists and diners at the corner McDonald's. Schultz pinned Gray in from the left front. Robinson and Lang pulled up behind Gacy's car, and all 5 officers surrounded the vehicle, Robinson and Hackmeister with guns drawn. Robinson opened the door on the passenger side. "Get out of the car, John," he said, sticking the pistol at Gacy's right ear. "You're under arrest." The usually mild-mannered Hackmeister came over and unleashed a torrent of profanity. "We've got you now, you jag-off," he sputtered. Gacy responded in a surprised and wounded tone. "What's the matter? What have I done?" The officers spread Gacy over the trunk of his car and frisked him. Hackmeister recovered some pills in an unmarked container. Robinson handcuffed Gacy, who was then placed in the rear seat of Schultz's car. Gray was told to come with them all, driving Gacy's car. Then, like the triumphal procession from Peter and the Wolf, they drove to the station. On the way back, Gacy spoke as if he was bewildered that his pals had turned on him. "What's this all about?" he asked repeatedly. "Hey, we're friends. We've come a long way. Can't you level with me?" Schultz, driving with Albrecht, simply told him that it was nothing personal, but they were ordered not to talk with him for the moment. It would all be explained at the station. Albrecht read him his Miranda rights. Hackmeister and Robinson went to the Shell station to get Jacobson's version of the marijuana incident and bring him to Des Plaines for a statement. Jacobson said that he initially had rebuffed Gacy's offer of the joints, but when he was in the station making change for another customer, Gacy slipped the bag into his pocket. Rather than make a scene, he just left it there until Gacy left, when he immediately gave it to his boss. The Des Plaines station was a scene of excitement and some confusion. The police hadn't been expecting John Gacy so soon, and now that they had him, they weren't quite sure why they had him. While Kozenzak held a debriefing in his office to get a clearer picture of the situation than the radio reports had provided, Robinson processed Gacy for arrest, shooting mugshots and fingerprinting him. Although I would have preferred their delaying the arrest to keep Gacy's lawyers out of the picture as long as possible, I was not unhappy with this situation. Delivery of marijuana was a felony, and I was sure we could detain Gacy on that until we got the search warrant executed. We also had the unlabeled bottle of 40 pills, apparently Valium, that Hackmeister had taken from him. If the lawyer's pressure for his release on the charge built up, we could hold him for maybe 36 hours on suspicion of murder. Our technical equipment came to our aid. By not working. In any felony arrest in Illinois, the suspect is fingerprinted and the prints are sent by facsimile to Springfield. There the prints are compared with both the Illinois and Federal Bureau of Investigation files to make sure the police have the right person in custody. Furthermore, a suspect can't be released on bond until his prints are received and placed on file for future reference. Today, the Des Plaines Department's facsimile machine was malfunctioning, which assured us of a fortuitous and fortunate delay in processing Gacy. Now Lang had something he wanted to try in case we had to release Gacy and start surveillance again. A couple of days before, he had come to me with a proposal to install a tailing device called a bird dog on Gacy's car. This is an electronic unit that emits a continuous signal that can be monitored by the police. This, he thought, would help cover those lapses when Gacy succeeded in shaking the surveillance, as well as permit operation at less than breakneck speeds. Of course, it required a court order to permit installation on a suspect's car. In the turmoil of the investigation, I had not pursued the order, but Lang had gone ahead and arranged with the Illinois Department of Law Enforcement to have a unit sent up from Springfield. It had arrived this afternoon. Lang and Schultz took a 1-hour crash course in its operation, normally a 40-hour endeavor, then installed the device on Albrecht's car. "Get lost," they told him and Hackmeister, "and we'll find you." Hackmeister, fuming because he hadn't had the chance to complete the paperwork necessary on Gacy's arrest, thought the bird dog was a total waste of his time. Albrecht and Hackmeister, under protest, drove to the nearby community college, parked, and waited. Lang and Schultz promptly found them. Next, Albrecht went to the municipal parking garage, which rises between the train tracks and the business section of downtown Des Plaines like a Chinese wall, and drove up several levels. This proved more difficult for the spotters because of interference from the structural elements of the garage. Hackmeister said he'd had enough and got out in disgust. He walked across the tracks to the station and continued his paperwork. Lang finally found Albrecht and sent him out one more time. Again, they located the officer, this time having coffee at his brother's house. Lang decided that the bird dog was ready, should it be needed. After Robinson finished processing Gacy, I told him and Schultz to sit with their friend, listening to what he had to say, making him as comfortable as possible. They told him that they knew he had something heavy on his mind and that they would be good listeners if he wanted to get rid of his burden. Gacy said he didn't want to talk now, but when he did, he wanted Schultz to head the inquiry. "You go out there and arrange it," he said, "or I'm not saying anything to anybody, and I've got a lot to say." At Gacy's request, Schultz called Leroy Stevens and suggested that Stevens call Amirante. Later, it was Jim Ryan's turn to sit in a locked interview room with Gacy. Mostly they made small talk, and Gacy seemed fairly relaxed. Christmas was now just 4 days away. Gacy said he hated holidays. Ryan mentioned Rob Peast, how upset his family was, and what a miserable Christmas they would be having. Gacy said he understood that, but there was nothing he could do to help them. We were racing against time to get the search warrant finished. Although the marijuana arrest was solid, I wasn't totally confident of our ability to detain Gacy on suspicion of murder because we had no body as evidence. At this stage, it all depended on what we found in his crawlspace. I kept revising the search warrant, trying to make it airtight. I called Judge Peters. He would be leaving for home at 4:30. I was sure we wouldn't have the complaint ready by then. We would have to take it out to his house to have it signed. When Sam Amirante arrived at the station, the conversation went just as I had expected. "What do you have this guy in here now for?" he demanded. "Marijuana," I told him. Sam shook his head. "You know," he said, "you guys are just asking for more trouble. We've filed the lawsuit. It will be up in federal district court tomorrow. These guys are going to be in trouble for holding him. This is just more harassment." Sam kept asking me what we planned to do. Keep him in the station, go out to the house. He was probing to see how much we knew. Now that the processing was over, he wanted to see his client. Amirante spent about an hour with Gacy, while the atmosphere in the detective bureau became almost electric in anticipation of the search. The crawl space, of course, was our main target. Tovar, however, was obsessed by the television set, whose serial number we still had failed to get. I conducted another briefing session with the detectives who would be going on the search, then told Greg to notify the sheriff's evidence technicians and investigators to stand by. Finally, we had the wording I wanted, and I read the draft over the phone to Peters just to make sure. Now all it needed was retyping and a warrant number assigned. I was just telling Kozenzak how to get to Judge Peters' house when I got word that Amirante wanted to see me. It was urgent. "Gacy's having a seizure," he told me excitedly. His client had pains in his chest and left arm and was having difficulty breathing. In unison, Tovar and I turned to the radio desk and said, "Call the paramedics." In minutes there were sirens outside, and the crew came rushing in with a litter. They eased Gacy down and gave him oxygen, then hooked him up to their telemetry device so that the staff at Holy Family Hospital could monitor his heartbeats. Piquel rode in the ambulance for security. With a flourish of flashing lights and piercing sirens, they drove off into the night. What a godsend, I thought. "You see what you guys are doing," Amirante said to me. "You're gonna kill the man." "Dave, I want to clear the air." One of my assistant state's attorneys, Bill Ward, had been intrigued by Gacy's attempt to visit his father's grave at Maryhill Cemetery in nearby Niles. Ward had gone out there himself in mid-afternoon. At the grave he saw footprints in the snow leading up to the marker, and behind it several newly dug graves covered with boards. Ward realized with mounting excitement that the surroundings virtually matched the landmarks in the sketch in Kozenzak's office. When Bill returned and described what he had found, I agreed to go back to the cemetery with him later that Thursday afternoon, when we had the opportunity. We didn't have time until the search warrant was done, nor had I had a chance to take an hour or two to go Christmas shopping, as I had planned with Brett, the 11-year-old I sponsored in the Big Brothers program. Brett and his friend George had sat around the police station watching the activities with great interest. Now Bill and I herded the boys into my car in the early evening and drove to the cemetery. When we arrived, George bridled at going any further. "I ain't going in no cemetery," he announced. "Are you going to stay in the car?" I asked. "No, man," he said. "Don't leave me here." "What are you so scared about?" "If you get lost," George said, "they can find you, but they can't see me in the dark." We compromised by holding one another's hands. When we got to the site, I thought immediately, now we've got it. The landmarks fit perfectly. I shined my flashlight at a spot alongside a small lake, and there I saw evidence of freshly poured concrete covered with straw. There were the graves, newly dug, just as Bill had described. Surely this was the place the mysterious caller had in mind, the very spot that Gacy was leading us to in his final hour of freedom. We had just decided to postpone further investigation until daylight so as not to obliterate the footprints, when we were interrupted. An urgent message for me to call the station had come over the radio of one of the Niles squad cars accompanying us. Kozenzak had returned from Judge Peters's house with the signed search warrant, and the way was clear for our return to 8213 Summerdale Avenue. I arranged for Brett and George to be taken home and set out for Gacy's house. At the station, the Detective Bureau was like a staging area before the assault on the Normandy beaches. Beto turned to Larry Finder and suggested that he come along to see what they found. Larry demurred. His grandmother was cooking a sweet and sour meatball dinner just for him. He couldn't disappoint her. Besides, he didn't think we'd find anything, but he asked Greg to call him, just in case. "Well, ye of little faith, you'll be sorry," Beto said, as we hurried out to the cars. Robinson got the news as he was driving Chris Gray home. Gray had been cooperative. Since driving Gacy's car to the station after the arrest, he had waited around patiently. He was totally dejected, and the least we could do was offer him a lift. Schultz radioed Robinson from his car, in which he was proceeding to the search. "The warrant's signed," he told Robinson. "We're on our way to Gacy's house." Kozenzak, radioing from his car, angrily interrupted the transmission, telling Schultz they didn't want that on the air. It was now just a matter of time before the press would come swooping in. The house on Summerdale was surrounded by a fleet of police vehicles, marked and unmarked, such as this quiet street had never seen. 36 law enforcement officials would visit the premises before the night was over. Now it was posted with Cook County Sheriff's police officers who had jurisdiction in the unincorporated areas, and more cars were arriving by the minute. The unofficial assumption was that if Rob Peast's body was found, and no others, the case would remain with the Des Plaines Police Department. If other bodies were discovered, it would become the county's. Inside, officers quickly removed the trap door leading to the crawl space. The ground below was underwater. The electric cord to the sump pump had been disconnected. One of the officers plugged it in, and an anxious gathering awaited in the front room with Gacy's clowns and plants while the water level receded. Schultz shined his flashlight around the opening, then zoomed it in on a bit of matted substance that attracted his attention. It was light brown hair, caught on some subflooring. Looking in the closet above the trap door, the officers saw that the hanger pole was scored with the sort of marks a hawser makes on a wooden bollard. Other officers combed the premises for additional evidence. Tovar and Kautz went directly to the master bedroom to compare the serial numbers on the television and the clock radio. The officers rotated the TV set on Gacy's dresser and read the number on the identification plate. Gacy had John Cinch's television set. The officers checked the radio. It was the same story. Schultz, Adams, and about a half-dozen other men made a thorough search of Gacy's garage and workshed. They found wallets and IDs, as well as personal jewelry and pieces of plywood that appeared to be stained with blood. Kautz uncovered more IDs in the attic. In the recreation room, Tovar found an object no one wanted to examine too closely, a foot-long vibrator encrusted with fecal matter. They also found pictures showing Gacy posing with Mayor Michael Bolandic and Rosalind Carter. One politically disgruntled policeman muttered that he hoped they'd find her husband in the crawl space. The black humor had begun. In the office off the clown room, the policeman found numerous ballpoint pens of the sort Gacy obviously had distributed as mementos. They advertised PDM, Gacy's candidacy for the presidency of a local JC chapter, and his summer parties. After they had run the sump pump for about 10 minutes, the investigators decided to venture into the crawlspace. E.T. Daniel Jeanty had been curious about Gacy ever since he had visited the house 2 years before while following up a report, as a uniformed policeman, of a runaway teenage girl. In the Peast investigation, he had helped process Gacy's vehicles and had pleaded to be included on the search team if they ever got another warrant. Now he was donning his coveralls and fireman's boots, preparing to make the descent with investigator Phil Bedecker, a bomb technician who had previously done ET work. Down in the crawlspace, Jeanty moved eastward on his hands and knees to a spot just below the kitchen. There he saw hairs sticking out of the ground. Shining his floodlight to the southeast, he saw a long depression that looked like a dry lake bed with cracks in the yellow-gray covering of lime. At the edges, it broke off, exposing a thin line of raw dirt around the circumference of the depression. Something had caused it to settle. He slithered on his stomach over a black drain pipe from the bathroom and moved to a spot in the southwest corner where the ground was wet and spongy. He pulled up his boots all the way, then shined the light on several puddles still remaining. 2 smaller ones were of clear water. A third contained a reddish-purple liquid in which hundreds, maybe thousands of hair-like red worms a couple inches long were fibrillating like creatures in a tidal pool. When he shined the light on the puddle, the worms quickly withdrew into the mud. Jeanty knelt down, propped the light at his side, and stuck his entrenching tool into the ground. After 2 shovelfuls, he saw whitish bits of soap-like material floating up to the surface of the murky water. He recognized this as adipocere flesh, body tissue that is chemically changed to an almost lard-like substance from being immersed in water. He called Bedecker over as a witness. The fresh excavation smelled like a sewer. Above the 2 investigators, the floor creaked under the footsteps of officers searching a bedroom, and bits of dust and spider webs dislodged by the movements floated across the beam of the floodlight. Jeanty dug further until about 6 or 7 inches down, his shovel made a grating sound, as if it had hit a drain tile. He worked his entrenching tool and finally brought the object to the surface. It was a bone, seemingly from an upper arm, which his shovel had hooked at the elbow. Some hair strands had caught on the tool. When he first brought up the bone, its remaining body tissue was pinkish. A moment after it was exposed to the air, it turned gray. Jeanty turned to the officers who were poking their heads through the trap door. "Charge him," he said. "What?" Kozenzak asked. "I've found one." "What do you mean, you've found a body?" "Yeah." "Is it pieced?" "I don't think so. This has been here too long." Bedecker requested more illumination, and Carl Humbert, who had been photographing in the house, brought down another floodlight. The moment it was plugged in, the other lights in the crawlspace blew, leaving the 3 investigators in total darkness. While the officers above looked for the fuse box, the 3 men squatted on their haunches in the pitch black. The smell was becoming obnoxious, and they fumbled to don charcoal-impregnated odor masks. Working in their coveralls near the heat distribution box, Jeanty and Bedecker had begun to perspire. Now they sat waiting in the stinking darkness, listening to Tovar at the trap door imitating the call of an owl. 5 minutes later, the lights came back on. Jeanty took a shovelful of his findings over to the trap door and stood up. "What the hell is that?" several people asked. "It's a body," Jeanty said. "How the hell do you know that?" "See the hair sticking out?" Jeanty said, pointing. "Better call the medical examiner," one of the sheriff's policemen said. "I think this crawlspace is full of kids," Jeanty said. He stooped down and returned to the gravesite. The 3 men went to the northeast corner of the crawlspace. After lifting several shovelfuls of muck, Humbert struck something solid and pulled it up. It was a kneecap. Next they went to the southeast corner, where Humbert unearthed 2 long bones, probably from a lower leg. They were totally black. The investigators decided to wait for the arrival of the county medical examiner, Dr. Robert Stein, before disturbing any more remains. They came out of the hole. Bedecker notified Lieutenant Frank Braun of the sheriff's police, who would personally take charge of the body recoveries, now that the magnitude of the job was becoming known. Genty called his supervisor, Sergeant Donald De Rameau, who was incredulous when his ET told him that they had found possibly 3 human bodies, and that according to a tipster's report there might be 3 more buried in the crawlspace. But De Rameau, who had organized the Sheriff's Evidence Technician Unit in the early 1970s, was supremely confident in the ability of his men to function smoothly as a professional team, with or without his personal direction. He had been planning to leave early in the morning on a Christmas holiday vacation. "Are you still going?" asked Genty, standing at the phone in mud-smeared boots and coveralls. "Sure," De Rameau said. "You handle it." At about 11 p.m., Dr. Stein arrived with his investigator, Frank Flanagan. As medical examiner, Stein had the usual responsibilities of county coroner. It was his job to view the remains, first to determine if they were human, then officially to pronounce the person dead. Usually, he worked in the Morris Fishbein Institute of Forensic Pathology, the Cook County morgue. Tonight, however, after hearing Braun's terse summation, "Doc, I think we've got a big one," he had thought it best to come to the scene of the discovery. Stein put on a disposable paper jumpsuit and went down into the crawlspace with the investigators. They showed the doctor the kneecap found in the northeast corner. "Yeah," Stein said in his high-pitched voice, "it sure looks like a human body." Humbert brought him the long bones. "Oh, definitely," Stein said. "We have another one over there," Genty said. "Want to crawl over?" "No," Stein said. "That's enough for me. I know what we're up against." The men sat for several minutes on what appeared to be an unused footing, playing the floodlights on the crawlspace floor and the underpinnings of the house itself. Only the front original part of the house was built above the crawlspace. The dining room and recreation area in the rear, built upon joists resting on the ground, appeared to be of more recent construction. The men came out of the trapdoor and went into the dining room, where we had a general conference around the table. Stein announced that he wanted the recovery of the bodies to be made with the thoroughness of an archaeological dig. This meant the removal of the surrounding earth from the remains, then the meticulous retrieval of all skeletal matter and artifacts. Of course, the big problem was how to engineer the recovery. It was virtually impossible to expect the ETs to dig on their knees with less than 3 feet of headroom. Some of us wondered if the house could be raised off its foundations and moved. Someone suggested making an excavation through the side of the house from a lower level. We also discussed ripping up the floor. There were questions of legal rights and the problem of possibly having to restore the house to its original condition. We deferred any decision on how to recover the bodies until morning. The matter of security was raised, and it was decided to post round-the-clock guards of sheriff's policemen and seal the house from intrusion. We discussed how to keep the results of our investigation from the press until Gacy was properly charged. The topic flew out the window when we heard a commotion at the patio door. Tovar and Ron Russell of the sheriff's police had intercepted a visitor. Most of us recognized him, though not as a member of the law enforcement community. It was Jay Levine of Channel 7. While the search was going on at 8213 Summerdale Avenue, Gacy himself was undergoing a detailed examination at Holy Family Hospital in Des Plaines. The medical authorities, however, were unable to find any evidence of a heart attack, and their assistants were openly voicing their diagnosis that the closely guarded patient was just bullshitting. Shortly after 10 p.m., Gacy was released into the custody of Pickell and Hackmeister, who had been sent to assist. Kozenzak had just told Hackmeister over the telephone that bodies had been found at the house, and to guard Gacy carefully. Hackmeister tightened his handcuffs on Gacy with relish, then told the nurses that if they thought they had a big time tonight, they should tune in the news tomorrow. He pushed Gacy, who he thought looked like a standing blob of jelly, into the back seat of Pickell's car, and got in with him. Back at the station, Pickell drove into the security garage, adjacent to the main building, where Albrecht met them. As the 2 surveillance officers led Gacy into the security area, Hackmeister unleashed a volley of invective. "Okay, you jagoff," he said. "The game is over. You're under arrest for murder. We've found bodies." Not unmindful of its humiliating effect, they gave him a strip search to see if he had any drugs. Holding his rosary, Gacy stood passively, his shoulders sagging, his stomach protruding. They took his clothes and gave him prisoner's garb to wear. Gacy asked them to let him keep the rosary. They did. As Gacy sat on the slat bench in the security room, Albrecht read him his Miranda rights from a card. Gacy said he understood them. He read and signed in a shaky hand a written Miranda waiver. Then Hackmeister was called from the room. Gacy sighed and told Albrecht that he had known it was all going to end ever since he talked with his lawyers the night before. "Have you been in the crawl space?" he asked softly. Albrecht nodded. "That's what the lime was for," he said. "What do you mean?" Albrecht asked. "The lime was for the sewage dampness, and what you found there." Gacy said that there were 4 different Johns, and he didn't know all their personalities. "How many bodies are in the crawl space?" Albrecht asked. Gacy shook his head. "I'm not sure," he said. "Is the boy from Nissens there?" "No," Gacy said. "He's not there." He added that he would have a hard time pinpointing where he was, but that he could find him. Through the window in the door, Hackmeister motioned to Albrecht. Outside in the hallway, Hackmeister told him that Lang didn't want the officers talking to Gacy anymore. "We've got a signed Miranda waiver," Albrecht said angrily. "There's no problem." I had just got back from Summerdale, and when Hackmeister told me about Lang's instruction, I immediately overruled him. "Get back in there and get what you can," I told him. When the 2 officers went back into Gacy, Hackmeister softened his manner. He didn't want to be left out of any further confession. "John, I'm sorry I flew off the handle," he said. "There's been a lot of pressure, and I just lost my head a little bit." "That's okay," Gacy said, nodding. "I understand." He looked up at Hackmeister. "Dave," he said, "I want to clear the air. I know that the game is over. The lime was used to cover the smell. The bodies have been down there a long time, and there are more bodies off the property." The officers looked at Gacy for a moment, saying nothing. "But why did you kill them?" Hackmeister asked. Gacy appeared occupied with his own thoughts. Finally, he said, "I'm bisexual, not homosexual. I never used force. It was always by consent. I never forced anybody because I'm not strong enough to fight, especially with my heart condition." Now he was becoming less introspective, and his inquisitorial manner returned. "Who else do you have in the station?" he asked. "There are others involved." "Directly or indirectly?" Albrecht asked. "Directly," Gacy said. "They participated." The officers asked who they were. "My associates," Gacy responded. "You mean Walsh and Gray?" Hackmeister asked. "Yeah," he said. "Walsh and Gray. Is Gray here now?" Before the officers could answer, Gacy had another question. "How did you know there were bodies in the crawl space?" "John," Albrecht said, "we're on surveillance. We don't know what the others are doing. We haven't seen the search warrant." Gacy straightened up and looked Albrecht in the eye. His old swagger had returned. "Mike," he said, "you know I won't be in jail very long. I won't spend a day in jail for this." "Do you want to elaborate on that?" Albrecht asked. Gacy shrugged. Schultz walked into the room. "Well, John," he said, "I imagine you have a lot on your mind to unload. Do you still want to speak with us now?" Gacy replied that he had a lot to say, but asked if they could move to another room because he was chilly. The men collected a few chairs and moved into the nearby room. "John," Schultz asked, "where is Rob Piest?" Gacy looked at him quizzically. "The boy from Nissens," Albrecht interjected. "Oh," Gacy replied. "I didn't know his name. No, he's not in the crawl space." "Where is he?" Hackmeister asked. "I don't know," Gacy said. "I didn't transport him." "Who did?" "I can't say," Gacy replied. "But you'll find out when Leroy gets here. He knows. I told my lawyers everything last night." "You know, John," Hackmeister said, "you don't have to speak with us if you don't want to." "I know that," Gacy replied. "John, do you recall when your dad died?" Albrecht asked him. Gacy said he did. "You weren't able to go to the funeral, were you?" Gacy shook his head. And the prison officials didn't tell you about it until after your dad was buried. Wasn't that around the Christmas holidays?" Gacy nodded and said that had bothered him a lot. "Well, that's why we want to find Rob Peast's body. For the family." "The body is in a location about an hour or hour and a half drive from here," Gacy said. "But you'll never find it." "Well, if you'll just tell me where it's at," Albrecht said, "and if I can't find it, I will tell you, John, that I can't find it and you were right." Albrecht immediately shuddered at his own garbled syntax and regretted breaking the continuity of the questioning. Hackmeister came to the rescue. "Is the body above ground or is it buried?" he said. "Above ground," Gacy replied. "How did he die?" Hackmeister said. "They were all strangled," Gacy said. "None of them were tortured." He went on to explain how he got his victims to handcuff themselves, then later told them that the trick was to have the key. As for Rob Peast, Gacy said, he put a cord around the youth's neck and had twisted it twice when his phone had rung. Rob was still standing when Gacy left the room to answer it. When Gacy returned from his conversation, Rob was on the floor, convulsing. He had urinated all over himself. Gacy picked the body up and put it on the bed. "At that time," he said, "I felt he was dead." At 11:30, Sergeant Lang came to the door and said they would have to move to another room outside the security area. Once relocated, Gacy announced that their conversation would end in 15 minutes. "We haven't pressured you, have we, John?" Hackmeister asked. "No," he said. "Everything I've said has been voluntary." Gacy then mentioned Jack, one of his other personalities, and said that Jack didn't like homosexuality. Schultz, sensing the groundwork for an insanity defense, immediately got him off the subject. "But why death?" he asked. "Because," Gacy said, "the boys sold their bodies for $20. They killed themselves." "How could they strangle themselves?" Schultz asked. "Because of what they did," Gacy answered. "They put the cords around their necks. They killed themselves." "But why didn't you bury them all under the house?" Schultz asked. His tone was admiring. "You had a great plan. Nobody would ever find you out." "Because of my heart condition," Gacy said. "I couldn't dig a grave anymore. Besides, the crawl space is full." Lang came in at 11:45 and asked to speak with the 3 officers. The interview was over. The 3 surveillance officers relayed what they had learned to those of us in the Detective Bureau, all the while complaining about Lang's cutting them off short. Meanwhile, Greg Beto and Earl Lundquist, another sheriff's policeman, showed Gacy pictures of some of the youths we thought were probable victims. He identified 3 by name: Butkovich, Godzik, and Sitch. "The guy with the funny name. You'll get a kick out of that story." After a few minutes, however, Gacy said he wanted his lawyers present before he talked any more. The officers told him that he'd probably decide to clam up once his lawyers talked with him, and tried to persuade him to continue his statements. Gacy was adamant. "My lawyers work for me," he said. "They'll do what I tell them to do. We can clear a lot up, get to the bottom of this, but I want my lawyers present." Although it was well past midnight, the police station was throbbing with activity. Assistant state's attorneys, sheriff's policemen, and the evening shift of Des Plaines patrolmen, who had been relieved at 11:45, were all milling around the Detective Bureau. Some officers were discussing how to recover the bodies at Summerdale. Some were processing evidence and writing reports on the day's events. As I tried to sort out the kaleidoscopic happenings of the last 24 hours, I began to consider getting another search warrant in the morning to assure the legality of the recovery operation. I also engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with Sam Amarante. Gacy's lawyer had been to the house during the search, and he had been not so politely told by Beto to leave. Consequently, he wasn't sure what we had found or learned. Back at the station, we spoke to each other a couple of times, each of us trying to ferret out what the other knew. Now I decided to open up the discussion. I told him we had found human remains. Sam sat in his chair, speechless, averting his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. I knew that Gacy had confessed to him the night before. Sam obviously hoped I could tell him that Gacy had been lying. Leroy Stevens arrived, and the 2 lawyers were ushered into the room where Gacy sat. As they met, I tried to map our strategy. We knew Gacy wanted to talk, but we didn't know whether his lawyers would allow him to. I had a court reporter standing by in the event Gacy chose to give a formal statement, but I was reluctant to use him. Gacy could put anything he wanted into the record, including his whole John, Jack, split personality scenario, and his attorneys could demand the presence of a court reporter. In that case, I would be forced to decide whether to accept the risk to the prosecution or simply to do without any further statements from Gacy. That had its drawbacks, too. Although we weren't looking for a confession at this stage, we did want information that would help us find Rob Piest, as well as any other victims. As we waited for word from the lawyers, we tried to decide who would take any statement Gacy might make. Everyone was clamoring to be included, but the selection had to be limited, preferably to those officers whom Gacy liked and trusted. After about an hour, the suspense was broken when Amoranti came out and announced, reluctantly, "John wants to talk." Fortunately, he did not ask for a court reporter. We decided to send in the 4 surveillance officers, Bob Schultz, Ron Robinson, Dave Hackmeister, and Mike Albrecht, who would take the official notes, as well as Greg Beto and Earl Lundquist to represent the sheriff's office. And so, in a small conference room, seated at a table, with his 2 lawyers at his side, John Gacy began his statement to the 6 police officers. The time was 3:30 a.m. It all started, Gacy said, in 1974. Since then, he had murdered 25 or 30 young men, all homosexuals or bisexuals, all of them hustlers. All of the victims willingly came to his house, and all were killed there. By now, he said, he had lost count of the number buried in the crawlspace. The last 5 victims, all killed in 1978, he dropped into the Des Plaines River, southwest of Chicago, off the bridge on Interstate Highway 55. One, he thought, might have landed on a barge. All but one he killed by looping a rope around their necks, knotting it twice, then tightening it, like a tourniquet, with a stick. A couple of times, he said, he had to tighten the knot more than once when the victims showed signs of reviving. On 2 or 3 occasions, he said, he had doubles, nights when he killed 2 people. Some of the victims, he said, convulsed for an hour or 2 after his rope trick. In the crawl space, he either soaked the bodies with acid or put lime on them and buried them under a foot of earth. Sometimes he buried one on top of the other. He disposed of their personal effects in the garbage. Gacy said that the investigators wouldn't be able to find all the bodies. He would have to show them. There was hardly a sound from any of the listeners except the scratching of Albrecht's pencil on a notepad. Some of the officers sat at the table, some stood, others sat on the floor of the tiny room, against the wall. Gacy spoke as if he were holding court, frequently leaning back in his chair and talking with his eyes closed. He had overcome his fatigue and was speaking with a renewed air of confidence. Just as he wanted, the room belonged to John Gacy. The Piest boy, he said, didn't know what awaited him at Gacy's house, but he had wanted to make easy money. He had run up to Gacy's vehicle, asking about a summer job. The boy said he would do almost anything for money. But he lied, Gacy said ominously. Later at the house, the boy had his hand on the doorknob when he said, "Gee, I thought you were going to kill me." Gacy told the officers that he knew right then that the boy was not going to leave the house. Rob asked why Gacy was putting the rope around his neck. "Why did he ask?" the contractor said rhetorically. "He was stupid, that's why." Gacy related how he was interrupted by the phone while strangling the youth, then recounted the events of the evening he had spoken of in his statement the week before, his visit to Northwest Hospital and to his aunt's house. After sleeping in bed next to the corpse all night, Gacy got up at 6 a.m. and moved it to the attic. There it lay, even during the visit on Tuesday of the 2 police officers, Asshole, as he referred to Kozenzak, and Piquel. After they left, he had just brought the body downstairs when he heard the bell ring at the rear door. He left the body in the hallway while he went to the door. It was Walsh, ready to go Christmas tree shopping. Gacy said he couldn't go, and Walsh left. Gacy moved his car to the back door, wrapped the body in an orange blanket, and put it in the trunk. Gacy said he recalled being higher than a kite. He drove south on the Tri-State Tollway to Interstate 55. Reaching the bridge over the Des Plaines River, he saw a barge passing underneath and continued on. He turned around and came back in the northbound lanes. He began hearing reports on his CB radio of an unmarked Smoky, a patrol car, on the bridge, so he doubled back again. He made several passes before concluding that the CB reports were probably referring to him. He stopped and dumped the body over the rail. On his way back toward the city, Gacy said he threw away the blanket, although he wasn't sure why he did, because there was no blood on it. He lost control of his car on the Tri-State and slid into a ditch. A truck stopped, but the driver was unable to help him. Gacy jacked up the car and put his spare tire under a wheel, but he couldn't get out. He got back into his car and soon fell asleep. At about 2 a.m., a tow truck stopped and pulled him out. He drove to the Des Plaines police station to see Asshole, but found that he had left. Gacy described his encounters with several other victims. The one before Piest, Joe from Elmwood Park, was into sadism and bondage and wanted $20 more for everything he did. Gacy just wanted to get blown. Joe, too, went to the river in Gacy's trunk. Another victim, Gacy said, pulled a knife on him, took money from his wallet, then said he wasn't done with Gacy sexually. This enraged the contractor, who first showed the youth some magic tricks, then got the rope around his neck. He was buried in the crawlspace. Gacy said he killed his first victim by stabbing him. Gacy was married then. His wife was away. The two men had sex, then went to sleep. Awakening, Gacy saw the man coming at him with a knife. The man stabbed him in the right forearm. They fought, and Gacy got the knife away from him. Gacy finally stabbed the man to death and buried him in the crawlspace. Several years ago, Gacy said, he had a drag queen who danced for him. He was real weird, he said. God didn't put people on earth to do that. Gacy read him a verse from the Bible. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. He twisted the rope twice, then finished reading the victim the 23rd Psalm, before twisting the rope the final time. Gacy told of bringing two youths home one night. He told one of them he would tighten the rope around the boy's neck 3 times so he would get an erection. Then Gacy would blow him. Gacy twisted the rope until the youth died. He went into the other room and told the other boy his friend was dead. The boy didn't believe him. Gacy led him, handcuffed, to the other room and strangled him in front of the body of his friend. Occasionally an officer asked a question, but mostly it was Gacy who spoke, continuously, clinically, without any discernible signs of remorse. At first he made pointed and repeated reference to Jack Hanley, his other personality. You would have to ask Jack that, he would say in response to a question, or, that was Jack talking, as an afterthought to his own remarks. As he went on, however, he mentioned Jack less frequently. Then, for a long while, not at all. At one point Stevens asked a question, adding, "Isn't that right, Jack?" Gacy made no acknowledgement of the question until Stevens called him John. Gacy said he frequently used the name Jack Hanley in his early morning prowling. He cruised the streets around Bughouse Square, a park on the near north side that was a gathering place once shared by radicals and offbeat humanity, now a homosexual hustling ground. With his black car and spotlights, dressed in his black leather jacket, Gacy commonly convinced his prey that he was a policeman, and they did as he told them. Sometimes he threatened them as Cop Jack Hanley. Other times he gave them his Hanley name as someone they could call at City Hall if they ever needed help. At Bughouse Square, Gacy didn't have to look far for potential partners. After stalking one, he would offer the youth a cigarette, then ask if he were interested in having a party. The discussion would turn to price, which ranged from $5 to $50. Gacy said he had encounters with 150 such people, and he paid all of them. He added that he didn't always have sex with the young men he picked up. Sometimes they went to his house, undressed, and just sat talking. Some had hard luck stories. These he let go. He even gave a few of them money. The sex he did have was always oral, unless his partner consented to something else. He never bothered straight people. The books taken from his house, Gacy said, were not his. He would not spend money on that type of reading matter. He used the books only to stimulate some of his victims. Over the years, Gacy developed a fixed schedule for his cruising. After working long days in construction, some days until 10 p.m., he would go whoring late at night. After making his liaisons, he had sex between 1 and 3 a.m. Except for 2 victims, one of them Rob Piest, all died between 3 and 6 a.m. Gacy was adamant on one point. He was not, he said, a homosexual. In fact, he had a very strong fear of being one. He disliked gay men and queens and the bars they frequented. A man is a man, he said, and if he didn't like girls, there was something wrong with him. He didn't like sadism and masochism and thought that those who practiced such things were very weird. Nor did he like to be propositioned. He once threw a man out of his car for offering him $10 for sex. Gacy found that insulting. He, John Gacy, would make any and all propositions. He was always the dominant one. As for those who sold their bodies, he had utmost contempt. If they lied to him, or were greedy, or tried to rip him off, they would have something done to them. Gacy mentioned Jeffrey Rignall, and acknowledged that he had been charged with attacking the man, although he was vague about the details. He spoke of his sexual relationship with both Gray and Walsh, how they complied when they wanted something of him. He told his version of the fight with Walsh at the tavern in Cicero, after which he was hospitalized. He described the last moments of a victim, probably Sitch, who had his car title with him. Gacy said he later gave the vehicle to Walsh. Gacy told of other victims, identifying them by where he met them or where they were from, but he said he was unable to recall any names the investigators didn't already have. In that sense, Gacy was still in control, giving nothing away. He did, however, say that the crawlspace was not the limit of his activity at 8213 Summerdale. John Butkovich was buried under the garage. When he finished his statement an hour or so before dawn, he left the assemblage of police officers, awestruck, some disbelieving. 30 bodies. Could it be possible? Or was Gacy lying again? Beto openly and profanely voiced his skepticism. He went back to Gacy and asked him to go over his account of Rob Piest's disappearance. Gacy stuck by his story. The boy had not been coerced to come with him from Nissens, and his body was indeed in the Des Plaines River. One of the sheriff's investigators called the state police to see if they had a log entry corroborating Gacy's story of being stuck on the Tri-State Tollway early in the morning of December 13. They did. Now we knew how the mud got on his car and in his trunk, and were inclined to believe his story about dumping Piest's body in the river. Gacy was now in the company of his older sister in a small interrogation room. At his request, she had been wakened by a sheriff's policeman and brought from her home to the station. She was sobbing hysterically at Gacy's side, begging her brother to tell the police everything he knew. While she cried, a dazed Amarante walked aimlessly in the corridor, and the combined forces of sheriffs and Des Plaines police planned their next move, a trip to the bridge on Interstate 55. A pack of dogs chasing a bone. Larry Schreiner, a Chicago vice detective for many years, is a freelance journalist. His competitors say he's the kind of guy who sleeps with police radios stuck in his ears. Chicago crime reporters have never been starved for lack of material, and the events of Thursday, December 21 would make yet another of the city's legendary police stories. Late that evening, Schreiner found himself mapping the path of the next day's stampede. When he received word from a tipster who had monitored some of the afternoon radio traffic, Schreiner was not entirely unfamiliar with the Gacy case. Living just a few blocks from the contractor's house, he himself had listened to the surveillance transmissions with growing interest. He also recalled an incident of a month before, when, on a busy thoroughfare, his vehicle had been cut off by a black car sporting red and white spotlights. Thinking he knew all the local politicians, he made a license check and learned that the car was registered to PDM Contractors at 8213 Summerdale. With the house at that address now under surveillance, he saw an interesting story taking shape. Arriving at Gacy's place shortly before midnight, Schreiner spotted an old police buddy who told him, "I can't say anything, but don't leave this house." After the main group of investigators had left, Schreiner cooked up a ruse with the one other journalist then at the scene, a freelance photographer. While the photographer knocked on the front door, Schreiner slipped back to the rear of the house, switched on his floodlights, and made some shots through the windows on 16mm film. Next, he began canvassing the neighborhood. By dawn, Schreiner's footage was appearing with Jay Levine's reports on Chicago's Channel 7 and the ABC network, and he was calling in as a man on the street from the telephone in his car to Wally Phillips's popular morning radio show on WGN. Late Thursday evening, the city desk at the Chicago Sun-Times was having trouble getting solid information on the story, so they called their ace crime reporter, Art Patak, at home for help. Patak, who had been told earlier of Piest's disappearance by a colleague who was a neighbor of the boy's parents, made a few calls. The reporter, who was well known for his pipeline to the sheriff's police, talked to a source, who in turn called the Des Plaines police and got Gacy's telephone number for him. Patak called the house, talked with a sheriff's policeman he knew well, and was told that they had 2 bodies, and that Gacy had said he had killed more than 30. By sunrise, the final Friday edition of the Sun-Times was alerting its readers to yet another crime story that would dominate news coverage in the weeks ahead. When on Friday morning Eugenia Godzik walked into the kitchen of the modest white house where she lived with her parents on Chicago's northwest side, she found her mother, Mrs. Eugenia Godzik, in tears. The radio on the counter was tuned to Wally Phillips. The talk was of Gacy, bodies, Gacy. "That's the man Gregory worked for," Mrs. Godzik cried in anguish. Gregory, a slender, handsome 17-year-old with long blonde hair and gray eyes, had vanished a little more than 2 years earlier. In fact, 2 years to the day before Rob Piest's disappearance. It was a Saturday night. His sister Eugenia, 6 years older than Gregory, and her parents teased the boy for not going to Mass with them. They knew that Gregory had just made up with his girlfriend, Judy Patterson, and had a special date planned. The last verified report of anyone seeing Gregory Godzik came from Judy and her mother, who said goodnight to him at their house shortly after midnight. Like Rob Piest, Greg had no reason whatever to run away. He was a warm and loving boy who always stayed close to home. He had been working since he was in the 7th grade, delivering newspapers and cutting grass. Now a senior at Taft High School, he was enrolled in an afternoon work program. He was planning to go to college in the fall. He loved animals and had many pets, and was forever nursing injured crows and stray cats back to health. To his sister he was a sentimental pussycat. The playing of Auld Lang Syne on a New Year's Eve television show reduced him to tears. He was devoted to his mother, a woman of joyful disposition, who happily mended his friends' jackets during their frequent visits to the Godziks. Greg never left the house without kissing his mother goodbye. Although he and Judy had temporarily fallen out, he was obviously smitten by her, and had told his mother fervently, "She's the girl I love, and I'm going to marry her." Mrs. Godzik had cautioned him to go easy, and said that he was still young, but if it was meant to be, it would be. Greg was overjoyed when Judy agreed to a reconciliation, and he grabbed his mother and danced round and round with her while telling her of his forthcoming big date on Saturday night. Greg was becoming very conscious of his appearance, and for Christmas he had asked for clothing and a special hairbrush. His family had complied with his wishes. Now, more than 2 years later, as Schreiner's reports were coming over the kitchen radio, Greg's gift lay in another room, still unwrapped. On Sunday morning, December 12, 1976, Eugenia Godzik had peered into her son's room and saw that his bed was still made. Alarmed, she hurried down to the living room and den. She saw no sign of Greg anywhere. She called his friends. Several of them had seen Greg and Judy the night before. but not since. She called the Chicago police and was told that it was department policy to do nothing for 24 hours. Kids, after all, run away by the thousands, they said, and within the one-day grace period, many of them return home. Later that day, a friend of Greg's came by and told Mrs. Godzik that another youth had seen Greg's car parked near a pet store in Niles. Sure enough, his burgundy-colored 1965 Pontiac Catalina, which he had bought for $80 2 months earlier, was there, its doors unlocked. That was an unmistakable sign that something was amiss. The car was Greg's greatest pride, and he always locked it. The 2 years since he had vanished had been a time of great hope and heartbreak for the family, especially for Mrs. Godzik, who, after her work as a Chicago school lunchroom supervisor, pursued every avenue she could think of to find her son. After learning little from his friends and schoolmates, she called his employer. Only a few weeks before his disappearance, Greg had come home with the news that he was quitting the lumber company where he was working for $2.20 an hour. A contractor named John Gacy had offered him $5.50, plus the promise of summer employment and the opportunity to travel out of town, where Greg was told the money was really big. Mrs. Godzik was not pleased about Greg's working in construction and told him that leaving town was out of the question. Still, Greg brought home reports of what a nice guy his employer was, how he performed as a clown for children, how he'd always treat his workers to a Coke at quitting time. Only once was she truly upset by his job. Greg came home late, and the family was already sitting at the dining table. "Where have you been?" she asked. "I was working at Gacy's house," Greg replied. "We had to dig trenches for some kind of tiles." 4 days after his disappearance, Mrs. Godzik called Gacy, who said that Greg had left a message saying he would be at work the day before, but he had never shown up. "How do you know it was Gregory?" Mrs. Godzik asked. "Because I have a tape recording of it," Gacy answered. "Do you still have it?" "No, I erased it." The next time Mrs. Godzik called, Gacy said he still owed Greg some money and would come by sometime and give it to her. He never did. Gacy tried to reassure Mrs. Godzik. "You know how these kids are," he said. "I told Greg I ran away when I was 18. I told my mother I was going for gas, and I didn't come back for I don't know how long. You know, that could have happened to Greg." "But he's not the type," Mrs. Godzik said anxiously. "Don't worry," Gacy said. "He'll come back." The last time she called Gacy's house, a youth answered the phone. He had not seen Greg for some time. "What are you doing there?" Mrs. Godzik asked. "I live here," the youth replied. "Don't you have a home?" "No, I don't want to live at home." "But doesn't your mother want you home? I can't stand it without my son. I think you belong at home, not with strangers." "Oh, this guy's real good to me," the youth replied. The Chicago police made routine follow-up checks after Greg's disappearance, but they went to no great lengths after the boy was reported seen by several witnesses at Taft High School. The police did not check with Gacy until nearly 3 months had passed. Once a young officer enthusiastically told Mrs. Godzik he had learned that a youth fitting Greg's description was seen working at a lumber company. Excited, Mrs. Godzik went to see for herself. The boy was not her son. She called halfway houses and any institutions that she thought might deal with runaway youths. Only the Salvation Army offered her any help. The other organizations brushed her off, saying that she was intruding into their confidential sphere. In desperation, she turned to a professional investigator. Anthony J. Pelicano, Jr. is a wiry, long-nosed private detective who once told the Chicago Tribune that he was the greatest investigator in the city. Pelicano rode the crest of publicity. He had gained fame in his specialty of uncovering illegal wiretaps and had been credited with finding Yoko Ono's missing son. On the day he contracted with the Godzik family to search for Greg, he scored another publicity coup by finding the remains of showman Michael Todd, which had been stolen some days before from a cemetery in Forest Park. He made the discovery in the presence of police and a television news anchorman. Mr. Godzik was a retired shipping clerk. Mrs. Godzik's wages were modest. Paying Pelicano's fee would severely strain their finances. Nonetheless, they settled on a price of $15,000, of which $5,000 would be paid as a retainer, and the remaining $10,000 when Pellicano found Greg, either dead or alive, within the 2-year life of the contract. "I don't know how I can pay you $10,000, Mrs. Godzik told the investigator, "but I would work my fingers to the bone if you would find Greg." The family scraped together what they could and borrowed the remainder of the $5,000 from Mrs. Godzik's mother. Despite Pellicano's reputation for a high success rate, the Godziks were unhappy with him from the start. Although Pellicano warned them that he could not give them a step-by-step accounting of his efforts and promised a written report only when he had fulfilled his mission, the Godziks felt that he did not press the investigation with the vigor they expected. They thought he should pursue such leads as Greg's friends might offer. Pellicano later said he chose to act on the information he got from law enforcement sources. The Godziks later insisted that they had given him Gacy's name. Pellicano said they never did, that they told him Greg worked at a gas station. But despite whatever failures of communication may have existed at the time, Mrs. Godzik continued to pin fervent hopes on Pellicano to find her son alive. In mid-December 1978, Eugenia Godzik was especially saddened when she heard the news of Rob Piest's disappearance. "Oh, I feel so sorry for that family," she told friends. "I know what they are going through." Mrs. Godzik's last sign of hope came on her birthday, the night before the news of John Gacy filled the airwaves. Arriving home from an errand, she saw her daughter sitting in their living room in the company of police officers. Mrs. Godzik's mouth widened into a bright smile, and she asked eagerly, "Oh, did you find Gregory?" "I have some bad news for you," one of the officers said. "Your house was burglarized." With just a hint of approaching daylight in the southeast, a 3-car procession departed from the police station for the bridge over the Des Plaines River on Interstate 55. Schultz had come to me earlier, saying that Gacy was willing to make the trip, but he had asked one favor in return. He wanted the police to take him to Mary Hill Cemetery for one last visit to his father's grave. "He's got it," I told Schultz. We would do our best, security requirements permitting, to honor his request. In the company were Schultz and Robinson, Gacy's 2 attorneys, his older sister, and Piquel, Bedecker, and Summershield. Gacy rode with Schultz and Robinson. He kept nodding off to sleep. During his waking moments, his conversation with the officers was light. As they drove the 50-odd miles, the sky gradually turned brilliant orange in the east, giving promise that the shortest day of the year would be sunny and crisp. Soon the flow of semi-trailers rolling in from the west coast became mixed with a greater surge of commuter traffic as the morning rush hour began. They crossed the bridge going south, then took the Arsenal Road turnoff to get back into the northbound lanes. A state police marker car was waiting for them at the river. As the officer diverted traffic into a single lane, Gacy and his police escort walked out onto the windy span. When they came to the 5th upright structural beam, Gacy stopped, looked over the low railing, and pointed to the water about 40 feet below. Robinson and Schultz each clutched one of his arms, for fear he might jump. This, Gacy said, was where he had dropped Rob Piest and the other 4 bodies. The river at the bridge is about 100 yards wide. The banks were lined with shelves of ice and snow, but the main stream was open, and the surface of the deep bluish-brown water was ruffled by a brisk wind out of the southwest. As the officers peered over the railing, the long shadows of the traffic passing against the sunrise flickered over them. Suddenly they were motioned back to the cars. A television truck had parked a couple of 100 yards south, and a minicam crew was running toward them. The officers hustled Gacy to the cars and hurriedly departed. As they drove off, they looked back and saw a newsman running alongside the state policeman's car, trying to question him. It was Jay Levine. A large crowd of curiosity seekers had gathered at 8213 Summerdale, and the press was there in force. Police had roped off the front of Gacy's property and erected barriers, closing the street to all but local residential traffic and law enforcement vehicles. Since the search, a parade of police brass had been visiting the site. Some officers were not always recognized in the confusion of a multi-jurisdictional crime scene. Deputy Chief Richard Qualiano of the Sheriff's Police was denied entrance by one of his own men until the young officer was set straight, and Chief Alfano of Des Plaines encountered a similar challenge. The house was already creaking under the footsteps of Des Plaines and sheriff's policemen and medical examiners and state's attorney's personnel. Now Chicago policemen were dropping by, wanting to view the horrible scene that lay just beyond their jurisdiction. When Robinson and Schultz arrived with Gacy, their car was escorted through the surging mob into the driveway and back to the garage. Reporters and crews immediately went crashing through the side yards of neighbors to get a view of the confessed mass murderer. Police responded by roping off the entire property. Shielded by several officers, Gacy was led into the garage, where he immediately began complaining about the disorder left by investigators. Bedecker reminded him that he was there to point out the location of the body buried in the floor. They moved to the narrow workshed area in the southeast corner. There, Gacy again complained about the mess and began tidying up the shelves and cabinets. Officers noticed numerous jars of Vaseline amidst the construction material. Gacy began moving some tools and iron bars, and Bedecker again told him to get down to business. "What do you think I'm doing?" Gacy snapped. "Give me something to mark with." One of the officers handed him a can of black spray paint. It didn't work. He was given another. Gacy then sprayed a large square on the floor with an X inside. "Dig there," he said. Asked if he knew who the victim was, Gacy replied, "John Butkovich." Like the others, Gacy said, the youth had been strangled. His head was to the south. Gacy picked up a sledgehammer and tapped it inside the mark, as if taking aim. Bedecker told him that the police would do the digging. Now, as a conciliatory gesture, I had Gacy brought inside the house because he had expressed concern about his dog and his plants. He erupted in anger when he saw his house in disarray and mud tracked over his floors, and said he was all through cooperating with us. We had expected that, and that was why we had taken him to the garage first. He was bustling about, taking off his coat as if he planned to stay, when I got tired of his antics. "Why is this man wandering around loose?" I shouted to a couple of officers milling around. "Cuff him." Gacy, sulking, offered no further information. I ordered him taken back to the station. By now, Gacy's unlisted phone number, which was on his various business cards, had gotten into the hands of many reporters, as well as cranks who were calling for the sport of it. The officers who answered call after call would listen for a moment, then slam down the receiver, cursing. Braun told Beto to arrange for new phone service. After Gacy's overnight confessions, we were exhausted to the point of virtual numbness. The previous week had been sleepless enough, and now some of us had been on the job for almost 30 hours straight. Our physical depletion was almost total. Still, we had to keep going. I went back to Des Plaines. We could not hold Gacy on the marijuana arrest any longer. His processing complete, he would be able to post bail. We would have to charge him with murder or release him. But could we hold him without bond for the murder of Rob Piest when we had no body, despite Gacy's confessions of other killings? If the defense objected, as they surely would, we could argue that Dr. Stein had not yet made any identifications and hoped that the judge would deny bail. It took several hours and numerous telephone calls with my superiors, Larry O'Gara and Bill Kunkel, before I had the criminal complaint for the murder of Rob Piest prepared and ready to take to the judge. Lang and Ryan rushed Gacy from the police station into the Civic Center and up to Judge Peters's third-floor courtroom, fighting off newsmen all the way. The room had but 2 pews, and it was jammed. My assistants, Mike Corkle and Larry Finder, appeared with me, and Sam Amoranti stood beside a very haggard-looking Gacy. I was so tired I could hardly think. Kozenzak was the state's witness. First, he was sworn to the complaint, which he had signed, charging Gacy with murder. The subsequent hearing went raggedly, probably because both sides were exhausted. I argued against releasing Gacy because of the murder charge and his prior criminal record. In the end, Judge Peters denied bail, and I was greatly relieved. He set a preliminary hearing for December 29, the Friday before the New Year, and ordered Gacy transferred to the Cook County Department of Corrections. At Amorante's request, the lawyer said he thought Gacy was a very sick individual. Peters ordered the prisoner sent to Cermak Hospital, the medical wing of the jail. I offered no objection. A search warrant is valid only while the police officers remain on the premises, and so we would have 8213 Summerdale guarded by police 24 hours a day until the last body and pertinent piece of evidence was recovered. While we had valid legal position that police were now simply processing a known crime scene, there was no sense in taking any chances. To assure our legal situation, I had Finder prepare 2 more search warrants, one that would inform the court of Gacy's admission that he had buried a body in his garage, and the other attesting to the presence of human remains in the crawl space. Both were signed on Friday afternoon. Because of the overriding necessity to find Rob Peast's body, I turned next to organizing a search of the Des Plaines River downstream from the I-55 bridge. Special Agent Wayne Firo of the Illinois Department of Law Enforcement told me they could supply a helicopter from Springfield. Next, I called the sheriffs of Will and Grundy counties, through which the Des Plaines flows before becoming part of the Illinois River. Personnel there, working in conjunction with local fire department divers, are accustomed to dealing with bodies that float downstream from Chicago. I sent 2 of my assistants, Frank Nolan and Bill Ward, to monitor the river operation. Late in the afternoon, in the rear of the police station, Finder saw Gacy sitting in an interview room. Gacy beckoned to him. He wanted someone to talk to. Finder warned him that he was an assistant state's attorney, and any statements Gacy made might be used against him. "You've never done anything wrong to me, and I've never done anything wrong to you," Gacy said, "so there's no reason we can't talk." When Finder asked if Gacy's lawyers would approve, Gacy said that they worked for him, and if he wanted to talk, he would. Corkle came in, and Finder said that if the conversation were to continue, he would have to read Gacy the Miranda rights. Gacy replied that he had been given his rights so many times he knew them by heart. He took Finder's plastic card and read them himself. Finder was just asking about Rob Peast when Leroy Stevens joined them. He had no objection to Gacy's talking. The contractor repeated his plea to visit his father's grave, and Finder agreed to relay his request. After Stevens left, Finder asked Gacy if he was relieved to have confessed. Gacy said he was, but that he was also unhappy. He offered nothing more. Finder gave a policeman some money to get Gacy a cup of soup, and he and Corkle left. About 45 minutes later, in the detective bureau, Albrecht told Finder that Gacy still wanted to talk, this time with Albrecht and Finder. Albrecht had just moved Gacy to the lockup. The contractor was sitting on the cot in his cell when they arrived. "Hello, Larry," he said, looking very alert. "Where's my soup?" Finder said it should be coming shortly, and once again went through the Miranda briefing. Gacy impatiently recited the rights from memory, then started to talk about Rob Peast. Gacy said that he had returned to Nissen Pharmacy to pick up his appointment book because he relied on it heavily. When he left the drugstore, he saw Rob Peast come out the door and motioned to him to get into his car. Peast told him he wanted to discuss a job. Because the boy said he had only a half hour or so, Gacy said they would drive and talk. Gacy continued his own version of that evening. He said he set out for his house, and on the way he said that he was a very liberal person. Rob said he was too. Gacy asked if he would have sexual relations with a man. Rob didn't think he would. Asked if he would do it for a lot of money, the boy said, according to Gacy, that he'd do almost anything for a lot of money. Gacy again said that he was bisexual and that he never forced sex on an unwilling partner. At the house, Gacy said, he showed the boys some of his clown tricks, including the one with the handcuffs. Once he was manacled, Rob became distressed, but did not try to stop Gacy from removing his pants. Gacy then tried to give him a blowjob, and the boy broke into tears. The contractor said he had only one thing more to show Rob, the rope trick. Finder asked Gacy to explain it. the contractor asked if he could have a piece of rope. "There's no way I'm going to get you any rope, John," Albrecht said. "Shit, I'm not going to kill you," Gacy said. "I'll tell you what. Larry, stick your hand through the bars and make a fist." Reluctantly, Finder complied. "Now pretend your fist is a head and your wrist is a neck." Gacy took his rosary out of his right pants pocket, looped it around Finder's wrist, and tied a series of 3 knots. Then he stuck a pen between the second and third knots, saying that it was just like the stick he used for the real thing. 3 or 4 quick turns and the victim was strangled. Finder, who is Jewish, later said that Gacy's explicit demonstration, added to his own sense of mystery about the powers of the rosary, made his knees turn to jelly. Gacy said he then took the boy's body to bed and slept next to it. He showed the 2 men how, the following morning, he had slung it over his shoulder and carried it up the attic ladder. Albrecht asked if he had had anal intercourse with the body. "I didn't," Gacy said, "but Jack might have." "Did Jack usually have anal sex with his victims?" Albrecht asked. Gacy nodded and said he couldn't get an erection any other way. Albrecht asked how he managed to get the rope around the victims' necks. Gacy replied that sometimes he didn't have to. The boys themselves would put it on, anticipating an interesting trick. After repeating his earlier account of the disposal of Piest's body, Gacy reflected for a moment. The appointment book at Nissen's. That was the rub. Had he not forgotten it, he said, he would not have killed Rob Piest, and none of this would have happened. Gacy now described his encounter with his first victim, the one he said he stabbed to death in 1974. He said he met the young man in the Greyhound bus station in downtown Chicago. The man wanted to cruise the city looking for girls. After they searched in vain, Gacy tried to find out if his companion was bisexual. He asked if there was more than one way to have sex. When the young man said that 2 males could do it, Gacy feigned ignorance. His companion said that either a guy or a girl could give a blowjob. It was all the same. They then drove to Gacy's house and had sex. After killing the young man the next morning, Gacy buried the body in the crawl space and poured concrete over it. Gacy said that he had sexual relationships with males in his house while he was married. His wife was often away, either for the night with friends or out of town. Albrecht asked Gacy if he could precisely locate the bodies in the crawl space. Gacy asked permission to draw a diagram, and Albrecht gave him a pen and a blank receipt form for prisoners' belongings. As he drew his sketch on the back, Gacy asked if Gray and Walsh had been arrested yet. He said that they were guilty of being his accomplices, then backed off and said that they had only dug trenches. He said that the officers were mistaken if they believed that he had used lime to dissolve the bodies. The crawl space, he said, had always been musty from the dampness, and he had used the lime only to get rid of the odor. Gacy drew the first portion of the diagram very neatly, using a line to designate each grave. He indicated the concrete under which his first victim was interred. He said that some of the trenches had more than one body in them, and he could no longer remember the number. As he was finishing his sketch, he clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and remained motionless for almost a minute. Then he relaxed, opened his eyes, and looked at the diagram. "What's going on?" he asked. "Oh, I see Jack drew a picture of the crawl space." This seemed very contrived to Finder and Albrecht, and they said they would see him again after he got some rest. "What did I say?" Gacy asked, in a wounded tone, as the 2 men departed. "What did I do wrong?" About an hour later, Albrecht and Finder returned to the lockup with pictures of 2 victims whose bodies had been found in the Des Plaines River. Ward had brought the photos back from the search operation. Rounding a blind corner, Finder jumped in a jolt of fright, almost knocking down Albrecht. He had seen the figure of a man in front of the cell, and at first glance thought it was Gacy. It was Officer James Kinsella guarding the prisoner, who was now placidly sleeping on his cot. Albrecht awakened Gacy and showed him the photographs, one of which was of a Frank Landington, whose bond slip had been found in Gacy's house. Gacy said he had known Landingin from a bar in Franklin Park, but he didn't think the man was one of his victims. He said he was not familiar with the other one at all. When Eugenia Godzik heard the horrifying news on the radio in her mother's kitchen, she picked up the phone and dialed 911, the Chicago police emergency number. She explained why she feared that her brother might be among the victims buried in Gacy's crawlspace, and she begged for help. The dispatcher knew nothing about the reports from Summerdale and kept telling her to calm down. Finally, he said he would take her number and call back. Eugenia telephoned one of her girlfriends and asked to speak with her father, a Chicago homicide detective. He knew nothing about the case either, but said he would check. 5 minutes later, the Godzik's phone rang. "Eugenia," the detective said, "it's very, very serious. There are many bodies. Tell your dentist to be prepared to send in Greg's records." She called the family dentist, John Davis, who was not yet in his office. He returned her call at 8 o'clock and said he would begin gathering the necessary material. Gregory had had root canal treatment for an infected tooth just before his disappearance. Davis had x-rays of that work and of the gold crown he had put in. The dentist also had made a point of keeping the models he'd made of Greg's teeth, knowing that the boy was missing and that they might be needed for identification. Davis called the Chicago police and was told they were not involved in the case. He called the sheriff's police, but they didn't know where he should send the records. He talked to someone on the Tribune's city desk, who didn't answer his question, and instead began pumping the doctor for information. Davis hung up. He began making duplicates of the models, just in case. That evening, Davis got a phone call at home from a man asking if the dentist would meet him after dinner and give him the records. It was Pellicano. Davis knew that the Godziks had hired a private investigator, but he told Pellicano that he couldn't release anything until he first checked with Mrs. Godzik. By the time Davis talked to her, she was worn down from the ordeal of facing the horde of reporters camped out on her doorstep, and she readily gave her permission to release the records to Pellicano. Davis, however, recognized the stress she had been under and first called 2 lawyer friends. Neither was home. Davis decided to try the sheriff's police again. This time he insisted on talking with someone involved in the case. He was put on hold for a long time. Finally, a sergeant came on the line. The officer told him that under no circumstances could he give any evidence to anyone except the sheriff's police. Minutes later, Pellicano called back, asking Davis to meet him right away at the dentist's office. Davis declined and turned the materials over to a sheriff's investigator the next morning. By Saturday morning, I was alarmed by some of the information pouring out of the press. Obviously, there were leaks galore, from the sheriff's policeman, from Des Plaines, maybe from my office as well. Jay Levine had developed the story on his own the first night, but as he would later admit, a policeman's leak was what had sent him scurrying to the river. A day later, parts of Gacy's statements were appearing in the press, plus a lot of other information that was dreadfully erroneous. This torrent of leaks could jeopardize the prosecution. Gacy was still in custody of the Des Plaines police, and Kozenzak was getting anxious to send him to the Cook County Jail. Suburban police departments are not equipped to lodge prisoners for very long, especially those who attract press attention and present security problems. Kozenzak, therefore, eagerly accepted the suggestion that his own people drive Gacy to Cermak Hospital rather than wait for the county van to pick him up. Tovar, Ryan, and Adams would make the trip. They brought a stakeout car with Indiana plates into the security garage, while guards got Gacy ready. Tovar, meanwhile, announced the plan to several members of the press in what his partners regarded as a bid to get on television. By the time the garage doors were opened and Gacy was hustled into the car with his jacket pulled up over his head, the cameras were ready and rolling. "Look at them," Gacy said as they drove through the throng. "They're like a pack of dogs chasing a bone." After reflecting a moment on his notoriety, Gacy asked if local TV anchorman Walter Jacobson and columnist Mike Royko had called asking for him. He was told they hadn't. "They're good friends of mine," he said. "I figured they'd be calling." A press caravan fell in behind the Des Plaines car, one vehicle with a camera poking out of its sunroof. Gacy reminded the officers that he still wanted to see his father's grave. Tovar, driving, cleared his throat. He had hoped the subject wouldn't arise. "Look behind us, John," he said. "Do you want them to take pictures of you and go stomping all around your dad's grave?" Gacy thought about it a moment. "Screw it," he said finally. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Gacy said he remembered Tovar from the day he'd come into the station and asked Adams and Ryan how they fit into the investigation. Tovar said that if they talked about the case, they would have to read him his rights again. "Shit," Gacy said. "They've been given to me so many times I know them by heart." Tovar recited them anyway, then asked Gacy about his last 5 victims. As far as Gacy recalled, he had dumped them all in the river, and the Peast boy was the last one. "How many did you kill?" Tovar asked. "I told my lawyers 30 or 35, Gacy said. "But I don't know. There could be 35, 45. Who knows?" In his rearview mirror, Tovar saw Gacy smirking. "Are you religious?" Adams asked. "Do you go to church?" Gacy said he used to. Tovar asked him about the victim before Rob Peast. Gacy said his name was something Joe, and he thought he was from Elmwood Park. "People into that kind of sex," he said, "you only know by nicknames." The youth was a weird little guy, Gacy said, into masochism. "But I took care of him," he said jauntily. "I tended to his particular sexual inclination." Gacy explained that he had put the youth into the 2x4, doubling him over and chaining his wrists and ankles together. "Since he liked pain," Gacy said, "I did the ultimate number on him." Tovar asked how he got the idea for the board. "From Elmer Wayne Henley," Gacy answered, "the guy in Texas." As Gacy rambled on, he glanced over his shoulder. "Hell, if I was driving," he said, "I would have lost those assholes a long time ago." He asked again, "Were the officers sure Jacobson and Royko hadn't called? Are you being careful in my house?" he continued, "making sure it isn't damaged?" In his mirror, Tovar could see that Adams was seething over Gacy's flippancy. "Did the Peast boy suffer when you killed him?" Adams asked. Gacy said he didn't remember and changed the subject. Adams turned and stared at him, hard. "I asked you, and I'm going to ask you again. Did the Peast boy suffer when you killed him?" Gacy got the message. "No," he said seriously. "I don't think he did." The officers drove in the entrance of the Cook County Jail at 26th and California Streets, where they were informed they would have to escort Gacy themselves to the Cermak Hospital facility. At 4 minutes before noon on Saturday, December 23, 1978, they surrendered custody of their prisoner to county authorities. It was the 13th day of the John Wayne Gacy case, and the Des Plaines Police Department would never be the same again. By the time Christmas was over, most of us would agree that it was the worst holiday in memory. Physically, we were all burned out, but it was probably the realization of the evil we had uncovered that dispirited us most of all. Not even the triumph of the arrest seemed to mitigate this assault on our sensibilities. On Friday night, I gathered my staff to talk things over. We went out for a few beers, more to escape than anything else. Already the specter of power politics was looming in the state's attorney's office. My bosses downtown had dispatched one of their top trial lawyers, Bob Egan, to help us, and several of my assistants warned me that our staff was on the verge of getting shunted aside. I thought they might be right. The Des Plaines police were facing a similar problem, even though they had broken the case. Since the sheriff's police had taken command of the scene at Summerdale, their vehicles were prominently displayed in the glare of television footlights, and their activities were getting the major share of the coverage. The Des Plaines police simply didn't know how to react. They were novices alongside the more worldly sheriff's department, which had a well-oiled machine specifically tuned up for publicity outreach. Soon, internal dissension and jealousies would erupt within the Des Plaines force itself, as several officers began taking credit for cracking the case single-handedly. The department formed into factions, with the surveillance officers pitted against the detectives and the patrol division resentful of both. For the moment, however, most of us were simply content to take a well-earned 2-day respite and put the case out of our minds as best we could. It had been a remarkable piece of investigative work, and despite a few flaws, I was proud of our accomplishment. Without the perseverance of the Des Plaines detectives, without the dogged pursuit by the surveillance force and the psychological effect it had on Gacy, and without the sharpness and persistence of investigators Greg Beto and Sergeant Joe Hine, it could not have been done. When the hunt was over, Bob Schultz went home and got into a hot tub his wife had drawn for him. As he lay in soothing water, he broke into tears. He sobbed unabashedly for 10 minutes. He was not the only police officer who cried. Before Greg could put this phase of the case behind him, he had to resolve something in his mind. On the first day of the recovery at Summerdale, he had watched the evidence technicians at work in the crawlspace, and he could not comprehend the reality of the bones they brought up. Unrecognizable, they were only what other people said they were. They meant nothing to him. On Saturday afternoon, he went back to the house to try to understand. It was not until he saw a human skull that he knew in himself that this place was the graveyard of formerly living men. Even John Gacy was moved. "Dear Mom and family," he wrote in a letter on Christmas Eve, 1978, "please forgive me for what I'm about to tell you. I have been very sick for a long time, both mentally and physically. I wish I had had help sooner. May God forgive me." The crawlspace. In the news, on the morning the Gacy case broke, officials in Washington announced that it would cost $4 million to airlift the 911 bodies of victims from the Jonestown, Guyana mass slaying of the previous month. Our task was no less disturbing. Recovery of the God knew how many bodies of victims from John Gacy's crawlspace. Already people were making allusions to 2 other cases of mass killings. One, Corona, who was found guilty in California in 1973 of murdering 25 migrant field hands, and Elmer Wayne Henley, Jr., who was convicted the following year in Texas for his participation in a homosexual torture ring that killed 27 boys. These were ominous comparisons, and not just because of the magnitude of the crimes. Both convictions had been reversed by higher courts earlier in the year. Corona's in May and Henley's the day before Gacy's arrest. We wanted to avoid any errors in the recovery and identification of the bodies that might later help overturn a conviction. The Cook County Sheriff's Police was ordered to conduct an operation that would be exemplary in its professionalism. It soon became obvious that this would be no leisurely excavation in the Yucatan with camel's hair brushes and renewable grants. The pressure from the press and the families of the missing youths was tremendous. Nonetheless, we proceeded with great care. The evidence technicians would be governed by strict rules of accountability. The crawlspace would be divided into quadrants and all remains described in precise measurements. The technicians were expected to recover every bit of evidence, human or otherwise, even if that required sifting through every cubic centimeter of earth. After a professional house mover inspected the crawlspace, we discarded the idea of raising the dwelling. That would require jacking pads, which obviously would disrupt the buried evidence, and there wasn't sufficient clearance at the side of the house to bring in the necessary long I-beams. Furthermore, the rear addition would have to be disengaged from the rest of the house, causing substantial damage. We were still assuming that after we did what was necessary to recover the bodies, we would have to restore the house to the condition in which we found it. In any event, raising the house would expose the excavation to both the weather and the public. Finally, in the interests of expediency and legality, and because it was the most feasible plan, we decided to remove the flooring to gain access to the crawlspace. Sergeant Ernest Marinelli, a large and gregarious man in the Criminal Intelligence Unit who had worked as a rough carpenter in college, was assigned to deal with structural matters. Almost immediately, he and his men saw that Gacy's 1950s vintage house was much sturdier than contemporary models. Their saws soon burned out, cutting the oak flooring. They sought the help of the neighboring Rosemont and Chicago fire departments, who obliged by bringing in huge gasoline-powered K-12 saws and exhaust fans. Now Gacy's house resounded with the deafening chatter and shrieking of radial blades passing through hardwood, pipes, and electrical cables as the firemen cut the floor in checkerboard fashion. Out in the garage, a contingent started with the recovery of the body whose grave Gacy had marked with spray paint. Using an air hammer and a compressor, the men proceeded to remove the concrete floor. The space in the narrow shed was so confined that chips kept ricocheting off the walls, hitting the officers. To open up the work area, Earl Lundquist and Ron Russell ripped down a wall. The contents of the freezer in Gacy's garage had caused some speculation when investigators found frozen meat and a container of what they thought might be blood. Dr. Stein quickly ordered serological tests performed. The meat proved to be not of human origin, and the blood was nothing more than stewed tomatoes. Inside the house, officers moved Gacy's furniture and possessions to the rear addition. The amateur electricians on the force went through the crawl space, rewiring the cables that the fire department saws had chewed through, so that power could be restored. Lundquist was told to arrange for new utility service, on the assumption that Gacy shouldn't have to pay for the lighting and heating of the destruction of his house. Officers ripped out a non-load-bearing wall between the clown room and Gacy's office and removed a patch of flooring in the northeast corner. After they removed every third floor joist, they were ready to begin the recovery. Evidence technicians Daniel Genty and Carl Humbert went down into the crawlspace and began excavating the area where the kneecap had been found. From the start, they encountered the problem that would plague them throughout the entire recovery: the water table. As soon as they removed some dirt, the hole filled with water, and from then on the soil was mostly liquid mud. They tried several kinds of submersible pumps, to no avail. The inlets kept getting clogged with bits of floating adipocere flesh. Ultimately, they baled by hand. They soon learned that larger tools were useless under such conditions, and they would have to dig by hand. The surgical gloves they customarily wore were torn by the bones and gravel, and they had to use ones of thicker rubber, taping them at their wrists to keep out the slime. They filled plastic buckets with muck, then lifted these to the floor above, where a crew plumbed their contents for overlooked bits of bone or other evidence. Those working without gloves quickly felt the sting of the lime Gacy had used. The men emptied the buckets in the back of the house in a corresponding quadrant pattern and planned to pour the dirt through fine sieves when it dried out. This idea was abandoned in a couple of days. Instead of drying, the dirt froze into solid moguls. Connective tissue having decomposed, the skeletal remains of the first body, like most of the others, were disjointed, and it was impossible to bring up the bodies intact. The diggers simply handed up what they thought to be bones to the technicians, who put them in Gacy's deep-fry basket and rinsed them in a bucket of water before passing them on to Stein. Even in the early stages, it was apparent that it would be impossible to recover most of the small toe and finger bones from the watery mud. Only when they found shoes or socks still on the victims could they recover all the foot bones intact. When Genty and Humbert were recovering the last remnants of body number 1, they encountered sobering proof of Gacy's intensive burial system, a recurring problem that would complicate identification. At the feet of the first body was the skull of another. By the end of the first day, the officers had recovered one body and parts of another. Just as Gacy had said, human remains were found under the concrete in the workshed. The accumulation of the marsh gas produced by decomposition was so strong, however, that Stein ordered that recovery be suspended to give the grave a chance to air out. As darkness fell and Christmas decorations flickered on up and down Summerdale, the crowd of onlookers and newsmen stood fast. Inside, officers were washing off in Gacy's bathtub and beginning what would become a daily ritual of decompression before they set off for home and normality. They had observed that Gacy had stocks of various supplies in case slots: breakfast cereal, perfume, soaps, all sorts of merchandise one finds in full-service pharmacies. And beer was no exception. By the end of their recovery operation, the officers would have worked their way through Gacy's entire stash of nearly 24 cases of Old Milwaukee. During the week of the surveillance, the interest of the police in John Gacy had not gone unnoticed by his neighbors, but they were hardly prepared for what happened now. Yet despite their complaints of reporters trampling all over their yards and shrubbery, many were delighted to be thrust into the floodlights as instant news sources. A few even opened their homes to reporters, only to be rewarded later with sizable phone bills. For the moment, everybody was dredging up all sorts of we-should-have-known recollections. One neighbor stopped Lang and mentioned that every time he had walked his dog in front of Gacy's house, the animal had gone over and sniffed the foundation. If only dogs could talk, he said. Most of the people on Summerdale who would comment regarded John as a good neighbor, although some had misgivings about his sexual inclinations. One of Gacy's neighbors, Edward Grexa, was particularly annoyed by Gacy's habit of touching. "Keep your damned hands off me," he snapped on several occasions. Gacy always apologized. Even when Gacy was married, neighbors noticed that at his parties he surrounded himself with pretty boys, and his ever-present circle of teenage youths sealed the verdict in many minds. Still, no one suspected Gacy's dark side. Grexa, among others, had remarked to Gacy about the constant turnover of his young associates, but the contractor always had a ready answer. The kid went back to Texas, or the boy got too mouthy and he had to can him. Unknowingly, perhaps the closest anyone came to the truth was on a hot day the summer before. Anthony De Laurentiis, a neighbor across the street, was mowing his lawn and having an increasingly difficult time tolerating the odor of some water that Gacy was draining into the street. Gacy, who had a big black hose coming out of his crawl space, explained with some embarrassment that his sump had overflowed. He apologized for the smell and said he would have the mess cleaned up by sundown. Perhaps there had been other signs, but who could say then what they meant? One morning about 3 o'clock, Grexa looked out his window and saw Gacy struggling to lift a heavy object from his car. Grexa could not see what it was, and went back to bed. On another occasion, he saw Gacy digging late one night in the backyard, where he was building himself a brick barbecue. "Hey, John," he called. "What are you doing? Digging your own grave?" "That's not very funny," Gacy replied. One summer, Gacy told De Laurentiis that he was going to New York to build an ice cream parlor, and asked if De Laurentiis would watch his house. Sitting in their kitchen late one night, the De Laurentiises were startled by what sounded like a scream for help. They ran outside to investigate. The street was deserted. De Laurentiis looked across at Gacy's house. The light was on in his master bedroom, and a heavy-set figure was silhouetted against the window. A couple of days later, De Laurentiis told Gacy what he had seen, and asked if he had indeed gone to New York. Gacy said he had, and that De Laurentiis had probably seen his bookkeeper. Despite his professed heart trouble, Gacy never seemed to stint on his own work, even on the hottest days, when neighbors would see him hefting boulders in his yard, or emerging covered with mud from a job in his crawl space. He was always offering neighbors the use of his tools, even his assistants. Rosemary Kaczynski recalled the time her husband had borrowed a saw to cut down a tree, but didn't know how to use it. Gacy came over to show him, then climbed up the tree and proceeded to cut it down himself. Mrs. Kaczynski shuddered, fearing the contractor would have a heart attack. Her gratitude vanished, however, when he sent them a bill for his services. The neighbors felt warmly toward the John Gacy they saw at Christmas time, when he gave them hams or baskets of fruit, or showed genuine kindness to their children. Yet there was always a facet of his personality, partly boastful, partly ingratiating, that turned them away. John Gacy always seemed to be striving for a state of social grace that he never quite attained. The neighbors were regularly invited to Gacy's huge theme parties, which several regarded as big tax write-offs, yet many chose to avoid them because they were such improbable, almost awkward gatherings of people ranging from minor political figures to construction trade gophers. But Gacy's ebullience never completely covered unsettling evidences of a basic insecurity. When a bowling partner called him an SOB, Gacy upbraided him at length for the insult to his mother. When De Laurentiis expressed dissatisfaction with Gacy's remodeling of his recreation room, Gacy was at first servile, then began cursing his teenage crew. Alden Jones remembered that Gacy would get furious at parties when other men danced with his wife. The Joneses got to know Gacy when he came to one of their parties, uninvited, tagging along with the Grexes. Although Gacy was congenial and tried to be helpful, he offered to assist Jones remodel his restaurant. Jones never encouraged his friendship. After a while, Gacy got the message and dropped Jones from his party invitation list, an acknowledgement of his failure to forge a desired social bond. "He wanted to be accepted in the group of friends I associated with," Jones said, "and he never was." Greg Beto was not told until the second day of the recovery that Gacy had drawn a map of the crawl space. It was still sitting around the station in Des Plaines. He politely suggested that it might be useful to the people digging, and took it to the house. The map proved reasonably accurate, although Gacy's body count was wrong in several places where the remains were intermingled. The day before, when Genty and Humbert had uncovered body number 1, they found the skull of a third body. The remains in the garage were assigned number 2. Now, when they unearthed the feet of number 3, they found the skull of a fourth body buried underneath it. Learning from this experience, they later returned to the first gravesite, and sure enough, found remains of yet another body at a deeper level. In an attempt to avoid mixing the remains of one skeleton with another, E.T. Pat Jones devised a system of marking a body's depth with lines of tape on his gloves or sleeves. He would extend his arms down no deeper than the marks indicated to avoid the possibility of exhuming the wrong remains. Later in the recovery, E.T. Alan Kulovitz encountered such an intermixture of two skeletons that by the time he uncovered the spines and rib cages, he could only guess how the remains should be apportioned. Putting one body bag on the left, another on the right, he simply gave each one alternate handfuls. He later learned from the people identifying the remains that he had given one bag 2 left arms and the other 2 rights. Several days after their recovery, bodies 3 and 4 were identified by dental examination. Body number 3 was John Sitch. Body number 4 was Gregory Godzik. Since very soon after their disappearances, about 2 years before, they had been sharing a common grave, made in all likelihood by Godzik himself when Gacy had him dig trenches for some kind of drain tiles. After 4 bodies were exhumed, the recovery was suspended over Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Returning on December 26, we continued our work. Marinelli's crew removed more flooring and joists and restored some bracing. The ETs seasoned in the pit separated and formed new teams. Everyone, including ET Night Boss Dan Zekas, ET Commander Lieutenant Al Taylor, all the way up to Chief Edmund Dobbs of the Sheriff's Police, got his turn digging. The exploration of the 28 by 30-foot crawl space expanded. Where investigators found that the gravel and tar paper originally laid down in the crawl space were still intact, they were reasonably certain there were no graves below. But in the settled areas, where the ground was soft, they poked rods into the earth. When they were withdrawn, they were invariably redolent with the odor of death. As the recovery continued, disturbing new evidence was uncovered. Some of the bodies were found with rope-like ligatures around their necks. Others had cloth, often bikini shorts, impacted in the throat area. Could some of the victims have suffocated from the obstructions in their throats? More alarming, could some of them have been buried alive? In the pelvic region of a few bodies, the ETs found foreign matter, wadded-up cloth in one case, a prescription bottle in another, that Gacy apparently had pushed into the victims' anuses. As the policemen tore up more of the floor and walls, more of the forced air heating system became disrupted, and with the steady flow of traffic in and out of the house, the furnace worked almost constantly. The diggers in the crawl space were at one moment overheated by the hot air from disconnected ductwork, then chilled by drafts from the outside when the doors were opened. Within a few days, nearly everyone had upper respiratory infections. The evidence technicians also feared contracting disease from pathogens in the graves. Anyone with the slightest laceration was sent to a hospital for a tetanus booster shot. The men shaved only at night, so as not to risk exposing a fresh nick to the crawl space environment. When uncovered, the decomposing bodies emitted marsh gas, or methane, and hydrogen sulfide, which mercifully dulled the men's sense of smell. Sometimes those in the pit became so inured to the odor they had to rely on the more sensitive noses above to signal them when they were getting close to a new discovery. When one body was unearthed, it began to bloat with gas so rapidly that Dr. Stein had to cut open its abdomen to release the pressure. When all discernible remains were removed from an excavation, Stein viewed them, pronounced the victim dead, and assigned a morgue identification number. The ETs tagged both the remains and the body bags. Usually the skull was placed in an inner bag to prevent loss of teeth, then stacked the bags near the front door, awaiting the late afternoon run to the morgue. In the crawl space, all that remained were the simple stake markers, appropriately numbered, placed at the spot from which each victim's skull had been recovered. Very soon, the hole from which the body had been taken was full of dark water. To the amazement of observers, every day the policemen ate a hearty lunch. As Genty said, there is nothing worse than dealing with something yucky on an empty stomach. For most of the officers, the excavation was harder physical labor than they were accustomed to, and they worked up substantial appetites. Moreover, lunch was a welcome chance to relax and blow off some of the pressure they had accumulated in the pit. The kitchen was a kind of neutral zone between the trenches in the front and the command post in the dining recreation area at the rear. Lundquist used Gacy's microwave oven to warm up the food delivered by caterers. At first, the men got their meals from the flight kitchens at nearby O'Hare, but they soon tired of chicken Kiev and beef Granada and switched to more mundane fast foods and delicatessen fare. The officers were highly amused when a local hotel sent over several trays of finger sandwiches. In the pecking order of dining room seating, the diggers were first, the dirt carriers next, the others last. If mealtime at noon and happy hour at the end of the day were necessary relief valves, so was morbid humor. A visitor might have been even more shocked by the jokes coming from the sheriff's policeman than by what he saw in the crawl space. It was not that the men lacked human feelings. On the contrary, their work was so devastating that those feelings had to find an outlet that would allow them to do their jobs. Sergeant de Rameau, back from vacation, watched his men closely for signs of depression. "If they're not grab-assing and busting each other's balls," he said, "then I'm worried about them." The result was a steady stream of jokes, most of them utterly tasteless. Once all the bodies were removed, some of the policemen planned to put plastic skeletons in the crawl space, install a glass floor, and turn the house into a gay disco. They cautioned each other at lunch, "Don't throw your chicken bones in the pit, or Dr. Stein will go berserk." They had good and bad news concerning a strident tyke who was then selling cars on local television. The bad news was John Gacy's escape from jail. The good news, Timmy from Long Chevrolet was missing. And everybody, of course, knew that Gacy wouldn't be going out this New Year's Eve because he couldn't dig up a date. As Pat Jones said, it was like whistling when you're afraid. The officers had a ghoul pool in which they bet on how many bodies eventually would be recovered. The estimates ranged from 5 to 24. Everyone was low. Taking a cue from a movie just opening in Chicago theaters, they got themselves T-shirts emblazoned with "The Body Snatchers, number 803640. The 6 digits referring to the case number, with large numerals, 27, signifying the body count, on the other side. That number also proved low. A brisk souvenir trade flourished as policemen grabbed the ballpoint pens advertising Gacy's theme parties or construction firm, and the calling cards announcing himself as Democratic Precinct Captain, and filled requests from, among others, prosecutors and members of the judiciary. The demand for bricks from the house was strong, too. As a final commemoration of their presence at 8213 Summerdale, the officers rigged up on one wall an ornate backdrop consisting of a blow-up of Gacy, Polish flags, dildos shaped in the caricatures of Santa Claus and a preacher, and other miscellaneous gecania. A number of officers posed for formal pictures in front of it, riot helmets neatly tucked under their arms, and the day's body count chalked on a mugshot clapperboard. The men were sparing no effort in busting each other's balls. After the levity, however, the reality of the job remained. From the beginning to the end of the excavation, the ETs photographed the graves and remains to guard against later errors in evidence identification. In the early stages, the operation was videotaped. To ensure uniformity and accuracy, one of the unit's top record men, Charles Pearson, was given the job of site historian. He logged all activities, made necessary measurements, assigned body numbers, drew up the plat map, and prepared the written reports. In the back of the house, Lundquist and others combed through all Gacy's personal property and set aside anything of evidentiary value. The remainder of his effects was packed up and sent to a warehouse for storage. As Marinelli and his crew continued to pull up flooring and rip out walls and insulation, they kept finding more evidence. A blood-stained pad under a bedroom carpet, more IDs, more sex books. All this was sent to the sheriff's crime lab at Maywood. By now the floor in the front of the house was little more than an open grillwork of joists traversed by a plank catwalk. The policeman watched apprehensively the day Sheriff Richard Elrod inspected the site. Despite his crippling injury at the hands of Weathermen rioters in 1969, Elrod insisted on walking on his crutches across the narrow gangway so he could view the crawl space. When he made it to the kitchen, the investigators breathed easier and went back to work. Among other visitors that week were Dick Walsh and Chris Gray, who were asked to show the officers where they dug trenches. Neither was very happy about being there, and both were very wide-eyed at what they saw. County inspectors also came to the house to check on health and safety matters. They insisted that everyone wear hard hats. Having found a body buried under a concrete slab, the investigators worried that there might be others entombed in a mysterious pad that ran all the way across the crawlspace. After studying the plat map and survey records of the house, however, they determined that it was a footing for the original foundation that had been poured in the wrong direction. This was apparently what Gacy meant by his offhanded remark to Schultz and Robinson at the Civic Center the week before. At the end of each day's work, Dr. Stein and either Chief Dobbs or Lieutenant Frank Braun, the officer in charge of recovery, would go to the front steps and make the obligatory remarks to the press about the body count, which, between Christmas and New Year's Eve, went from 4 to 10 to 15 to 21, and finally 27. Then the bodies were placed singly in a wire litter and carried by a group of officers to the waiting van for the trip to the morgue. For the legions of reporters and camera crews camped outside, it was the media event of the day. For those policemen who relished publicity, it was their chance to get 10 seconds of exposure as pallbearers on the 10 o'clock news. Des Plaines policemen, following the story on television, resented the sheriff's department's expert choreographing of the daily event. They had been totally pushed from the limelight, or almost totally. Tovar remained at Summerdale as Des Plaines' liaison officer and often appeared as a pallbearer. His colleagues accused him of choosing his wardrobe, red and blue and green and blue rugby shirts, with the capabilities of color television in mind. The evening press conference was not well suited to all deadlines. Art Patak immediately acquired the new phone number at Gacy's house and frequently called for updates. He would identify himself as Lieutenant O'Malley and ask to speak with one of his sources. "Just a minute, Art," the policeman who answered customarily replied. Faced with a midday deadline for the Tribune's afternoon edition, Ronald Cajole would call a source at the house and get a cryptic report of 2 at the door for a preliminary body count. A Detroit newspaper reporter casually walked into the house and was promptly arrested. Another Tribune reporter had a different problem. On a follow-up assignment to Jonestown, Michael Sneed called the city desk with the massacre story from Guyana and found that nobody at the Trib was interested in talking to her. Finally, her editor explained what had just broken. "Oh, my God," she wailed over the telephone, recalling a conversation we had had the week before. I had known her from previous stories she had covered, and I had mentioned to her that I thought what I was presently working on might eventually be right up her alley. She was interested, but terribly rushed. Her plane was leaving for Guyana within minutes. At that stage I couldn't give her any details, so she opted instead to fly south to follow the greatest story of my career. By late afternoon, the press corps was sensitive to every official movement. Whenever an investigator opened the door, even to get a breath of fresh air, virtually every floodlight would flash on in anticipation of newsworthy activity. Noticing this, Bedecker, who views the world through thinly slit eyelids set into an unimpeachable poker face, decided to have some fun. He and a colleague stuffed a mound of food and beverage debris into a body bag and nonchalantly carried it out the door. The front of the house lit up like a stadium. As the cameras rolled, the men walked out toward the van, then suddenly veered off. With a 1 and a 2 and a 3, they tossed the body bag into the dumpster and sauntered back into the house. When they watched the 10 o'clock news that night, the officers who had been bona fide pallbearers were convinced that the television people had tried to get even with them by zooming in tight and cropping out their faces. By the Friday after Christmas, the count stood at 27 bodies, 26 from the crawl space and 1 from the garage. On Saturday, investigators began tearing apart Gacy's backyard barbecue pit, where Edward Grexa had observed him digging late one night, but suspended work until they could get equipment to break up the concrete base. In the attic, after removing floorboards, they found more pornographic books, some bong pipes for hash or marijuana, and a bag of police-type stars and badges. The crawlspace, however, yielded no further human remains. The diggers cautiously wondered if perhaps their job was done. Work was suspended for the 2-day New Year holiday, and on the last day of 1978, the snows came. 30 inches already had fallen during the season, and the New Year's storm added nearly 10 inches more. On their return in early January, the investigators were prevented from doing any further investigation outside because of the snow and the frozen ground. On the heels of the storm, an Arctic air mass moved in and kept Chicago in the below-zero lows throughout the first half of the month. The plans to dig until everyone was sure there were no more bodies would simply have to wait for a break in the weather. County highway workers were brought in to excavate the crawlspace down to the substratum of clay. Before the dirt was removed on a conveyor belt through the side of the house, ETs sifted through it once again for further evidence. Acting on a statement Gacy had made at Cermak Hospital, investigators probed under the floor in the utility room and found a blue down-filled nylon parka. It was Rob Peast's. The break in the weather we were hoping for in January never came. On Friday the 12th, it began snowing again and didn't stop until early Sunday. By then, 20 more inches had fallen, bringing the city to a standstill. O'Hare was closed over the weekend. Rapid transit trains were stalled with frozen switches and traction motors. Roadways were barricaded with 7-foot drifts, and Chicago schools shut down for a full week. This January, which would still see another 13 inches of snowfall, would set a record with the worst combination of snow and cold in Chicago's history. The entire winter would prove to be a record breaker, with nearly 90 inches total snowfall. Roofs sagged and leaked, and some collapsed. Authorities were alarmed that the murder rate was soaring. They attributed the increase to an epidemic of cabin fever. After the big snow, the activity at Summerdale came to almost a complete halt. Mostly now it was a custodial operation to keep the search warrant alive. It was apparent that the remainder of the work would have to wait until the approach of spring. Among the people who gathered on the street in front of Gacy's house during the week after Christmas, there was no group more pitiable than the relatives of missing boys. There was little they could learn at the scene, but they didn't know that. Jostled by the horde of onlookers at the police lines, they kept their vigil, straining their ears for bits of information from reporters or law enforcement people. When the digging was resumed on the day after Christmas, an officer on guard duty was approached by a young woman named Carrie Johnston Betleg, who told the officer that her brother Rick had been missing for 2 years. Rick Johnston, a slender and slightly built youth of 5'6", would have started his senior year of high school in the fall of 1976. He had been a wrestler in junior high school, and early each morning would run around the golf course near his home in west suburban Bensonville. He was an avid reader and Tolkien fan. A budding environmentalist, he deplored the needless use of cars he saw all around him and chose to ride his bicycle everywhere. On August 6, 1976, Rick had a ticket for a rock concert at the Aragon Ballroom on Chicago's North Side. He loved music, and especially after having 2 wisdom teeth pulled, he was looking forward to the diversion of the concert. There is no direct public transportation from Bensonville to the neighborhood of the Aragon, and Rick announced to his mother, Esther, that he would ride his bike. That was impossible, she replied. The distance was too great, and the trip would be too dangerous. Rick had been to Chicago only a few times and was anything but streetwise. Finally, his mother said she would drive him. Rick said he would probably meet some friends at the concert and ride home with them. Esther Johnson set out with her son in rush-hour traffic, driving eastward across the city on busy Lawrence Avenue. Rick's mother hadn't been to the Aragon since the days of the big bands, and she was shocked by the deterioration and the altered demography of the surrounding community. When they got to the ballroom, she considered waiting until the concert was over, but discarded the idea. Rick would be safer at the concert than she would be driving around the neighborhood. Rick leaned over and kissed her. If he didn't get a ride, she said, be sure to call either her or Carrie. One of them would pick him up. She locked her doors and braced herself for the long trip back out Lawrence Avenue. When she arrived home, she passed through the kitchen and noticed an open book on the table. It was the family Bible. Rick apparently had been reading it just before he left for the concert. Later that evening, Esther Johnson lay down on the living room couch to wait for her son. This was her usual practice, especially since her divorce from Rick's father. Rick had not arrived by midnight, but it was likely that he and his friends were getting something to eat. By 2 a.m. she was worried. By 4, she was truly frightened, but hoped that Rick was spending the night with one of his friends. By daylight, Esther Johnson was frantic. She began calling Rick's friends. None of them had gone to the concert. At 11 a.m., she called the Bensonville police. They talked about the 24-hour grace period, but they came by her home at 2 p.m. Lady, the policeman told her, if something happened to your son, you'd know about it. Esther Johnson called her other son, Greg, who came in from Galena, Illinois, to help in the search. They called hospitals. One listed a boy who fit Rick's description. Greg checked. It was not Rick. That evening, Carrie and Greg took pictures of Rick to the Aragon, where they showed them to policemen and guards. They had not seen him, and they warned Carrie and Greg that they should be very careful on the streets. This was a high-crime area. After talking with Chicago and Bensonville police and a couple of newspaper reporters, the family became convinced that Rick had been picked off the street by representatives of the Unification Church of Korean evangelist Sun Myung Moon, whose cult was active in the neighborhood around the Aragon and in the suburb of Itasca, near Bensonville. The Johnstons embarked on an odyssey that would last more than 2 years. As Carrie said, it was as if God put the Unification Church there so we wouldn't go crazy in all that time, wondering what happened to Rick. They spent thousands of dollars on telephone calls, checking leads, and talking with other parents whose children were missing, or with workers who specialized in cracking the Mooney Citadel. They hired a private detective. Greg traveled to Tennessee, Pennsylvania, and New York for information. Every time they approached a Unification Church establishment, they were rebuffed, stonewalled. Calling the offices in New York, Esther Johnson started crying, pleading for information on her son. The man on the other end simply laughed at her. They sent legal documents to the headquarters. The reply came back that the church didn't have Rick. If Rick had indeed been absorbed into the Moonies, it would be that much harder to bring him home after he turned 18. The Unification Church had scheduled a massive rally in Washington, D.C. for September 18, 1976, just a week before the boy's birthday. Joined by Rick's father and several friends, the Johnstons went to Washington. They combed through the crowd on the mall surrounding the Washington Monument. They spoke to park policemen, one of whom promised to have a photograph of Rick copied and distributed. Mrs. Johnston talked to a reporter who said he had infiltrated the Unification Church, but had left after they announced plans to ship him to Japan. That convinced her that they probably had sent Rick overseas. The Johnstons studied the faces of the clean-cut true believers with the glassy stares until it was so dark they could no longer see them. Hobbled by an earlier tailbone injury, Esther Johnson slowly made her way across the mall as the last embers of the Moonies' fireworks display fell from the sky. Her throat was burning from the acrid pall of smoke. She was depressed, knowing they would not find Rick there. The Johnstons never gave up hope that Rick might one day emerge from the Moonies, and they waited, holiday after holiday, for a phone call. His friends continued to drop by the house to offer help and consolation. One of them reported what a girl at school, an amateur psychic, had said. Rick was underneath a house, where it was very dark. He had no shoes, and his feet were very cold. After the news of John Gacy broke, it was not his name that told Mrs. Johnson that her search might be over. It was his address. Summerdale is less than a mile north of Lawrence Avenue. Esther Johnson shared her fears with her daughter. What if Rick had taken a Lawrence Avenue bus to the end of the line and tried to walk or hitchhike home from there? What if he had met John Gacy? So on December 26, 1978, Carrie went to 8213 Summerdale and told her story. The officer reported the details and suggested that Carrie turn her brother's medical records over to the sheriff's police. At 2:05 p.m. Friday, December 29, Rick Johnston was found. His was the 23rd body removed from Gacy's crawl space. The remains were under the laundry room, commingled with those of another body. The identification was made at 10 a.m. on New Year's Day from the dental X-rays the family had supplied. After Rick's funeral, a simple and devastating administrative error, now 2 years old, gained currency. In their original missing person report, the Bensenville police had logged the date of Rick's disappearance, August 6, 1976, as 06/08/76. In subsequent records, and now in news reports and other published material, the date was misread as June 8, 1976. This was the cruel slander that Esther Johnson had to endure in the midst of her grief, that she had bided her time and waited 2 months before reporting her son missing. Identification. After Gacy's confession that he had thrown the bodies of his last 5 or so victims into the Des Plaines River, we turned our attention to the Will and Grundy County floaters reported to us before his arrest. One of them had been identified as Frank Landingen, a homosexual who had a previous arrest record for theft and battery. Landingen's body had been found by duck hunters on November 12. His bond slip had been found in Gacy's house, and Gacy had recognized his picture. The other body, which had a Tim Lee tattoo on its upper left arm, had not been identified since its discovery on June 30, 1978, by a barge crewman at Dresden Island Lock and Dam. Although the body was badly decomposed, Grundy County authorities had been able to lift fingerprints from it. Searches of Illinois and FBI files, however, had proved negative. Periodically, Grundy officers had checked Chicago, and the DLE had searched its computer files, but no indication of a missing Tim Lee had ever materialized. After Gacy's arrest, Bill Ward developed an interesting, albeit off-the-wall theory that he was convinced would help us identify Tim Lee. Since Grundy authorities had suggested that Lee might be Oriental, and because Ward had seen a menu from a Chinese restaurant among Gacy's personal effects, he was sure that if we searched hard enough, we would find a stir-fry chef somewhere who would know him. After he and several investigators called dozens of Chinese restaurants without success, Ward finally had to admit he was grasping at straws. A story in the Chicago Sun-Times in early January gave a better lead. A young man with a Tim Lee tattoo was known in the North Side gay bars he frequented as Timothy O'Rourke. Grundy County asked the Illinois Bureau of Criminal Identification to compare the Tim Lee fingerprints with any they had on a Timothy O'Rourke. This time, the match was made. A Sun-Times reporter told Grundy investigators he had located O'Rourke's father, who had said his son had a Tim Lee tattoo on his arm. The younger O'Rourke, he said, was interested in karate and a great fan of Bruce Lee. Dental records and x-rays confirmed that the body with the tattoo was indeed Timothy O'Rourke. In the wake of the Sun-Times story, Chicago investigator Jerry Lawrence received a telephone call from a Donita Ganzen, a transsexual who said she remembered O'Rourke's Tim Lee tattoo very well and who offered further information. O'Rourke had mentioned that a man named Gacy had promised him a job, but he later said he thought Gacy was giving him the runaround. Ganzen said she had asked if Gacy was gay, and O'Rourke just smiled. Shortly after midnight one morning, O'Rourke said he was going out for cigarettes. Ganzen never saw him again. Frank Landingen, the other floater, had last been seen by friends early on November 4. His body was found 8 days later. The cause of death was asphyxiation. His mouth gagged with a pair of his own bikini underpants, Landingen apparently had inhaled his own regurgitation. The autopsy also determined that within an hour and a half before his death, Landingen had eaten a large meal. The presence of bean sprouts suggested Chinese food, and that he had had sexual relations. His seminal vesicles were empty. From interviews with his family and friends, investigators had learned that Landingen, 19, was a somewhat violent youth who dealt in drugs, hustled, pimped, and operated on the fringes of North Side gang activities. Though often jobless, he always had money. Landingen had a record of almost a half-dozen arrests in the year before he disappeared, mostly for battery and auto theft. Although investigators initially had not established any clear-cut tie with John Gacy, the manner of Landingen's death, especially the underpants in his mouth, and the homosexual drug activity in Gacy's cruising area, certainly pointed to a likely connection. In response to our request for assistance in finding the body of Rob Piest, Will and Grundy County authorities enlisted the aid of several local fire departments, which sent out their boats to search on the Saturday before Christmas. They cruised from a point several miles upstream of the I-55 bridge all the way down to Ottawa, Illinois, about 40 miles away. A helicopter borrowed from the Illinois Department of Transportation scouted the same portion of the river. In the week after Christmas, the search continued with the added help of divers from a local scuba club. They had no success. Greg Beto, Frank Nolan, and Bill Ward witnessed the search in the first days and talked to lockmasters, boat people, and old river hands. There were so many variables, they learned. It might be spring before Rob Piest's body could be recovered, and it was possible it might never be found. Bodies dumped in the river initially sink. Only when decomposition sets in is sufficient buoyant gas produced to bring them to the surface. The cold water, therefore, might preserve Rob's body so well that it would be months before it came up. The condition of the body at the time it was dumped was another consideration. Will County Police told of cases in which corpses in a state of rigor mortis had plunged straight to the bottom and got stuck in the mud like statues. There they would remain, unless disturbed by the prop wash of passing boat traffic. Barges were another problem. Bodies could get stuck in the cables and struts of towing rigs. It was theoretically possible for a floater from Illinois to end up in New Orleans, or to get stuck under one of the large flotillas of barges temporarily moored at various havens on the river, or to be completely dismembered by the screw of a tug. The river banks were lined with inlets where ice had formed, and outside the channels the bottom was littered with all manner of junk and natural snags. The places where a body could remain hidden were too numerous to count. The odds were discouraging, but on Thursday, December 28, we learned that a body had been spotted from a tug just downstream from the I-55 bridge. If this body was Rob Piest, it would help convict John Gacy of murder. Beto, Hine, I, and Wayne Fero of the DLE were in the Des Plaines police station when the call came in from Will County. The four of us jumped into Fero's unmarked squad car and headed southwest at speeds reminiscent of the surveillance. The body had been spotted just before dark, about a half-mile downstream from the I-55 bridge by one of the tug's crew. The boat stood by until a unit of the Channahon Fire Department arrived and retrieved the body, which was then taken to a funeral home in New Lenox. It would not be easy for me or Greg Beto to view the corpse because of our involvement with the Piest family. By now, Rob was very real to us. Even though he was dead, I kept thinking how awful being in that cold water. When we got to the funeral home, county authorities had the body in the basement. Although it was not recognizable because of bloating and skin slippage, it appeared to be a teenage male of about 150 pounds. We were puzzled, however, because it seemed so short, about 5'2". I went upstairs and asked Deputy Coroner Carl Kurtz if a body could shrink. Yes, he said, possibly an inch or two. That didn't explain the discrepancy. Rob Piest was 5'8". While Beto and I were conferring in a corner, one of the Will County officers asked if we knew whether Piest had been circumcised. We called Kozenzak, who checked. Rob had been circumcised. The youth on the examination table had not. This was not Rob Piest. 2 days later, the victim was identified by fingerprints as James Mazzara, 20, of Elmwood Park. He had a record of arrest in Chicago for possession of marijuana and criminal damage to property, both the previous year. I sent Beto and Joe Hine out to talk to the youth's family. It was a nasty evening, with freezing drizzle glazing the streets. A young woman answered the door. This was James's sister, Annette. Her father was not home, and the officers asked Annette to get her mother. It was obvious that the family was anticipating bad news. The officers told Annette about the events in Will County, then waited while she spoke to her mother in Italian. The older woman wailed and screamed, and her daughter cried. The television in the living room was on for the evening news. A picture of John Gacy flashed on the screen. The mother spoke urgently to Annette, who relayed her message. He did it, didn't he? The officers said they didn't know. Calmer now, Annette talked to the officers in the kitchen. The family had last seen James on Thanksgiving. When he didn't show up for Christmas, they suspected something was wrong, but they hadn't reported him missing. He lived in Chicago, but Annette wasn't sure where. They had no telephone number for him, and only Clark Street as an address. As far as she knew, he worked in construction. He'd told her at Thanksgiving not to worry. He was doing all right. He mentioned the name of a bar, which she and some friends later checked, looking for him. It was a tough, gay establishment. The officers asked if James had any nicknames. She said his friends called him Mojo. John Gacy had said on his way to jail that his penultimate victim was Something Joe from Elmwood Park. Mojo sounded pretty close to the mark. At the request of the state's attorney's office, and from what he called a desire to set the record straight, Gacy consented to an interview with a member of my staff and several sheriff's policemen in the second week of his confinement at Cermak Hospital. At 4 o'clock on January 3, Larry Finder, Greg Beto, and Phil Bedecker filed into a library conference room at the hospital, where Gacy and Sam Amirante were waiting. Frank Braun and Joe Hine joined them later. "Hi, Larry," Gacy greeted Finder, and the men exchanged handshakes all around. Gacy was clean-shaven and seemed to be in a cheerful mood. He sat at the head of the conference table, with Amirante on his right, and the others seated themselves along the sides. "Do you believe the bullshit the press is creating?" Gacy asked no one in particular. "They want to dig up the Winston ice cream shop at State and Division just because I worked there and someone smelled an odor. That's the reason I wanted to talk to you, so every time they find a body they don't blame me for it." Gacy said it would be foolish to rip out all the concrete at the store. There were no bodies there. Finder nodded, then told Gacy he was under no compulsion to speak to the officers, and began reciting the Miranda rights. As he had in previous interviews, Gacy preempted the reading and summarized his rights himself. He then went over some of the subjects he had covered in earlier statements and elaborated on others at the request of the interviewers. Gacy said that he had never had sex with most of the hustlers he picked up at Bughouse Square because they would raise the price. All of them were white, he said. He would never have sex with Puerto Ricans or blacks. Over the last 5 years, he estimated, he had had about 1,500 relationships, which made it rather hard for him to remember the identities of the 27 victims buried at his house. Toward the end, the killings became less frequent because he worked so hard during the day that he was too tired to cruise at night. Gacy explained that the H he had marked in his address book alongside some of the names signified that they were tricks or homosexuals. He said he had had his first sexual relationship with a male when he was 22. Asked why some of the bodies had plastic bags over their heads or upper torsos, Gacy said he had put them on if the victim started bleeding from the nose or mouth. Sometimes, he said, he stuffed a victim's sock in the mouth, but he never used underpants. The blood in the green-carpeted bedroom, he said, had come from a body he had stashed feet up in the closet shortly before his remarriage. He sometimes stored corpses under his bed, though never for more than 24 hours. After he'd filled up the crawl space, he considered putting bodies in the attic, but rejected the idea because of the possibility of excess leaking. When asked to explain his remark that the victims had killed themselves, Gacy said that when he fastened the cord around their necks, the victims began to convulse, which made the rope tighter, and thus they killed themselves. Asked about the rope trick, Gacy explained his procedure, then offered to demonstrate it on Braun. The lieutenant said he would pass, and everyone, including Gacy, laughed heartily. Between puffs on an A&C cigar Braun had given him, Gacy went through several rolls of Certs and a Hershey bar, and rejected the hospital dinner as looking like something he had once stepped in. Earlier, he had chided Beto for bringing cigars he thought were not very good, and advised Finder that he didn't like nuts in his Hershey's. Gacy said that he had killed for either of two reasons. The victim raised the originally agreed-upon price for sex, or he posed some sort of threat, such as telling the neighbors about Gacy's sexual activities. Those who showed remorse after engaging in a homosexual act he put in the second category. He had his employees dig trenches in the crawl space, so he would have graves available. Several times he referred to the space as his burial grounds. Gacy said his relationship with Joe from Elmwood Park began shortly after Thanksgiving. Joe liked to beat Gacy during sex. Gacy said he did not like S&M. Joe tried to raise the price after one long bout and threatened to tell the neighbors he'd been raped if Gacy didn't pay. Gacy performed the rope trick without even having to bind Joe's hands and dumped the body in the river the next night. When shown a picture of James Mazzara, Gacy said the boy in the picture could be Joe if the hair were shorter. Gacy said he had buried John Butkovich in the garage because he already had a trench there for drain tile he no longer intended to install. The two had had an argument over a paycheck when Butkovich wanted to quit and go to Puerto Rico. Butkovich, Gacy said, had charged some carpeting for his apartment to Gacy's account and had never paid for it. If he wanted to collect his salary, Gacy told him he'd have to work until the next payday and reimburse the contractor for the carpeting. Butkovich came to the house that night with friends and demanded the money, but left after Gacy refused to pay. Later the same night, Gacy encountered Butkovich while cruising in Chicago. Butkovich had been beaten in a fight, and Gacy took him home and cleansed his wounds. The same argument resumed, and Butkovich began hitting Gacy. The contractor finally calmed him down and showed him the handcuff trick. Butkovich became enraged and threatened to kill him. Then, Gacy said, he performed the rope trick. Gacy said he did not remember Jeffrey Rignall. At first he denied the chloroform allegation, but later said they may have chloroformed together by their own choosing. He said he never used chloroform on any of his victims. He kept it only because some of his partners liked to use it to get high. Gacy said he met John Sitch, whom he described as a he-she, at Bughouse Square. After Sitch demanded more than $20 for the sex they had engaged in, Gacy showed him the rope trick. He said the costume jewelry and wigs in his dresser belonged to Sitch. Gacy said that he was not sure why he had killed Rob Piest. He recounted his activities of December 11 at Nissen Pharmacy and how he had invited Rob to join him in his vehicle. Contrary to reports in the press, he said, he did not offer Rob a job. He did, however, offer Rob $20 if the boy would let him perform oral sex. Rob was not handcuffed at this time, Gacy said, but the sex act never took place because of Rob's inability to get an erection. When Rob became frightened and said he thought Gacy was going to kill him, Gacy said he reassured him, saying there was no reason to be scared. The contractor, however, became worried that the boy might tell other people and decided to kill him. Despite his earlier statement that the crawl space was filled, he said now that only Jack knew why he had disposed of Rob's body in the river. Late one Saturday night, Gacy said Greg Godzik needed a ride, and Gacy picked him up. They drove to the contractor's house where they smoked some marijuana. Gacy said he talked Godzik into performing oral sex on him, after which Godzik became sullen and expressed shame. Gacy said that Jack thereupon decided to perform the rope trick. Shown the picture of Rick Johnston, Gacy recalled that the boy was from Bensonville and that he had picked up Rick in his cruising area. The body, he said, was buried under his house. When Gacy was shown a picture of Frank Landingen, he said he could not identify it, although he recognized the youth when shown the picture by Finder in the Des Plaines jail. Gacy did, however, recognize Landingen's bond slip, which he said he'd found in the victim's wallet after he was killed. Gacy said that his first killing took place in January 1972, and the second in January 1974, about a year and a half after his marriage. He did not kill anyone, he said, during the time his mother-in-law lived with him and his wife. Gacy said he could not stand his wife's mother and eventually had to get a court order to get her out of the house. He said the report in the press that he had been seen burying a handgun was correct. The gun, he said, belonged to his mother-in-law, and he had buried it under his stoop because guns scared him. After saying again that there were no bodies buried under his driveway, Gacy suggested that the officers check with Ron Rohde, who had poured the concrete in front, and the asphalt company that put in the rest of the driveway. He had been planning, within the next few months, finally, to solve the problem of the odor in the crawl space by filling it in with 12 inches of poured concrete. The only thing holding up the work, he said, was getting the building permit. Finder asked Gacy about the book he was carrying with him, Modern Currents and Political Thought. "I read all heavy stuff," he answered. "Politics is power. Power depends on consent." At the end of the 4-hour meeting, one of the officers asked Gacy if he would submit to further interviews to assist in identification of the victims. Only, he said, if the jail personnel treated him like a human being. Some of the guards asked me how I was able to sleep in a house with bodies in it, he said indignantly. I half expected them to throw peanuts at me, like I was an animal in a zoo. As soon as the recovery operation got underway at 8213 Summerdale on December 22, police and the county medical examiner's office began preparing for the task of identifying the victims. From Gacy's first confession, we expected to find John Sitch, Greg Godzik, and John Butkovich in his burial grounds. But who were the 24 others, and what had brought them here? Were they runaways who had innocently accepted his hospitality, or hustlers engaged in the ultimate transaction, or simply kids whom Gacy had kidnapped from the streets? Through the news media, both local and national, we requested information from families and friends of missing boys and young men. A toll-free hotline number was established by a Houston group for runaways who wished to have word relayed to their families that they were not among Gacy's victims. As the sheriff's office in Niles set up the administrative machinery to deal with the public outreach, the work began in the Cook County morgue to identify the remains. Dr. Stein called in Charles P. Warren, associate professor of anthropology at the University of Illinois at Chicago, to do the initial processing of the bodies. From an examination of the bones and their patterns of growth, and to some degree the teeth, a physical anthropologist is able to establish a body's sex, race, approximate age, and stature. In 2 separate examinations, Warren prepared forms listing this information, as well as a complete skeletal chart for each set of remains, noting any unusual osteological features, such as a healing of fractures. From Gacy's statements and the findings of Warren and his staff, we determined that the typical victim was a Caucasian male in his teens or 20s. Families of missing persons who would be excluded by reason of race or age were discouraged from sending in material. If, after talking with the parents on the phone, the investigators believed the son fit the victim profile at all, they requested medical records and x-rays, preferably dental. Some correspondence came in from out of state, pathetic notes written by parents who had lived in anguish for years. Others, unaware that most remains were nothing more than skeletal, called in, asking if any of the victims had, say, blue eyes or freckles. Some families, particularly those who were Appalachians living in the North Side neighborhoods around Gacy's cruising area, were poor people whose sons had had little or no medical care, or else they were ignorant of the existence of any records. Some parents were cooperative, others were not. Among those who were not, many obviously were repelled by the homosexual implications of the case, or just simply did not want to face the possibility that their sons were in the crawlspace. A large room at the sheriff's headquarters in Niles was given over to Gacy evidence. Phil Bedecker, along with Irv Kraut of the sheriff's police and Jerry Lawrence of the Chicago department, emptied the containers of property seized at Summerdale and meticulously sorted it, piece by piece. All the jewelry, trinkets, keys, pins, and other miscellanea that could have belonged to victims were photographed in color. If relatives saw something familiar in the photo book, the investigators showed them the actual item. Several body identifications were corroborated by personal property identification. One young woman spotted her boyfriend's belt buckle and a religious medal she had given him shortly before his disappearance early in 1978. Investigator Paul Sabin set up a massive filing system for the incoming reports and x-rays, and Bedecker and Lawrence tracked down medical records that the families of missing youths were slow to or unable to locate. Dr. Edward J. Pavlik, who would head the team of forensic odontologists that was to make the dental identifications, read Stein's announcement of his appointment in the newspaper before he got the official call. He had been a consultant to both the sheriff's police and the medical examiner's office, and before that to the Cook County coroner. Recognizing the scope of the Gacy case, Dr. Pavlik immediately called for the assistance of Drs. James Hansen, Ralph Remus, and Jerry Cadlick. On the Saturday before New Year's Day, they began the work of identifying the remains. Working with the cleansed skulls, the dentists first replaced any teeth that had fallen out into the body bag of the victim. Certain teeth, mostly those in front, fall out after death because their roots are conical and there is no connective tissue to hold them in. Any dentist, of course, knows where a given tooth belongs, and there is only one way it can fit into its socket. 53 teeth in total were missing from all the victims. Next, Pavlik and his staff charted the teeth of each victim, noting the condition of each of the 5 surfaces of each tooth. There are 5 possibilities for each surface. It can be healthy, diseased, missing, or repaired, either with a filling or a crown. Those teeth that had fallen out after death and had not been recovered were charted as LPM, lost post-mortem. Dentists can easily tell from a jawbone if a tooth was lost after death. If that is the case, it leaves sharp edges on the bone socket. When a living tooth is removed, these edges round off as the bone heals and eventually fills itself in. When the dentists finished charting the teeth and taking X-rays, they made comparisons with the records sent in. Pavlik designed a master chart, listing each victim and the status of each tooth, from number 1 to 32. If a chart came in showing a specific bit of dentistry, such as a crown on the lower right first molar, the dentists could run down the column on the master chart for that particular tooth to see which, if any, of the victims had had such work. If they noted a similarity, then they checked another specific piece of dentistry, and so on, until the victim was either identified or the submitted record ruled out. Pavlik and his staff were dealing with 3 possibilities: consistencies, inconsistencies, and incompatibilities. When everything they saw in the comparison was similar, those were consistencies. It is possible, however, for a dentist to find 5 things consistent and still not be comparing the same person's teeth. Perhaps half the people in the country have 4 wisdom teeth missing, and even more may have a silver filling in a given molar. From X-rays, however, a dentist can see the specific shape of a filling, the little points, ragged edges, knobs, and so on, that make it unique. A forensic dentist can make a positive identification from an X-ray of just one filling. Inconsistencies are dissimilarities that are explainable. A tooth may have had, at its last ante-mortem charting, a 2-surface silver filling, yet a post-mortem record may show it as having a gold crown. Dissimilar dental work, yet a conceivable progression of treatment. The reverse, however, would be an incompatibility. A tooth that had a crown in 1963 could not have a 2-surface filling in 1970. One incompatibility is sufficient to rule out any further comparison. When the dentists had the necessary records to work with, the identifications went smoothly. Bedecker even gained sufficient experience to make unofficial identifications himself. Getting proper records to work with, however, proved to be difficult. Pavlik was surprised that fewer than 300 X-rays were sent in, considering the tens of thousands of missing persons reports filed every year. Some of the records were too old to be of use, such as X-rays taken when the boys still had mostly baby teeth. Some of the dentists had sold their practices and their records to someone else. Others were simply careless in their record-keeping and sent in charts with obviously erroneous entries. Pavlik had the most difficulty getting usable material from dental clinics. One dentist simply wrote entries such as pink envelope, yellow envelope, etc. in his record of treatment. Pavlik and his staff surmised that the man was keeping a duplicate set of books for reasons known only to him. On occasions when Pavlik lacked sufficient medical records from which to identify the victims, he sought help from the investigators, who resorted to old-fashioned detective work to get them. The mother of one missing youth recalled that her son had been hospitalized for a stab wound in the chest. The hospital still had the X-ray, at the top of which a small segment of the boy's jaw appeared. Another mother remembered that her son had been taken to a hospital after he had sniffed glue, and they still had a skull X-ray on file. From those films, the dentists were able to identify both boys as Gacy victims. For skeletal identification, Stein employed Dr. John Fitzpatrick, radiologist on the staff of Cook County Hospital, as a consultant. Dr. Fitzpatrick compared post-mortem x-rays of the victims with ante-mortem film sent in, which he also read for any unique skeletal features. Although radiological identifications have been made for more than 60 years, they are not all that common. Consequently, they have tended to be eclipsed by dental authentications, which are favored by the law enforcement community because of their widespread use and virtually unimpeachable track record. A person's bones, however, may have anomalies that one either is born with or acquires through disease or trauma. Fitzpatrick searched for these sort of features. The skull, especially the sinuses, the transverse processes, the spine, the trabecula, or interlacing of the bones, all these present signatures of individuality that Fitzpatrick was able to note in his comparisons. In the aftermath of Gacy's arrest, the Chicago police became increasingly embarrassed by the disclosures of his earlier encounters with them. They responded the best way they could, by assigning Jerry Lawrence, one of their top homicide detectives, to the case to facilitate cooperation with the investigators. Chicago had massive files on missing persons from the metropolitan area, and Lawrence was able to cut through the red tape whenever necessary, even if it took a visit to his boss, Joe DeLeonardi, then chief of the Homicide Division and later superintendent of police. When the voluntary flow of information on missing persons from relatives and other sources began to slow down, investigators ordered all the Chicago police reports on such cases filed from 1972 until Gacy's arrest. After conducting a computer search, the Records Division turned over 45,000 case reports that fit the description of possible victims of Gacy. With the assistance of Chicago investigator Ed Curtis, officers began a laborious manual search of these records to find the disposition of each case and learn if the person was ever found. Many of the complainants had moved several times, and others hadn't had telephones when the report was filed. Some of the cases, like John Sitch's, had been cleared because the person had been reported seen by witnesses of varying degrees of reliability. After making an analysis of Gacy's financial records, especially travel documents and employee time cards, investigators constructed a pin map showing every job Gacy was known to have worked on anywhere in the country. Officers called police departments in these locales, requesting any information they had on missing persons. This study also helped us to establish Gacy's presence in Chicago at the times each of the known victims was probably killed. Investigators talked with friends of some of the missing youths and visited gay bars. It soon became apparent to them that Gacy had cut a wide swath through the homosexual community. To some, he was known as a chicken hawk, an older man who looks for young men and boys. Many thought he was a policeman. Friends of one youth at the bar where he was last seen referred to Gacy as the cop and said that their friend, a hustler, had gone off with the man in the black car, expecting to rip him off. Once a youth was identified, the investigators checked his background. Some of the victims had indeed been street hustlers, but far from all. Nonetheless, many families of missing boys feared the taint of association with hustlers and homosexuality, and were reluctant to come forward. Some, undoubtedly, still have not. By June 1981, 24 of John Gacy's victims had been identified, most of them through dental comparisons. The 9 unknown young men were buried on June 12 in separate cemeteries. Burial expenses were paid by the Funeral Directors Association of Greater Chicago, and each stone bore the simple inscription, "We are remembered." In the end, the investigators had the painful task of informing parents that their sons had been identified. Some of the families were uncomprehending. A few reacted violently, as if they wanted to annihilate the bearer of bad tidings. Most, however, were prepared for the news and took it stoically. Some with a sense of relief that the uncertainty was over. After telling the Sitch family that John had been identified as one of Gacy's victims, Officer Kraut had to ask their help in pushing his squad car through the snow piling up in their street. When he called on Esther Johnson, she cried softly and asked if Rick had felt any pain. Kraut did his best to reassure her that he hadn't. Perhaps it is of some comfort to the Piest family that their son is not one of the 9 boys still unidentified. When the river search at Christmas time failed, Rob's family once again mobilized to find him. Harold Piest took time off from work and went to the Des Plaines River and made repeated searches on his own. The family turned to Dorothy Allison, the psychic, in hope that she could provide some clue as to where the body was. They brought her to court one day so that she could see Gacy and possibly divine something from her observation. When Mrs. Piest talked to me about engaging a psychic, I told her that she should go ahead if it would give the family any relief. I didn't have much faith in psychics, and I was particularly soured on the subject when I learned that Kozenczak's anonymous woman caller, whose leads we actively and unsuccessfully pursued in the week before the arrest, was actually a psychic whose help he had requested. I thought Kozenczak's failure to tell us this at the time was an unforgivable breach of conduct. When the spring thaw came, there was new urgency in pursuing a river search. The tremendous runoff from melting snow could cause the river to overflow great distances into adjoining woods and fields, vastly increasing the area we would need to search. 2. River veterans recalled seeing huge tree trunks being swept through the floodgates by the voluminous flow and emerging completely shredded. Our hopes for finding the body at all were rapidly fading as the weather changed. Shortly before noon on April 9, about 5 or 6 miles downstream from the I-55 bridge, a man on the towpath saw a body floating face down in the river, about 5 feet from shore. He reported what he had seen to the lockmaster at Dresden, who called the Grundy County Sheriff's Police, who in turn summoned the Morris Fire Department and a crime technician to the scene. We knew about this from one of the Grundy dispatchers we had befriended in the course of the investigation, who made an unofficial call and told me that Braun had already left for the scene. I arranged to meet Beto and Hine at a rendezvous point on the Tri-State Tollway, and we rushed to the Des Plaines River in Greg's undercharged economy car, his flashing portable light on my knees. When we arrived, Braun was a little sheepish. He knew the case was in the hands of the prosecution and that he should have notified us. He said he first wanted to make sure the report was not a false alarm. The body, badly decomposed, had been taken to a funeral home in New Lenox. It was apparent that we would need dental records to make an identification, and I called Kozenczak, who brought down Rob's dental file. I could not reach Dr. Stein, but I did get Dr. Pavlik and asked him to work on the identification. The body was x-rayed at a Joliet hospital, and Pavlik and 3 other dentists made the record comparison. At about 9 o'clock that night, they agreed unanimously that the body was Rob Piest's. 3 days after Easter, on a warm and sunny April 18, Robert Jerome Piest was buried in a mausoleum vault in the gently rolling greenery of All Saints Cemetery. His funeral mass in Our Lady of Hope Roman Catholic Church had drawn a large gathering of his classmates and friends. Most of the Des Plaines officers involved in the case were there too. At the wake, where his coffin was covered with a blanket of red roses, his family took Greg, me, and several of the others aside and thanked us for all we had done. I, for once in my life, had no words. Portrait of an Evil Man. When Gacy arrived at Cermak Hospital in the Cook County Jail, the executive director posted a series of strict rules governing his confinement. For his own safety, Gacy was isolated from all other inmates. All jail personnel, except those directly assigned, were instructed to have neither contact with nor discussions about him. Gacy quickly developed the notion that he was a very important prisoner and boasted in a letter to a friend of his 9 bodyguards. Although he was normally in good spirits, Gacy reacted angrily to press coverage of his case, which he believed was distorted and full of falsehood. He was also feeling the walls of loneliness closing in on him, a thought he expressed in a letter to Ron Rhodey, thanking him for taking the time to write. In the same letter, Gacy said, "My life is like being in a dark tunnel, not knowing how long it is or even if I'm going in the right direction." In another letter, he pondered the ultimate forces of good and evil. "Since the dark shadow of Satan has come over me, it seems that my fair-weather friends have run away. When things were good and I was giving, everyone was on my bandwagon, but as soon as I am accused and suspected, they run and hide. May God have mercy on them. If it wasn't for God's will, I would have never given or helped so many people. Oh, I am no saint or anything like that, just one of God's children. I do not take the right to sit in judgment on others or myself." Nonetheless, Gacy seemed very demanding to those observing him. He complained periodically to jail officials about his treatment. On one occasion, he addressed a guard by surname alone and snapped an order at him. He still behaved importantly. He asked Father Joseph R. Bennett, the Catholic chaplain at the jail, to ask Cardinal Cody, the Chicago Archbishop, to visit him, and commented to Rhodey that Sheriff Richard Elrod had already paid him a social call, though of course he hadn't. For reading matter, Gacy asked Charles Fasano, who acted as liaison between prisoner and administration, to bring him copies of Playboy and Hustler and daily newspapers, as well as a book on criminal justice. He asked Father Bennett to bring him a Bible. Throughout, Gacy expressed his confidence that he would be acquitted, and talked of once again being free, when he would need round-the-clock bodyguards. "I got the case beat," he told Rhodey in a phone conversation. "You can take that to the bank." Asked how the bodies got into his crawlspace, Gacy replied that he was out of town a lot, and that 5 or 6 people had keys to his house. He went on to say that both his attorneys and the psychiatrist for the defense saw no problem at all in getting an acquittal. He vowed that once free, he would take action against everyone who had violated his civil rights, including, I assumed, me. Gacy caused a flurry of excitement when guards found him under his cot with a towel around his neck, and a few officials expressed fears that he was contemplating suicide. Gacy denied he'd made such an attempt. He was just cooling off, he said. But he did tell Fasano that if what the press was saying was true, then his life was not worth living. To Father Bennett, however, he disavowed any such thoughts. Despite the gloom of life in jail, however, Gacy, on occasion, made light of his situation. "I have canceled the party this year," he told Rhodey in a letter. "I know how you were looking forward to it. Even with the expanded yard space provided by the county, there just is no place to cook." In his statements, Gacy had told us a lot about his mode of operation, his sexual activities, and some of the victims he had disposed of. According to him, they were bad kids. They had sold themselves. They threatened him. They killed themselves. Despite the horror of the confessions, I thought his stories were somewhat clinical, somewhat pat, and no doubt sparing of substantial detail. Not until we interviewed some of his still living victims did we get the other side of the story. In many cases they contradicted what Gacy had told us, and their narratives made me wonder at times if there was any limit to the man's brutality. Almost as disturbing to us was the evidence we saw that his pattern of sadism and violence had continued unchecked in the face of complaints about him to the police by at least 5 known victims, 3 of them in Chicago. Gacy always landed on his feet, and in his final year of freedom he was an arrogant bully, convinced of his immunity to prosecution. In the course of checking into James Mazzara's background, Greg Beto had learned that a man called Arthur Winzel, not his real name, now living in California, had suffered at Gacy's hands. After some months, Beto had located him in Los Angeles and spoke to him on the phone. Beto and I flew to Los Angeles to interview him. On arrival, we drove to Hollywood, only to learn that Winzel had quit the gay bar he was working at. We found him in his apartment the next day. He took us to a restaurant, where over coffee and lunch, he told us his story. Winzel told us he'd had a rough childhood, living in foster homes, and he admitted to having a juvenile record. A homosexual street hustler, he was also an alcoholic who consumed about 1/5 of liquor a day. After he had left Chicago for the balmy climate of Southern California, Wenzel had been shocked to hear in January from a homosexual friend that John Sitch's name had been listed as a possible victim of Gacy's. Wenzel had dated Sitch and lived with him for several months before his disappearance. Although by January Wenzel had forgotten John Gacy's name, he recognized his photograph in the newspapers his friend had sent. Early one morning in the autumn of 1977, as he had been leaving a gay bar on Chicago's North Side, Wenzel saw a black car with two spotlights pull up. The driver, John Gacy, rolled down the window and asked, "Do you want to get high?" They drove, saying little, to Gacy's house, where the contractor took Wenzel into the bar. Greg and I asked Wenzel to describe the recreation room and interior layout of the house, which he did faultlessly. Gacy took some marijuana out of the refrigerator and rolled a few joints. Wenzel took a couple of puffs, whereupon Gacy offered him some Valium and yellow downers he kept in a cabinet near the bar. Gacy, Wenzel noticed, did not take any pills. Sitting on the couch, Gacy told Wenzel that he liked S&M and asked if he knew what it was. Wenzel did, but decided to play dumb. Gacy went into another room, came back with a gold badge that said detective, and told Wenzel he worked downtown in the narcotics division. Had Wenzel ever been handcuffed during sex? Gacy asked. No, said Wenzel, and he didn't like the idea of it. Gacy suggested they move into a bedroom. Turning on the bathroom light, he told Wenzel to get undressed. Remember, Gacy said several times, I'm not going to hurt you. Wenzel, believing that Gacy was a cop, albeit a kinky one, did what he was told. There was no mention of money. Explaining that this was the only way he could get off, Gacy cuffed Wenzel's hands behind his back and put shackles on his ankles. With Wenzel lying on his back on the bed, Gacy, naked, straddled him and rubbed his penis on Wenzel's abdomen. Gacy got up and told Wenzel, if you don't obey your master, there is only one recourse. Wenzel asked what that was. Death, Gacy said, fishing a piece of rope and an 8-inch stick out of the closet. Wenzel was becoming frightened, and he asked to use the bathroom. Wenzel was able to slip his hands beneath his buttocks and bring the handcuffs to his front. When Gacy walked into the bathroom, Wenzel told him he'd had enough. Please remove the handcuffs. Gacy sat on the sink and calmly reassured Wenzel that he was not going to hurt him. Gacy was so persuasive that Wenzel was voluntarily handcuffed again behind his back within a few minutes. Back on the bed, Gacy tried to act very considerate and said that this is the only way he could have an orgasm. He took the rope and looped it around Wenzel's neck and tied 2 knots. See, he told Wenzel, it's loose. We asked Wenzel to show us how Gacy tied the rope. Wenzel pulled out one of his shoelaces, put 2 loops in it, and inserted a short piece of wood in the second loop. Beto nodded. This was exactly the rope trick Gacy had described after his arrest. It soon became apparent to Wenzel that Gacy was truly working at turning the stick. Wenzel tried to tell him to get this fucking thing off, but he could only gasp. Now he knew he was fighting for his life. In desperation, he twisted his body, sliding his hands to his left side, and succeeded in grabbing one of Gacy's testicles and inner thigh. He squeezed as hard as he could. In agony, Gacy released the stick. Wenzel had Gacy remove the rope before he loosened his grasp. As they both dressed, Gacy moaned about the pain Wenzel had caused him. He then went and got a small-caliber pistol. I wasn't going to hurt you, he said. If I was going to kill you, I would have used this. Wenzel told him to take it easy. Gacy dropped off Wenzel at a transient hotel on Chicago's North Side. There Wenzel showed a friend the red welt on his neck and the marks on his wrists and ankles, and later showed them to a bartender at a nearby homosexual club. After we returned from Los Angeles, the 2 men confirmed this to Beto. Although Gacy had told Wenzel his name, Wenzel chose not to report the incident because, through the homosexual grapevine, he was told that Gacy was indeed a cop. In contrast to Wenzel, An admitted street hustler, Robert Donnelly, was a straight youth of 19 who had taken a job before continuing in college. In the aftermath of the deaths of his father and grandfather, he had been hospitalized for stress. But now, in the summer of 1979, Donnelly was beginning to get his life in order. He would eventually receive a state scholarship and a federal grant for his college education. After reviewing police reports of a complaint Donnelly had filed against Gacy, I interviewed the youth, who painted the most chilling picture of Gacy we had yet seen. On December 30, 1977, after a few beers at a friend's house on the northwest side of Chicago, Donnelly left shortly past midnight and walked to a bus stop. A dark-colored car pulled up with one of its spotlights trained on Donnelly. The driver, later identified by police as John Gacy, asked the youth for identification. As Donnelly was leaning in the passenger door to show his ID, Gacy pointed a gun at him and said, "Get in or I'll blow you away." Gacy was dressed in dark blue pants, black shoes, and a black leather patrol-type jacket. Donnelly, having noticed the PDM plate, assumed he was a policeman, and he complied. "Lean forward," Gacy said. "I want to put cuffs on." "What's going on?" Donnelly asked. "Shut up," Gacy said. "If you're smart, you'll keep quiet." Whenever Donnelly began to speak, Gacy told him to shut up. When they got to the Kennedy Expressway, Gacy stopped. "Get down on the floor," he yelled. At Gacy's house, the contractor led him in by the handcuffs and pushed him down on the couch in the recreation room. Still carrying the gun, Gacy left the room and came back wearing jeans and an unbuttoned shirt. "I'm 35 years old," he said as he went to the bar and poured himself a drink, "but people don't respect me." Gacy had 2 or 3 drinks out of the bottle, then offered Donnelly one. The youth refused. "Have it anyway," Gacy said, splashing the drink in his face. "Girls are ungrateful to me, even though I have money," Gacy continued. "Women are hung up on looks, and that's all." He again offered Donnelly a drink. The youth again refused. "Drink it anyway, you ungrateful little bastard," he said, grabbing Donnelly by the throat and pouring it down. "When somebody offers you something, you should take it." Gacy picked up the gun and walked over and uncuffed Donnelly. "I don't want to shoot," he said, "but I will if I have to. This house is soundproof." Gacy told Donnelly to toss over his identification cards and sit in a chair. Donnelly gave him his wallet, and Gacy rummaged through it while holding a gun on him. He asked him questions about himself, his employer, and other information on his ID cards. Gacy told Donnelly to sit at the bar, where he poured himself a drink. He slid the handcuffs down the bar. "Put these on yourself," he said. "What if somebody comes?" Donnelly asked. Gacy slapped him with the back of one hand. "I told you, people don't respect me," Gacy said in a tough voice. "You don't either. I ought to kill you now." Gacy pushed Donnelly onto the couch, sat on his back, and pulled his head up by the hair. Donnelly screamed. "Shut up," Gacy said, slamming the youth's head down. Gacy pulled Donnelly's pants down, forced his knees apart, and raped him. Donnelly struggled, then momentarily passed out. When Gacy was finished, he held Donnelly down by his shoulders. "If you fight me now," he said, "I'll kill you." He got up and told the youth to pull his pants up, then grabbed him by the handcuffs and led him into the bathroom. The tub was already full of water. Gacy shoved Donnelly's face into the wall, slipped a rope around his neck, and twisted it. "This is a lot of fun, huh?" Gacy said. He alternately twisted the rope and banged Donnelly's head against the wall. "How does this feel?" Gacy asked. He then tripped Donnelly, knocking him to the floor, then pulled him up on his knees. Gacy shoved the boy's head into the water, holding onto the rope. Donnelly tried to hold his breath, then passed out. When he awakened on the floor, he was naked and handcuffed in back. Gacy was standing in the doorway. "We're having fun tonight, huh?" Gacy said. Gacy ducked the youth's head underwater again. Donnelly passed out once more. When he woke up, Gacy was sitting on the toilet. "Looking for me?" Gacy said, laughing. He then stood up and urinated over Donnelly. Gacy picked up a copy of Penthouse and showed the youth some pictures. "Like this?" Gacy asked. Donnelly was too weak and dazed to respond. Gacy kicked him in the side and pushed his head under water. Again, Donnelly fainted. After the boy woke up, Gacy hauled him into a bedroom and tripped him. "You're just in time for the late movie," Gacy said, sitting on Donnelly's back and pulling his head up. "Look at this." A homosexual movie was being projected on the wall. When the film was over, Gacy wondered out loud what kind of game they could play next. He told Donnelly to sit up against the wall. Gacy got a chair and gun and sat facing Donnelly with one foot on the youth's stomach. "We'll play Russian roulette," Gacy said, spinning the chamber of the gun. He pointed the barrel at Donnelly's head and pulled the trigger. Click. He spun the chamber again. Click. As he repeated the process, each time aiming at Donnelly's head, Gacy mentioned that he had killed some girls in Schiller Park. Click. "Girls are no fun to kill," Gacy said. Click. "Guys are more interesting to kill," he said. Bam! "Ha ha, you're dead," Gacy chortled. It was a blank. Gacy grabbed Donnelly by the throat and choked him until, for the 5th time, the youth passed out. When he awakened, Donnelly was still handcuffed in back and naked, and had a gag in his mouth that was tied behind his head. Gacy was naked, too. He fondled Donnelly, then told him to roll over. The youth refused. "Do what I say," Gacy said, punching him and forcibly turning him over. Gacy then raped him with a dildo until the youth once again fainted. "Isn't it fun screaming when nobody can hear you?" Gacy asked, when Donnelly woke up, still gagged. Gacy began playing again with the dildo in Donnelly's rectum. When Donnelly showed signs of great pain, Gacy took the gag off, but warned him not to scream. "Why don't you just kill me and get it over with?" the youth gasped. "I'm getting around to it," Gacy replied. Donnelly screamed. Then Gacy put the gag back until the youth promised to do it no more. Gacy then said Donnelly looked bad and pushed him into the bathroom. He stood there while Donnelly showered. After the youth dressed, Gacy said they were going for a ride. "I'm going to kill you," he said, striking him again. Gacy led him, handcuffed, out to his car. It was daylight. "Don't wake up the neighbors," Gacy said. Inside the car, Gacy told Donnelly to get down on the floor. "How does it feel knowing you're going to die?" he asked. After driving to the Marshall Fields downtown store where Donnelly worked, Gacy removed the handcuffs. "I'm going to let you go," Gacy announced, "but if you go to the cops, I'll hunt you down." Donnelly got out in a daze. Despite his warning, Gacy didn't seem to care what the boy did. "The cops won't believe you anyway," he said. Then he drove off. In spite of the battering he had received, Donnelly still had the presence of mind to note Gacy's license number. He thought the PDM had something to do with the police department. When Gacy's car was out of sight, the youth turned and fled. He ran north on State Street until a policeman, suspicious of his flight, stopped him and told him to quit running. Donnelly continued on for several blocks, then caught the subway at Grand Avenue. He went to the house of his cousin, who wasn't home. He then went to the house of his uncle, who listened to his story, then took him to Chicago's 20th District Police Station. He was told to go to Area 6 and talk to the Homicide Sex Investigation Unit. There Donnelly filed a complaint, and the police took him to a hospital for treatment. On the evening of January 6, 1978, John Gacy was arrested at his house on suspicion of deviant sexual conduct. He showed little concern, even inviting the investigator in for a drink while they waited for a backup squad car to arrive. His invitation was declined. Gacy had little dispute with Donnelly's story, except he said he had not used a gun, and there was no force. The sex-slave routine, he said, was by mutual consent. In reviewing the case, and after interviewing both Donnelly and Gacy, an assistant state's attorney rejected felony charges. It was just as Gacy had said. "They won't believe you." We began preparing the state's case against John Gacy in the first week of the new year. It was a hectic time. The holiday blizzard, although just a taste of what was yet to come, had brought just enough snow to make travel very tedious, especially for those of us making all kinds of interagency trips to coordinate the prosecution. And as if the snow were not enough, a storm of controversy was being generated over material currently appearing in the press. A gag order had been issued by Circuit Judge John White the week before, barring the law enforcement community from releasing information that would prejudice Gacy's right to a fair trial. Nevertheless, leaks were spouting freely. Within hours of Gacy's January 3 statement at Cermak Hospital, reports of his confession were appearing in the news. This situation, I felt, could seriously hinder our efforts to prosecute, and it surely would be the end of any further cooperation from Gacy himself in identifying his victims. Unfortunately, Dr. Stein also made some inadvertent comments which would prove troublesome. When he was asked by the Tribune what kind of man could bury bodies in his own crawlspace, Stein responded, "A schizophrenic, of course." Then, the next week, in a taping for a radio show on WMAQ, Stein said that the person burying the bodies could be sane and could get the death penalty. Amirante responded angrily to the leaks and statements and drew up motions seeking contempt citations against both Sheriff Elrod and Dr. Stein. The next day, he added to the list Lieutenant Braun, Investigator Bedecker, Deputy Chief Richard Qualiano of the Sheriff's Police, and Sun-Times newsman Art Patak. We wholeheartedly, though certainly not openly, endorsed Sam's actions. I had a friendly chat with Stein over coffee. He, too, was concerned about putting the prosecution in jeopardy and agreed to measure carefully any future statements he made to the press. The Sheriff's Police were another matter. I kept hoping for an upper echelon knuckle-rapping that would stop the leaks and get us all pulling together as a team. But to my knowledge, it never happened. Meanwhile, I let it be known that I would seek to put all interviewers involved in the Cermak statement on the lie box to see who did the talking. There was much high-level hand-wringing and, of course, denials all around. No admissions were ever made, but at least the threats seemed to staunch the further flow of unauthorized information. Judge White had issued his protective order in circuit court proceedings in Des Plaines on Friday, December 29. Despite heavy security, including SWAT officers on the Civic Center roof, Gacy did not appear at the hearing because of the judiciary's fears for his safety. Amirante sought dismissal of the sole murder charge against Gacy because the body of Robert Piest had not been found, and asked for Gacy's release on bail. Both matters were continued. The prosecution team was taking shape. Bernard Carey, the state's attorney, had named his number 2 advisor and deputy William Kunkel as chief prosecutor. I was amused and flattered when Kunkel asked me if I minded if he prosecuted the case with me. Of course I didn't mind, and thought it classy of him to ask. I found Kunkel hard to get to know, but I got along with him well. On one hand, he's a quiet, talking, sensitive man with a very sharp mind. On the other, he's a chunky, strong guy who loves gourmet dining and motorcycles. Among the top honchos, he had the most experience in trial work. Since I had been on the case from the beginning, it was assumed I would continue on the team. Bob Egan, a versatile and well-regarded trial lawyer from the state's attorney's headquarters at 26th and California, would be the third member. At this stage, there was no grand strategy for Gacy's prosecution, because we were still enmeshed in an active investigation. We still hadn't found Rob Piest's body. We didn't know how many victims Gacy had killed or who most of them were, and our main concern was simply to establish control over the various elements of the investigation. One thing we did decide in the initial stages: we would go for the death penalty. In the second week of January, a Cook County grand jury indicted Gacy on 7 counts of murder. The 6 victims so far identified were Butkovich, Godzik, Sitch, Johnston, Landingen, and Mazzara. Gacy was also charged with killing Rob Piest after committing the other felonies of deviant sexual assault, aggravated kidnapping, and taking indecent liberties with a child. Under Illinois law, a murder committed during the commission of another felony is punishable by death. Furthermore, anyone convicted of 2 or more murders since the death penalty went into effect the previous February could be similarly sentenced. The disappearances of Rob Piest, Landingen, and Mazzara all took place after that date. On January 10, in the packed courtroom of Judge Richard Fitzgerald in the Criminal Courts Building, Gacy listened as Amirante entered a plea of not guilty to each of the charges. We were separated from the spectators by a partition of bulletproof glass, and the security was tight all over the building. I watched Gacy, dressed in brown sport coat, white shirt, and polka-dot tie, for the entire proceedings. He showed little emotion, and when the death penalty was mentioned, he just kind of looked up in the air. After the pleas were entered, Fitzgerald assigned the case to Judge Louis B. Garippo, who continued the proceedings in the same courtroom rather than risk moving Gacy to his own. Garippo ordered a behavioral clinical examination to be conducted by Dr. Robert Reifman, Assistant Director of the Psychiatric Institute of the Circuit Court of Cook County, to determine Gacy's fitness to stand trial and his sanity at the time the crimes were committed. Reifman would determine whether Gacy was able to cooperate with his attorneys and if he had sufficient understanding of what he was charged with. Gacy's attorneys, Sam Amirante and Robert Mata, Leroy Stevens was apparently handling Gacy's legal affairs and civil matters only, filed a motion seeking an end to any further excavation of Gacy's property because of the damage it was causing. Kunkel responded that the search would end when investigators were sure there were no more bodies on the premises. Garippo continued the motion and denied bail. The Piest family was present. Without my knowledge, they were kept behind the glass partition. I tried to bring them into the open courtroom, but a deputy told me that for security reasons they had to remain where they were. This was their first of many courtroom appearances as they listened to the developing case against the man charged with killing their son. Before Gacy's next court appearance, both the Secret Service and Chicago's large Polish community were embarrassed by the publication of a photo found at the house showing Gacy shaking hands with President Carter's wife. Gacy had been director of the Polish Constitution Day Parade for the previous 3 years. That position was his entree into the photo opportunity during Mrs. Carter's visit to Chicago in 1978. In the photograph, inscribed, "To John Gacy, best wishes, Rosalind Carter," Gacy was wearing the Secret Service's S lapel pin, indicating that he had security clearance to be on the reviewing stand with her and later attend a reception for her. The Secret Service promised an investigation of how Gacy happened to be cleared. On January 30, we sought a court order for the continuing excavation of the lot at 8213 Summerdale to ensure its legality. Previously, we had been relying on the validity of the search warrants, but now that the physical destruction of the house was so extensive, we wanted stronger protection, and we now had the time we didn't have in December to seek a court hearing. Judge Garippo, however, gave the defense a week to file a motion challenging the search warrants, and this brought the excavation to a halt for the time being. At our next court date, February 16, the defense filed motions challenging Gacy's arrest on the drug charge and the validity of the search warrants. Garippo, however, refused to quash the arrest. He also denied a motion to quash the search warrant issued the day of Gacy's arrest. Probably the most interesting news from the proceedings was announced shortly after Gacy was let in. In a letter to the judge, read into the court record, Dr. Reifman announced that Gacy was, in his opinion, mentally fit to stand trial. I was greatly relieved when on February 21 Judge Garippo upheld the validity of all the search warrants. The same day, Garippo signed the order allowing us to resume the excavation at Summerdale. Chicago, however, was still in the throes of its most severe winter in history. The previous seasonal record for total snowfall had been broken by 5 inches, and there were almost 2 feet of snow still standing on the ground. Spring, by calendar reckoning, which in Chicago is foolishly optimistic, was still a month away. Even if we had been allowed to excavate the property while the order was pending, we wouldn't have got very far. Nevertheless, we wanted to finish the task soon. The cost of keeping a dozen men on security and away from other work was mounting. In a few days, with just a hint of moderation in the weather, the sheriff's police began exploration of the grounds. In early March, they broke up the concrete stoop near the rear sliding doors, where they recovered the revolver Gacy said he'd buried there. A week later, they began ripping up the patio around his backyard barbecue pit. Dan Lynch, a heavy equipment operator for the county highway department, peeled off a layer of asphalt, then one of concrete with his hydraulic shovel. Either Genty or Marinelli watched every excavation he made, looking for signs of pertinent evidence. As Lynch dug below the concrete, he found the ground still locked in frost, and the shovel clawed at the semi-solid, chunky layers. Suddenly he stopped. "Do you smell something?" he asked Genty. The E.T. went into the hole and probed with his hands. What Lynch had smelled was definitely the odor of decomposing remains. County laborers continued digging by hand. In a mushy substratum, they came upon a human body wrapped in several plastic bags. There was a wedding band on the ring finger of the body, the first indication that any of Gacy's victims might have been married. Investigator Irv Kraut, who witnessed the recovery, recalls that he felt a chill when, at the moment the covering of plastic bags was removed, bells from a neighboring church started chiming. This discovery substantiated our case for continued digging, despite Gacy's statements and his attorney's assertions that we were just on a fishing expedition. Gacy had said that the crawl space and the gravesite in the workshed were the extent of his burial grounds on Summerdale. Either he no longer remembered, or he was lying. The sheriff's police continued with their plans to excavate every square foot of the property down to the layer of hard clay. On March 15, while further dismantling the interior of the house, officers found Jeffrey Rignall's driver's license under a cupboard in the recreation room. The next day, a week after the body by the barbecue pit was discovered, Marinelli was walking on the joists of the dining room floor, which was being removed, when he chanced to poke a crowbar into the ground beneath. He was probing a pile of old ceramic tiles, which tumbled into the hole the bar had made. After a little digging, the officers came upon a hip bone, then some arm bones. Beneath the very floor on which they had set up their command center and eaten their noonday meal, they had found the 29th body buried at 8213 Summerdale. This would be the last, although the excavation would continue until that much was established with certainty. Because the house was now a gutted shell, unsafe to occupy, the sheriff's police set up a trailer on the parkway and street out front, from which they conducted their remaining business. After removing the access portal to the crawl space, which would be used as evidence, it became largely a matter of waiting for court approval to demolish the remainder of Gacy's house. Although we originally had planned to rip and restore the house, that idea was soon discarded because of the unusual problems we faced in the recovery of evidence. When investigators found objects squirreled away in increasingly improbable places, they had to be sure they recovered them all. And when Gacy's layered system of burials was revealed, they had to dig so deep for the sake of thoroughness that they weakened the footings the house rested upon. They reached a point where it would be more economical to raise the house and build a new one. The structure was now clearly unsafe, and because we wanted to remove it to permit total excavation of the premises, we filed suit seeking the court's permission to demolish it. Housing Court Judge Richard Jorzak ordered the house razed on March 27, but he withdrew the order the next day after Amarante and Mata complained that Leroy Stevens had not informed them of the proceedings. After about a week's delay, the court finally approved the demolition, and on April 10, the wrecking began. The policemen had left the driveway intact to give heavy equipment a firm foundation from which to operate. When word was received, Lynch energized his machine, which had been poised for the job, and began tearing off portions of the front roof. In the following 2 weeks, the house was torn down, the debris removed, and the rest of the grounds completely excavated. Marinelli got friends in the earth-moving business to haul in loads of fill to bring the lot up to proper grade. Although it was by then spring, little seemed to grow on the vacant lots on which a comfortable, well-maintained house had stood. For the next 2 years, only weeds and sparse clumps of field grasses poked through the gravelly subsoil that had been the burial grounds of 29 bodies. As the sheriff's police prepared to leave after 4 months at the scene on Summerdale, they routinely photographed the barren premises. That done, the last detail of officers collected their gear and departed. Genty wrote the final log entry. No further action taken at this time. In little more than a month, the same team of sheriffs and medical examiners personnel that had worked together at the site of the nation's greatest mass murder would be ordered to another nearby scene to recover and identify more bodies. On a bright afternoon in late May, American Airlines Flight 191, bound for Los Angeles, would lift off a runway at O'Hare, drop an engine, and bank into a fatal arc, taking 275 lives with it. This, the country's worst air disaster, would happen just 6 miles away. I remember seeing the giant DC-10 fall from the sky as I had lunch at the Tollway Oasis, a mile away. I hitched a ride to the scene with a state trooper, and I spent the rest of the day helping police and fire officials in a futile effort of rescue. From Dr. Reifman's report, and those of other doctors, we could gain some insight into the working of the mind of the man so far accused of 7 murders. From interviews with family members and associates, conducted by both the state and the defense, we were beginning to fill in the pieces of the mosaic that was John Gacy's background. A. Arthur Hartman, chief psychologist of the Psychiatric Institute, the Cook County Court's forensic clinic, found Gacy to be, at deeper levels, very egocentric and narcissistic, with a basically antisocial, exploitative orientation. One reflection of this is his development of a technique of conning, his own use of the term, or misleading others in his business or personal dealings. Hartman found Gacy's severe underlying psychosexual conflict and confusion of sexual identity most significant. Gacy's denial of guilt through the use of Jack Hanley appeared to Hartman to be a conscious, evasive device. No scientifically valid division in consciousness, memory, or identity could be observed as between John Gacy and Jack Hanley. Hartman's diagnostic impression of Gacy was a psychopathic, antisocial personality with sexual deviation. He noted also hysterical personality and minor compulsive and paranoid personality elements. In midsummer, we got the reports of the psychiatric examination conducted at the request of the defense and by order of Judge Garippo. As we expected, the psychiatrist whom Sam Amarante had chosen, Dr. Richard G. Rappaport, concluded that Gacy was insane at the time of the alleged crime. Rappaport's findings were based upon 65 hours of his own psychiatric interviews, plus the reports of other consultations and interviews he had ordered. From a neurological examination, an electroencephalogram impression, a computerized tomographic brain examination, and a chromosome analysis, Rappaport concluded that Gacy showed no evidence of any organic brain disease. Rappaport also disposed of the multiple personality theory. In the 5 months he examined Gacy, he had seen no sign that more than one personality actually existed. He said that Gacy had used the name Jack Hanley merely as an alias to prevent his own identification. Reviewing the myriad medical records from Gacy's past for all his heart attacks, fainting spells, and seizures, Rappaport found that it was questionable that he had had any real physical illness of any magnitude. As to heart attacks and brain damage, the doctor's diagnosis was negative, and he felt that Gacy's fainting spells were brought on by anxiety. Rappaport said that Gacy had a borderline personality organization with the subtype of psychopathic personality and with episodes of and an underlying paranoid schizophrenia. Although he regarded the latter as the severest part of the illness, he did not see it as dominant. The paranoid schizophrenic psychosis, Rappaport said, occurred when Gacy was under particularly stressful conditions, especially when he was indulging in alcohol or drugs. At these times, he loses control over his defenses, as inhibitions are removed and the underlying psychological conflicts are expressed in the concrete form of acting out. The doctor said that Gacy fit, to a high degree, the following characteristics of borderline personality: intense affect, such as angry eruptions in an impulsive manner, usually hostile or depressed, the depression characterized by loneliness rather than guilt or shame, a history of impulsive behavior, a lack of integrated identity or self-concept, difficulty with self-image and gender identity, superficial interpersonal and chaotic sexual relations, use of primitive ego defense mechanisms such as splitting, projective identification, and gross denial. Rappaport supported his diagnosis of psychopathic personality by attributing these characteristics to Gacy: unusual degree of self-reference, great need to be loved and admired, exploitative, charming on the surface, cold and ruthless underneath, noticeable absence of feeling of remorse and guilt, history of continuous and chronic antisocial behavior. Although Rappaport declared Gacy competent to stand trial, he concluded that if Gacy did commit the murders, he was responding to an irresistible impulse which was allowed expression by the loss of ego controls under the influence of alcohol, drugs, extreme fatigue, and the stress of psychological conflicts within him. His victims were representations of these conflicts. It was at these particular instances that he was unable to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. Even though Gacy knew that squeezing a neck could cause death, Rappaport believed he could justify his behavior to himself as a warranted act. It thus conformed to his private code of morality. After getting Rappaport's reports, we immediately moved to get rebuttal evidence. For this purpose, we turned to the prestigious Isaac Ray Center, part of the Department of Psychiatry at Chicago's Rush Presbyterian St. Luke's Medical Center. Gacy was examined by several members of the Isaac Ray staff, including its medical director, Dr. James L. Kavanaugh, Jr., a psychiatrist. Pointing to Gacy's apparent inability to recall all the pertinent details of 5 of the murders and little, if any, of the other 28, Dr. Kavanaugh found the results of Gacy's alcohol electroencephalogram significant. Within a period of 75 minutes, the examiners gave Gacy 6 ounces of 100 proof Scotch whiskey while taking a continuous EEG recording. An hour after the test, Gacy vomited and showed significant signs of inebriation. Although the test was conducted in the Psychiatric Institute, Gacy got the notion that he and Kavanaugh were sitting in a hotel room and that the two should have a few more drinks, then do a little cruising. He showed no cognizance of Kavanaugh's identity and professed to believe that it was December 1978. Under questioning, Gacy had no recollection of any of the crimes he was charged with or of having been incarcerated for almost 11 months. After half an hour, he tried to leave and had to be returned to his room in full leather restraints. Kavanaugh and his superior at the medical center, Dr. Jan Fawcett, concluded that in Gacy's repetitive murder pattern, a psychological mechanism, or repression, in which he attempts to spare whatever conscience he had from awareness of and responsibility for his actions, could explain the patchy recollection. They also saw the possibility that the defendant's degree of intoxication could be so extreme that recollection of some or all of the details of what transpired could in fact be missing. For example, a blackout, such as he had in the Institute. In their report, the doctors concluded that, at the time of the murders, Gacy did not demonstrate any mental illness or defect that prevented him from understanding the criminality of his behavior or from conforming his conduct to the requirements of the law. For at least the last 15 years, they said, Gacy had demonstrated a mixed personality disorder, which included obsessive-compulsive, antisocial, narcissistic, and hypomanic features. He abused both alcohol and drugs. The crimes he committed resulted from an increasingly more apparent personality disorder dysfunction, coupled with sexual sadistic preoccupations within an increasingly primary homosexual orientation. Narcissistically wounded in childhood by a domineering and, at times, brutal father figure and inability to physically participate in athletics, Gacy continued to fail to master psychosocial milestones, in part because of a series of apparent psychosomatic disorders. Increasingly obsessed with his sense of failure, constantly emphasized by his father, he dedicated himself to a career of productive work, which brought him positive social feedback. Simultaneously, however, his rage at his presumed powerlessness due to a perverse, defective self-image began to merge with sadistic elements in a slowly unfolding homosexual orientation. This began to center upon young men with whom he reenacted the projected helplessness and sense of failure that he himself continued to experience. His sadistic homosexual conquests were much more gratifications through the exercise of power than erotic experiences motivated by unmet sexual needs. Murderous behavior became the ultimate expression of power and control over victims rendered helpless. With each murder victim, he was presented with undeniable evidence of his crime, a dead body, yet he continued with the same patterns of behavior. Ultimately, he came to justify murder as socially acceptable because of the degraded nature of his victims, human trash, and his increasingly egocentric conviction that he would never be apprehended because of his own cleverness in concealment and a disordered belief that his murderous behavior was of assistance to society. Gacy, the doctors concluded, demonstrates a personal career of too much success and ability to sustain interpersonal relationships, manipulate his environment, and control his surroundings to be seen as suffering with any major psychiatric illness. Finally, like a good sociopath, he has come to see his current predicament as the complex byproduct of others' incompetency or cunning, or the price he has to pay for the moral depravity of a group of young men with whom he had the misfortune to come in contact. If these rationalizations are ever punctured, or if he later begins to understand more of the psychodynamics surrounding his behavior, or comes to conclude that society's retribution is inevitable, completed suicide will be likely to emerge to him as a final solution. In the opinion of his younger sister, Gacy was a walking replica of Dad in his temper, mood, and work habits. John Wayne Gacy Sr., a machinist born in Chicago at the turn of the century to Polish parents, was a generous, hard-working perfectionist, a stern parent, and a good provider. He was also a drunkard with what his children called Jekyll and Hyde personalities, and a wife-beater. He was undemonstrative. He could not reciprocate feelings. His only show of emotion came when he cried as his son was sentenced to prison in Iowa on a sodomy conviction. When his son was 2, and his wife, Marion, was only recently back from the hospital with their 3-week-old daughter, Gacy Sr. came home one night and knocked out several of his wife's teeth. She fled to the street, while John Jr. and his older sister screamed in terror. Their father came out of the house and pummeled his wife more, knocking her to the sidewalk. The police finally interceded. As John Jr. grew older, he tried to come to his mother's aid in family scenes. For his efforts, his father called him a mama's boy or a sissy. The children loved their father, but each night at the dinner table, they fearfully waited for his rantings in the basement to stop. Then the elder Gacy, always drunk, would emerge, and the meal could be served. As a young child, John Jr. was loving and eager to please. A neighbor recalled that he enjoyed helping her mother garden. Even as a boy, she said, he was a hard worker. Rarely, however, did he please his father, whose meticulous standards of craftsmanship the boy was unable to meet. When he failed, his father called him stupid. Once, Marion Gacy found a bag full of her underpants under the porch where John played. John liked the feeling of silk or nylon. In a psychiatric interview, Gacy later recalled that his mother had made him wear a pair of her underpants to embarrass him. His younger sister recalled their father whipping him with a leather strap after he was told about it. Gacy himself told the court psychiatrists that his psychosexual history began between the ages of 6 and 10, when a teenage daughter of one of his mother's friends undressed him and played with him. He also recalled wrestling at age 8 or 9 with a contractor who liked to pin Gacy's head between or under his legs. Between ages 10 and 12, he got a whipping from his father after a girl complained that Gacy and her brother had taken off her underpants. Gacy said he began dating at 16 and had his first intercourse at 18. In his early 20s, he preferred normal sex with his girlfriends. He said he did not want oral sex because he couldn't kiss the girls afterward. He was upset when, at 21, his first proposal of marriage was rejected. He married for the first time a year later. He had his first homosexual experience after his wife's pregnancy. He said he got drunk with a friend who performed fellatio on him. Gacy had never had any talks about sex with his father, but had the father known his son was homosexual, Marion Gacy later said, he would have killed him. Gacy said his instruction came from his mother, who told him that sex was beautiful and it should never be forced on anyone. Gacy was an intelligent child, but by the end of his grade school years he was given to daydreaming in class and was developing a resistance to his teachers. He began to suffer from a series of seizures and fainting spells and was periodically hospitalized. These episodes continued into his adult life. Sometimes he complained of shortness of breath and pains in his chest. His problem was diagnosed in childhood as recurrent syncope, leading to probable psychomotor epilepsy later on. As a teenager, after a seizure at a friend's house, Gacy was given the last rites by a hurriedly summoned priest. Neither the cause nor the cure was ever determined with certainty, and after he was an adult, his associates tended to regard his affliction simply as heart trouble. Gacy continued 8th grade at a vocational grade school, then continued in a similar course until midway through his sophomore year. He got superior marks in English, excellent in general science, and fair and good in mathematics. His conduct received generally favorable ratings. In high school, Gacy developed signs of what one of his brothers-in-law later described as a hang-up with uniforms. Both his sisters spoke of his activity in a civil defense organization that allowed him to go to accidents and fires with a flashing blue light on his car. Gacy's father, who had loaned him money to buy the car, finally got tired of all the running around and removed the distributor cap. Gacy, who by then had left high school, became angered with his situation at home and departed without notice for Las Vegas. George Wikowski, manager of the Palm Mortuary in Las Vegas, recalled that Gacy was employed by both the funeral home and an ambulance service they used. Wikowski remembered the youth as polite and always cooperative. He thought it was unlikely that Gacy had ever had much contact with the bodies, other than unloading the ambulances, and said he never heard any complaints against him. Back in Chicago, as a young man in his early 20s, Gacy found the sort of work in sales that would bring his manipulative talents to the fore. He took a job with the Nunn Bush Shoe Company, which sent him to Springfield, Illinois, and there he got his first taste for political involvement. At the store in Springfield, to which Gacy was sent to work as a salesman, he met his first wife, whom he married after a 9-month courtship. After his apprenticeship, Gacy was promoted to manager of his department. When his wife gave birth to their son, he was a typically proud father. A neighbor noted that he was both loving and attentive to the boy, and seemed to be a devoted parent. With his new family, his reputation for hard work, and his wholehearted involvement with the JCs, John Gacy appeared headed for a bright future. From Springfield, the road to advancement led to Waterloo, Iowa. Waterloo was the place where it all began to unravel, where the warning lights would be noticed, but their messages ignored.